Good morning, everybody. We are live with the International 10. It is time. It's been over 2 years since we crowned our previous world champion, and it's about time we have our next champion crowned very, very soon. Just a few days of Dota 2, a lot of days of Dota 2. You're gonna love it. We're gonna love it. We're gonna start things off with the group stages, and you are watching the multicast, which means you're on the right place to know everything there is to know about all the matches, all the games, all the time. And of course, I'm not going to do it alone. I'm joined by none other than Insania. Welcome. Jenkins, hello as well. And Tsunami, good morning. How are you doing?
I feel like it's not even real yet. I know.
It's not.
It's I've been hurt so many times. You know, I wanted so many internationals last year. It was quiet, and then Sweden, quiet. I think I'm ready to get hyped up. I think it's happening.
You're letting yourself feel
Just
it?
a little bit. I'm feeling the tension.
Yeah, you feeling it, Jenkins?
I'm feeling it. You know, it's been 2 long years. The biggest pressure about this tournament, at least for me, is not the money that's on the line. That's a lot of the time what it is, and the prestige. It's that it's been 2 years.
Yeah.
2 years with no TI. It's like this almost represents going back to normal to a degree, which is just huge. It's bigger than the money and the prestige to me.
That is absolutely true. And Insania, I know you'd rather be somewhere else in one of the hotels playing probably, but I'm super happy to have you joining us because we love to pick your brain on everything. And I want to actually hear from you, like, how are you experiencing this time right now that TI is back and that it is actually happening?
I mean, it's great. Like you said, I wish I was playing, but unfortunately I'm not. And I think it's super cool to have this opportunity and come here and talk about Dota. So yeah, I'm just excited to do it. It's a new experience and it's fun to do.
And you've been in this situation where the players are right now, you know, they're joining the lobby, it's game time.
Yeah.
What's going through their heads right now? How are they feeling?
I think this morning is pretty nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
I think a lot of players don't really get nervous until the moment of.
Yeah.
And when you wake up or when you're going to go to sleep, I think a lot of people feel it. And just to lead up, like everything that's happening this morning, I know it's like pretty nervous. You're trying to think everything through. You're probably overthinking a lot of things that you shouldn't be.
Did you have any rituals?
No.
Because this is where players have rituals, right?
Yeah, I don't really have anything specific.
You don't listen to a hype up song or anything?
Okay, well, you can throw somebody under the bus at least and say, you know somebody, one of your teammates has a ritual, right?
We're not really ritual type players.
Okay.
I think like most of us, it's just like the regular, you know, wake up, drink your energy drink of choice, and then
That's a ritual.
get ready to play.
That's something.
I have a ritual.
Tell me.
When group stages are happening and I'm not working, I'll have my ritual of making sure that all monitors that I can find are set up with a game somewhere. And if I have to, I'll split screen it, but preferably not. And I'll make sure I'll watch the games all day long. And I know that there are so many of you out there that are doing the exact same thing, and I would love to hear from you. Make sure that during this event, we know there's no crowd, but you're going to be with us the whole way through. Virtually, but with us nonetheless. Make sure you use hashtag TI10 on all your social media platforms, and we'll be able to keep in touch with you and see what you're up to and see what your rituals are for watching. I know that there's going to be a lot of people having set up a screen or several screens to make sure they are catching every little bit of the action, because that's going to be a challenge. There's 40 games played to date, Tsunami. It is madness.
But we help the challenge be simplified a little bit
absolutely.
here.
We're gonna try our best.
We're gonna try our best.
We're gonna try.
Because this is the multicast.
Yes.
Of course. We will take you to all of. We'll take a world tour around stream A, B, C, D. 40 games. How many games to? So 4 days of group
40
stage.
today.
40 today.
40 games today.
40 games today.
20 series. 40 games tomorrow, 20 series. 40 games.
That's a lot.
It's a lot of games. It's a lot of games. And it's especially exciting, I feel like, the first day, Jenkins, because we haven't seen these teams in forever. And we don't really know what the state of things are right now. The state of Dota, the state of the teams, the state of everything.
It's true. It's true. You know, not to go too crazy technical or anything, but the stacking nerf for me it was a big question when I was doing research. I was looking at a lot of these teams, and they haven't played in 30 days, and it's like they just sit on their side of the map and exclusively stack. You know, it's like they're playing and where like they have this Fort Knox and that's all that they protect, and then there are other teams that weren't doing that, and the question is like, Are those teams going to keep the same meta and be
Yeah.
very successful? Are the teams that were stacking before, are they going to adapt? Are they going to be punished because they have to adapt quickly over a period of only a month? Are they going to have to learn during the group stage? Or is everything just going to completely change during the group stage and nobody's stacking, we don't know what the meta is?
My money is on the last one. Everything's going to change during the group stage. Group stage is going to be madness, especially because the two groups we have are both looking very, 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 very stacked. We've got two groups of 9 teams, and of each group, the top 4 will move forward to the upper bracket, with the 4 below that going through to the lower bracket. And yes, your math is correct, one team will be left out, because that team will get eliminated in the group stages alone. There is already that pressure starting today. Nobody is 100% safe. Insania, is there any group in particular you are most excited about?
I think both groups are pretty even.
Yeah.
Like if you look at them, I don't think like one group really stands out as a group of death or anything. So I think it's going to be fun to watch both of them. I think today's series, I'm really excited about OG Alliance. European Dota for me is, of course, it's going to be a bit special, but
Sure.
I think that series I'm really looking forward to watching. I think it's going to be really, really hype. I think Quincy Crew against LGD.
Yeah, I have
That
that
one's
one
going to be really
as my
good
favorite.
too. Yeah. I was talking to Yawar yesterday, and he seemed very confident, and I think like they always show up in groups.
Yeah.
They're always strong in TI groups, so I wouldn't be surprised if they do really, really well against LGD and maybe like surprise a couple of people at home.
Yeah, and Jack also seemed very confident. He had this grin on his face as if he was eating something. Of course, everybody knows what I'm referring to. And he was very confident as well. He said they've been scrimming a lot. Why are you laughing?
You want to use his wording?
No, I'm not going to use the wording.
Is there a specific quote that you would like to use?
Sure, but not on TI panel. Well, but he said that they've been scrimming a lot of Chinese teams.
Yep.
He said that I could reveal that information. I'm not leaking, okay? He seemed confident. But it's hard to tell with Jack though. So
It's hard to tell with North America in general.
it really is.
The jury's
yeah.
still out.
It's
Yeah.
tough.
I mean, it's going to be, the group stages alone are going to be so telling as to, obviously everybody has their opinions on which region is strongest, but TI groups is where it really gets fleshed out. China is still the strongest region, which is what was the case during the DPC season. How is North America going to do? How South America going to do? Every region, I'm very curious to hear about and to see playing. Of course, you guys are all aware that there has been some news coming out of Romania regarding Aster and IG. Both of those teams have had positive COVID cases, so there's been a little bit of a change in what is possible for them, but they will still be able to compete at TI10 here. And they will play the entire thing from their hotel rooms, and they will be able to continue being in the tournament. For Aster, it will mean that one of their players, White Album, is unfortunately not able to play yet. Might change over the next few days, of course. But they will play with a stand-in as well. But do note that everything has been taken care of to make sure that the competitive integrity stays the way it should. And I'm very excited. Our first game is actually also going to be Aster, and we are also going to see them play up against EG, which, I mean, do we want to do this? Do we want to go over favorites real quick? Because, again, there's not that much data, and everybody's just saying, okay, EG, as PSG, LGD, there's the three-peat. Is there going to be a three-peat?
I went with Secret, actually.
Oh,
I
okay.
think that this is a rare situation that Secret kind of sucks before TI,
Yeah.
which never happens. But whenever they're good before TI, they always lose. So maybe change the dynamic a little bit. Maybe
it's-
Puppy comes in, number 2.
Yeah, it's interesting because like normally they'd always dominate the entire DPC, and now they've been pretty invisible the last couple of months. I don't think they played any of the ESLs or
They did not.
Yeah,
the smaller tournaments.
they've been
leading
under the
up.
radar.
Yeah.
So
No,
that's
I
what-
believe in the three-peat though. I think OG can do it.
Really?
Yeah, I think they have a solid chance at doing it. I think their mental game is just really, really strong.
Yes.
That is why I think that I'm going to pick 2 teams, which I know is lame, but I think that T1 is the type of team that under pressure, they play extremely well, and you can never, ever count them out. They make ludicrous decisions when they're in high-pressure situations. But then also EG, who now has Dr. K
Yes.
as their coach, as their mental coach, I think EG's definitely the type of team that probably needs it. But even without it, second place at 2 majors is no small feat.
There's definitely no small feat. We can take a look at the schedule today. I know there's going to be a lot of slides coming your way with a lot of games. As I said, there's 20 series here today, and if you don't memorize everything, that's okay as well. You can just go to dota2.com/esports to find all the information that you need. But today on Stream A, we're going to kick things off with EG Aster. Of course, at the end of the day, I think personally EG IG will be super exciting as well. But that being said, so many games are super exciting, and we already mentioned PSG LTD versus Quincy Crew for Stream B Tsunami. That's a very exciting one, right?
Yeah, I think historically Quincy at all the lands has looked good against the American regions, North and South, but against international opponents looks dicey. And everyone wants to know, is LGD still the premier pick to win this entire TI?
Yeah. And then on Stream C, we'll have a lot of games as well. I am also curious to see Undying play. This is actually their first performance on LAN. They came a solid third throughout the whole DPC season, and unfortunately for them, being from the NA region, it meant that they just weren't gonna go to any of the majors. So I'm very curious to see how they do here with their first LAN as a squad. And on Stream D then, last but definitely not least, I know it's saying, yeah, OG Alliance to kick the day off. It is, I mean, you can make a case for every series being good. I'm looking for a Secret Beast Coast. That's going to be hype. EGT1.
How do
Only
you
good
watch it
teams
all?
here.
How do you
TI,
watch
right?
it all? I mean, I'm very glad that everybody that's tuning in right now knows, okay, you know what? We're going to make sure we're going to swap between all the streams and make sure you're catching all the action, because there's no way if you have 4 screens, you know exactly where to go. Everything is top tier today, Jenkins.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing T1 play. Like I said, they're one of my favorite picks in terms of on LAN, and I think in an interview at some point, might have been DPC or something like that, or one of the tournaments that was online but not on LAN. They actually said like being together is really important for them, and that the fact that they can like hype each other up is super important. And I think it's really obvious too when you watch them play. I remember there was this one play where they lost 23 Savage, who was like way higher in net worth than anybody in the game. I believe this was against an Alliance, and they smoked without him, 4-man smoke, and then wiped Alliance in front of the Roche pit. And it's like the cojones that you need to have in order to lose your carry, who is the highest net worth in the entire game, and then still smoke. I mean, that is seriously impressive. So I think T1 LGD was on there, right?
Yeah, I believe so. And I mean, every series is a blockbuster here. You speaking of Alliance, I mean, you're saying, okay, T1, you know, they really step it up when they come to LAN and they feel each other's energy and it just takes them to the next level, right? We've got 2 teams that we have seen perform at a major where that seems to have the opposite effect, Tsunami? VP and Alliance?
VP have not had a coach until
now. Yes, true.
So I give them the benefit of the doubt a lot of the times, and I think that intra-regionally you're very comfortable. Alliance and VP, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, Eastern Europe, they're in the zone. But then you put them out, Alliance won 0 international opponents. In the ESLs that they played, they didn't beat anyone outside of Europe, and throughout obviously their own DPC, just played Europe. Same thing with VP. I think they had a few more international victories, but still, it's not the expectation that we had for someone who they won 31. No, they played 31 games in their DPC. They only lost 3 out of both seasons, which is an amazing win rate. But I don't know what happens when you put them on LAN.
Yeah, VP was really interesting, because I remember right after the major, so they got knocked out of the major like first round, right? Even though they were seeded into the upper bracket. And then right after the major, ESL comes on and they ended up winning ESL, beating T1, who performed extremely well at the major. And so it's like, what is going on with this team?
We don't know. It's going to be very exciting to see how they have prepared and how the training has gone, because we had these 2 extra months. Very curious how teams have dealt with that. And our first series, we're going to have Aster taking on Evil Geniuses. And before we dive straight into the Dota, Insania, I want to quickly hear from you. Like, okay, there's going to be people that just tune in for TI. Hello, love you, thank you, welcome back. A lot has changed since 2 years ago in the world of Dota 2. Neutral items, Scepters, how are you going to explain those?
It'll be a fun experience. We'll just have to take them one at a time and try to talk about them when they come up.
Sure. Oh, yeah, that's probably the best way. Otherwise, information overload.
Yeah.
Absolutely. First game of the day, Evil Geniuses taking on Aster. We're just going to start the normal way. We're just going to ease you into it. So this will be our starting series, of course, as said. There's a stream A, there's a stream B, there's a stream C and D. You'll be able to follow your favorite team regardless, but we are jumping into EG versus Aster, and I'm just really curious, Insane, how do you feel Aster will perform with the stand-in?
I think the same thing you said about VP and Alliance could be said about Aster too,
Yeah.
right? They've been really, really strong in China, but then when they come to the LAN events, they don't look quite as dominant as they do in their own region. So I think with a stand-in on top of that, they're playing EG, who for me personally seem like one of the favorites coming into this. And I think it's been a lot of patches leading up to this event,
Yeah.
more than usual.
Yeah.
I
And I
don't
think EG are notorious for like, they always figure it out really, really fast. I think it's one of our TZ's like high quality traits. He's just really good at figuring out patches. So I think they're in for a pretty tough opponent here, starting off.
I don't think there's ever been a hero added to captain's mode with such minimal data on them.
Oh, that's
Dawnbreaker
true. Yeah.
is in the game. Insania, what do you think? Is she a support? Is she an offlane? Is she a core?
I mean, I've mainly seen it as a 5 or a 4. And I mean, I don't think anybody wants to lane against that hero. That's primarily like the really, really early game
It's so
is really
annoying.
strong.
It's so annoying.
So I think I wouldn't be surprised to see it quite a bit in the group stage. I don't know if it's going to pan out for the entire event, but I think you're going to catch a lot of people off guard who aren't used to playing against it. So
Yeah, but surely,
Yeah.
I mean, the two months of extra practice before TI, I almost feel like that would be a detriment. You get into your own head, Jenkins, surely.
Yeah, I mean, you could, but I also feel like people are spamming a lot of these heroes in pubs, and I don't really see much changing for at least in terms of like Dawnbreaker. I don't see much changing in terms of like the general build and what people are doing. So I feel like teams will be decently used to it, but yeah, I think laning is the biggest pain in the ass for her. But the build is like generally the same. Everybody's just going Holy Lock at every game.
yeah, I think it's primarily like a heal-based build where you play around your ulti. I really like the Aghanim Scepter. I think it's really, really strong.
I think it's core.
Yeah, support. If you can get
No,
to
no,
it.
no. Is it
Oh,
core
it's a
on
core
her?
item?
Yeah.
I'm not sure because I haven't seen the hero too much. I'm not like, I don't know exactly what the perfect build for her is, but I do think the Aghanim Scepter is very, very strong. And it's 60% evasion, which
Yeah.
is one of those things that you don't really notice it when you're playing against it, but just 60% less physical damage overall. So
Yeah. And we talk about EG Aster, maybe not the most even playing field that they're gonna open the day with. How do you feel the playing field is in general for this the TI compared to other Jenkins?
You know, for every TI, I always feel like the meta shifts so quickly because of the human emotion involved with the stakes being so high. Like we talked about money, prestige, with the whole COVID era and 2 years waiting for this, finally people get to play again. So basically, I think that the team that thrives in chaos will do the best. And so I couldn't even predict what team that is. I would like to say it's a team that has like a mental coach.
Yeah.
So I think having Dr. K is like really important for EG. I think that an actual argument for Aster is that there's a lot of stuff that you can see that they do differently online versus whenever they're playing on LAN, which I know that there's not that much data of them actually playing on LAN because they've been knocked out. They'll do things like poking and then backing off when people TP and stuff like that, which is a very mental thing to do in Dota because in order to not commit, you have to really be comfortable with your own emotions and your teammates' emotions. So I think it's a mental game. I think it's who's gonna do well is who can thrive in the most chaos, and it's so hard to say who that's gonna be because of the strange circumstances with this TI. There's lots of mental coaches. It's kind of on LAN, it's kind of not. It's a little weird.
Yeah, and it's why you think that the three-peat is very much possible, right? Because it's the
Yeah.
mental game for OG that they have won twice already.
yeah, I think that's definitely a big part of it. And I think there's something that, to your point about chaos, I think like when you look at PSG LGD throughout the year, they've proven that they can win games where they're losing, they can win games where they're looking strong. And I think that's a very, very good sign for a team that you want to see do well at TI, because you're going to run into some games that are going to be hard. And it's not just going to be like smooth sailing, stomping all your way to the grand finals. I don't think we've had that like almost since TI3.
Yeah.
Has any team that has been the favorite to win TI ever won TI other than potentially Alliance?
I'd say Wings.
I think Wings, yeah.
TI6.
Yeah. Were they? But they were not really the finals for a lot of people going in, though. Once the tournament started, yes, they looked like the best.
From my memory, the DPC ended, and then they were like pretty good. And
Yeah.
then like summits happened, and some other small non-DPC tournaments happened. Everyone was like, "Oh my God, these Wings guys!" though."
Yeah.
And 2 of them are on LGD, so it's a pretty good pedigree to have.
Yes.
I feel like every year VP is the favorites to win TI. Like that's,
Yeah,
that's at
also
least
true.
in like
Apart
the
from
previous
this, I would
years.
say this year. I mean,
Other
they
than
haven't,
this year,
they
other than
haven't
this year.
performed online. One thing, a little nugget of information regarding Virtus Pro, because yes, they are playing with a coach, playing as and have a coach to back them up as well. But one thing that they also changed is that Virtus Pro, the organization, has hired a former basketball professional
Oh, that's cool.
to help them
Basketball
with this.
professional player?
I think player.
Okay.
To help them with discipline in terms of training, because obviously before they were boot camping for a lot of their DPC season, and their region they crushed their region. It wasn't close.
Not even close. Yeah,
Like-
both seasons.
Both seasons, first place, easy breezy. Maybe dropped 1 game in total or something stupid like that. But they maybe got a little too lax, so now they have help, and we spoke at some point to DM about that, their offlane player, and he's like, yeah, he's helping us with discipline to make sure, we wake up certain time to train properly. Because at some point, if you're cruising through everything, you don't need that, right? You don't need that practice, and now
They
there's, like,
need it. They really need it.
They're also very, very young.
They
are,
players
yeah.
Also, so
Dude.
they didn't go through college and stuff like that, have to wake up for classes, like
Right.
anything like that. They just rolled up, started kicking ass at Dota. They maybe need a little bit of structure.
Dude,
Yeah.
it is so obvious in their playstyle too. It's like that team more than any other team. If one of their cores is doing well, they will just build Chad items like offlane, like Desolator Mars or something like that, and then everybody plays around them as if they're the carry. Like
Yeah.
that team is the closest thing to a pub stack that you can find, like a very organized pub stack. And I know it seems insane, but like they're like the individually highest skilled team where they just play around the one guy that's popping off in the game.
Yeah.
But a lot of teams don't really do that.
That's a hallmark of the Eastern European region, but also the South American region, which we have never had 3 South American teams
Correct.
at a TI. We've had 1 at most, and that's just been for like the last few TIs.
Yeah.
So the regional representation is way more even. So while Eastern Europe was usually known for being the pub star unstructured one, now South America kind of conversely is getting more structure with the DPC and coming into this TI extremely strong. So both those regions excite me quite a bit.
Yeah, it's also one of the reasons why we have the most newcomers at TI ever, because we got a lot of people that weren't here, and also Europe underperforming a little bit. Do you feel like that's gonna go away, like OG Alliance Secret? You think they're all 3 gonna do well and carry that European region torch proper?
So I was looking at the groups when they first announced them, and I was trying to think to myself, like, okay, which teams do I think are going to go upper bracket?
Yeah.
And I have both OG and Alliance, both OG and Secret going upper bracket, I think.
Okay.
And I think Alliance is a contender, but I don't have them as like super clearly going upper bracket. But I think we'll find out. I don't think Europe is as weak as they were a couple of months ago. I think now we've adapted to the patch a bit more, and having China play European pubs for a while,
Yeah.
I think it's definitely helped.
Oh,
and
yeah.
there's been quite a lot of tournaments. to
and I
just get
love
people
the
caught up.
pubs.
The pubs
Yeah.
have been insane. That's like a huge question to me, actually, is how has this, for a team like Undying or SG or something, like coming from like NA pubs to playing with literally all of the best players from every region. It's like instead of your guys running down mid, you actually have mid laners in the pubs rather than on US East. So it's like how will that change these teams that are kind of expected to underperform? It's like, well, everybody's on the same playing field now for at least a month, and especially because of COVID, people are
Yeah.
flying in so much earlier to practice.
Yeah, so the pubs have been madness for a while. There's nothing to say. It's still the top tier, right? The best.
I believe he's still rank 1.
I think
Yeah.
GPK is rank 1. I think it's GPK, nothing to say, and then CCNC.
Oh, is that how it is?
Did it change?
They're like they're interchanging
yeah.
depending on
Very
the day,
close,
yeah.
yeah.
Depending on if Quinn is like breaking his items and avoid listing ogres. That was a great Reddit clip. by
Could
the
we
way.
get maybe not a mid laner as number 1 at some point, or is that never going to happen?
Oh yeah.
It
No,
happens. I think it's
it does
really, really
happen.
patch dependent. Like
Really?
you'll see
Yeah.
depending on patches, especially when it comes to pub games, certain roles tend to have like a bit of an edge. Right now, playing 5 is great because safe lane is very strong.
I saw
So-
you've been breaking your own MMR records recently,
Right.
so
So no, but different roles are like
Why
differently
is
strong.
5 so strong? Because even I noticed it, and I'm a pleb.
So I think it's mainly to do with the way that the roles function. Like right now, the 5 is like a pretty lane dominant support most of the time. And when you win your lanes, you tend to set yourself up to have a good game for your carry, and you shut down their tempo. So the game is off to a good start, I think. And in the current patch, that means a lot. So that's just my take on it.
Yeah, that's a big difference from, for example, previous TI, where the emphasis was very much on the position 4s.
Yeah, I think 5s this year are going to very much stand out. Like I think you have someone like EG Fly. He's looked really, really good. I've been watching a lot of his games, and I think he's going to perform really, really well, and he's going to be a standout 5. I'm confident in that. And I think teams that have strong, like mechanically talented 5 players are really going to stand out.
What's the worst role for
at the moment
for climbing, for having an impact in the game? I mean, I have a theory, but I'm curious what you guys think.
I think position 4 is the hardest right now.
Really?
Because you're a support and you get to go up against these very strong 5s. That's my feeling.
Okay.
What do you think?
I feel like offlaners are just generic stunning guys. Like
mean-
when I was looking at Thunder Predator, and I think they played recently in 2 tournaments, and they got last place in both, and then won 1 game or something like that. And then this is the team that went 5 through 6 at the Singapore major, right? But then I noticed that Frank, who's their highest rated player, he was like ranked 6 in NA as an offlaner. He's playing Centaur, Mars, stuff like that. And the guy's he's like a Beastmaster, Batrider, like cheese pick player. But that's not how the offlane really is right now. I mean, it depends on the team, depends on the meta, obviously. It's been like a month since we've seen anything, but it feels like offlane is Sand King, Centaur. You just stun for your carry.
So if we are talking a bit more in depth about the actual Dota game at the moment, then you're saying that at the moment, as far as your offlane go, you gotta go for heroes that are good with levels, because you're not gonna get any gold.
Yeah, sure. And I think teams that have offlaners that thrive under those circumstances will do better. There are some teams that will just leave their offlaner totally alone, like Undying, for example. Moon always rotates. He's always stacking. He's always picking up runes. He just leaves Saberlight there just to do his own thing. And I think that's fine if you're leaving like some Sand King, some Centaur, Venomancer, or whatever.
I think there's going to be different approaches, actually. I think this is like one of the cool things about the lead up to TI, where you don't know what's going to happen. Like all these teams have been practicing in different regions, and they're scrimming different things, and they're going to come up with different ideas. And I think the group stage really, you're going to find out whose ideas were the best.
Yeah.
Group stage really is whatever you did in this past month, you're going to find out, was this worth your time, or were you just, now you need to copy what somebody else is doing, or you need to learn from somebody else?
How much adapting do you feel like a team is doing during day 1? Like, okay, everybody comes in with a plan. Let's say I have this crazy plan and I try it once, doesn't work, but obviously I'm not going to try it just once. I want to make sure that it indeed doesn't work, so I'll try it maybe 2 or 3
What if
times.
I had this carry wisp idea or something?
Yeah,
2
like
years ago?
when do you change? Do you change after tomorrow? Do you change after today?
So I think it depends. So last year we had Core IO, which no carry player knew how to play.
And you didn't even run into it in your scrims, right?
No, we didn't know about the Core IO. I'd seen, because I watched a lot of YouTube videos of like Anna pubbing, so I knew he was playing it in unranked games, but I just assumed it's just unranked games. Yeah. No, but I think day 1 you don't really adapt too much, because there's so many games going on at once, and you're just trying to think about your own games. You're playing 3 times in one day, so you're just focused on that. And then I think as the group stage progresses, and you get that one day between group stage and main stage, that's really the day where you come up with a lot of your ideas, and you try to figure out oh, that team did this, that's really good, we should take it, and we should try to learn to do that. And I think most teams do this, where you scrim on that one off day, and you try to practice something that you want to play in your opener.
But for one of the teams on each group, it's already going to be too late by that point, Tsunami.
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, 2 eliminations, and everyone is theorizing who their least favorites would be. Maybe it would be mean-spirited to say it already. We can save it for day 4 of the group
Nobody's
stage.
going to be right about that
No one's going to be right.
Nobody's going to be right.
What did you actually, there was one compendium prediction that I was, who do you think is going to be the most picked hero?
I think it's going to be Tiny.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
I've
sorry,
heard
actually,
Tiny.
no. I think Tiny's going to be the most banned hero.
Oh.
I think
I picked both.
I think Pangolier is going to be the most picked hero, because I think Pango is good enough that he is going to get first picked.
He's going to be the replacement Tiny.
Sure, yeah. I think, they both have stuns. That helps. I think that he is a support. He can be played as a support, offlane, mid. Only role he can't be played in is carry, and some crazy team could pick it as a carry, who knows. But then also, I don't think it's good enough to be first phase banned in every game.
Sure.
It's at that perfect, golden ratio.
And it's too late to get your predictions in right now. Sorry.
Boo.
Is that- I don't think I did my game predictions.
Oh,
I
no.
didn't do my game predictions
Did you do
either.
your fantasy?
By
No,
the
that's
way,
what I mean, I
guys,
didn't
we're
do
not
those.
just talking for our own benefit. We're actually waiting
aren't?
for the game start. We have run into to some delays, but don't worry, we're here to keep you company. And once a game starts, we got you covered. We'll let you know. You can do with the information what you wish. You can stay here, but you can of course also watch on the appropriate stream where the game will be live with the commentary that is not us, which some people might prefer. No offense. But yeah, we'll keep you up to date.
I don't believe you, Shiver. I told you, I've been burned before. By this TI.
You're like,
I
it's
feel like
not
cursed.
starting?
It's just never happened.
I mean, I'll give a little bit of backstage information. You guys can't see this, but what I can see is a screen a little bit to that side of my camera, and I see 4 lobbies, and I see the players in it.
They're
So
filled.
I'm very excited because this is like, you are about to start. You just need to press that start button and we're in. And then then it's happening. Because
better.
once you start, you can't stop.
It's like the astronauts climbing onto the.
That's right, walking in
space shuttle.
slow motion.
Yeah, back in 1969 when they went to the sun.
Oh, I thought about getting into the
believe
car
it.
when you're doing it for Squid Game. You go in, you can't stop once you're in.
No, please. There's some ideas out there of a TI where it's like Squid Game,
Let's not do that because we also want to have a
there would be a
TI-11.
next one, yeah.
We
Yes,
need a
please.
little
That
bit
would
of
be rough.
players.
People just
Oh,
say
you're
we
being
get
on the
new
right
players.
side. Eliminate competition.
We'd be the guys in the red costumes. That's who we are as the talent.
You mean the VIPs?
No, not the VIPs. Don't
Oh,
say
the
that.
red costumes are those? Yes.
Yeah, the
I'm
soldiers.
so
I haven't
confused.
seen it
Have you
yet.
seen it? I have
No.
not
Okay.
seen the show.
Well,
I've been keeping up.
you guys
with
can
them.
binge it together tonight.
I was watching Dota, Jenkins. I
Yeah,
was
there will be
preparing
too
for
much
the
Dota to watch
international,
tonight as well.
actually.
There's gonna be so much Dota that after everybody's done here today, you can continue watching Dota for the rest of the evening with 2 streams or 2 games on your screens, and you'll still not be done before we're back here tomorrow.
Well,
That's kind of what happens. It's glorious. I love it. It's also, I think, very daunting for the players. I feel like this is where you want an analyst on your squad. Like a coach needs to help like with the game that is actually being played, right? You
Yeah.
have the in-game, or rather the coach that makes sure that after the game you can make adjustments based on the game that just played. But I feel like you need to have an extra person looking at what everybody else is doing. Otherwise you
Yeah.
have to go back and look at everybody else's VODs, which is,
It really helps. Like
Yeah.
we have jobs,
yeah.
and he does that for us, and it honestly alleviates the captain a lot. And I think TI is like probably one of the events where you really want to have a captain that has like a clear mindset, because there's a lot of pressure going into these games, and
Yeah.
the draft is a really, really big part. And I think having somebody that will like help you just focus on the game as much as possible is like such a big advantage. So I do think like having like a bit of an analytical coach and having the mental aspect is going to be like a pretty big factor that favors some of the teams here. Like I think OG and EG both have specific mental coaches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there are other coaches who just focus on like, hey, I'm just going to look at Dota. And I think that's pretty big.
Or they do both jobs.
Yeah.
What do you think about like 3 coaches? Because I feel like there's enough Dota to digest at TI that there might be value, but then also maybe just having one formulated idea that you do best. Like if you're stacking or you're playing a push strat or you're playing like a turtle strat or whatever, maybe if you have 3 people to disagree, it's a little too much, but like you think like mental coach and then analytical coach is the best?
Well, there
Form
are,
for
for
a team?
example, if you take OG as an
Yeah.
example, they have Mia Stolberg again, which is the same mental coach as they had for TI9 and the same mental coach that helped Astralis and CSGO win multiple majors in a row. Then they have Sakshka, who is now the assistant coach, and they have Misha, who's now the head coach. So there's a very clear hierarchy there too, and you feel like that's like the ideal scenario there?
I think it's really, really smart, because you're going to have Sox just look up info, and he's going to find whatever Misha needs in order to like, give the information that he wants. He's like, I have an idea. And then Sox will go look it up. He'll look at the teams, and then he'll give Misha the info. He's like, Misha's like, yeah, this makes sense with my ideas. And then, you just present that to the team, and you have like everything ready, instead of like having an idea, stop watching the games, go try to figure out if it works, and then suddenly you've missed out on half the meta and you don't know what's happening.
I think that's too many cooks in the kitchen. I like
think so?
that.
You
think
I like
so?
how everyone gets mad at Alliance for having a coach last season, and they're like, fine, no coach at TI.
Isn't
this
that
thing will
mad
not
though?
leave you alone.
No
Yes,
coach
it's
at
terrifying.
TI?
I mean, S4 is a watermelon-sized brain, so I imagine that he
needs it.
He takes that one day off, he crams all the replays, and F&G probably does. I mean, the whole team probably helps, but not having a coach is an intimidating prospect.
I think it's interesting to note though, they have 3 captains on that team.
Yeah.
Hanskin's been a captain, F&G's been a captain, and S4 as well. So maybe they feel like they don't need more ideas. Like they have enough ideas, and for whatever reason, they don't think that coach is like, whoever it is hasn't been a good fit, or they don't think it adds anything to their team. And maybe, like you said, it's just too many cooks in the kitchen.
I was gonna say, okay, this is gonna sound like some BuzzFeed stuff, all right? But I heard that Google tried hiring people randomly rather than doing their normal hiring process. And like I said, this is
Define randomly.
I literally at random.
Like
You search
okay,
something on
names
Google, and then you get hired.
you
I-
walk
alright,
up to someone
I
on the
ra-
street, it's
that
like,
guy.
hey,
I did not
let's
click
go.
to the link on the thread in Reddit, so don't take my word for it. However, I believe it. It was a very confident Redditor.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Sure.
And so, well, here's what I'm saying. Maybe in a chaotic environment such as the International, having no coach and just saying, screw it, we'll just do our own thing, that might actually work out for you, because then you're just playing Dota. Everybody else is doing this mental stuff, therapy, whatever. We're just gonna play.
You know, I think there is actually a really good point in there, because if you have no
Thank you.
coach, you are forced to stick to your guns, because you can't adjust that much, right?
Sure.
But it does mean that if you don't have the right idea about Dota coming into the tournament, you're done for. Like there's no adapting, or rather very limited adapting, right?
It's more difficult. It's just you're putting more on the players, I think. I think there is something to say about, like, yeah, you don't have a coach, so like maybe in some ways, hey, there's less pressure on us. We're not taking it as seriously as everybody else. We're not hiring a bunch of people. But I think genuinely think that's probably just a disadvantage.
You think so? Just a straight disadvantage?
Yes,
It
I
was
think so.
just a theory.
I mean,
Telling me just
a
random
theory.
people
Yeah,
on the
I think
street
it's-
thing isn't gonna work.
No, I don't think so.
All right.
Part of me just feels like the random people off the street probably is not the play.
And we don't
don't-
know where they got the randoms. Maybe they were randoms that already applied for the job, but just they didn't look at
No,
the
it
resume.
wasn't
No, it's
random
just you-
people from the street
No,
for
I
the
think it
Google
was.
thing.
There was
It
like, that
people
guy
who-
right there, you
people
work
who
on Chrome.
applied.
No,
was
it's just
people who
if
applied.
you Google
Yeah.
something, you might get hired.
They're not just walking. Is that you want to work at Google? They're not doing that.
No, you're just Googling something at
You
home,
wanna
and
win
then
an
it's like,
agency.
Yeah, you Googled something, and we
like
are
you've
very
been
impressed
hired.
with your search engine skills.
You play Dota, why not come coach us?
Yeah.
Actually, you at home can participate.
Hey.
We have the crowd functionality now.
We do.
For this TI.
Hashtag TI10.
Hashtag TI10.
Also, you mentioned something,
I did.
and coach of SG. And let's see if you did your homework. Coach of SG.
Yeah, Mangusu?
Yes.
Yeah.
How do you think he got to be coach?
I don't know, actually.
I will
he's
tell
Romanian.
you. He's Romanian.
Yeah.
And I, of course, because I also couldn't find anything, because there's no information about this guy. So I actually went to SG and was like, who is this guy? And I got a whole bunch of texts that Mangusu actually wrote.
Okay.
This guy tried professional Dota for a little bit, as people do, not too successful, and then at some point started doing some coaching one-on-one just with people that want to be coached, and at some point coached D2 Bowie on his stream.
Okay.
And then at some point did some replay analysis, and he decided, you know what, I'm just going to do some replay analysis, just creating content of SG's games.
Okay.
And SG got the word of that, and is like, hey, that's kind of cool, and we
Wow.
like your way of thinking about Dota.
You get how the Brazilians think.
Yeah, and then
That's cool.
yeah, that's literally how he got to be a coach for SG, and now he's here. He's at TI.
So you're saying like content creation can eventually result in somebody coaching a tier.
unbelievably enough, being a caster /
tier 1
analyst
team.
can lead to coaching a.
So if a tier 1 team was interested
It could
in a content creator.
being a
Yeah,
caster.
if there were any tier 1 teams here,
I see. Yes, of course.
maybe in the arena we could go ask them.
Relax, dude.
Lest we forget that Seb had an origin story as a caster for a while as well, or an analyst.
Player,
Player.
caster, coach, player, double TI winner.
He ran the gauntlet.
This is
He's
the
done
start right
everything.
here.
I'm trying.
Are you going to coach next season?
We'll see if we keep William.
He's on a very short leash right now.
But I mean, not kidding. I mean, the commentators and the analysts, they talk about Dota in a certain way.
Yeah.
And I would imagine that when a player hears that, you either like it or you don't,
They're
right?
very impressed
Because
usually,
everybody
yeah.
is having a different way of thinking about the
Yeah.
game. And if you like somebody's ways of thinking about the game, then you're more likely to want to chat with them about Dota. And at some point, that could potentially lead.
Of course, and I think one of the cool things that commentators or analysts get to do is they get to watch a lot of Dota, and you're not as biased by like pub games as maybe we are as pros, because you play these pubs and when you win, you feel good. And I'm sure everybody at home watching feels this too. Like when you win with a hero, you're like, yeah, this hero's nice. I like this hero. I want to play it more. But when you're just watching games as a caster, you get a different perspective on the game, where it's much more objective, I think, because you're not in the picture yourself. And I think for a coach, that's literally what you're doing. You want to like remove yourself from the situation, look at it objectively, and be like, hey, this is what we need to be doing.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that you genuinely have an edge when you're casting or being an analyst. And I think someone like Seb probably has gotten some advantage from doing that in the past.
That is a question that I've always wondered is like, I mean, obviously there's not much of a clear answer to it, but how much does, let's say you're playing in like 9K MMR or something like that. Let's say you're playing unranked, right? You're playing in all of your scrims, but then you're playing like a crap load of unranked. You're playing with your friends. They're terrible. Maybe you're queuing with Tsunami or something like that. And, so you're playing in this lower bracket. Maybe you're playing solo queue or something like that. There's no communication. Like,
Sure.
how can it degrade your skill, do you think, to play in pubs all day, every day? Is there too much? Or is it like better to play unranked? That's another question, because you're communicating at least, but maybe it's with worse players. It's tough.
I think a lot of Dota is just habits, right? And the habits that you build. And I think if you exclusively play lower ranked games as a pro player, then I think you will eventually get into the habit of thinking that you can get away with a lot of stuff that you get away with.
Yeah, you underestimate your opponent.
Precisely. And then if there's like a decent amount of both, then that's probably not going to cause you to have any bad habits. But if it's the only thing that you're doing, you're exclusively playing with Tsunami, then yeah, you're probably going to run into
Why am I
issues.
catching strays like this?
I am
Panel
so
number
happy
one,
you
Aiden.
are taken as an example rather than me.
Shiver, what's your voice line again? What's the voice line that you have in the game?
It's great.
He's
Wait,
pretty
what-
high rated,
great.
actually.
Ravage?
He's
Well,
not, he's not bad.
I found out it was 9 years ago. There's a lot of people that don't even know what that is.
That's true.
So
We have had
I'm
to-
safe.
Is the Shiva Ravage when you hit 5 heroes with a Ravage?
Yes, that's exactly
Yes,
it.
absolutely.
5 of your allied
Thank you.
heroes.
Very nice.
0 of the enemy.
Yeah, 0. Preferably with the countdown.
What does that mean?
You've not seen the
I don't
clip.
know the Shiva
Okay,
Ravage.
I will tell you. I was in a pub, and it was a party unranked. Oh, so party queue unranked.
Yeah.
I was in a queue with Sing Sing, Shokshka, Puppy, someone else who I forgot. Doesn't matter. I was playing Tidehunter. It was 7 a.m. in the morning on on a Tuesday morning after playing the whole night because
You didn't have any coffee.
didn't have any coffee.
Very, very reasonable.
Yeah.
Your shoelaces were untied.
Anything?
I didn't wear shoes even.
Oh, that's the worst.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
the
no
worst.
shoes.
Can't play Dota without
No
shoes.
shoes.
Can't
no
play
Dota,
Dota.
that's
And
what they
then
say.
obviously I'm the worst there, right? It's not even close. It's by a mile I'm the worst. And I was playing Tidehunter. And I have a big impact. I have a Ravage. You gotta use it. And oftentimes I either was too late or too early, or I didn't use it in the fight, and then there was Sing Sing or Puppy saying, come on, use your Ravage, please, you should have used it there. And then either it was on cooldown or not, it was terrible. There was a lot of pressure on me, especially at 7 a.m., and I at that point was just spamming Tidehunter. And Stokska constantly at some point realized that it was triggering me, like, Shiva, Ravage, with this pressure. It was like constant. And at some point, there's one fight that, made it the Shiva Ravage. I was fed up. I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna use this Ravage and it's gonna come off cooldown. So it's counting down. And it was in a team fight. And I finally, I was counting, it's off cooldown, and I run in, and it's like 3, 2, 1, and I Ravage, but at the moment that I Ravage, everybody already ran away. It was interesting, and obviously Sing Sing was streaming as well, so
That's-
great
it was
reaction.
immortalized.
That's a great voice line. You
It
can
is.
It
use
was-
it
then
to
it was-
describe
it
a lot
was-
of situations that you run into in your
Yes, I
pubs.
mean, the Loda Sphere.
Oh,
Yes.
that's classic.
I am.
There was
PGG Black Hole.
PGG Black Hole. Who
course,
had the
yeah.
Echo Slam? Someone had the Slam.
I think it's a common thing.
No. There was
there's
one person
attributed?
had a Echo Slam missing because he didn't blink before. I know the
There's
game
an
because
iconic one.
it was a dire side high ground defense. I don't know who was playing it.
I remember Sashka Borstun. That's another
Yes,
one.
I know the Borstan indeed.
That one's great.
Yeah, that was
the
good.
Malk Award.
Melk Award.
There's the
winning the game while still
1 in
0-20.
1 in 20,
one-
0-20.
0-20, no kills.
And then there was the age. We're just getting into the biggest fails in Dota at this point.
I mean,
Yes.
it's TI-10.
Yeah,
it's
sure,
a
sure.
celebration
Yes.
It is,
of
of
all
course.
10
of
years
course.
of our history.
Of course, this is history. What was the Aegis Deny?
KYXY.
Yeah, that
Yep.
was legendary.
painful.
Yeah, and then they ended up losing,
Wasn't-
right? It was orange?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they would have very likely won that game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it seemed like it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it really
And
did.
I think it was that game that made them add the text that says X has denied the Aegis.
Yeah, so you know
Yeah.
No one knew
who's,
initially. and
who's
they were
guilty.
Like, "What?
Yeah.
How did this happen?
That just, that's an argument against A-clicking right there.
That is
A-clicking is
true.
a legacy.
I do
Feature.
that still. It's very scary.
Sana, you have right side mini map.
I misclick things.
Do you have right side
sometimes.
minimap?
Yeah,
Do
I
you
I
really?
think I'm the only one that does.
Really?
Yeah.
But it's a hunting, right?
No, it's not actually. A lot of
What?
people think they ask me if I'm from the other game,
League of Legends.
the one that we
you can
should not-
mention it.
Oh, we can say it.
Yeah, yes, you can.
I thought
I
it gives
think
it
so.
power if we say its
I
name.
think so.
Yeah, so they assume I'm from that game.
Ah.
I don't know the name of it.
How
That
did you
one,
How
yeah.
did you start working with that? Like, how did you?
So, I played Guild Wars before I started
Okay.
playing Dota, and Guild Wars had the minimap in the top right.
Yeah.
So when I could choose like bottom right, oh no, in Han I could choose bottom left or bottom right. Bottom right seemed more natural to me.
Sure, because you're already used to looking to the right
Yeah,
side anyway.
so that was like
Yeah.
the way I got into it, and then I just kept it forever, and now everyone that watches my stream gets annoyed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be like-
your whole team does all sorts of, like they were gonna remove the unit query panel thing.
Right.
But then two of your teammates were like, bro, we're about to play TI and we
Yeah.
use that thing all the time. And now every single time I watch, is it Boxy or?
Boxy and
yeah,
Taiga
Boxy
both
and
play
Taiga.
with a like pop up on the side.
Oh, that one. Well,
Yeah.
technically that's better because you can keep your hero selected
is.
while
if you're
highlighting.
used to it, it gives you way more information.
It does, yeah.
It has a lot of buggy interactions.
Yeah,
to
it doesn't show
you
neutral
can't see
items,
neutral
I
items,
don't- yeah.
but the benefit is you can see when people place wards and fog.
Right,
the
'cause you
thing
see it
stays
goes
up,
down in a count.
and then you can see like the ward disappear from their inventory.
Yeah.
And honestly, right side minimap is also theoretically better because
I've
you're
heard
never
that.
really clicking down to the bottom right. If you're Radiant, then if you're leaving, you're trying to retreat, you're gonna click bottom left. You might misclick your minimap.
Isn't it the same? Is depending on which way you go.
No, but
Well,
Dyer's top
No,
no,
because
right.
you never
because you're
click the bottom
always-
right.
Yeah, so you're either you're clicking bottom left or top right.
I've
So-
heard this too, but I don't. I think like at the end of the day, if you're more used to playing with it on the left, you're probably not misclicking it that much.
Yeah.
Misclicking, I think, is like something that doesn't really happen outside of TI main stage,
Best of ones.
best of ones.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
that's fun.
That was not necessarily misclick. That was just a time thing, right? Because the button stays at the same location. It did then. It got changed since. No.
Has it?
Well, it did on the normal pitch
I'm
screen
very
now.
aware now of the
Yes.
timer. I take an extra look at the timer every single game I play. When I'm about to pick my hero, I'm just like, all right, let's just 1 second. Yeah.
You never
we're
get
on
that
picking.
-2 gold, -2 gold, -2 gold. You're always.
It doesn't happen in pro games, unfortunately.
No, that's
we keep
true.
our gold, but then you just pick a random hero.
Luck of the draw.
All right, here's a question. Hero icons or the little arrows?
Little arrows.
Little
sure.
arrows.
I have hero icons.
Arrows
What is
across
wrong
the-
with
So
you,
do I.
Aiden?
So do
Why?
I.
No.
Why?
Okay.
Because okay, go for it.
I mean, I'm sure we're gonna have the same justification. If you see someone on your team retreating,
Yeah.
you can't tell based off of their picture, but the orientation of the arrow, you can see if they're going this way,
So-
they're going away. If
Yeah.
they're facing this way,
Let me
going
tell
in.
you, I watch my minimap so many times per second, I will see in what direction the icon is moving.
But when a
You have
person
that
is
spatial awareness.
so
Yes.
when a person is using, when you have the arrow, you actually see this thing spin around.
Is that what you expected?
Okay, I don't know if that has
me-
any
to me-
gameplay benefit. That just sounds
On
like
top
an
of
aesthetic
that,
thing, but
it's just easier because some of the portraits really don't look very good.
that's
And
not-
as at the hero, like they don't have the.
You're
you
not-
can't see
evidently
it.
you're
none
not
of us
selling it.
did not have the same justification. on
And
this one,
otherwise, you
Kiefer.
just have colors. It's easier. It's more manageable. It's less clutter on my minimap. It's clean.
I have there's a psychology test, also something I clicked on Reddit for 5 seconds, where they have have you seen the thing where the colors come up and you have to say the word, so it'll be orange, but it'll be colored red, and so it'll be like, say the actual word that you're
Okay.
reading, and then you always get it wrong, you accidentally say the color.
Sure.
Our brain is not good at linking colors to things quickly. And so a lot of the time people will see an arrow that's like a Dota color, and then you won't properly process what color it even was. You're like, I saw somebody there. Often people who use the arrow say, I saw somebody there, and they won't know who it was.
Yeah.
But the hero icons, that's not a problem. But you're right, you can't see the face and direction. That is a
I
problem.
usually
But
memorize whichever color I need to be afraid of. If I'm like, oh, I don't see yellow on the minimap.
I just
Sure,
think it's
okay.
one
X
extra
isn't
step.
there.
It's like quick cast, right?
Fine. Yeah, that's true.
It's like, I think it's a thing of the past. The
Yeah.
colors, like,
I think,
think it's-
I'm not sure. Okay, homework time. Did anybody read the in-game instructions that our observer sent?
no.
Because
We're not
what are
I
they?
can't-
What
I
are
can't
we
handle
using?
this.
What are we using?
yes,
What do you mean? What are
Yes.
we using?
yes.
Are we using the portraits or the arrows and the?
The
colors?
I know the
minimap's
answer
gonna
to
be-
her
We use arrows
question.
always.
The minimap's
Yeah.
going to be on the right.
Nice.
Yeah.
Everybody's gonna get used
We're
to that.
doing colorblind mode for everything.
I've
do.
heard some arguments for that. I don't remember what
Wait,
they
are you
are.
actually colorblind, or do you just
Yeah,
like?
I'm
Oh,
genuinely
okay. Because
colorblind,
I
yeah.
know your stream has it, but I didn't know if it was a
No, I am genuinely colorblind.
red green or what?
Red, green, yeah. Red, green, and brown, actually.
Do you?
So we're in a green screen right now. What do you see, huh?
Yeah,
It's
what do
all
you see?
red.
I knew it.
Then what do you see?
It's just black and white. The entire world is just black and white.
He's a dog, Sheever.
That's not true. Don't put dogs down like
Yeah,
that. That's a
true.
lie.
It's not.
That's a
I'm
lie in a farce.
propagating the myth.
No, it's certain tones of green and certain tones of red kind of blend. Like I would
Okay.
call a certain tone of green red, and you'd be, it's clearly green.
Okay.
But to me, it looks red.
okay.
And especially when they're next to each other, that's like when it's the worst.
Yes.
So with the health
especially when
bars,
it's in a game.
yeah.
When
So having the blue is like much nicer for me.
it's easier.
So then
Yeah.
you couldn't tell strength and agi treads very easily otherwise?
No, I can,
Oh, okay.
but I'm used to it now. I've seen those specific ones so much that it's not a problem. But generally speaking, sometimes some tones of red and some tones of green mesh.
What there's I can't I'm trying so hard to remember, but sometimes your brain just doesn't, compute things.
I'm familiar.
90 IQ and so forth going on. There are actual benefits to using colorblind mode that aren't just for colorblind people. It's something with like the HP bars, but I don't remember exactly what. There was a Reddit post
They're
too.
blue. Does that change?
They're
anything?
blue. It's something about them being blue. I don't remember what exactly it is. I thought maybe you would know because you use colorblind mode, but maybe not. But there are some settings in the game that are not popular yet. They're not mainstream, but they are mathematically better. WASD, for example, this was Aoi that initially told me this. There's a few carry players that use WASD because you can, as your camera is moving, you can move the mouse to cast a spell. Because with every other form of camera movement, your mouse is locked somewhere, either
Yeah.
to the edge of the screen or to a certain position with the camera.
Isn't
grip.
it Matuma Man
Yeah,
that
he
is
does.
using arrow keys
Yeah.
to move, and he literally will let go of his mouse
Yeah, so
to move and back to the mouse?
So Limp does this really interesting thing. At least he used to do it back in Heroes of New Earth, where he
always
uses
coarse.
he uses mouse to move the thing.
Yeah.
And then he'll move his left hand over to the arrows, move his mouse where he wants it, and then move back to like cast spells. He'll use both edge pan and the mouse wheels, and he would like click his
Isn't that-
camera.
Wouldn't you say that's a little bit of a handicap?
I don't know.
Like, obviously
it
it
worked for
works
him,
for him.
obviously.
Obviously
yeah.
it works
Rank
for him.
5, so I don't
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it works for him. But wouldn't you say then that he's going to be even better
He might
if
win
he
a
was
TI.
used to?
He might just like insta win every.
But
the
imagine
next-
how good he would be if he used the normal way.
Yeah,
No,
so
but I just think
might
he uses
Scary.
whatever he wants in that
Yes.
given moment. Like if he needs to use his mouse, then he uses the arrows. If he needs
Yeah,
to,
totally instinct. Totally.
I think so.
I gotta
genuinely
ask
think
you a
so.
goddamn
Yeah.
question because I've looked at your replays. Okay, I'm learning how to play Ogre Magi because this is a very
Okay.
difficult hero, and your camera goes crazy.
no,
What is going on with that?
I just like to be aware of everything that's happening in the game.
Are
and I
you-
think it was worse. Like when I was younger, I did it a lot more than I do now.
Okay,
Yeah.
that doesn't explain it because it's like somebody should send you a doctor with what's going on with your hand, that there's a problem there.
No, he's just absorbing as much
just-
information as
I
possible.
I think when you're a captain, you're just a little bit of a psychopath. You just want to know everything that's going on so that you can you have everything ready after the game. Like this, and this is why we lost. And I know because I watched it all happen.
And because I was thinking, and I don't remember who said this, it might have been BSJ or somebody. People are saying it's because you don't want people to know, you don't want people to watch your player perspective, and so you're making it intentionally hard. That's how bad it. And I watch your replay, so obviously I'm trying to learn something. Lots of respect there, but people are saying that you're trying to make it so that they can't watch it. So it's like vomit-inducing. That's how crazy your camera is.
I've never heard this before.
What DPI do you play with?
400.
400?
I have like 500 or 400.
Oh
it's
my
super
God.
low. My mouse doesn't move. If you look, my mouse is like only in the middle of my screen.
What about your camera acceleration?
Normal.
Normal? So it's
I just
not...
click on the minimap.
Okay. Yeah, you do this all around. You seriously?
So I actually play with, you know these like drawing pens? Yeah, that's what I play
That's
with.
what Jarek's has been doing.
I've been,
yeah, that's
I've been
really
using
cool,
the...
He
actually.
retired from
joystick.
Dota, was like, all right, tablet, that's what I'm going to do now.
Yeah.
I'm going to play games with the tablet, and now OG needs to figure out a way to win without him.
Yeah, and now we still need to watch some Dota, which, by the way, Tsunami is he's sweating
Shiver,
more
you're
and
on
more.
thin ice.
Yeah, because we are still, of course, waiting for the games to start. Don't worry, we won't let the games start without you noticing it. None of the games have begun just yet. Still some issues that we are trying to get fixed. But if you've just joined us because you figured, hey, by now the game should be going on, hello, it's not the case yet, but we will catch you up on what will happen today. So we can take a look at the schedule once more to just give you a little bit of an overview of all the games that will happen today, one way or another. We're gonna start off this stream actually once it's live with EG versus Aster, and we're gonna have 5 streams in total. This is of course one of the streams, but then we're gonna have 4 different streams, stream A, B, C, and D, all with 5 series of 2 games being played. And I mean, we're just gonna go over it real quick once again. Tsunami Stream B is gonna have some exciting stuff coming up today. We didn't actually talk about Elephant and Fnatic,
No.
which I think is gonna be a very exciting series as well.
Yeah, because Fnatic had a less than stellar DPC Southeast Asia, and they were bouncing around with their roster as they were shifting players around. They ended up bringing in Death, who had a pretty impressive performance at the Singapore Major as a stand-in. And
Hell yeah.
Elephant, I have been extremely critical of because it's a team of superstars that kind of do bad a lot. And so both of these teams I have had low expectations for throughout the DPC. But now, Aiden, like a lot of people are considering Elephant to be good, and not just like good in China, but like a contender at this TI. What's
Yeah.
up with that?
I mean, I think in general, when you get to big stages, you're gonna look at the big names. Like,
Yeah.
these are the guys that have been here before, they have performed here before. And I think this TI, more than any TI, there's a pretty clear distinction between the teams that have very, very experienced players that have done well at LANs, and then the teams that are just brand new, more or less. Or like, especially when it comes to LAN experience. And I think the 2 years leading up is a big part of, like a big reason for that. It's been so much online gameplay. And I think like that's why teams like Elephant gain popularity when, you know, it's TI time. Who are you gonna look for? You're gonna look at FY.
Yeah.
You're gonna look at Yang,
Yeah.
Paparazzi or Eurus, whatever he prefers. Somnus maybe. Like these guys have proven that they're good players at TI.
Yep, they can perform under pressure, and it's going to be very important for them to do that this time around as well. There is a lot of pressure on all the players here. We got a lot of first-timers, so we're going to see how they do deal with that pressure, by the way. Last TI, 25 first-timers. This TI, 39. That's a big increase right there, and I believe that is excluding coaches even. So it's because there's so much less European teams and so many more
so,
SA
yeah.
teams. Yeah, so
every single time Liquid or Nigma was also
Yeah.
5 players that had been to 1,000 TIs at that
Exactly.
point. And so that's excluded 3 South American teams, like we mentioned.
Like half of them are TI winners too.
yes,
Yeah, also true. So yeah, the lack of European teams has brought in a lot of new blood, and then North America also. Like Undying, Moon Meanders played a TI,
Dubu shut up with MVP.
yeah,
Yeah, but it's just those 2, right?
yep. Saberlight, nothing. Brown, nothing.
Yeah. So a lot of
Tomato not played at TI?
Tomato has.
He's definitely played like DPC events. Like
Yes.
majors,
Yes. He's
majors,
been at
minors.
events, but he's not
Before
he's
this
not
year's
played at a
DPC.
TI, I believe. But I can look it up on my notebook if you want. But at the moment, I mean, everybody knows we're still waiting for the games to start, and we have been waiting for a little while. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer, but we are going to take a short break, and when we're back, we will have the issues fixed, and we'll be back with some Dota games. So we're gonna let you get a moment to yourself to make sure you still can get your snacks or get some coffee and tea.
Shiver, I swear to God. If this
It
TI does
will
not
happen. It will happen.
I am.
It will happen. We will get this International 10 underway, I promise. But it will happen after this. We are moments away from getting these group stages of the International 10 underway. We know you can't wait. We can't wait either. I know a lot of you have joined us during the break, so we're gonna quickly let you know what's going on this stream. You might have noticed that there is 5 streams live with the International at the moment. And you joined us for the right one. You're at the right place. Please stay. Well, no, you don't have to if you don't want to, because there's so much content. There are going to be 5 series on each of the streams. Every series is 2 games. Then there's 4 streams. Yes, 40 games will be played today in the group stage. And we'll have those 40 games again tomorrow and then the day afterwards as well. And the group stages will end the day after that. A lot of games to go through, and on this stream, this is the multicast, so we'll keep you up to date of all the different games. We'll jump around from game to game, whichever game we think is the most exciting to watch, the most interesting to see how the teams are performing, or maybe there's some goofiness going on that we want to check out. We have the luxury of choice here, and we'll of course also keep you up to date with all the scores of all the streams that are, as they are coming in. So that's the multicast. There are the other streams that are very, like, a lot of games. Every game, every stream has their own caster pair as well, where you might want to tune in as well, because on this stream, it's going to be us. And when I say us, it's not just me, it's also Tsunami, Jenkins, Insania. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
What's up? Today's schedule, Tsunami.
EG versus Aster will be the first game that we
yes.
tune into on the multicast. And if we should reiterate yet again, Aster is going to be playing with a stand-in.
Yes.
They had health issues due to COVID, and so White Album will be replaced by 86, which was a little bit surprising because Burning owns Aster.
He's here.
And he's here, and he specifically did not want to play.
I don't blame him.
I don't blame him.
He's an owner now. I mean, I feel like,
Yeah.
you know.
I don't think that Loda would stand in also for Alliance if he needed to.
Yeah.
'Cause, I mean, sure, they were players, but still. And then Stream B, IG versus T1 is going to be the lead off for that. And Jenkins, I know you're hot on T1.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hot on both of these teams. IG, insane players. They all, Emo in particular, infamous question mark. They play around him a lot, and he does the craziest shit, just, you know, contesting stacks completely on his own, 1v5. Love watching them play. And then T1, you have this team that performs so exceptionally well under pressure. That team has a lot of heart, you know, and I think in a TI, that's when that needs to come out, because there's so much chaos, there's so much emotion, and just having a family sort of environment that you can go back to is what's going to get you through that.
Yeah, and on Stream C, Insania, we got very exciting games as well.
Yeah, VP up against Undying. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how VP perform on LAN. And Undying is a pretty wild team. I personally don't really know that much about them. We scrimmed them a little bit before playing the TI qualifiers, but that was so long ago now.
Yeah.
So
I'm very excited on Stream C as well. At the 4th series, I believe, of the day. It's going to be VP versus Alliance. Both teams traditionally not great when it comes to LAN performance. This time there will be a victor, so that's exciting stuff regardless. And then on Stream D, we're going to kick things off with a European Showdown of OG versus Alliance. There are a lot of games, and I don't blame you if you don't exactly know when you can see which games. But don't worry, if you go to dota2.com/esports, you will be able to find out the exact schedule. And I have already seen a lot of setups of people trying to watch all the games at the same time. Kudos to you. And if you do have those pictures ready, make sure to tag #TI10 for all your social media platforms, so we can get a glimpse of your TI feel, of your TI vibe as we get going with this tournament. We are going to start, not with EG Aster, but we are going to start by jumping into a game that is live right now. We're going to go to Stream B, which is IG versus T1.
It's happening?
It is happening.
All right, this is the one I wanted to see.
International 2021 is actually
It is actually happening. Call your mom, call your grandma,
Wake your
parents.
dog.
Wake your dog. It's happening.
I'm calling my
And
second cousin.
right now.
I'm gonna Skype him.
Okay. We actually have the game live. we will mostly see gameplay, but for this, we're going to also see the drafts. And we only briefly talked about the actual Dota being played, but one of the heroes that Jenkins mentioned was that Tiny was going to be his expected most banned hero, and already we see him first phase banned, Jenkins.
Yeah, okay, I have some like kind of dumb reasoning. Okay, there's a part of this that's dumb and then a part that's kind of not. I hear people complaining about Tiny all the time in pubs.
Yes.
These tier 1 pro players, I've been sniping them and they just dodging me, of course, after one game, 1-17. But they are just complaining. It's like, oh my God, please first pick Tiny. Somebody first pick Tiny so it gets banned. And then either you get it, rarely, or it ends up getting banned out. So that's one reason. And it's the most picked hero on pro level pubs too. Dota 2 Pro Tracker, it's the #1 thing.
Yeah.
Oftentimes that isn't necessarily what's going to get banned out every single time, but it's really the complaining that makes me think that it's
People
so good.
just don't want to play against it.
They just don't
at
like
this point.
it. It's just so annoying. 3,000 HP hero at 10 minutes into the game. How the hell do you deal with it?
How do you deal with it? Indeed, we will have our first pick. It will be the IO, Tiny or not, Insania. IO back on the menu.
Yeah, it's been a very popular hero. I think you're going to see it both in the 3 and a 4 position. So you will see the core IO that we saw last TI. Slightly different though. I think it's going to be more built around the Holy Locket and the mech. So more of a healer support type build for Wisp at this TI, I think. Not so much Aghanims.
It's a bit different from last time.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it as strong, you feel? Like, is it, obviously we see it here, first phase picked. Do you feel like that's going to be the standard for this hero?
I mean, I'm just looking at all 4 streams at once. I have the luxury of being able to do that, and I notice it's banned out in other series. So I think it's a strong hero. Yeah, I don't know if it's as auto-win as it was the year when OG played it as a core, but I definitely think it's going to be a popular hero that we will see quite a bit. And it's hard to really know before group stages start, right? We won't know what heroes people really value, but Wisp, based on my personal pub experience, seems like it's going to be frequently.
My theory on IO is that with the stacking nerfs, obviously just sitting in your triangle and standing on high ground with some Ogre Magi and tanking enemy smokes and just protecting your own side of the map will probably fall off a decent amount. I know we see Gyrocopter, which is a stack farmer, but IO plays differently where you just consume an entire section of the map with the IO +1 and then relocate to the fight. So it's kind of a way where you're getting the same amount of creeps as you would from stacking camps without stacking camps. And obviously they will with the gyro, but a lot less so with the IO because they can just move so quickly around the map.
And even though Shiver, the game did start, I was still a little bit skeptical.
Yes.
I was like, is this a replay? But IG have picked Lion yet again. Kaka, I swear, he only knows Shaman and Lion. And he does good with them. But it was Singapore that he was spamming them. DPC Season 2. Animator for whatever few games that they played.
It won them the Singapore Major,
It did,
though.
exactly. That's why I have no complaints. But that's also 4 months ago. Things may have changed. What do you think?
More than
do you
that.
think Lion's, yeah, actually it is longer than that. I'm thinking, yeah, okay.
If we were August, you would be right, but now
That's
it's 6
true.
months ago.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
What's your stance on Lion right now?
I think it's just a well-rounded hero overall. I think it's like this. I think this TI, you're going to notice a lot of different playstyles. And this is what I meant with the month leading up to these group stages. I think teams have very different ideas about what the right way to go about things are. And I think you're going to notice a lot of different playstyles, even between teams from the same region, because they've been here for so long, and they've been scrimming for so long. So it doesn't surprise me that IG goes to something they're comfortable playing. Like Kaka Lion, it's a hero player special thing, and I think you're going to have a lot of that this year, where people that are good at certain heroes are probably going to be playing those heroes, because the patch allows for it, and it's really, really cool.
Maybe even more so on day 1 of the group stages, right? You want to keep things comfortable, not go too far out of the box, just get your toes in the water to see how it goes also outside the game. We talked a lot about nerves and about mental state. If you start off in a comfortable way, and if you start out with a win especially, then you can build on that.
Sets the tone,
it
yeah,
sets the
for
tone,
sure.
and it definitely helps your mental state a lot.
Okay, so I'm watching the other games. There are currently 18 different, there is not a single duplicate hero right now in the 4 game streams going on right now.
That is crazy,
Which is
actually. We have some
Still none. We got another pick coming out.
That
Oh,
is
look at this.
wild,
Great.
actually.
The VP Undying drafts to me look very, very interesting. Based on what I know from my experience of playing Dota recently, they don't look at like something I'd expect, which is very interesting. I think
Bounty
VP have
Hunter?
like they were playing a very different style.
I see first pick Tidehunter. I think, hey,
Shiva.
my voice line might be
Shiva.
Shiva.
So I have good intel actually on OG,
Okay.
and it seems like they've put a lot of thought into which voice lines they're gonna use, and they've
Oh.
coordinated
Really?
some stuff out. Yeah, I think.
They used to change their wheels for each team that they would play.
No, they genuinely like. Note has a lot of strategy going into like his voice line usage and when you use it and how you use it and how creative you are, and there was a long conversation about this. So
you're
He's
telling
got
me-
2 coaches. He has the luxury to afford brain
precisely,
space.
precisely.
One of them is focused on that. So
Exactly.
you're telling me Effie's going to sell another 50,000 signatures?
Hey, I don't know which one they're gonna go with today, but there was a discussion going on.
All right, well, if an Ursa gets picked against OG, that means that my voice line's going to be in the mix then.
Oh, too bad with the nerfs.
It's still not another duplicate
still
hero.
no
This is
duplicate.
crazy to me.
Yeah, it's like I said, you're gonna see a lot of different styles. I think people have very different approaches to this patch.
Still not. What on earth?
How is
I
that
think-
even possible? Because obviously we have some of the same bans, which is fair. Some heroes are picked that are banned on other games, but none? Like none?
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
also
Someone
happy
do
to
the
see
math on that.
Dawnbreaker is in the mix already. Game
Yeah.
1, first TI appearance is going to be on VP.
Yeah.
For sure. Oh, there we go. Our first duplicate.
Undying
We got
gets
Undying
cloned.
as
So-
the first duplicate, which is surprising to me as a hero, regardless.
Really?
Like
Monkey King
to
is
have that
banned
to
in-
be the
Oh,
first
I
duplicate.
see, yeah. It's been quite a popular hero in pubs recently. I think generally speaking for the position 5, just strong lane dominant heroes are going to be popular. I think
2 Morphlings.
based on the drafts that I see, EG's is like, they're just picking win rate heroes right now. Like I think both Tiny and Bane have been very, very high win rates, extremely powerful heroes. So based on just like what I know, EG's looks the most standard, which is not surprising to me because I think they would be the team that would have the patch the most figured out.
Is Core Undying a meme, Jenkins, or is it real?
The laning stage is a real problem.
Okay.
You're just sitting there at like 10% HP because your decays are wearing off and you get very sad. But if you're against, Omni Sven was what LGD was picking it against. And so that was, obviously 2 melee strength heroes you could completely crush.
Yeah. And
but-
I mean, I think the really cool thing about Undying as a core is you can level up Tombstone and you can stack up the Ancients. And then with level 3 or 4 Tombstone, you can basically clear any size Ancient stack. You just
Yeah.
go over there, drop it, and
Yeah, you can solo Roche at 20 minutes.
it's crazy.
You get it. You need treads for the attack speed, but you get the Aghanim shard and you just punch it, and the zombies keep spawning, and you literally solo Roche. It's pretty nuts. I mean, you can do it on 5. Like you can help solo Roche, but the thing is, like, are you going to get an Ag shard as a 5 at 20 minutes?
On the
Probably not.
OG game, they picked AA against the Morphling, and then the IGT1 game in the top right, AA is still unbanned, and there's an IO and Morphling on both sides. but
You have very good vision, sir.
I actually got LASIK 2 months ago.
Really, I have
yeah.
a laptop in front of me, and I can't see the band.
My optometrist will be very happy.
There's something interesting going on in the OG draft too, where if you notice that they have picked AA, Rubik, Legion, and Tide, and one of these 4 heroes is going mid.
Yep.
So it could be the
Yeah.
Thompson, either Rubik mid, but very likely the AA mid, which is the Thompson special.
You played Core Tide also.
It's core tide,
Yeah.
tide carry. Yeah.
I just assume because there's a Morphling here, and they picked the AA the way they did. I'm thinking it's mid.
Okay.
And it's something that I think he's probably the only person that would do it.
Yeah, Thompson would just say, give me AA, I'll
Yeah.
be fine. Yeah.
So I think that could be something very interesting going on.
Yeah, we will end up narrowing in on Aster versus EG in terms of drafting once the games kick off a little bit. So we do have the single focus in a little bit, don't worry. Otherwise it will be very hectic to actually try to follow 4 games like
Yeah.
this. That's going to be very interesting. But it is crazy to see how many different ideas of Dota all of the teams have that are playing right now. And it took a while to get like a hero double to even show up, which
it's like
is
We still only have 2. It's just Morphling Undying
it is,
so far.
and that feels crazy. Of course, EG and Aster are a little bit behind on the draft, so we might have some more doubles coming out there. Aster coming out from the Chinese region, and it was PSG LGD that really enjoyed playing off lane Undying for Face Beyond. So I would also be, I would like to see it. But I wouldn't be surprised to see if it comes out as a core. They'll end up going with the Lion as well. Can't really go wrong with that. What are you trying to see?
Sorry, I wanted to see what Thompson picked on OG. It looks like
Great question.
Hey.
I can find
can't
out for
see
you.
it.
All right.
He picked Tidehunter.
So
Tops and Tide.
It's Tops
God.
and Tide,
Okay.
Saxa, Rubik, Seb, Legion
jeez.
Commander.
That is on Stream D. By the
Sumail
way,
Clicks.
Trent and Lyrical will be able to take you through the motions of the Tops and Tide, and hopefully that will be playing out the way OG will want it, because it's gonna be a hit or miss. I feel like that one.
Or you can tune into IGT1. They got a JT Tide.
Yes.
So
I think the story of the Alliance OG game is going to be the Ags Morphling with the Shaker, obviously, versus if the Clinks can get strong enough to basically dominate the game and they use the AA and their 4-man ball to win.
And then we already have our first blood spilled. The first blood of TI-10 spilled on Stream C. Make sure you tune into VP versus Undying by Moxie and Purge, and that is on Stream C. And as I said, we're gonna continue narrowing in on Aster versus EG, and we got ourselves a Bane Mirana combination, so there already some nice kill potential. I feel like when you play an opening game, just stick to
Stuns.
simple Dota. Does that sound wrong? I mean, I feel like just cookie cutter.
historically,
This
that's
works.
been EG's approach in general, though not
Sure.
necessarily. Although usually they do bad in the group stage. Well, I don't know if that trend has still been continuing as of the most recent DPC, but EG at TI group stage usually kind of struggling.
They didn't have to play group stages in the Singapore major,
Right.
but then for the ANA major, they did make it to upper bracket, but it wasn't with flying colors.
Yeah.
But they do well enough to get upper bracket, but not bad enough to go they just cruising through. I feel like in that sense they're somewhat similar to Vici Gaming. They're just flying under the radar sometimes a little bit.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Now,
being IG, being a big brand, people are going to look at them, but
I know what it is.
oh yeah,
It's Bulba.
yeah.
He's an overthinker.
Okay.
That's why he wears the hat. It's always the same hat. He won't sell it to me because he only has one. He's an overthinker, and when he's forced to adapt, that's actually where he is the best with his drafts. And the problem is when he has a lot of time to prepare, he's like, oh, Arteezy's going to be Nature's Prophet.
Abed Storm.
Yeah, exactly. And it's, come on, Bulba, take the hat off for God's sakes.
So what you're saying is, if he took the hat off at the Singapore major, they would have probably won?
They would have escorted him out because of the stench, but they might have won. Yeah.
It's okay. For people that might have missed that, EG in that finals up against IG, they were 2 games up, and then they got reversed sweeped by IG. That was a little bit of a painful loss there, and
was rough.
definitely a reason why we all think that Dr. K helping them
Yes. Yeah. My girlfriend went to sleep that night. She's like, EG's got this. And then she woke up and I was like, yeah, I hate to break it to you, dear. We didn't win another major.
Arteezy still hasn't won a land.
Yeah.
A Valve land.
All right, I want to narrow in on Stream D if possible, because we got a little bit of a 1v1 going on, and it's OG Alliance. I know Instania really wants to watch this one regardless, and we were all curious to see how this mid-tide will play out.
Yeah, so is there anything that happened later in the draft in Sania that you think made them less likely to pick the core AA?
I am actually not sure.
Like-
But I noticed they have a Quap 4 on Alliance.
Oh,
And they
yeah.
picked Alina to counter the Tide mid, I guess.
I see. Maybe the swap happened where the AA was going to go mid, but then it's like a Queen of Pain versus AA. That sounds like a really horrible matchup. It's not a morph mid. Put the Tide mid. I don't know. I don't feel like Alina does that well against Tide, though. She just right clicks.
I would assume she does well in the lane. The only issue I have with Alliance's position in this game, I think this is a situation that might occur quite a lot during this event, where OG's drafting a very well-rounded draft, and they are going to look to be strong in team fights. They have heroes that are really going to excel there, and Alliance, on the other hand, they're looking to snowball the game more. They're trying to play off of like their individual farm. They need these heroes to get a lot of gold out of the early game, and then use that to win team fights for them. Because, like for example, this Earthshaker, whenever he's going to blink in and Echo Slam, there's going to be a Ravage countering it from Topson. So OG has a way of nullifying Alliance's teamfight presence. So for that reason, Alliance are going to need to be ahead so they can pick and choose a little bit better from what they want.
And it's an offlane shaker, too. So maybe we're gonna see some Aghanims built on here. Oh, of course, it's the Shaker
Shaker.
morph. So he'll
Yeah.
probably end up going for a blink just for the team fight, but obviously eventually pick up the eggs.
So how did the timings change? Because I know almost exactly 2 years ago, I think it was MDL Changsha. It was TNC that was always doing the morph shaker every single time. But then the allied time on morph got moved to the level 20 talent instead of level
so
15.
you need Aghanims now on morph
Right.
Eggs in 18, I think, is what
to
people...
copy allies.
Right.
Back
But-
then it was a talent, right?
Was that the change back then?
Yeah, and that's a camp
I think it
where
was a
you can't
talent.
so
There,
many-
there were,
been
there
so
were
many
two
cha-
spikes. There was one with the talent, and then obviously one with the scepter also. But all I know is that the timings have changed, at least in the past year or so.
You get the, like, it's like a 5-second downtime on the morph at 18. I know 18 ends.
Okay,
It's a
I see.
5-second downtime, which is what people play for. But when you get it pre-18, it's still decent. It's just like if,
It'll win you a team fight.
yeah, if
though.
morph is down, like you just don't fight,
Yeah.
or you're selective about your fights.
Yeah, and that's not just like a lucky thing that Sox.
I mean, I think the story of Morph Shaker usually is getting there.
In that angle
It's the same with like
towards
this
FNG.
Morph
Like, he's
AA.
hoping that you're gonna make that mistake.
But now
It's something
Shaker is
that's so
improving
easy.
to be
We
a
all
very
do in
strong
our
laning
own games,
hero.
but like when you're on the big
So
stage
I think the
like
heroes
this,
come back
it's something
mainly
a
for
lot of
that
pro
reason.
players
You can
want
get it
to
through the
skill
early game
are
without
used to
struggling
do.
too much.
It's just like the constant idea
And the
of where
current
my
meta.
career is right now and not losing it, 'cause it's very
The
punishing.
cleave,
Not just for
I thought was
yourself,
going to
but
be
for
more
your camera, right?
effective
Like,
when I
you're a
first read the patch notes. The cleave on the Aghanims, and I'm wondering maybe is that more effective for Morphling? Does it even work with the
I
range
think it
attack?
works with the range attack actually.
Yeah, it should work.
It should be. I think it's the only ranged cleaves mechanic in Dota.
That sounds pretty dope on
Yeah.
Morph, actually.
Yeah. I do think also they changed the Shaker Axe, right? It used to make you pretty much immune to stuns while you were jumping around.
Correct, yeah. Now you'll get interrupted.
Yeah. So I think Morph like lost a little bit of unkillability.
You could do it through root as well.
You do it
Yeah.
through, and the cast time, like you used to spend way less time in the air. Now you kind of have to actually move.
Well,
the
they
trajectory.
I'm just
made
saying,
that
I
a
think
little
that
bit
makes
better.
more force. It forces Morph to buy other items before just
Right.
rushing the ads in the way that you could before. So
Diving into the tower. Still no first
How
blood.
is this tied mid doing, by the way? Can we tell from this distance? Or
He's
I'm looking
third
to
in last
Jenkins.
hits.
19-1 to 23-9. So
Tsunami,
That's
that game
very
is a
good for
different
Tiger.
game. I just want to point that out.
No, they're two Tidehunters who are third in last hits right now.
he's right. They're both third, but they're
Okay.
different teams.
Because I also had the same thought.
I was so confused.
We're calibrating the multicast
Yeah.
right
We
now.
have
It's day one jitters.
so many screens.
We're trying to absorb all the information. And yeah, if you're curious at home, if you want a cast, you can go to
Yeah.
any of the individual streams.
Yeah.
The goal of this stream is to bounce around between all 4 games if something interesting is happening and just have a casual chat with our boy Insania here.
Still no
Just
true
Just
first blood
Just
here.
Insania. Just be here all
Insania.
night.
I see.
I'll be around all
tips.
day.
You don't lane in the river with creeps.
But this Tidehunter is not doing bad then. Like, obviously, it's Selena at the top of
For the
fastest.
matchup, he's doing above what I would expect.
Is this caster curse or what? No, he's fine. He's fine. He's got fairy fire. It's not going anywhere.
Do you think I have the power yet?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you get it immediately?
Oh, yeah.
I
Yeah.
think, I
It's a
think
genius.
it's just instant. It's like that.
Limp is really performing extremely well in the middle lane here.
You
I'm just
can't
kidding. I
force
don't
You
think
can't
so.
force it. Yeah, it has to be inadvertent. You can't
Yeah.
even
I
be
see.
thinking about
It
it.
has to be
see,
just
I see.
pathetic and embarrassing.
Uh,
He's 10 CS
so I need to just say something that sounds smart, and then it Dota
Exactly.
will prove me wrong.
Exactly.
100%.
Come down to
Yeah.
our level.
Well, there's no risk for that.
You
So.
can hit him. There's obviously a lot of value with that.
By
So-
the way, at the end of the day after the draft was done, also for EG Aster, we had Morphling in 3 of the games, and Elder Titan, other than Undying, was the other double. So there were only 3 heroes that were picked in multiple
Wow.
streams, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I also noticed that I think EG is the only team that got Tiny.
Yes,
Yes.
the
And
rest
it was
all
first
banned.
pick of the draft.
Yeah.
I'm curious how that's going to play out.
Monkey King was banned in every draft too. I mean, I hear people complaining about that hero despite the nerfs. Boundless Strike, the crit on it got nerfed a huge amount in the early levels, but still, it's like, I mean, you get levels as a core, I suppose, so it doesn't matter so much.
Why wasn't even seeing it necessarily as a core all the time? I was seeing Monkey King's support start to make a resurgence recently.
That's
yeah,
true.
It's,
That's
it's
true.
the
That helps.
flexibility of the hero. Generally speaking, when you're drafting,
But one thing that
having
OG
the
have done
option
is
of
that
being
they're
able to
keeping
shift
their
things
5
around
high
and keeping your
when you
options
look
open
over at,
gives you
FNG,
more
not
alternatives when you get
expecting
deep
much.
into the
Nozel,
draft.
AA, very
And you can
quick
react
hero
more
that
to the
he
enemy
wants to be
counter
ready to
pick.
combo
Like,
as soon as
for
possible
example,
with
if
those
the enemy
PG
team has a
commander.
last pick
So
hero,
he's not trying to shy
but
away
they
from
have
the
already
XP
locked
that
in 4 of their positions, it's easy to set up the draft in a way where you don't get the perfect pick. But if you have options of running maybe 15 or 20 different heroes as your last pick, then you set yourself up to have more options, can make a better choice. And that's where like having flexible heroes like Monkey King that can play position 5, 4, 3, 2, even 1, become really, really high value.
I think my fantasy points are already screwed. Oh, there's First Blood.
First Blood, FNG going down to the Thompson Tide, invading.
That's why Undying can't be a core. Like it's hard to have him be a core because he's just running around at 10% HP somewhere. It's like, oh, there's a free kill. Very nice.
Not something you really expect from a Tide Hunter.
So then in the same
but, when
vein
they're
of
unable to
the
do it,
flexibility that you mentioned,
natural
saying,
pet. But of
we
course, I really
talked
like
about Tiny
knocking
being first pick.
that
Is
is
Tiny
my
flexible right now?
standard,
'Cause-
Absolutely. I think you can play him on any
Grab
position
once,
between
you get,
4
like,
and
one kill,
1.
You're lucky to
So
that early in the
probably
game.
not a 5.
The
I think
earlier
maybe
points
some
on
team
like
might do it,
anchor
but
smash
I think
would be
you
like, I'd
want
be
to
fine
stay
with,
away
like,
from
a
that.
0-4-4
And again, these heroes that are able to fill multiple roles are going to be useful for these teams. Like even you notice that Tidehunter first pick from OG, we all expect it to be an offlaner, but
Yeah.
there is a reality in which No-Tail could play it, Thompson can play it, so it goes in all 3 of their lanes, and they're able to pick their matchups the way they want to, and it sets themselves up for success when they do it that way. They just have more options when they get deeper into the draft, whereas the Lions have like these heroes that are almost player locked. We know that Nico Baby's going to play the Morph lane. We know that FNG is going to play the Undying, and which was why I was so curious about the Quaff on Handskin, because I wouldn't really expect them to have that kind of flexibility.
Yeah, which is a good sign, you think, going into TI that they are showing this flexibility.
Yeah, I think it's, for me, the way Alliance have been in the past, I think they're very good at drafting and they know their matchups really well, but they have a tendency to get pretty predictable, and they limit themselves in options when they do that. So yeah, seeing a little bit of flex is good.
Yeah, wasn't it the end of season 2 DPC? It was always limp DK every
Yeah,
single time.
it was a lot.
It worked.
Like yeah, it worked. I mean, they're winning with it, so it's not like that. That's not an issue. But it does mean that coming to the big stage, coming to an international LAN, then you're gonna get like everybody knows what you're gonna do, so you're gonna get figured out. At the moment, though, it feels like Alliance is definitely doing a little bit better in terms of net worth. You can see them coming out ahead of the lanes. But I'm still waiting for that team fight to come out from OG. I feel like they are just biding their time, getting their items, and then they're gonna be having go time. As a traditional OG standard always was. A TI9, it was always minute 12, minute 11, they will dive tier 1 towers to get that fight, force
So
that
that's
fight.
usually when you finish up your first core item on most heroes. That's around the timing that like the first big item comes out. I would say though, based on the items that I'm seeing on OG's heroes and the progression of the game, I think they're very happy with the pacing. I think Alliance wanted to be a little bit more ahead, and they wanted to have Limp maybe like dominate the middle lane a bit harder and use that to snowball their game.
The one thing they do have going for them though is that like the Lina build is like travels rush into BKB usually these days, and so they will have the timing where when OG wants to fight, Lina probably will have BKB just with how well the game is going. And I think whenever there's like a Tidehunter on one team, it's like having an early BKB hero super value. It makes it so like you can't just run at all your tier 1s and take them for free. But with that being said, you have the duel, you have the Clinks. Like there are heroes that do BKB piercing things, so it's not the absolute worst.
Do you deal enough damage as a Lina against a Clinks if you just go Travels BKB? Because I'm always seeing like the Chrysalis, not necessarily rush, but picked up fairly early on.
I think so. Like the hero naturally, just the attack speed. Atomic War made me realize this. Like she can be actually played as a carry. She just like the Fiery Soul is just so insane. The amount of attack speed you get out of it. You just throw one damage item on there, and all of a sudden, like, even the BKB damage is often enough.
That used to be 40 seconds.
I was under the impression that Clinks, the hero that we see, that we just saw clear Big Ancients, like I thought Clinks was nerfed to the point where we weren't going to see him do as well as we saw a couple of months ago. But am I wrong in that? Because so far, this Clinks on the side of OG looking pretty strong.
I think it's moved to a later draft pick. So for example, Tiny right now, you're going to notice is just people are going to throw themselves over it, and you can pick it very early.
Yeah.
And I think Clinks was a little bit in that tier before.
Yeah.
Whereas now, I think the hero still farms very fast, and in the right game, he can be very, very powerful. I think, for example, in this game where OG have picked it, it looks good. He doesn't really have that many struggles. He can freely run around the map. There isn't this one hero that like, oh, if he can't see 3 heroes, he's going to be scared. As long as he sees the Earthshaker, there's not really any hero that can set up on him. So the Earthshaker is really the only threat, so most of the map's going to be available for him to run around on. So I think he's going to have a nice time. And more important than anything, he farms extremely fast. And that's been like his primary, what made him so strong in the first place. And that hasn't changed.
And the supports on Alliance as well, in regards to like why Klinks it's a decent Klinks pick this game. Queen of Pain, Undying. Who's
Yeah.
contesting the stacks?
Yeah.
Like it's free to just farm stacks, so it's one of those things that gets nerfed, and you think like, well, 15% in Dota. I mean, that's a big number for Dota terms. You know, heroes lose like one stat and they become terrible. So, but in a game like this where it's like there's just no way to contest the stacks, well then why not just farm?
So when you talk about contesting stacks, do you just want to send one hero ideally? Because I would think Undying, oh, Tombstone, that's great. You know, you and your team show up at the enemy jungle, you can take it over.
A few. I mean, problem is there's no setup like ganking hero. There's no, Bane into Mirana combo,
okay.
something like that. Like they're really dependent on S4 getting a Blink Dagger to initiate, because that's the only way that they're going to get a stun off on anybody reasonably. Or Lina, Limp picking up like a Yule Scepter. But the build, like I said, is travels BKB because it's just the safest thing right now. So it's
I
it's
think
tough
you
for
can
them.
I think you can look at it like this. If you look at Alliance's heroes, you're going to notice all three of their cores, they want to reach a certain item timing in the game. So, and then you look at OG's draft, and they are also the same. All these heroes want to hit a certain item timing before they want to fight. You want that Klink's BKB, for example. You want Titan to get his first two items. You want the Earthshaker Blink. Lina wants her BKB. So both teams, they kind of want to sit back and hit their timings. And the goal is that when we hit our timing, we're going to be stronger than you. And I think in that specific war, I think OG's draft is stronger on their timing. But Alliance have the edge of trying to hit their timing before OG hits theirs. So I think that's why where Jenkins means like you're not going to see Alliance really invading until they have their items.
Like right now,
Which
they
do
smoked
right
up,
now.
but
Exactly.
there's already an invasion of OG on the other side. So did their smoke just break?
They did.
They resmoked?
So Alliance don't want to go on the Tidehunter. Wherever the Tidehunter is, they want to move away from.
Yeah.
And they ran into Topstone, so they immediately
Oh,
know they
that's
need
not
to
a
get
great
out.
kill either.
If they even get
If they
out.
even
Oh, the Tumblr's still alive.
Yeah, should we
All
explain
right.
neutral
Yeah, let's
items
talk
to
about
people?
neutral items again, because last TI we had no neutral items and we had no scepters. And you're going to hear those two terms a lot because every hero has a different upgrade, which is a scepter.
Shard.
Shard.
Aghanim's Shard.
Aghanim Shard.
Aghanim
Jeez,
Shard.
they already messed it
Aghanim
up.
Shard and then
Aghanim
Aghanim
Shard.
Yeah, okay, so...
People knew Aghanim Scepter.
Correct.
Well, we could save the Aghanim Shards because it's not 20 minutes quite
Sure.
yet,
Correct.
so.
But it is
Okay.
7 minutes. So neutral items,
Neutral items.
was a concept introduced into Dota maybe 2 or 3 months after TI9. Very controversial at first, and it has gone through a lot of iterations since then. And at this point, I think most everyone accepts it as a pretty natural part of the game. But when you go into the jungle, you at 7 minutes, you can get a variety of tier 1 neutral items. And these are usually
20-ish.
pretty generic upgrades. Like sometimes it's just a couple of stats. There's a few that like you stand in the river and you get like some bonus regen. The one that you just saw the Ancient Apparition use is called Tumbler's Toy. And it has some stats like, I think HP?
Mana.
Mana. You get more mana, and then it has an active that it's like a little teeny tiny mini force staff.
And it makes a
Maybe jump.
it makes
Boing.
a boing
And you can
noise.
only use it on yourself.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
Yes,
stealth.
and it goes on cooldown if you get attacked.
Yeah, for like 3 seconds. Same
Yes.
as Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the slot that you see. You see the Earthshaker's 6 items, then on the...
Oh, the prediction. That was a nice Blink duel. I don't know if it's going well for him though. Oh, big Ravage.
Big Ravage. Was that worth it though? All they killed was a support Queen of Pain. Now they're on the run.
It wanted to win the duel.
Yeah.
Wolfman wants to play.
I mean, when we're talking about
Oh,
draft,
beautiful.
so okay. That's beautiful. When we're talking about Alliance having sometimes predictable drafts, OG in a sense is predictable in the sense that around this time they will try to force a fight, and it looked like Alliance was very well aware of that, and they just, they beat them in that fight for sure.
That's
Counterplayed.
that's exactly what you want for your first big Echo Slam on Earthshaker. Mm-hmm. That's what makes you keep picking that hero.
So I think here's an interesting thing about this game too. When Alliance use their Echo Slam, now their draft is kind of all on cooldown. If you think about it, it's very hard for them to make plays now, and it's hard for them to team fight. Whereas OG, between AA, Legion Commander, even Klinks' map pressure inherently, and like the way their heroes work, even without the Ravage, they're still strong. These heroes can still pressure the map and they can still apply pressure. And if you look at where the heroes are placed on the minimap, you'll notice a lot of the Alliance heroes are very close to their base.
Yeah.
Whereas the OG heroes are able to spread very thinly and control the map and farm a lot more than Alliance are. So this is just due to how the drafts function. And when Alliance blow their team fight, OG just immediately becomes stronger. So despite losing the team fight technically, they are getting more out of the map for the upcoming minutes where the spells are on cooldown. So it's a really, really smart move that they made here. To take that, like losing fight, but to then gain more as a benefit from that.
Yeah, they're all over Alliance's jungle, even with Ravage being on cooldown right now.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
entire Dire side is basically
And
empty.
here you go, FNG dies to Sumail. So this is like
The
the
dual
benefit of the
victory.
Echo Slam being on cooldown. They know Alliance can't fight back.
Is Shaker gonna have to jump on Rubik every single time?
I don't think it's necessarily the case. It's not like, oh, if Rubik gets fissured, the game is over.
Yeah.
But it's something that you're going to keep in mind for sure. I think just the pressure on S4 just to play this game is a lot. He has a lot of he needs to do a lot for his draft to work. At least until Nico Baby and Limp come online.
I feel like the Clinks is a big target for all of Alliance. Like nobody else on OG really does that much damage. At least Legion Commander, you can get you can get dual damage, but dude, S4 really just likes taking pot shots at the tower mid,
He got it.
and I did.
He may lose his bot tier 2 in exchange, though.
Rough.
Yeah, their whole jungle with it as well.
Up there with Nico.
Yeah, if he's showing like that on Earthshaker, it's like Insania saying nobody has to be afraid. That's the hero. Oh, there he goes. He's looking for it.
That's a nice jewel. No more shaker.
They get the BKB out from
Not
Limp,
the
but I don't know if
BKB
that's gonna be
reveal you
enough. They
want
just
as
gonna
Alina.
turn, fight, take down that
Yeah,
tombstone.
that's rough for Alliance.
That's rough for Alliance. This is 18 minutes into the game.
We're down. Set that
Yep.
One fight, and
It's tough
you've got a high ground hitter in Sumail, so Clinks.
It's a little tough still,
And here's
though.
the cool thing. So Clinks has very long attack range, right? And you notice normally here you wouldn't be able to hit this tower because you don't have vision. But AA has Ice Vortex, which gives you vision on the high ground. So Clinks can stand outside of the tower range and keep attacking it.
I rescind what I said. It's not tough, actually. I didn't realize they had.
Casual half HP.
Yeah,
on the
that was
tier 3
that's
tower.
nuts. That's
I
cool.
didn't realize Clinksing outraged just with a Dragon's Lance. I thought he needed a Grove Bow also.
There's quite a few heroes in Drow. It's like that now. Lena, quite
Yeah.
a few actually with Dragonlance. But then you usually don't have the AA giving you vision. It's something
Yeah.
Yeah. Are they doing a somewhat fake back here?
They took the.
So here, now we have a
didn't-
different situation.
He wants
in
a
this-
jewel again. He's gonna go for Limp. He's got the jewel.
Lot of
That's
range.
a dead Lina.
Right click's coming through.
Hand
Oh,
of
this is
Bridge.
going to be sick if this works.
Dude, this
All right. Right in front of the base, too, which means they
mean-
can pressure
Yeah.
if they want.
No,
Jenkins,
they
you may
don't
have
want
to
it.
watch the live game.
I think right
you're
now,
slightly
so-
Oh,
delayed.
whoops. I'm looking at the Twitch. Oh, rough.
The situation the game is in now, though, you're going to have Earthshaker who has Echo Slam ready, while Thompson does not have Ravage. So right now, it's like the roles are reversed. It's Alliance's turn to be on the aggressive, and OG, they want to disturb the aggression that Alliance can bring. They don't want to let them team fight, and that's why you're going to notice Legion running around and like trying to look for pickoffs and stuff, just to like slow down their pace. Don't let them group up and take that fight while we don't have Ravage. So this kill on Lina basically bought them Ravage back. So they get like their timing again, and now then they again will be the stronger team on the map.
So then that makes that semi-fake back so effective because they've left Alliance's jungle anyway because they don't
Yes.
have Ravage, but them getting that quick pick off.
It
of
allows
Lina.
them to farm out the duration that Ravage is on cooldown.
I see. And Hansken?
No, that was so
One
close.
hit.
It was right at him. It was
Yeah.
like in the invulnerability window, which doesn't exist, but he couldn't get stunned.
So for Alliance, we're waiting for Nico Baby to come online, right? On
I
this
think we're
Morphlane?
90 seconds away from an Aghanim Scepter on Morphling.
Okay.
I'm curious what's happening in the EG game though. It looks like there's a big team fight in the mid lane. If we could shift to that.
Can we?
Can we?
is-
Again,
do we
this is
have the- do
the
we have the
opening
power?
stages of the multicast? What are our capabilities as the hosts?
Yeah, that is the question. Let's see if we can check in on others. I mean, if you want to continue watching OG Alliance,
I don't mind watching OG Alliance.
That is always a good plan.
Yeah.
Regardless, the stream is live there too from Stream D. That's the game with actual commentary on Trent from Lyrical, who'll be on the mic there.
Basilius Soul Ring. This man does not want to run out of mana on Earthshaker. He plans on pressing Fissure a lot.
And we will get
There he goes.
we will get to see all of the streams in a second. Just so you're aware, there's 4 games going on. Good luck trying to watch them all at the same time. It's a challenge. But let's narrow in on EG Aster, because it almost feels like that game is a lot more even than we were expecting that to be, because Aster playing with the stand-in for their mid.
Yeah, and I think EG, I mean, they managed to claim the Tiny, right? Which is a hero that we've all thought is going to be very, very strong. So I'm really curious how it actually plays out now in pro games, and if it's going to be as powerful as it has felt in the pub games when you've seen these pro players playing it.
Yeah, so far.
Oh my God, there's a Necro. Wait, I didn't even realize that the Necro.
Yeah, that was the last pick.
That's a Chad hero. That's a dope hero.
You think it's good right now, or you think
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Chad because it's rarely seen?
No, because it's good, bro. Tiny gets dumpstered by Necrophos.
Really?
Yeah, these I'm gonna have too much HP for you to kill me heroes. You love playing against
You
those.
need that
Necros.
percentage-based damage.
Yeah, it's percentage-based damage, but it also gives you the kill threshold where a hero like Tiny, you just literally don't have enough nukes to kill him in the game. But Necrophos, you get somebody to 30, 40% HP with all of your nukes, you press sight. He presses sight. You kill somebody. So it's both. It's percentage-based and the kill threshold.
Yeah. So one of the big reasons why Tiny, or in general, all these games are going to be, you're going to notice that Sliver's Edge has become extremely popular, and I think this item is very defining for the way that
Sliver's Edge?
Silver's Edge?
Silver Edge.
I called the Titans.
Titan Sliver.
I said
Silver's
Titan
Edge.
I said Titan Silver.
Wait, is it Silver Edge?
Silver Edge.
Silver Edge. Titan Sliver.
There's a lot of slivers and slithers. There's a bunch of that in Dota, I'll tell you.
Slytherin Crush.
Anyway,
Absolutely.
the upgraded Shadow Blade.
Correct.
Nice. Yes. Good save.
That's good.
Yeah, it's a very defining item for this meta, and you're going to notice it in a lot of the games. And one of the best heroes at using it is Tiny, and that's why one of the big reasons he's become so popular as a carry. So the build, another one of the very powerful items this patch is Echo Saber, and Tiny utilizes both. So this is like one of the reasons that he's risen to such popularity.
And remember when Echo Saber used to build into Silver Edge?
Yep.
I kind of like it this. I think Tiny players like it this way
Yeah.
more because
because
you get the crit. It's like the high
right.
base damage on top of like a guaranteed crit, as well as just the mini crit is very good. The fact that you can have both is dank.
Also, I don't know if they patched it, but there was the change that made it so that tree throw actually procs the Echo Saber, but I don't think they fixed it for tree volley. So I think every single tree in the tree volley still slows with an Echo Saber, but I'm not 100% sure.
They also they buffed the damage on the tree throw, the splash. So
Right.
if you throw it and you hit somebody else, or you hit a range creep in the laning phase or something, I mean it hits really hard. And I think one of the underrated nerfs or buffs to Tiny is the fact that they gave him like a little bit more attack speed. But I remember this one game where Eternal Envy went Craggy Coat on Tiny. Back when that was the thing, it was an item that gave you minus attack speed, but at the benefit of having a bunch of armor. And he was attacking literally once every 26 seconds. I hovered over the thing once every 26 seconds. The guy's insane, but he just wanted to jump in and be tanky. That was his idea. And so a little bit of attack speed on a hero like Tiny scales incredibly well because you're buffing such a slow attack time that you're getting way more you're way more attacks in relative to another hero for that attack speed. So Tiny's, he's nuts right now.
You're saying that, but if you were to remove the team names from both sides, it's a very even game in terms of kills, in terms of net worth. Would you still very much favor the side of the Dire if you remove all the names there? Because I know you guys are all favoring it just because EG is obviously playing against team with stand-in.
I think
in
that's
Aster.
part of it, but I think when I look at the two drafts as well, very similar to the OG Alliance game, I feel like one team has just better timings. Like once EG comes online, once this ET is able to run in, because if you think about it, they have no way of dealing with the ET, BKB, Ags, running at Morphling and dropping into 0 armor. And imagine how hard Tiny hits, and then you remove all the armor you have, all the resistance you have against Tiny's physical damage. He's gonna one-shot this Morph. He's gonna like two-shot it later into the game. So I think EG's draft is like very intelligently put together, and even if you would remove the team individual skill of players, I think their draft would win more times than I think the Astor draft would. If you want to like rate it out of 10 just to simplify it, I'd say probably EG wins like 8 out of 10 or 7 out of 10 games.
Of this,
Yeah.
okay.
I feel like none of us can ever disagree with your draft analysis.
we
Like
cannot.
this.
Actually,
This is
I
great.
think it's
when I'm
9 out of
talking
10.
to my teammates, they all
There's
have
no-
opinions. You guys just like, oh wow,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
brilliant.
wow.
that's very interesting. Thank
Very
you.
There he
smart.
goes.
Thank
Yeah.
you for your
He's
insight.
getting.
I can say whatever and get away with it. It's great.
You can, yeah.
I'm sure someone in Twitch chat is like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
But there will always be someone like that,
Yeah.
regardless of what you say.
I know my teammates are mauling at home right now. They're like, Aiden, you're wrong.
Stop giving away our strats.
Yeah. I mean, so far, it feels like EG is indeed just happy, just taking their time, getting their items.
Yeah.
I hope we get to see a big fight in a second, because so far, both teams seem
Okay.
pretty happy on their side of the map.
So does EG have an offlane Elder Titan? Is that what I'm seeing here?
I believe so.
I believe so.
Otherwise, I would
So
like
okay,
to
we
change
fly
my
on
opinions.
Bane.
Ice, ET.
Yeah.
Ice, ET. Okay, what's he
Echo Saber
building?
Ags.
Echo Saber Ags. Okay, cool.
Which
So
makes
again-
it even more realistic what you were talking about ET getting close to
He can
Morphling.
body in there. Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
I think he might even buy the shard later.
What
so
does
we
the
can talk
shard
about
do?
the Aghanim
Yeah.
shards now. Yeah, so it's an upgrade that you get at 20 minutes into the game.
You can buy it at 20
You can buy it at 20 minutes into the game. It costs 1,400 gold. And the Elder Titan one allows him to change places with his spirit when he stomps.
Yep.
So if you think about it, you're going to move in the spirit on top of the Morphling when a teamfight starts, and then you're going to start stomping. And then you're going to be straight on top of him with your aura, which removes all of his armor. So basically, you get a free teleport, which has very long cast range.
Generally, the Aghanim shards like fundamentally change some spell to the point where it's busted. Other than on the heroes that don't get picked, which there's not actually that many of them in Dota right now. I think every hero is kind of viable.
Every hero is viable with shard, specifically.
I think there's a lot more good Ag shards than there are bad ones.
That's
I think so,
fair.
I really think that.
Agreed.
They've done a great job with those.
I know.
I
a
think
bad
it's
one.
just the heroes that at 20 minutes are able to buy them and it's worth the gold.
Yeah.
Those are very popular heroes right now. And I think like when I think about, this is what I meant when I talked about EG being good at figuring out the patch. I feel like all the heroes that they've picked here are heroes that I've seen do very, very well in the patch. And they have very good matchups overall. So like, to me, it's just they know what heroes are strong right now and they know how to put them into drafts that will work.
I see a lot of people going the Ember Aghanim shard now too, and they're
Yeah.
going for like.
That's what Abed did in this game too.
He's rushing Ags and then he's going to buy the shard, or he might have already bought
and,
it.
and
Yeah,
then,
he already
and
has
then
it.
refresher, and you're just. I
Mold
see
here.
people don't do like 5x remnants. They're
Arrow.
trying to do the solar rose.
Started morphing at least.
He's fine. That's a cool play to sneak in there like that, though. I like this.
That's pretty funny. He's morphed up during the sleep, so now he has no damage.
It's gonna take
to
him
kill
forever
those.
to go back down the arrows.
Ooh,
Nice stun by
No
that.
Monet.
no steal. But there's still a fight that does look to be quite
Oh,
good.
the nightmare save. That was dope.
Beautiful
That was
by Fly.
nice. But EG is still looking like they are in charge of this team fight.
Yeah, so Aster has expended a lot of their cooldowns just to secure the Aegis, and now they just want to get out. And if you notice, I don't think Arteezy has been in this team fight at all. He's had free farm, and now he's going to be able to loop in and clean up
Oh, here it comes.
whoever's out of position.
We got the Arteezy cam. He's too late for the first kill though, but perhaps they can.
He
kill
comes
him.
in for the gold. Perfect
Yeah.
carry gameplay.
Perfect.
And here you see the effect of the minus armor on the Morphling.
Oh, he's
Still a bit too early in the game. I
dancing
guess.
with the illusions.
ET is hitting like a truck.
He really is. Artur's got his BKB disassembled. He is hitting hard, dude. What a hero.
That was
man.
without the tree as well.
Yeah.
And now at 20 minutes, Tiny also has an Aghanim shard that is worth talking about, which gives him the tree just no longer has charges. You just
Permanent.
hold it infinitely.
From the night.
So I would assume he's probably going to buy it fairly soon.
So this is the timing that you were expecting EG to have, and from this moment onward, you feel like they should be spiraling ahead.
I think if you look at Arteezy's items, every single piece of gold that he gets, like every 2,000 gold, is a very, very hard timing for him. Whereas I think the Morphling is going to need like 5,000-6,000 for each of his timings to come through. So it's just from my perspective, EG has the game is like snowballing in their direction, and they're already ahead. So it's like double favor for them with where they're at in the game right now.
I might suggest us to swap to a game where there's the first proper high ground defense going on, if
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
okay, because VP and Undying, it looked like this was the most bloody match going on at this time of the first four opening matches in terms of kill scores. We might be a little on the late side if we do manage to get in there, because there's I feel like VP
Arteezy
is
just died on our screen. That's
big.
something. That's pretty big. Yeah, I mean,
That's pretty big.
It's important for Aster in this game to be able to disturb EG's timings as much as possible. I think if EG's allowed to just play this game out with both teams farm, they're getting extremely far ahead.
Also, I feel like killing Tiny at some point, just psychologically, is good because the hero can become literally unkillable. I feel like Morphling is a similar type of hero where if these heroes get far ahead, there comes a point where it feels like you would have to press every single spell on them twice in order to kill them.
No, I think that's the point of the Necro, though, that you mentioned.
True.
You just need to do it one time because he'll get you to 0.5% on the
That's
timing.
it. There's a GG. OG won game one just now. They won a big team fight. I only saw Ravage hitting a lot of people, and I don't think they. Yeah,
I
they didn't even need to
Shiva
push top lane. What?
No Shiva Ravage?
Nah, I don't think so. But that was.
It's a really good voice line, though.
But here we go, team fight again. Man, this ET, he just destroys them.
Yeah.
You think he's probably going to deal more damage at the end of this game than this Tiny is, honestly.
They don't even need Ortiz.
So with that team fight and with EG securing their lead, you wanna pick one of the other ones because VP Undying still going on.
Yeah, the VP Undying one seems pretty
It seems very back and forth on stream C.
Yeah, we were pushing Dire high ground just like 30 seconds ago, and now this is them cleaning
Yeah.
the hell out of everybody.
Can you guys see the VP and the Undying? I feel like this is impressive vision for no offense, a bunch of nerds.
Well, I did
Let's
also.
sit inside and look at computer
I did
screens.
also write it down,
I see,
and
okay.
they actually did it in exactly the same order, so it's the same.
I see, so you're just smart.
I'm just prepared.
Yeah.
You need to buy more words.
I really wish I could have like a central observer board over there.
There's cue cards if you want. You can write them down.
I'll just use this thing.
Okay, that's okay.
There's
too.
one there, by the way.
I'm over here.
Yeah, I might load it up soon.
All right, so what's happening in this game? Because we see this Sven absolutely out of control. Generally, when you're looking at net worth, Svens always have to be ahead, right? If they're not ahead, they're basically behind.
Yeah,
fair?
I think it's pretty fair to say. I do think, again, in the current path, he's very similar to Tiny. He buys almost the exact same item. You go Echo Saber, you want to go for Silver Edge.
Correct. Thank you.
And BKB, so he has very similar timings to Tiny, and right now those items are just a little bit overtuned, so he doesn't need to be as far ahead as he traditionally needed to be in order to be strong. But of course, it's a hero you expect to be very far ahead, and especially they have a Bounty Hunter draft. And you have both Bounty Hunter, Darkseer, a lot of ways to enable this fun to just like roll over the game. I think it's a really, really cool draft, and I think they're the only team that has picked Dawnbreaker so far.
Correct, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was first pick too.
Yeah. And it's an interesting lane. Dawnbreaker Sven, I do not want to play against that. It's a stun into another stun, into like a hammer being thrown over me, and then I can't move.
They're so tanky. Too.
And they're running at haste, yeah, and they're very tanky.
Massive, like, great base stats as well as armor.
Yeah, I think this VP draft, the way they have very, very strong timings again. Their team fight is very, very strong. It just looks hard to play against.
I mean, Undying is obviously having some struggles right now because their base is in shambles.
Yeah.
Do they have a decent comeback potential?
They did all of this without Godstrength. Granted, 2 of their heroes were dead,
Yeah.
but I don't think GP is interested in leaving anytime soon.
MMR is just a number.
Pretty good Storm game. Other than the Silencer, there's not much to catch him aside from like, well, other than items like dual scepters.
I got a question. Which spirit do you think will be the most picked at this TI? This is also Void Spirit's very first TI.
Yeah, Void is the most picked mid lane hero right now.
Really?
For sure, yeah. It's like the top 3 picked heroes in Dota pubs, pro level pubs.
But there are bans here in Captain's
There are,
Mode.
and also Pango is one of the top picked heroes, and it's not in any game, right? And
No, I don't think
even,
it's been picked at all.
I don't even think it got banned in first phase in most of the games, if any, maybe not even second phase. So I mean that happens. Heroes tend to just, they fall off in the month before TI.
So answer the question then.
I think
Void
Ever Spirit.
Spirit?
I really think
Okay.
Ever Spirit. I believe this Aghanim Scepter Refresher Ags build it's bullshit. It does an insane amount of damage. You're uncatchable ever. You have 10 remnants. It's nuts.
We got Hail Mary here coming. Undying with their final smoke.
Yeah, but Bounty just got a huge power
Oh,
spike.
that's
That
a
is-
double damage.
That would damage room. Okay.
Hold up.
Okay.
Oh, he got Saber Shard on Jug. That doesn't work anymore. It used to be if you Blade Fury, you could get the slow on all of the attacks with the Shard, but now it puts Echo Saber on cooldown.
Well,
Now they're on the other side of the map while their Rax is under attack soon.
yeah, that's their last Rax. Definitely can't be stacking that one.
He popped Dodge Strength, but he does not seem to care.
Lesh, that's a good high ground defense hero. It's tough to push into him. Good God. Well,
I mean, Sven also has a refresher orb.
Okay, that was 2 crits in a row right there.
I think, yeah, because even when his God Strength run out, he can refresh and go again.
Yep. And he's got the swift link. Okay.
There we go.
It looks like we got our second victory here. VP and OG so far, the teams with the win under their belts. Strong start.
It's good for VP fans seeing that they're starting off strong.
Yes.
As the, online.
There's a
team.
lot of question marks,
There's
right?
a lot of question marks, and so that's good for them.
I mean, I personally think VP, for me at least, if they are able to snowball out of the groups, I think they're actually a pretty strong contender for a deep run in the upper bracket.
Yeah,
but I do think their team needs to snowball. They need to get this like confidence building up, and I think winning the first game for them is going to be extremely important. For me, like the wins for VP, even more than like the standing in the groups, is going to be how it affects their mental state and how much confidence it gives them.
Especially because they're playing very unique thing. Dawnbreaker, Bounty Hunter, nobody's
Yeah.
doing that.
Yeah.
That's a good sign, good sign. Let's
vote.
I feel like we should vote because I feel like we know what's going to happen in
IGT1.
Aster EG because so far we just saw the graphs, right?
Yeah, we did.
It's looking pretty grim for Aster
It's
at
tough.
this point. So personally,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
prefer IGT1.
Let's go. Let's get in.
Right?
I'm in.
My boys.
Well, that wasn't much of a vote. Does anybody even know what
I mean, you gave a good justification.
No,
I'm
that's it.
sold.
You
That's
have
all
very
I-
good
It was a good
reasoning.
still.
and
Actually,
I
no,
think
that's a pretty sick team fight. I changed my mind. No, it does seem like Aster is on the run.
I mean,
yeah.
yeah, we'll go for T1 and IG because we haven't really seen them other than the draft. After the draft, we haven't really checked in with them just yet. So far, it does look like IG is having quite the lead.
Okay. A lot of dragons and people with wings in this game.
Yes, loads of flying.
A couple of guys flying there. Oh, big Ravage. Oh, they took down the gyro.
I was on the run.
This was the IO Gyro opening on the draft, of course.
Right. So Morphling has been considered a counter to the Wisp Gyro because you take over the Gyro and then you flat cannon the Wisp.
Oh, what's
so he
this
has to run away.
I mean, it's another GG.
Doesn't
It was
seem
good timing, Shiva.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have any games left. All games
That's
at
it,
the
they've all
moment are
ended.
Oh, no.
actually on hold because everybody just finished their first game. Is it surprising that everybody finishes around the same time?
Yes, that was actually very
I
because
I
they
think-
all had very weird.
Yeah.
None of them had like the same timings. There was 2 Morphlings. One of them was a Morph Shaker, which lost. That was
Yeah.
Alliance that lost versus OG, and then the Morphling that we saw win was IG's. So
we are learning
Yeah.
that a roughly 25-minute to 30-minute timing is superior
Yes.
in Dota in the first game.
That's
of
what
group
we
stages.
learned right now.
anecdotally speaking,
Yes.
100% win rate.
It's all anecdote in Dota. Ask this guy. It is, right? It's all instinct. There's no
There's a
no
lot of
math
instinct.
behind it. It's all chaos. It's all instinct, right?
No.
Okay.
No, of course. A lot of like pro players, I think there is math that goes into it, but it becomes instinct. It's
Sure.
so instinctive to you how it
Yeah.
works. Like you don't really think of it as math anymore. It's just your intuition tells you this is the way to go in a lot of situations. I think people are different. I think some people probably think about it more structurally and they're like, yeah, this is good because it hits at this timing and he hits at this timing. I think others just feel it out a bit more. But for me, I think the big conclusion from all 4 of these games is that if your timing beats the enemy team's timing, then the enemy team is forced to run into you and do bad things, is what I noticed. I think it's like,
Yeah.
when it comes to drafting especially, because as a captain, it's very interesting to me. It seems like the teams that did well, like both EG, OG to me, had drafts where I could clearly see that their timing was going to beat the enemy team's timing.
Yeah.
And that sets them up for a much easier early game where they can play passive and let the enemy team come and fight into their wards.
Yeah,
on
it
their side
didn't
of the
feel
map.
like the laning stage on itself on any of the games. Well, obviously IGT1 we didn't really see that too much, but didn't have too much of an impact because it's all about that timing. Once it's there, then you go. Before that, you're just chilling on your side.
That's
Yeah.
I was reading an interview. It was the boy Arthur Leon. I'm probably totally butchering it. Does he go by Leon Arthur or Arthur Leon? I don't know. But I was looking
I think it's Leon, but
Leon. He's popping off on Reddit these days, translating a lot of these Chinese interviews. And I was looking at one with LGD, and they were actually saying that they think a huge reason that they're beating, and especially a lot of the other Chinese teams, is based on essentially picking a timing that they know is stronger, and then just saying you come at us, and you're not good enough to to break our defense essentially. And they said that they didn't win every game like that, but they take those games when they can, and often you can get those where it's just like they literally said the word turtle. You turtle
Yeah.
and go late. That's it.
So during Secret's era of dominance in the online period, this is what it felt like, because we played against them all the time. And it just felt like Secret, they would pick some heroes, they would do whatever in lanes. You could beat them sometimes, they would let you outdraft them in lanes some games, and you could beat them in lanes, it was possible. But then they just set up the wall. There's a puppy on a high ground, you know where he is, you don't see him, but you know he's there.
Yeah.
And then they just wait for you, because they know if you go up that hill, you're going to lose the game. And the map hasn't fundamentally changed that much in that way, so I think like the concept of that way of playing still works pretty effectively for them. And I think
Right.
a lot of the teams right now have understood that that's the way to do it. And I mean, a year has passed since then, so.
The idea is like essentially that the high ground advantage is so strong because of vision, the mischance, that even though they have a weaker draft at that point, you still can't run up into them, and then they just farm and wait until they have that strong point, and then they go to you, right?
Or like you're so even, like the difference is not big enough to where you can cross the vision gap that they have
Sure, yeah,
for the
sure,
high ground.
sure. Yeah,
Sorry
that
if this is getting too complex.
No,
this
this
is
is cool.
good.
This
I
is
mean,
cool.
we have nothing else to do anyway. But then,
Okay.
does that mean that why aren't late game carries more common? Why am I not seeing Naga, Anti-Mage, Arc Wardens? If you have that ability to turtle so resiliently,
So
then-
that's part of it, right? You're picking heroes like Plinks, for example, because it makes their map small. It forces the enemy team to group up while you're controlling map, so you can out-farm them and get ahead. I think you will see anti-mages, and I think you will see Nagas, but it needs to be in the correct games. It's a lot about matchups and timings. I think like if your timing is too slow, like in the Alliance OG case, where I think the Morphling Shaker is very, very strong, but they just never comes online.
Yeah.
OG went poked high ground at 18 minutes, and
Yeah.
it puts Alliance in a very awkward position.
Yeah, it's too late at that point.
Right. So you need to match your timing where it's slightly later than the opponents. I think that's going to be a big skill. Again, it's day one group stage, and this is just the first impression that I'm
Right,
getting.
right.
And it's
When
just the
teams
first
like-
game also for
Right.
all of the teams,
Right.
right? So how much are we going to see things changed for game number 2? Because like, we talked about this a little bit. People come in with a plan. If it didn't work game 1, are you going to throw it out the window? No. It's too little to go off of.
I think Aster will definitely ban Tiny in the next game.
Sure,
I
that
don't
is
think they'll let that one
fair.
slip
I think
through.
they're also probably have someone watching the other streams like, wait a second, guys, we probably
Oh, that's-
shouldn't.
Can they watch the other games?
I mean, coaches
I
are
mean,
not
they
in the
have a
room,
co-
right? So they're watching other
Yeah,
games.
they
by
can-
But
my
yeah,
opinion.
so then in between games they debrief and be like, "Yo, I saw
Yeah.
IO Gyro on this other game."
So that's the benefit of the analyst, right?
Yes.
For us, for example, Jabs would be spending most of his time looking at all the other games, while William focuses on Blitz, focuses on our
Your
own
game.
games. So they have like different info to come with.
Yeah,
Okay. So then, yeah, I think
you want to have someone watching.
to debrief.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a lot of. I mean, we just saw that not a single hero was duplicated. It took 4 of us
Yeah.
to figure that out. And now game 2, yeah. So I think EG, they're not going to get Tiny again. I think that T1 didn't really show enough on the IO. I think they can.
It's hard to say,
IG
right?
can
We didn't
let
get
IO
to
go.
see the game that much.
Yeah.
Sure, but well, especially because it was against a Morphling, like you said, and Morph is a great answer to Gyrocopter in general. But yeah.
That's a weird matchup because I feel like with the strength of Scotty, it's like gone kind of the other way, and the fact that Gyro will like totally outfarm a Morphling, especially with an IO.
So-
that it's like in order to beat that as Morphling, you actually have to. It's not as like easy as it used to be. You know, you have to actually kind of outskill. But we didn't. You know, we didn't.
As a gyrocopter specialist myself, I was forced to practice it after TI.
sorry.
It was a
Sorry
requirement
for
for my
laughing.
team.
Sorry.
My team was
that
like,
was your
Aiden,
community service.
It's actually a
you
great
need
support
to play
now.
gyrocopter to gold tier at least, just so we're safe for next TI.
Smart.
And then we
Just in
didn't qualify. Anyway,
would've
you
worked.
have as gyrocopter, you have the advantage that you can outfarm most carries, and Wisp kind of enables that playstyle because you don't need to buy regen. You just get health regen from the Wisp, and you're saving a lot of gold on these small things. So that's the nice thing about that matchup for them, but the downside is that if the enemy team is able to pressure you, which I assume IG was able to do, we didn't, again, get to see the game, but pressure their timings and not let the Gyro just free farm the map, he doesn't really get ahead of the Morph. But if they both just farm slowly on the respective sides of the map, Gyro will have 4 items when Morph has 2,
Yep.
and then that advantage is just too big to overcome.
Now the question is, how the hell can you look at 4 games that didn't have a single repeated hero until like 4th pick, and then be like, this is what we need to be drafting? It's like there's nothing.
Yeah, that's why I'm mainly just looking at the first, or I'm looking at the carries primarily.
The bans are pretty reasonable.
And the bans as well, yeah. And so I think, I mean, you were mentioning that life's good for 5 positions on our previous panel right now, and it seems like everything was working. The Dawnbreaker looked successful. One of the Lions looked successful. Did one of the Undyings win? Did either
I think
of the
one of the Undying Morphs won. I'm not
the
sure
Undying
actually.
Morph won?
I have a laptop. I will
Yeah,
Dota.
go
you have
check it out
stats?
for us.
Yeah, I will be
Yeah.
the stats guy. Call me
100% win weight on Dawnbreaker.
I think
all
so too.
TIs.
So if I'm an analyst, I would have been most curious about that. See, like, because obviously we didn't see the laning stage of VP, so we don't know why exactly they got ahead as much as they did in the end. But I mean, I don't know. I would put extra eyes on Dawnbreaker. That was a first pick Dawnbreaker. Crushed
Yeah.
it. Well, as far as we know, crushed it. So I don't know. I want to see more of that because we didn't see it banned. I want to see Tiny banned. I just also want to see just new things. Even though I know we just had 4 series with all different rosters.
Both Undyings lost, so it's not looking good for our,
yeah.
our zombie
Okay,
boy here.
Interesting.
A little bit rough for
would
him.
have
Yeah.
So that's
that.
also something that's worth talking about. Whenever a hero is very, very powerful in the lead up to TI, everybody will have an idea on how
Yeah.
to beat it. And I think that might have been one of the reasons Aster let Tiny through, where they were like, oh yeah, we have this
Necrophos.
Necro, right,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
beats the Tiny. This is the answer to it. And if you can figure out what beats the hero that everybody wants very early on, you can bait them into picking it over and over and over again. I know in our personal run during ESL, Lifestealer was very, very popular, and we had 4 answers to it. So we just kept letting teams first pick Lifestealer, and they were throwing themselves over it. They're like, nice, we got the best hero of the patch. And then we kept answering it, and it makes drafting pretty easy for you. So whoever figures out how to be Tiny early on has a massive edge throughout like the entirety of the tournament. So it might be worth losing 1 or 2 group stage games here and there, letting it through just to get that advantage.
You're making
Just to
me,
get the experience.
I'm really regretting my compendium picks. I wish I had talked to you this is sounding Pango's not in any of these games. Nobody cares.
Is there a different
Tiny's not gonna
group stage to main stage prediction?
Yeah,
like
there
I think so, yeah. Thank
Okay.
God.
There are 2 stages.
Thank Gaben. Thank Gaben for that. Oh, jeez. I have nothing else to say on that note. That was it.
Yeah.
What'd you guys pick for your compendium?
I was
win.
I
too
picked
late.
Tiny for most picked and
Who's
most
winning
banned.
the entire tournament?
Secret. That's what I picked.
You picked Secret?
Did we
I
already
picked
go over
Secret. Well, I thought we went over our favorites.
Favorites?
Was it not the same answer for you guys? I picked Secret because they're actually bad before TI for once. So that they're taking the OG stride.
Flaw.
I think Secret's biggest advantage this year is no Kuro, right?
Yeah, also
Yes.
true.
Oh, that was
Kuro
a-
had
yeah.
eliminated
Yeah.
Secret every time in the last 3 years.
Yes. Also, they have OG and Secret have never faced a TI. Which, by the way, the group stages, they're on separate groups. So we'll have to see if they face each other in playoffs or if they're going to go again. Because traditionally in Europe, there was the trifecta at the top with OG, then Liquid, and Secret. And it was always Secret beat OG, OG beat Liquid, now Nigma. Nigma beat Secret. And
rock, paper,
it was
scissors.
always that. And unfortunately for Team Secret, they got the short end of the stick of facing Kuro multiple times in a row at TI and getting eliminated in the lower bracket. And
You never want to face Kuro in the lower bracket.
no, it's no, nobody does.
That's the worst place to meet that man. So OG beat
Yes.
Alliance.
Yeah.
Alliance is supposed to be the
EU top.
EU
Slayers.
The EU Slayers.
Yeah.
What does that say for the rest of their tournament? Does it mean that they're not the EU Slayers, but they are the NA Slayers and the China Slayers? Or is it looking rough?
Or OG is in TI form.
Yeah, also true.
That is
I
also,
think this
yeah.
is a different OG than we
True.
saw. So for people unaware what OG's journey has been this DPC season, Season 1 and Season 2, they played a little bit with a different roster than what they did now. They only got Sumail added to the roster right before qualifiers, only right after the last major. So we have not really gotten a lot of data as to how this OG will do. Of course, we saw them in the qualifiers, but that was when their current iteration only was a week or 2 old. So we don't really know how they have evolved over these last few months because a lot has happened. They could have played a lot of games over these last few months and they could just be on another level. We don't know. We don't have that data. Well, this is our data. So far,
The
they
data
have the
is
first
the
game.
previous TIs.
Yeah.
Whenever they come in looking cold,
We know they can step
win it
up.
every
Yes.
single time. And
Exactly.
so I think it's a pretty consistent trend. If you missed it, You missed out on Ana coming back in the Season 2 DPC.
True, and then leaving again.
And then leaving again for good this time.
And every year it gets worse and worse and worse for them somehow. You know, Seb with the
with the eye surgery,
with the
almost
pirate
wasn't
stuff
able
going
to
on.
play.
Yeah.
And the main underdogs, right? They are creating their own
I mean,
Cinderella
the worse
story
underdogs
once again.
than they were previously, and that's always what baffles me. How we
Two
don't,
TI champion,
we're not in
underdogs.
like, are we in a simulation? They can't keep happening like this. I mean, it's one game, obviously, it's one game. But I gotta say, like, I'm speaking from watching them in the qualifiers.
Yeah.
They looked really good.
Yeah.
I think.
And they played they played one of the ESL. Did they play both the ESLs or one of them?
I think only, well, they played in the summer.
They played
That was their
summer.
first one with Sumail.
Correct. Did they play full?
They didn't do that
No, I
well,
don't
I'll
think
tell
so.
you.
Yeah.
No. And they didn't do fall. So we basically, and the summer was literally 3 days after it was
Yeah.
announced that
Yeah.
Sumail was going to stand in,
Yeah.
so or play with, be part of OG. So
And they looked a little shaky in that, like
Yeah.
definitely not TI form. But then going
No.
into the qualifiers, it was they looked TI form, but the question was also like how good is Tundra? And then Tundra came out and proved how
They
good they
could,
were
yeah.
right after that as well. And so it's like, okay, well that makes me rethink, like OG is very good.
ooh, let's take a look at the drafts because we got some more drafts for your screen, and we're gonna jump into
Hey, your boy
OG
Pango.
Alliance because I want to talk
God.
about this opening. We got the tiny other Titan on OG. Tiny making it through. We got another Tidehunter, this time on the side of EG. Ooh, I do like drafts. We got a lot of different heroes once again, by the way. But Io Gyro once again for Alliance this time.
Gyro picked up AA banned. I wonder if OG might get their hands on more if Alliance will ban it.
I would be surprised to see Alliance not ban Morphling here, I think. But it's an interesting thing you have happening here. This is also a draft strategy that you will see happen, where you feel like Wisp and Tiny are fairly equal in power level, but it's more valuable to ban out the other heroes. So for example, you see Alliance here have banned out Monkey King and Legion Commander. They probably had the idea of like, okay, we need to ban 3 of these heroes, but we can't. So we're gonna ban these 2, like we're gonna ban Monkey King and Legion and leave both Wisp and Tiny in the pool. And that way we will guarantee that we get one while we give away one. The benefit for OG is that they get to choose which one of the 2 they want. And they obviously went with Tiny.
By the way,
And Morphling immediately banned.
yeah, I just realized as well apparently there was a record in the VP versus Undying games, like first TI game where there were 7 couriers killed. But that made me also
It's
remember
the
this is the first TI
with
where everybody
5
has their own
couriers.
couriers. I thought, like we mentioned, obviously neutral items and Aghanim shards, but we should also have mentioned the 5
really?
We
couriers.
did, yeah, and we didn't even mention
Feels like
outposts either.
An
So
outpost.
long.
No
Yeah,
more
it's-
side shop anymore.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Wait, did we not have our own couriers at TI9?
Nope. 1 courier
One courier.
because there was a side shop still.
So only Boxy had his own courier at TI9?
Yeah, that must. What, you didn't make him put it in your inventory so you could get your cosmetic or whatever.
Well, no, that's when supports were just killing themselves so they could bring their core stuff.
Yes.
Was that TI9?
I think so.
Maybe that's why we lost. Maybe it wasn't Gyro after all. I wasn't willing to kill myself
Yeah,
for
sure.
my team.
Yeah, that's fair.
That is fair.
So you said there were 3 heroes that are first ban priority. Why is Legion considered first ban priority?
No, so
for you?
Monkey King, Wisp, and Tiny in this case. I would
Oh,
consider
okay.
like very high tier bans that you don't want to give away to the other team.
I see.
And when you're stuck in that position, you either leave all of them or you leave none of them. In this case, Alliance decided to ban one of them. But you could have basically traded, like, you give away Tiny, but then you take Wisp and Monkey King. But their thought process might have been like, if we get Wisp, we want it with Gyro. So we don't want the Monkey ourselves.
I see.
So we'll remove the Thompson Monkey King as an option for OG as a first pick. And then we just do the Tiny for Wisp trade, and then we know what we want with it.
Right.
Yeah.
But then why? Well, I guess it's also dependent on what OG's first phase bans are too, right? Because if both teams are highly prioritizing the same subset of heroes, because they banned out Shaker and AA, what if
So
they're-
generally, when you're first pick, you don't need to ban either of the OP heroes, right? Because you want to first pick them.
Right.
So you set yourself up in a position where the enemy team is forced to ban the heroes that are considered broken in the patch.
I saw.
And as second pick, you have a couple of options here where it's like you trade, you give one, take one, or you ban both and try to play like a game without the super strong heroes of the patch. And when there's more than 2, you're forced to make some sort of trade. And usually there you want to have used your scrim data to figure out which ones are good against which, and how do I set myself up for a good draft, depending on which one I get.
I see.
Well, we got some Pangos. I know we have one here on our screen on the side of Alliance, but you mentioned Pango earlier, Jenkins, because it's also on the side of Aster. And you were expecting to see that hero a lot this
Yeah,
year.
you know, I feel like you could play it in every role. Its biggest problem, which was laning, was solved by the fact that his W now slows. It's not just based on chance whether or not you can slow somebody, and you can trade with it too. So it's, you know, an actual good spell in the laning phase instead of kind of having none. So you can play it as a support, and then the ult is just one of the best team fight abilities in the entire game. To me, it's like Ravage level. If you've a Pango on your team, like, you can always win a team fight.
Sorry, I was
oh my
excited
God, we're switching
about.
to that game, please.
I was excited for a different draft because maybe we should go back to the quad cam so we can watch all four, because the Pudge has just been picked.
Dude,
on
they've
the
been
side of Aster.
spamming it.
Lich Pudge.
They've been spamming this too. Borax has been playing the crap out of this hero.
Yeah. Okay.
Could it be a Pudge 1?
Could it be? Because we saw PSG LTD do that in some terms, online
Yeah, but they were like
tournaments.
throwaway tournaments. Kind
Yeah.
of, so I don't know if it was serious.
But it became a thing in European pubs, at least.
Really?
It was
I don't think so,
There were a
dude.
lot of players that were playing carry Pudge. I saw it a lot.
Bro,
Maybe it's
it's-
just the Ame effect.
Maybe.
Ame
yeah.
plays
I
something
think
and
it
everybody
is.
wants to play it, but
It used to be the Thompson effect that everyone, like, Thompson is doing some random hero mid, and they're like, oh man, he's on the ground floor of this thing. I gotta start practicing techies mid.
Yeah, we also see, by the way, Slardar. I know BSJ has said to keep an eye out for Slardar this TI. Feels like that hero will be on the rise.
And-
Other than that, we have again a lot of different drafts on our screen.
2 Snapfire. Snapfire
Yeah.
also never been picked at a TI before because it wasn't around at TI 9.
that's crazy actually,
Yeah.
to think about.
Can we please watch the Aster EG game? I do not care about these other games anymore. I just want to see Fudge. Oh God, if they picked up a sniper too, that would be just some good action.
I think we played that in
Pudge
some
Sniper?
tournament. Yeah,
It's really strong.
it's fun.
because you have the headshot proc set up for hook 30% of the time, roughly.
Oh, I don't
Well, it's
think we thought
100%
about it
if you
that way.
activate take aim.
It's true. It's a huge buff to the combo as well. So, oh man, Borax has been just pumping this hero in I-League, and they've been destroying with it. I think they're first place both I-Leagues.
Yeah, but I mean, generally, I-League is kind of looked
Oh,
at as
don't-
public
come on.
scrims almost.
Oh, they're winning with Pudge.
Yeah.
That's equivalent to winning a TI.
Sure.
I mean, that's a 40% win rate hero, dude. It's a tough hero. All right, we're back in this game, in the non-Pudge game.
Don't worry,
Never
we'll
mind, get him
keep
to
an eye
stop
on it. That
talking
draft
about
is
it.
not yet done. This one is almost done. We're looking at the last pick for Alliance to round it all out. They're going to have to deal with the Clinks once again.
So in Alliance position here, what's very interesting about looking at OG is they have the flexibility here again. OG, Topson plays Tiny, Topson plays Clinks, Sumil plays Tiny, Clinks, Bloodseeker, Seb plays, I think all three of, like, he could play ET Core, and it could be a Tiny 4. It could
Any of
be a
these heroes
Snap.
but Clinks,
Precisely,
basically,
like,
yeah.
basically all these heroes could go in a different lane. None of these heroes are locked into any one position. And this is kind of what I meant earlier, Tsunami, when I was like, well, you can make it hard for the enemy team to pick that perfect hero for your draft, because what am I counterpicking? Am I picking against Clinks? Am I picking against Snapfire? Like, what is it that I'm picking against? So here they went with Quap. I think that this is just because it covers the bases of the lanes mid. I'm not sure exactly why. I don't see a great reason for it, but it can blink out of rupture range, which might be important to know.
Oh yeah, that's true.
The dagger now makes her extremely strong laner against melee heroes.
Like
And I
Tiny.
think it should do well against Clinks in lane too, if it were to be a Clinks mid. So that was probably the reasoning for picking it. But when I look at teamfight again, I feel like it might be hard for Alliance. This Pango, to me, needs to do a lot. Kind of similar to the Earthshaker in the last game.
Do you think Alliance also made Pango a contingency support because Bloodseeker came out? And
Yeah.
so they were like, I don't want Pango core against this Rupture.
Yeah.
But this is like the best Bloodseeker game I've ever seen. Every single one of these heroes either has a mobility ability or moves extremely quickly, which I suppose would be a mobility
So
ability.
think about it like this, Jenkins. Bloodseeker can only ulti one of these guys.
This is true.
So when you get counterpicked on one hero, you just pick 4 other heroes that also get countered by the same hero.
That
and then
makes
he
a lot of
can't
sense.
make a choice.
Rush, Scepter, Refresher on Bloodseeker.
Just imagine your
Oh wait, no,
sub,
Scepter
right?
doesn't. Wait, is it, which the Shard is pure damage on Blood Rage?
Yeah, it's the Ags that
And
gives
the
you one more.
One more charge on.
The
Rusher.
Eggs is a charge,
Yeah.
so Refresher would
There
give
we
you
go.
4. It would give you 4.
There you go.
But then there's the one hero that's not countered.
Who was the 5th hero? That
But
I
just
don't
put
get?
yourself in Seb's position. You walk into a team fight, Pango starts rolling, Pop is like blinking around,
Yeah.
Gyro's running at you hasted. Who do you rupture? What do you do here?
Too many options.
Too many options.
That's so smart.
Alliance are trying to overwhelm them.
I mean,
With
they learned from the previous game, right? Because they were overwhelmed. They knew that they had to have an earlier timing, and they now have maybe got a draft that will allow for them to be on the other side, be the one to overwhelm OG this time around.
I think Alliance are thinking about the game a bit different than OG. I think Alliance are thinking about, we need to, in this game, get Limp going, and then Limp will dominate the game to make space for the Slaughter to reach his Blink Dagger. And then with Slaughter's Blink Dagger, we will then enable Nico Baby to find farm on the map. And we will outscale them by constantly killing them and making sure that we keep getting ahead.
And on Stream A, don't worry, you're not missing out on a core pudge. It's a Borax pudge, which is still hype.
No, that is way more hype.
More hype.
Core Pudge is just some boring farming with Vanguard or Hood all game, and 4 Pudge is Chad running around, getting some action going, having a good time, losing all of the lanes for your team. It's a way better time
I believe you.
for the one person, and it ruins the game for all the 9 other players in the game. But it's fun for the Pudge. Borax will have a great time. Oh, they're doing Io Slardar? Or no, are they laning together?
I would assume the Wisp Slaughter are going to lane together, and
It's a
they're
nice
going to
lane.
do Pango, Gyro,
Yeah,
which
that
are
sounds
both
good.
very strong lanes.
Yep.
I think Alliance has the edge when it comes to the laning phase. I think they had the edge last game too. It's just about converting it into something more meaningful. They need the co-op to get runes. I would be surprised to see OG not contesting runes with their supports. I think it's going to be a really, really big deal for the Queen of Pain. If she misses one of the runes, the 6-minute or the 8-minute, it's really going to slow down the timing, and that's going to force their entire draft to slow down. And then there's a risk of what happened in the previous game, where OG hits the timing and then they just group up and run them over.
Does it matter which rune, or you just don't want Tiny to get the rune?
It's more, I think whatever rune Quap gets, in some way will enable her to make moves.
Okay.
Even an illusion rune is like, oh, you can purge the spells so she can't die when she blinks in. So haste, DD, illusion, regen probably just allows her to have mana to make the move. So every rune in some way enables you to make moves.
Does she have to go to a side lane, or can she also go on mid?
I think if I was captaining for Alliance, the way I would think about this game is I want the Queen of Pain to enable my Slaughter to get his timing, and then use Slaughter's timing to open map space.
And Slaughter's timing being what
Blink
item?
Dagger.
Dagger? Even
Yeah.
with an IO, well, because the IO is going to go hang out with the Gyro afterwards, right?
I would assume so, and then they relocate the Gyro into the fights. They just do this for the lanes because Pango Slaughter doesn't really have that much synergy, whereas Pango can tank for Gyro and set up the rocket with the slow.
Yeah, that's like a lane, regardless of like having an IO in the games. People would Gyro, Pango.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
so-
actually pretty nice. Like ranged hero, melee hero, tank.
Yeah.
Guy that wants a tank.
And Slaughter just wants to hit his timing, right? So Wisp is a hero that enables that, allows you to farm to the blink.
Just basically.
You don't need to
heal 'em.
dominate the lane, you
Heal
just want to
'em
get
and
there.
pull.
Yeah.
And he's doing pretty well. Yeah. Not bad.
Then I guess that kind of justifies the last pick, Quap, because I don't think there are many other heroes who could. I feel like mid laners these days, I don't see them visit side lanes as frequently as they could. Seeing as now, like, oh, I have water runes, I'm full HP, I can make a rotation anytime I feel like.
Yeah.
But instead, they just sit mid all day.
Yeah, I mean, I think because they pick Quap, they need to play that way. If they picked something else, like, let's say they picked Medusa mid, then this would have been an entirely different story, right?
Yeah.
Then suddenly the Gyrocopter is the hero that's most likely going to be running around, playing a little bit of that TI5 style, and Limp is going to be playing a more passive role. So depending on that last pick, they really like set the tone for how they want to approach the game.
It does seem like, other than the mid lane, OG is doing quite well. Having quite a good start.
Interesting, because usually for Alliance, at least from what I've seen in replays, Limp is fairly greedy mid. He plays for like a, I don't know, like 8 to 10 minute timing rather than like running around at 5 minutes. And obviously, like, you know, Dota's a game of many rules, but many exceptions as well. So, you know, he can play like this, but it's not, usually he's the tiny that's just farming and just stacking for himself, grabbing every single rune. He's going to need to be active.
I think the way that Alliance are thinking is like the Limp might farm like Orchid before he does do that move. But I think conceptually, he might. I'm not sure. But I think conceptually the idea of having the Cough is that it applies pressure.
The IO effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was well played by Hanskin. I think he broke the tether and made a new tether so he could get the slow again.
Yep, that was nice. That was nice indeed.
That's one of those situations where like a single fairy fire would change something. And it's like, it's always so annoying when a support, I mean, especially like an IO, a support, you kill them, then they come back to lane, and then they have another fairy fire that they bought, and then they kill you in a scenario like that because they had it, and you look at it and you're like, that's so stupid, and then they kill you because they have it, and it's like, maybe it's not that stupid.
That's why you gotta have the unit query panel, right? Insane, you always know what their
Yes,
inventory is.
Oh, Thompson.
He's in a bit
has
of
a fair-
trouble.
Oh,
He didn't use the fairy fire. Seek of the devil.
Would he live?
Oh, and the tip.
Ooh,
I think so.
one of those games.
I think he would have survived
Rune.
because Limp did not have mana to.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He was
He
out.
Worthy
Okay. A little bit of a freebie.
Yeah.
That is one thing being a melee support versus a Bloodseeker, you know? It's like, come trade with me. Bloodseeker's like, okay. That's just, I mean, that's perfect for him.
So I think this Bloodseeker is pretty smart into the Gyro as well, in the fact that Gyro generally wins his lane nowadays not by using QW to kill, but rather the flat cannon just harassing people out.
Yeah.
But Bloodseeker doesn't really care. He's like, all right, sure, hit me. I'm just gonna heal back up.
He heals and then he pushes back into you too. It's like you can't just like push-pull against Bloodseeker because Bloodseeker wins lanes by push-pulling as well. So it just puts the lane back to equilibrium, they both farm.
Yeah.
Or maybe he dies.
Really
That's-
nice.
Or maybe, I mean, this is the caster's curse at work.
Yeah,
you know?
very good. That was Insania that
yes.
started that, by the way.
Nice.
So
I
that-
have the power
It
now.
worked.
This is sick.
Welcome,
It
my
worked.
friend.
So how does that work?
Congratulations.
If I'm playing a game myself, can
Nope.
I cast this curse the enemy
Nope.
team?
No,
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 Casters
no, it
have
doesn't
to be-
work.
You guys
have
can't
to-
use it when you're playing yourself?
No, it doesn't work, unfortunately.
That's really unfortunate.
It's a privilege, not a right.
It's a curse.
It's a curse.
Call it as it is. I burn crow feathers at night in order to diffuse the curse. It never works.
So this is going to be a little bit of a back and forth until you feel like minute 15, 17, right?
It's just based on the first round of games. It seems like everybody is trying to like play for. They want items before they make
yes.
moves. It's less of the. I'm
Well-
curious how LGD plays because I know before I felt like they were a bit more running around and like pressuring, but I just think people have realized like running around is just not worth your time compared to stacking.
Yeah. So then I personally am very curious as how Borax is doing.
So am I. I'm also very
So
curious.
I wonder if we could get the quad box and well, maybe after FNG dies.
Or
Well, he
survives.
even dies. Maybe he survives.
The
Oh,
disarm.
There you go. Rotation coming out.
Okay.
Limp helping out.
Well, you called
Cookie
it
down.
6 minutes on the. You got the DD rune. Was like, let's go to a side lane.
Yeah.
So in some ways, I actually would consider it a win that he came top, because it allows Samil to keep free farming bottom here. I think like if the DD rune had to go somewhere,
Oh,
I would have
so
rather
instead
it
of to
go
the
to my
Slardar lane
sub than my Samil.
Sure.
I see.
But Thompson also came top and he didn't do anything.
Yeah, but for me, I think the Alliance draft, in order to work, the Slardar needs to get items.
Okay.
And he's really the key component of their draft.
Now I got a question for you.
There you
That
go.
made me have a big question mark in my head.
Okay.
So you think the rotation? I don't disagree with you. I'm asking for your
Yeah.
clarification. You think the rotation should be to the Slardar because they're trying to get to the Slardar's timing rather than because the safe lane tower is more important to pressure. It's not like a tower thing. It's about whose timing are you enabling.
Precisely.
I see. Okay.
So the tower thing,
I should write that down.
it's important, but I think in this game in
Content
particular,
ideas plenty here.
yeah, in this
Continue.
in this particular game, it's just
Yeah, what on my Google Drive?
the Slardar is he's very important, and this is like one of those things where if I had to explain why, it would take me hours. But just trust me, the Slardar is important. He needs to have a good game.
I mean, I've fallen behind on that hero before. It doesn't feel so good.
Yeah, it does
But
not
if you
feel good.
pop off, if you get a blink dagger early, the guy's like, he feels like it's actually a good hero, even though it's kind of.
Dude, I watch Boxy play it sometimes, and I'm like, wow, this hero is amazing. Why don't I pick it every game? And then I go play it in a pub, and I just like, I don't deal any damage.
Exactly, right? But then somebody plays it against you. It's like, how is this guy killing me from full HP?
Bashing me, stunning me,
Yeah.
bashing me again.
Ridiculous. There he is, like he's chadding up on the Slardar. He's
Okay,
having a good game.
could we potentially go to the EG Aster game? Is that
Punch
an
just
option
died.
while we
Of course he did. I mean, you don't need to. We
while
don't need
we
to see it. to know
wait
that he's
for
done.
Alliance and OG to figure out which timing they're going to hit first? I mean, there are nice rotations. Of course, you can always continue watching the game of your choice on the actual stream. OG Alliance is on Stream D. You'll be able to listen to the lovely voices of Elite, Trent, and Lyrical.
So there he is. You mentioned it, rotating towards the. Well, this lane's not going so hot, but rotating towards the bottom lane, enabling the Slardar a little bit more. We got Invis Thompson though. He's coming in hot. He's looking to get spicy here. I think he's gonna get him. Oh, the bash! Oh, goodness gracious. Deary me.
We're gonna stick here for a little bit. Sorry, Jenkins. No Pudge action
that's
at the
okay.
moment.
He seems to be pretty invested in this.
I'm pretty
invested. Yeah, he is,
There's
he is, he
good
is.
stuff happening, but the thing is, I know what's happening in the Pudge game. Borax is probably 0-4 at this point. Seriously, I would bet body parts on it, okay? It's 0-4 because this is how Pudge goes. I watched their I-League Pudge games. He was feeding they were winning, but he was feeding every game. Pudge is the pinata of Dota. He's a punching bag. That's what he
It's
is.
like Techies, dude. When you see it, you just have to kill it.
Yeah.
You can't help yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
You know there's probably mines there, but you're gonna run at them.
It's the global taunt effect.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
I feel frustration when I see a Techies on my screen.
I do too, yeah. I want it to be off my screen and dead.
No, I feel better when it's on my screen because I know where it's planting mines. If he's off my screen, I have no idea what he's doing. Thompson gets the 10-minute rune, and he's gonna go.
He's TPing a short distance. Really values getting here in time.
Is it gonna be in time though?
Oh,
Close.
Tanky
not
enemies.
quite. He's looking. I mean, he's tanky though. He's a tanky boy.
Yeah, he immediately dispelled that corrosive haze with the illusion rune, which also was not a thing at TI9, I don't think. That's a new
The
mechanic.
illusion, yeah, precisely. Yeah, it is.
Illusion runes now
they're
dispel.
going in.
Another short relocate.
Yeah, but and finding sucks.
Oh, the
and then
deny.
nothing.
Beautiful.
All right.
Well, now the rocket goes on him.
I-
I guess that's a little bit of a.
Yeah, but I guess they went for the relocate to try and find Sumail, because even if they did kill Saxo, which they didn't, it wouldn't be that
Yeah, it was
worth,
like a
right?
bit of a backline relocate.
Yeah.
Maybe there was somebody that I don't think they have vision up the high ground or anything, so
No.
just kind of hoping.
I think
fair.
I think they're feeling like they need to, they need to get everything they can out of their heroes. They're not getting enough. That's
Okay.
like what that move kind of tells me. Like the
feel
mentality
pressured.
of the team
Yeah.
probably is like, okay, they're aware of like this is not going the way we expected it to. And I think that's why they're happy killing Saksa. They just want to break up the momentum of the game.
Yeah, because so far, do you feel like in terms of adjustments made from game 1 to 2, it's not yet?
I can see what they're thinking. I can
Okay.
understand that they are making adjustments from game 1 to 2, but I don't think it's playing out the way they wanted it to.
Ooh, the question mark in chat.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
From
we saw
that.
No-Tail gave a question mark.
Damn. What a Chad move.
I mean, there's no reverse sweep that can happen. I mean, I feel like Thompson just got karma'd a little bit there by No-Tail. You can blame No-Tail for that one.
Yeah. But I do think this game is going to shift slightly once Slardar comes online.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a really, really key timing for Alliance to utilize.
Hey, Jenkins, you were talking about offliners earlier today before the game's even started. That
I was.
At the moment the trends are big, tanky stuns, doesn't need items per se, but at least
Yeah.
need levels. So does that mean that you don't really like Slardar as an offlane? Or you're still happy with it because all he needs is one blink tag?
I mean, I like the Bloodseeker type heroes.
Okay.
I really do. I mean, I'm bored of the stunners is the thing. I mean, I love to see him going down there because it's like, well, I don't want to be Slardar in my games. No, I think that
Thompson greedy? Thompson justified
he's going
greedy?
for
No,
it.
he got it.
He's getting body blocked though.
Haste rune.
I mean, he has a haze rune.
He's got to get another hit off that tower armor and
You're
regen.
so delayed,
Damn it,
Jenkins.
Jenkins. Watch the screen.
I'm closing this. I'm so stupid. I'm closing this. Okay.
That was pretty
Jenkins is
funny.
watching himself in past time on stream. It's crazy.
In case you're wondering what Jack is doing, but something that you could do as well, in Dota TV, all games are of course live as well, and the delay is only about 10 seconds, which is just normal server delay, like no added extra delay. So you can follow along and have your own camera work to look at there as well if you really wanted to.
But if the only thing you're in it for is the tooltips, you can watch on Twitch now.
You can actually use the tooltips on Twitch. I don't know if people have tried it yet, but try to mouse over the screen a little bit and you'll see some pop-ups if you're curious.
Not
about
on this stream.
Not on this stream?
Because I don't think they
No,
can...
you have to be on the actual game screen.
Correct.
You're correct, because the person has to be in the game, I believe. But
Yeah, if
you're able to
confused-
like hover over scepters and abilities and
Shards,
everything that
neutral
you're
items.
Yeah, everything that you're curious about what it actually does, you can hover over that yourself. So it's really nice. It is really nice as well. This is also nice. Stacks. Nico baby getting a big boost here.
Only if they
Definitely
can kill
something
them.
that oh dear, it was nice.
There she goes. Okay, rolling coming in.
Yeah.
That's a rupture.
Well, this could be
is
it could
Thompson
be
not
good fight.
dead?
Oh my goodness, that Earth Splitter coming out from no tail.
Kisses.
I mean, the team fight is just OG's got that on lock.
The good news is Insania. Slardar's got his Blink Dagger. He just picked it up.
Okay,
Nice.
so next fight then.
Little rough. I mean,
Yes.
yeah, I feel like it's the type of hero you get. If you get the blink and you're not already, it's like if the enemy team is killing you and you get the blink, you don't
It's too
come
late.
back
Yeah.
and start killing
So-
them.
Yeah.
So like that's why they needed the Queen of Pain to snowball the game in Slardar's favor. They needed to, before OG hit this point in the game where they can just run together
That.
and kill them, they needed to be able to kill,
No.
Oh
have the
no!
Slardar come online.
Oh dear.
If he just slowly dies here, it's
No, he's fine,
he's got
but
heals, but
that
but-
was blink reveal, no?
Yep.
a little depressing for the blink reveal. Yeah, that's not what you want, but
And it's going to come to a point that I don't think he'll be able to solo kill people. They'll have
Precisely.
to relocate for everything.
Right.
yeah. Slardar kind of becomes a support at this point. Oh, a little bit of
That-
an instant replay.
Nice.
Yeah, he didn't get like any of these ancients.
And then the instant rupture on the Pango too just means like, yep, you have to stop rolling as the team fight hero.
And he
But-
still dies.
And the Sonic Wave bumped Tops into the low ground, so they couldn't even finish him off easily.
That was a very well executed team fight. And the timing to come to the Ancient there was really on point.
That was good.
Yeah, that was the way. That was like the way back into the game to have a timing for Alliance. I think.
Yeah, I kind of feel like compared to previous game, I mean, we see the adjustments that there were made, but OG has also made adjustments, and I feel like they feel more dominant this game than they did previous game of this series.
So I would imagine it went something like this. Game 1, Alliance drafted what they've been practicing.
Yeah.
And they were playing a lot of matchups that they were practicing and they were used to. It did not work out for them.
No.
So they were like, okay, we need to do this differently, we need to do this differently, we need to do that differently. And then they go into Game 2 doing this Wisp for a tiny trade-off without a full like draft planned out or a full idea of how they're supposed to win the game. And then they get themselves into a position that they have not been in during their scrims. And therefore end up in a position where OG just look even more dominant because they're still doing what they did in Game 1, whereas Alliance are trying to like outpick it or outthink it. And this is again based on like personal experience. That's usually what ends up happening when you lose a game and you feel like, oh, our draft just was not right, or we could not play our heroes.
What do you think the right move is then? Just fully reset or
It's
what?
hard, right? Because you have to do some sort of adjustment, but whether that adjustment is gameplay adjustments or draft adjustments, I think is hard. And I think some teams more than others tend to talk about the drafts immediately after the game, like, oh, we just couldn't play. There's nothing we could have done differently. Whereas I think other teams will be like, I just made this mistake, or we should have played more aggressive.
Yeah.
Or I think that kind of like, for me, when I see such a big shift up in the way you're drafting, signals that they probably were discussing the draft after the series. Not so much gameplay. They don't feel like they played poorly. It was more, we needed to have a different approach.
Well, let's see if this is it. They got the relocate in as well. But it is a bit split out. They might still get away with
This
this
is a
one.
good kill.
Yeah, it's nice.
And nice healing too.
I was gonna say, OG is a little ambitious going in, 3-on-5, but
Yeah, the Quap survived also.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if Bloodseeker might be able to finish the kill, but Thompson wants to vengeance.
I mean, does he? I mean,
Nighttime.
he's outnumbered.
Barely see
Hello?
any-
Thompson?
He's his a team?
Jeez.
The rest is way away.
That was a weird blink. I thought he
Yeah, it
had
was like a 1
flicker.
millimeter blink.
I thought he had flicker for a second there. It's like, what the hell timing is this?
Interesting. Well, that was something that Alliance needed, though.
Yeah. So if you're Alliance right now, what you want to do is you want to chain kills. You know OG is stronger than you 5 versus 5, so you want to make sure that you're constantly chaining kills. And here you go. Thank you for. I love it when teams do this. So they immediately decide to smoke, and they're going to keep looking for kills. Right now, OG's only 4 heroes on the map, so they're weak. They know OG won't fight them back. And they want to make sure that they stay 4v5 for as long as possible. Because if it's this pick-off game when the 3 of them can run around and kill heroes, they're stronger.
Oh, wait. I'm getting some abilities wasted as well. If they can just get out here, that's really important.
I mean, and even if they don't, I mean,
he's not
it's
getting
just a pango, right? I mean, as Alliance, you still trade maybe your position 5 for Mortimer's kisses.
Yeah, they want to buy time for the gyrocopter now. They need to. They don't really have any other options. So I want to see them continuously like trying to keep OG on the back foot and not let OG just scoop up and fight them as a whole.
Yeah, when you're behind like this, it's like you have to actually make effort to consume parts of the map. You know, it's like if somebody's dead, then it means that you can. But if they're not dead, then it means that the enemy team is like farming 75% of the map. So even like trading there is good because as long as somebody's farming somewhere else, it's like you're the team that actually needs something to be happening for you to farm. Like OG didn't need that before, but now it's a bit more even.
Is he gonna bring him back?
No way. He's dead.
He's dead. He's going down.
Take one for the
Can't do the TP thing anymore. I used to be able to TP
Can you
out.
not?
No, they
It's
fixed
fine.
that.
I tried to do it. I just thought I was bad.
No, they fixed it. It's really hard to. It depends on like the server you're on.
You need to
too.
same frame it, right?
Yeah,
It's
tick
really,
perfect.
it's really, yeah. It's
It
close.
was tick perfect.
I don't
It's
think,
not
and I don't
possible.
think there was any like.
It's just not possible at all.
They took it out.
So GH
'Cause
did
it-
it once and then nobody else
Yeah,
needs to do it?
Yeah.
exactly. He goes down in
Because there
history
was,
as the
there
one
was
guy.
another issue that a lot of times Legion Commander would get a duel off, but then the person would be back in the fountain because
Yeah.
like that same tick that the TP happens will let the TP take priority as opposed to letting the disable take priority.
Radiant's
I
top
see.
tower is under attack.
The Naga Siren thing got nerfed too. The Basilius toggling
Right,
3
you can't
times,
do it-
or
you can't do
Aquila, treads, whatever. It's
You can't beat BKB anymore. Or you can't beat like
it's 50.
phase shift.
It's 50-50. I think it's 50-50, but it's like a percentage if you do it on the exact frame. Yule Scepter and other instant cast things.
Right,
Now you
yeah.
can't beat BKB ever now because BKB literally works in the first frame of a stun.
BKB works before a stun. BKB
It,
always
it works.
takes
It works first on the same frame.
correct, but it always takes
Do you
priority.
understand what they're saying? What are they
Okay,
talking
so
about?
okay, if you
BKB beats all.
BKB beats everything. Like I know Kyle on many accounts
I'm
has
confused.
talked about how like you if you Yules into a Ice Pass, then or like a Yules into an Impale by Nyx, then like if you time it perfectly, then you can beat a BKB. That's not possible.
No, it's
BKB
not.
will always take
So,
priority.
okay,
Hit me.
I've had this discussion with Boxy a lot,
Yeah.
and he's on your side of it.
Nah.
But how come I see Linas or Leshrax stun people out of Yule, or SF ultis go off out of Yule, where people have BKBs? Because Boxy says you need to press BKB once during the
You
Yule,
do. It's
and it will queue it up.
It does.
Yeah.
But
If you spam that button, no.
It doesn't make a
yes, but if you
difference.
press it once,
As long as you press it at
you
all.
I
press it
queue up
once,
my
it queues
BKBs,
it
but I
up.
still get SF bursted. How does that work?
Okay, so the SF
I thought
one,
it's like he hits you on the way down while you're in the air before
right.
you can BKB.
You need to ult a little bit sooner as SF, so the fear lines are already out. So there's already a line that as soon as you touch the ground, you're already in the Requiem.
Precisely.
Well, if you nightmare somebody into Marana Arrow, technically there should be no frame where you're not stunned, but you can still BKB.
Correct. When's the last time you got SF ulted? And
I just remember seeing specifically GPK play Linas and Leshrax, and he's stunning people that have BKB off of his Yule.
I thought.
That was a nice
Anyway.
play that was a really nice
Yeah.
play. The little bit movements just to not die to the Bloodseeker, but then also buy time so the IO could relocate out.
Because I thought Alliance was going to try to fight 4-on-5, but at the moment OG is with 4. I guess they have an Aegis, so you don't want to fight into Aegis because that basically counts as 5.
I've been so busy thinking about this BKB.
I know,
Yeah,
I know.
I'll be honest.
I'm on
sorry.
the side of Boxy. I'm fairly sure you can always BKB under any circumstances.
I think so. I would agree with that too, unless there's some weird case. I think
Generally
it's like a
speaking, in
glitch.
our team, Boxy's like, if he says this is how it works, that's usually how it works.
Is that what he says you can?
He says he can. You can BKB.
You will
Okay.
always hear your
Shame.
BKB.
Yeah, you always do.
Cool.
Shame.
Good to
And then I'm like, but I've seen the opposite. And he's like,
Don't
well,
trust
there's
those
bad.
players.
I think
Yeah, they're just
people
bad.
just are like nerves, things like that. They're just.
I've seen many pro players get very cocky with their BKBs. Save it
No.
for... No,
Carry
really?
players not
Yeah,
BKBing?
Nah, I mean,
No.
I think if you
speaking.
press-
How dare you?
I think if you press something else, you might also like interrupt the queue afterwards with that thing.
Maybe.
And
I
so
see.
if you press like a spell, for example, it might happen. Override the BKB. Things get weird in Dota when you start talking about queues.
Yeah,
and
but
stuff.
there's I bet there's a lot of people at home right now that have
That are very
long lost this train of thought in the conversation. I might be one of them.
Oh, I can do it all over again, Shiva, if you
No,
want me
no,
to.
no, please don't. I think I'll keep trying to ice path people into Yules,
Go for
regardless
it.
if they have BKB or not.
recommend
you
it.
know,
That's fair.
because you should always otherwise force out BKB charge.
Agreed.
And also, there's loads of people that don't know, because evidently,
I don't-
the
I
I
jury's
mean,
not
I'm a
out.
pro player
jury's
and I
still
don't know, so
I
I don't
don't
blame
even
them.
click the enemy guy to see the items. So
Homie walks back with the second fairy fire. You have no
no, I
idea.
have no idea. That really breaks me. And if anybody out there wants to potentially try to get high rated, I'm 8K and I fairy fires defeat me. So
There you go.
BKBs
And
defeat him.
we
Apparently,
just saw Thompson not use the fairy fire.
we did. Yeah, apparently he's got the same problem I do,
Yeah.
except on the other end of the spectrum.
Yeah, so there's that's the beauty of Dota, right? You always learn. There's always something you don't know. If you already had figured everything out, then we probably have the
solved
same
game.
TI
You know-
winner every year.
Oh no.
Things like not pressing a fairy.
Repeat, repeat,
there's-
repeat.
I mean, what are the chances? There's no way. It's like I
But
feel
that's
like
what we said all both
feel like
times so far.
No, you're giving them power by
I know
saying
I
there's
am,
no
but
way.
I seriously feel like Elon Musk is going to be right about the whole simulation thing if OG wins 3 times. I'm sold. I'm just done with every religion or philosophy, whatever. I'm done with everything. I'm just purely in this with this simulation argument. I'm 100% in. If OG wins a 3rd TI, there's no way. It's statistically impossible.
Just take the new religion of
he's
Godson.
I have
is he
OG as
paid?
my win for TI.
Oh yeah, I had to say mine, and you guys all copped out. So you have OG in your compendium.
I have OG in
I
my
have them as top
compendium.
3. I mean, I think they're very likely to
Who's
win, but it
your
would just be
win
it would just be
prediction?
insane. My win prediction like a week ago was Vici.
What'd you put in the compendium? Oh yeah, you did tell me your
What did
Vichy
I
thing.
put in the I think I put OG in the compendium. I think I picked OG.
You actually put Vici?
Yeah, I did. Well, like a couple,
I thought
couple
it was
weeks
a
ago.
hot take. I made him
Couple weeks
justify
ago.
it.
Yeah.
That is a hot take.
Yeah, so
And a half.
I mean, he gave
right.
a reasonable argument.
Okay. My argument behind Vici was that I believe that they are at the level of team where they've consistently done very well. Second places, third, fourth places, things like that. They've consistently improved throughout the lands. And I don't think they have a target on their back. I think even the Chinese teams are not looking at them being
Silent
like,
assassins.
yeah, they're silent assassins, and I think that their response to I think that their playstyle lends itself to the stacking meta being nerfed. And now I said this 2 weeks ago,
You
so
did.
the heroes that are being picked, tinies and stuff, were a little different. I thought Sven was still OP at that point, Luna Medusa, and they were picking those heroes,
Yeah.
but instead of stacking ancients, they were just like I mentioned earlier today, consuming a whole area of the map and just making space with the 4 other guys. And so I felt like Vici's playstyle that they were doing, even with stacking being OP, worked in the new meta. And then those heroes just have fallen off, like Medusa, Luna, Sven. They're okay, but they're not as prevalent as they were 2 or 3 weeks ago.
But Vici is playing in the next round, yeah? Yeah, they're playing against Fnatic. I'm curious to see how they'll...
I still think they'll do really well. I mean,
Yeah.
I
I think
still believe
Vici
in
to
them.
me is a team that they're always going to place well, but they will never win.
Yep.
But that's why I think they'll
And
win.
I think, for example, if you ask me who's more likely to win, VP or Vici, I'd say VP. But I think Vici might place higher during this
Yeah,
event. If you ask me who's going to place better.
But a lot of people have said the exact same of EG. They'll always do well. They're a championship team, and are they going to take the title?
I
haven't
think
yet.
I think EG this year genuinely probably the best I've seen.
Best odds.
Yeah.
Is it just because of play, or you feel like Dr. K is adding that much to the team as well?
So I would have said this before I knew about Dr. K.
Yeah.
But I do think that he adds something to that team that, I mean, I don't know what they're like inside the team, but based on what everybody says and what I've heard about them and what you can assume based on watching Singapore, yeah, I think it seems like this should be a pretty big add to their team.
Yeah. Hello, Lizard.
Hello.
How you doing?
Well.
Good to meet
I'm doing
you.
well.
I'm Jenkins.
I'm Lizard.
Oh, that's a firm grip. I think I'm gonna leave.
Thank you, Jenkins.
You just emasculated him that easily.
Wow.
I didn't.
It doesn't take.
Here.
Welcome,
Jenkins.
Lizard. Welcome to
Thank
the
you,
multicast.
thank you, thank you.
Bye,
I'm-
Jenkins.
I'm very sorry that I'm taking that luscious, beautiful hair away from all of you.
Yeah, but we got these now. We got these. It's all good.
Okay, we cannot have that in such a big camera. Let's actually look at the Dota again that has resumed again.
This
OG
is why we paused the
Alliance
games. It was
is
really
the
just
game
to
we're
get you
jumping back
prepared.
into as, I mean, that seems to be a little bit of the favorite at the moment. And with Jenkins gone, you can't see the Pudge anymore anyway. So,
No, I think we should look at the Pudge now. I'm
We should
excited for
look
the
at the
Pudge.
The Pudge pick, actually, where did it end up? I was getting mic'd up. Was
fourth.
His fourth pick, Borax,
After
is used.
So it's position 4.
It's a position 4. It's not a core
That's
Pudge.
a shame.
Oh, yeah.
Is that
You
confirmed?
probably all talked about
It's
how
4?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's been
Borax
forced
plays
to
it.
the interaction with killing the creeps instantly on the hook and how it activates him.
I don't think we talked about that at all. Actually.
Really?
Yeah, it's true.
there's
It's a
no-
recent change.
There is no
All right, well, we are looking back at OG versus Alliance, where it seems like Alliance still struggling a little bit to get their their waves pushed out and even get some more map control. They still haven't taken tier 1 tower off of OG. Mid, that is.
They're struggling to defend. They're struggling to win.
Yeah.
What's happening, by the way, this Klinks pick? I was casting Dota pick prior to TI. And Klinks was very, very popular in like the first day, and then it just instantly sharply
He got
dropped
nerfed,
off.
right?
He got nerfed a little bit, but teams realized what you need to do versus Klinks is the same as always before. Pick these heroes that either get on top of him easily, the spirits, or illusion-based heroes. Like your PL and your Naga. And then, even though he has this Maelstrom build that allows him to farm up super quickly and get these ancient stacks, it doesn't work once you get on top of him. What's the build, by the way? So far, I've seen the Maelstrom. What are they building after?
Yeah.
It's been a
They
little
don't-
bit hard to
Mail
see
those games.
specific items.
He got
Yeah.
the Maelstrom.
You
first
are
item.
welcome to
And
load up a laptop with
yeah.
the game as well if you want to check
Okay,
out
thank
items.
you. I will.
I think he went Maelstrom crit both times.
I think I saw in the first game it was Daedalus and Skadi as well.
Oh, I didn't even see the Scotty at the end. But okay.
Yeah, but usually you want to tank yourself up with that one last item, right? Either Skadi, I've even seen Satanic a couple of times.
But that's mostly, it's basically the standard build on Klinks, right? It's like some Dragonlance Maelstrom, and then your third item is either some BKB or some sort of tank item, right?
Yeah.
And then your fourth item is Daedalus.
Oh, okay.
And sometimes when you don't need the survivability, you buy the Daedalus one step earlier.
Do you need Shard on Klinks?
I think it's pretty core. It's the 2 skeleton spawns, right?
Right, and then it gives you something to Death Pact in every single fight.
Shout out to the boy that lost my pub that went Octarine Shard and just spawned skeletons across the map.
Did he buy Ags?
He did, and it actually in one of the teamfights it looked ridiculously strong.
Yeah.
But it was only one teamfight out of 10.
That's unfortunate.
So we lost.
My
Yeah,
man was just getting ready for Halloween. He wanted all the skeletons.
yeah exactly.
I feel like the fight that Alliance just lost, they should have won. And now I'm worried for them.
That's hard if you think about it from Alliance perspective. Now, just looking at team fights, OG has like 4 heroes, Snapfire, Tiny. It just feels like all of OG's heroes are built to teamfight, whereas yours are more built to run around and get kills.
Yeah.
It's so difficult that you picked Pango and then you get countered by this Bloodseeker so heavily, right? And you're playing this IO Gyro and your net worth isn't on top.
Yep.
Once you have this combo, you kind of have to keep at least being on the same level of farm that the enemy carry has, right? But when you fall off, it's very difficult to come back.
Yeah. I would really like to switch games at this point.
No Fever if you want to
brutal
switch
Shiver.
games.
I don't know if I have that power yet. I really want to see Undying versus VP because we didn't really get to see that
Oh,
much
yeah.
of it in game 1, and it was an absolute bloodbath. Like,
Yes.
highest kills in the game so far, and it seems like VP is doing pretty okay again. But I want to see how they're doing it because we've seen a lot of VP being dominant against their own region, but we don't really get to see them, and we haven't really got to see them against other regions, at least not doing well.
Bristleback.
It's definitely the CIS style of gameplay, right? If you remember even the old VP with bristle cores and whatnot, the first game maybe even more on brand with that bounty hunter running around in
Yeah,
constant aggression.
Dawnbreaker also.
It's a new style of gameplay though for this iteration of VP, I'd say. I think when I think of Save, I think of these like very dominant ranged.
Wind Ranger, Skywrath.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Wind Ranger, Skywrath, Shadow Demon,
Love
Lion, more
Lion.
that type of hero.
Yeah.
So Bounty Hunter for him is like a very different type of fort. And to see them comfortably execute that strat means that like something has happened during these couple of months. And I think they're one of the only teams that values Phoenix. And I tried talking to people before the event started and asked them about Phoenix, and there was like a lot of head shakes. Like this hero's not good. But they seem to value it really highly, and they make it look really, really strong. So I'm really curious about this, like how they managed to make it look so good.
Don't you think that maybe the hero itself isn't as strong, but Yag is still alright, especially when you have heroes such as Shaker coming back into the meta?
Yeah. I think they know how to enable the hero to make it look good.
Also, by the way, I feel that Shaker coming back brings a lot of these Quops, Bats, Pugnas as first pick material. Like you can open up with that combo, right? Like we've seen Alliance do the Shaker Queen of Pain in first game not so successfully, but it allows you to flex the hero on either 4-3 or mid.
That's true, actually. You could run the Shaker 4 and then the
Yeah,
top 3, or you could do it the other way around, like Alliance did.
And it fits in TI style. Every TI, we see a lot of Shakers, a lot of Rubiks. They're just the heroes that keep coming back, that are just fundamentally good. Not the overly strongest, but just always good. We already saw Rubik, of course, earlier today. We are definitely seeing VP having quite a dominant presence, but they are not. It's not really that much reflected in the net worth, though. So they're still giving Undying quite a bit of space.
Yeah. Can't quite see what the Undying stuff is.
By the way, anyone that wants to check out other games, they can go to different streams.
Yeah.
Perhaps if you want to watch that Pudge, right, Sheaves?
Yep, it's the Pudge is on stream A. If you guys are interested, it does look like EG is breaching high ground at this moment. So if you want to catch a tail end of that game, probably should head over there. In terms of draft, so it looks like we've got a Monkey King, we got a Storm.
I knew those
I mean,
two Shivers.
we got a Lycan.
The ones you see. Bane, Lifestealer, and the Lycan are the reasons.
Okay, yes. We are just having a. It's not like we don't recognize the icons, it's that we only see a little bit of it.
Yeah. So I think the difficulty here, for me, it's like I'm seeing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
It's one team that are picking to win lanes, but their drafts don't really have a lot of synergy. You have Lifestealer, Storm, Lycan, where you have the Infest Bomb, but then you have Monkey King and Bane. There's no inherent like easy way to teamfight. You don't have a Tidehunter, you don't have an Echo Slam. There's nothing to really allow you to fight the other team.
Right?
Yes. And then the other team is just stacked on teamfight. You have Phoenix, Puck, Shaker that you somehow want to run into now with your heroes. And the way you want to offset teamfight is by having items that allow you to win those fights. And I think the team that generally is not drafting teamfight is ending up losing more than I see them winning.
You're telling me that the Wolf Bite isn't team fight insane? Did you see that super effective Lifestealer Wolf running around? Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that they don't have any initiating stuns.
Yes.
People can just walk away.
Yes. And it just feels difficult. I feel like this trend is like, it's only been 2 series, but that's already 8 games. Like,
Yeah, it's quite a bit of data that we already got in this.
that's what you would get in 7 weeks of VPC. No, not really. I messed up my math.
Ooh, there we go. We have the quad box because we see first series of the day being over. OG 2-0 Alliance there on stream D. That means for stream D, you can start preparing yourself for Vici versus Fnatic with Cap and Kyle. Of course, we have as we call it, a rolling schedule, meaning that the games will not have like an extended break waiting for everybody to be done. It's just when one stream is done, when one series is done, the next one will come almost straight after that with the normal time of break that there is needed for everything on the production side of things. But yeah, first series done. OG Alliance 2-0, were we expecting that? Because traditionally Alliance has been especially strong against European streams.
Yeah, and the ESL result that Alliance was specifically looking for revenge after the whole coach situation. They won that against OG, and so that was a big statement game. But here, I think Alliance may be regretting not having a coach because they lost this series and now they need to process all the other series and see what's going on in the other games right now.
Yeah, I really hope that they did bring an analyst that we just don't know about, because just to help them with the amount of data, because it's not just how you do. It's just data.
Boda is there.
Yeah, I don't know how much is here to help, like in the same scenario as Burning is, for example, on the side of Aster, where he's just on the management side of things now.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Unfortunate for Alliance, but then again, OG is not a team that you're ashamed of losing at the TI, right?
Yeah.
And because of that, at least psychologically, it shouldn't be a huge headwind for them to lose that first series. Just need to refresh, rethink their strategy, and go into the next game, and perhaps ban that Blink, because that makes him 100% win rate. Has he been picked in any other of the games?
I think it's only been
it's
OG
OG.
twice, right? It seems like to me it seems like a very OG thing. But I'm not sure. This is really cool, by the way. The Pugna giving the bristleback mana.
Just take it all away. I don't need help. Your mana is more valuable than my HP.
That's a different
sorry.
game that we're watching at the moment, by the way. We are back at Aster versus EG. So this is the Pudge game, but it has not really paid off as much just yet. We got EG just breaching high ground, and it does not look like Aster has much to say about it.
Yeah, I feel like Pudge could be a hero, but even in this game, he didn't go for the shard. If my eyesight is correct, I've seen no shard on him. It's just Blink and BKB.
Yeah.
And I feel if you're playing that 4 position, the shard activates you. You get that new dimension to play the hero. You have this saving potential now settled.
Instead of just being a one-hook wonder.
Exactly.
How much comeback potential is there then for Aster in this one? Do we feel confident, or is this one almost a done deal as well?
I think it's very difficult to play Gyrocopter into Razor in an even game. And then you're playing it when you're behind. And I think you're also playing it against arguably one of the best teams here.
Yeah.
So I think it's a difficult position. So this is, in my mind, I try to think about it in terms of like, okay, what needs to happen in the team fight for Aster to win?
Yeah.
I think absolutely under no circumstance can Gyrocopter get linked, because they lack damage to get any kills. So is there any way of avoiding that? And the answer is yes. You can Pudge hook him on the link. So if Pudge hooks Gyro when Razor links him, there is a way. But unfortunately, there's a Blink Ravage who's just they're probably gonna time it. Like the Ravage is gonna come out on top of the link.
They do have BKBs though, right?
They do on the Gyro, right?
And on the Pudge.
And on the Pudge.
So because of that, maybe it can work?
Yeah, but I think it's a hard ask. It's one of those, like, how many times in your life have you seen a Pudge hook counter a Razor Link?
That's
and
true.
we've played a lot of games with Dota, you and I.
Yeah.
So like,
it's not the easiest thing to execute in a game.
It's not something you're gonna actively be thinking about in a game either. From the way I see it, I think it's fairly unrealistic.
And I'm pretty sure the shard wouldn't help. I think if you get eaten by
No,
Pudge...
no. I know for a fact because my Pudge ate me yesterday and continued following the Razor.
And the link was still
And the link was still on.
Well, I mean, it was a little leech. He was taking his Pudge for a walk.
I don't know why he would continue chasing him.
That's pretty funny.
That's very funny. But I guess you have some cast range on your ultimate, so you could technically eat him out of range.
Sure, and then you have to run, though, and you're a Pudge.
No, I'm thinking if you eat him out of range, like you break the link by picking him up.
As soon as the link forms, then you just...
That seems more realistic to me.
Does it really? Like, because I could get behind the hook out of the link, but eat out of the link?
They didn't nerf the range on the eat. It used to be way longer. It used to be like 200, 450 range.
You need to get the Ether Lance for it to be significant.
Right.
I'm thinking like there's Tombstone zombies, there's other heroes, like there's stuff on the ground that might block them.
That's true as well.
Whereas the eat is like, I'm clicking one button on you.
Okay. The execution is a little bit
Precisely.
easier.
And I mean, at the end of the day, like easier execution generally means it's more likely to happen.
And when it comes to the draft of EG, it's not something that they just invented. This is, if you remember the Singapore Major even, Razor, it's what they really like to draft. What they're comfortable with.
Oh, instant hex. Nice work on that title here.
Let's see if Aster can hold this. But regardless if they do or not, these Shadow Shaman wards are just jumping through the buildings.
So he does have a reflect on his side.
Isosize actually shoot a rabbit.
Where's the
Well,
voice
I don't know
line?
if BKBs count though.
Where's the voice line?
Just the
He has
voice
0
line.
heroes. What
Oh,
is refresh?
come on.
Grab it.
That's the perfect.
Yeah, where is the voice
excuse.
line?
That's
I
the
am
perfect-
disappointed.
You me both.
They are.
They are doing it, and I mean there is already a buyback. That's a dieback right now, so that should be GG. There we go. So that means we have another 2-0 where EG 2-0'd Aster.
Yep.
And
After with the stand-in.
yeah, and then that means VPN Undying is still going on, I believe, as well as IG versus T1. Let's take a look at what is happening on both of those before we make a decision of who we're gonna watch. Although, if Undying and VP, I mean, it's still going on. It's such a back and forth brawl. But we haven't checked in with IG and T1 at all. So
That's true.
Yeah.
let's first look at them, see how they're doing, and see who's in the lead for that one.
Another Night Stalker.
Another Night Stalker. They do like the Night Stalker a lot.
They didn't go for the Iogyro again this time though.
It is a very popular hero, right? Night Stalker.
I think he's super strong.
Exactly. In the recent Dota Pit too, like he was picked. Oh, not only Dota Pit, ESL Fall, right? They were picking Night
That's right,
Stalker
yeah.
quite a bit. It's one of top 5 heroes on the offlane at the moment. Has Sand King been picked, by the way? Because I've seen him
I
get
haven't
some
seen
popularity
a single
too.
Sand King yet.
No, I feel like we've seen Tide quite a
Tide,
bit.
Night Stalker, Pango.
We haven't
perhaps.
seen Night Stalker. We saw Pengo twice,
Yeah.
Bloodseeker,
but it was
right?
support. One of the
One of
games
them
at
was
least.
support.
Yeah.
Because FNG's Pengo was the support. But yeah, I haven't seen any Sand King yet. T1's the only one picking Night Stalker so far.
I mean, during the lead up to TI, at least vision tools felt very, very important to have in your draft. You needed to have some sort of vision tools. So it's not surprising. Actually, we did see one Night Stalker, right?
Yeah, it was T1.
Yeah.
T1 picked it in game 1 also.
I see.
Emo is going ham. Any question marks so far in the chat?
Not
No tail
in this
We have
game,
seen No Tail
but
get
No
do
Tail
a question mark
against Alliance.
against Alliance, but that was right as Thompson was dying. So he kind of jinxed Thompson with that one.
But they won the series.
But they won the series, so there's that. So far, it does look like IG once again having
Ember with Blink.
quite the lead.
Oh,
Nice
yeah,
Ravage though by
Wow.
Whiteman.
That's crazy there.
Lightyear,
And that's a-
Scepter, Blink.
During my
I've actually
period
seen
of
the build.
playing Sumail mid, this is one of the only people he spoke highly of.
Really?
Yeah, he said Emo's ball.
I thought he spoke highly of no one also, I thought.
I mean, I don't know. He's probably spoken highly of many players, but during our period of playing
Not yet.
together,
But
not
isn't
me.
Emo the one that he also in the past tweeted about that he was beat
Yeah.
coming out
Yeah,
like
that's true.
2 years ago or 3
Because I
years
think
ago or
he
something?
saw a lot of similarities in Emo being a young protege type player.
Yeah. He is that type of star player, star power. That by himself he can turn games in his favor.
If you just look at the games of IG and you make this comparison between Emo and Fly, you could argue that even with all his flashiness, Emo is the one that's more stable and will perform in a regular way most of the games.
I have quite limited experience of playing against IG, but my impression was that Fly is like a very traditional carry. Like he's really gonna want to farm, play quite safe,
That's accurate.
and Emo takes a lot of the attention.
If you remember the DPC seasons, Tsunami and Fly with the Morphling, they
Yeah,
would even
so I mean, I understand
Did
your
you-
point, but I think that's just because Emo is such a good player
Yeah.
that not only is he flashier, but he's also more reliable.
The thing
Oh, I
is,
see.
whenever they would pick Morphling, they would. This was so sad. Like they would take the Morphling away from Fly
They
after
confiscated it from
after
him.
he had one bad game, and then they started giving it to Emo every single game after. So if you have a Morphling, then Emo is on some semi-carry on that safe lane, you know, something
Fly
that
Fly's on a
actually.
semi-carry.
Yeah, sorry, Fly.
Yeah, yeah.
That can
Emo's
create
on the
space
morph.
for Emo. Yeah.
But
To be
since
fair,
then,
this must have been around the time when everybody was playing Morph mid more than carry, right?
true. So I
Like
think
the
it was
Morph
Yeah,
mid
that's-
tiny
that's
carry
definitely
kind
true as
of
well.
period.
Yeah.
But
Pretty
also
much
just-
first and second season.
Yeah, yeah.
But yes,
know-
there was a specific instance in which we never saw Fly play Morphling ever again.
I've been guilty of that too. I think it happens. Sometimes as captains, you just like, you feel like one person is feeling the hero a lot more than the other guy.
Okay.
And then he just ends up playing it more. I think it's maybe even subconscious. You don't actively think like, hey, Fly, you're bad at morph, so I'm gonna give it to Emo. It's more like, it just felt better when he played it.
It feels like IG is, by the way, having T1 in a chokehold here. They can't really get any farm out on the map, and there's not much left. So, and all in favor for switching VP Undying.
Sure.
VP Undying game, I have it in front of me on the laptop, looks wild.
I want to see VP Undying. I want to see Bloodbath.
If you remember the seasons, Team 1 is probably the best team at defending high ground and coming back, but this game
Not
looks...
this one.
Yeah,
Rough.
not this game.
All right, let's do VP Undying then. That'll be good.
Blizzard.
It was a pleasure.
It's a pleasure. Sandy, Shaver. I'll be back tomorrow.
Later, Tsunami.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for having. No, very nice having you. We already saw you, Slacks. It's no surprise anymore. You were already in stream.
Everybody messing around. Is this your phone, by the way? I thought this is Jenkins' phone that he left.
Could be Jenkins, could be Neil.
Perched on the broadcast for the next 9 hours. He has no way to get it back. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
To the internet.
What is that you're holding?
What is that?
What is that I'm holding?
I know what you're holding.
Steam Deck, my friends.
Is it yours?
No, they won't give me one. But no, this is...
Please explain what it is you're holding,
I'm not
Slacks.
going to do a
If you
sellout.
lick it, it's yours.
I've licked many things on PI before. I'm not afraid. All right, but no, actually, I was legitimately watching the games on this thing.
That's cool.
You can observe on this thing, and support for it for playing is probably coming. Now it is, because I just said that on PI. How you guys doing? Great show so far, huh?
I'm doing pretty good. We had a lot of. Well, the thing is, the games, according to Sania as well, has been fairly similar in styles, even though the heroes are widely different.
I think there's an idea that most teams are following, but they're doing it in very, very unique ways. I think they all have this is what we need to accomplish, but how they're trying to accomplish it is done very, very differently.
This game, this series that we're having on stream right now, Undying VP, is the most back and forth, where VP earlier had a massive lead, and then they went high ground and lost a bunch, and then they lost their lead, and now Undying's may come. This is the closest game we have live at the moment. We already have 2 series finished as well.
I know, and we've been really crunching through games with it this whole time. I mean, over quicker than my pubs recently.
Oh, and IG now victory as well over T1. So yeah.
There you go. Gonna switch my game on my Steam Deck now, but no big deal. Dude,
Can you actually walk?
Yeah, you can. This is real. You can actually do that. Stop trying to sell out, Insania.
How many do we have? Can I get one?
No, we only have one. What? And I licked it. So you're not gonna want to touch it.
I'm in the game right now. I'm in Dota.
All right, take it easy. Sellout segments here. Team Undying though,
Yeah.
super hyped for these guys. I thought, NA, standard team and stuff, but Moon Meander has just had this energy about him lately. This insane, I'm going to beat anyone, I'm back energy. I was talking to him the other day, and he was saying that it was okay, it's taken me 5 years to get back to an international, and I've come, and nothing can stop me. I'm legitimately afraid of the man, not after their first series.
Forged in the original fires of OG. Who can stop him? Oh, sorry, monkey business.
Monkey business.
Who can stop him now?
Oh my goodness.
He's surrounded by a lot of young energy, right?
Yeah.
A lot of young players too that are willing to do whatever it takes. Their offlaner is, I'm very fond of, and I wish that he succeeds.
Oh, here we go, Roshan fight here. Could it be a steal?
Ooh, that's good egg.
Nobody picked it up yet.
Okay.
Now I got it.
Oh, you've got a message from Bashor. Good luck with the show, man. Appreciate your hard work.
Okay, that is actually not my Steam Deck. Somebody is extremely upset.
I am so sorry.
Basher, if you're watching, change your Steam ID, okay? Shiver has taken you out for no reason here.
It was a very friendly message for whoever is logged into Steam on this
Not anymore.
stream deck. But it was very friendly.
Sorry, Bruno.
This is the difficulty of, so sorry guys, of playing the Phoenix into these heroes, right? You're playing versus Lycan and Lifestealer, they just run you down. Pop the Rage, pop Wolf War. It doesn't matter unless you completely block them off with a fissure. That was a beautiful egg, it still didn't
It still didn't go
work.
off. I think he was aiming to get it slightly further up. We can get on top of the Roche pit.
Yeah,
We're getting into the real nerdy stuff, but you can get it on top of the Roche pit where melee heroes can't see you. There's a fog spot. So
it's
have you ever
difficult.
played Tango, Slacks, and rolled up on the thing at Roche?
Yes.
There's a little cliff there, and if you egg on that cliff, they can't see you.
What the heck? That's insane. I never knew it. Pro players, man.
Whose Steam deck is this, you said?
Huh? I'm not gonna it's Bruno's.
Someone already put this. No, the mini map is on the right side.
Bruno's
mine.
a sicko then, what can I say? I mean, he's a real sick
What's wrong with
freak.
having it on the right side?
And nothing, Insania.
What I thought.
Don't worry,
very
I'll
cool,
change
isn't
it
it?
back.
Wow. As a Techies player, I do know the blind spot in the front of Roche, but behind, can you put a mine up there?
No. Oh, I'm not sure. I don't play that dirty.
I got something to do tonight.
I've never seen it. But yeah, but there's a little fog spot like at
the
top.
end.
Yeah,
Interesting.
the techie spot.
All right, so I haven't been paying attention to the show yet. What do you think about VP?
I think VP needs to stomp their first couple of games for me to really have confidence in them. And I think I haven't been fully watching the game, but I've had it up right here. So I've seen some parts, and I feel like they're running into a wall a little bit. And I think for me, VP, I don't really care how many games they win, how many they lose. It's more about the mental battle. I feel like if they can win 8 in a row, no matter when it happens, leading into the playoffs, I'll believe in them.
Okay, we got some action here. Let's go Phoenix. Holy moly. Pretty good. Yes.
They did manage to get that egg off, and Bristleback seemingly is doing a lot of work.
He's got... Wow, okay, this is fantastic.
I was pretty much thinking as the teamfight started that VP is in a really bad spot because all their eggs are in this one basket of Bristleback, and he cannot, perhaps will not be able to carry the game on his own. But if you go all in on that Bristleback and you don't manage to take him down because of the Sunray and whatnot, Windbreaker, then you're in trouble. That's just what happened.
So here, he's not expecting to actually kill the throne. They just want to force out the buyback and then reset back to a position where they're controlling the map. And Undying feels scared to leave the base. I would assume.
Which you would assume because they're not leaving.
They are not leaving right now. I think, VP is leaving at the moment. I mean,
They got a
they've
buyback.
been
They
here
just killed
before,
4.
so we weren't watching this game live at that point. But VP has been in exactly that same spot, have a team fight there where they did go back and then all died, and the game, went on for another 10 minutes. So they're probably being a little extra careful right
They
now.
don't need to go back now after killing the Storm. You don't have to go for Throne, but you can definitely go for the other side. And the problem is, I'm not sure how do you even plan on running back if they use buybacks when you're playing versus the Storm Spirits, right?
I think
you will get caught.
Yes, what VP wants them to do is force them to fight. VP wants Undying to fight them in their own vision, in their ball. Like they want Phoenix to be able to sit back in Sunray and for Storm to commit into them. That's their dream fight, where Bristol's in front. Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. And that's why you pull back your heroes slightly, and if they decide to chase, you have a fight that you actually want to take. Instead of a fight where you're running straight into.
Well, Undying gonna have to fight
This
without
could be a
their
reset.
Storm.
Oh, this is cool. I thought Bristleback was bad. It doesn't have a low
I have
win
not
rate.
seen the hero at
This
all.
is the first Bristleback that we've seen. Did you know, Slacks, with first game of the day,
Yeah.
we saw, of course, all 4 screens, 4 drafts. There were only 2 heroes that were the same
That's right.
in total, which is crazy.
I
knew that,
tweeted
right?
it instantly. Hell yeah, it was great for my socials, but yes, it was actually really impressive. Good job, Ice Frog.
Yeah.
I know no one ever says great job to you, Ice Frog. I know you're watching right now. Well done. Look at that Bristleback, that thick boy.
That
I
says
think
a
it's
lot
probably
about
picked
the
as a
state of
counter
the match,
to like.
right?
Yeah, it does say a lot about state of the game in general, yeah. That every idea is viable, or rather, pro players at this level consider every idea to be viable.
Everything can work, Sheever.
Yeah,
Everything can work.
including Bristleback, including, well, not this game, but Bane.
Still though, it feels like you need this solid base ground when it comes to teamfight to be able to play games. So far, all of the games, they've had this recurring theme that if you do have solid teamfight to fall back on, you will win the game. Like if you check this out with Moonmender playing the Monkey King without boots, and then you have a Lycan running around, and the Lifestealer is just so difficult to execute, and the burden is way too heavy on the Storm Spirit.
Yep, so okay, VP getting a 2-0 there as well against Undying. That means every series has been a 2-0 so far, start of the day. Because that was the end of round 1 of games. There will be 5 rounds. Don't worry, you've only seen 8 of the 40 games so far.
40.
32 more to come.
Isn't that bad? I mean, there are 8 there are 4 streams, 5 streams actually, including us. Of course, you're watching the multicast at the moment. Make sure you also use hashtag TI10 in all your socials when you let us know how you're enjoying the games and how you are watching or attempting to watch all streams at the same time. The second round of games, I mean, it will be, again, as I said earlier, a rolling schedule. So the second round of games on stream D is actually already began, Vici versus Fnatic. So we'll soon be able to jump you right over to the draft of that one. But yeah, round 1's done. Round 1's done. Initial impressions. I mean, you know, Tsunami's happy because he thought for a while that it wasn't going to happen. Still, I had a tough time believing that. But Slacks,
You guys are just flaming. My goodness.
No. It was. I mean, it's been a rough 2 years. Without TI.
Yes, it has been some time, and you know, we've been waiting so patiently to see the best players in the world play so that we can steal their strategies and win our very low skill pubs, and it's finally come. Very exciting stuff. I gotta admit, I'm very impressed by VP. All my research has shown that these are like hot young Zoomers trying to win the international with literally no one telling them what to do, and it's just a different looking team since they got here. Disciplined team now.
And key word for people that might not have been there earlier today, they have actually, since all the research that you've done, because they were like that for the whole season, right? Qualify for TI, they're like, okay, something needs to change. They hired a basketball professional player to teach them discipline. I'm not kidding. That's literally the words they used.
Jeremy? Was it Jeremy Lin?
No.
Okay.
It was, I believe, a Russian player.
Probably a Russian one.
They also got a coach since then as well, also specifically for TI Bulk, which a lot of people know from previously coaching Gambit for quite a season.
He was actually with Virtus Pro.
He was with Virtus Pro before, and then with Gambit, and now back.
He was, I believe, assistant coach together with Arzik back in that day.
So because there were a lot of question marks. There were question marks for VP because they struggled on lands, and so far we see that they seem to be in form. There were question marks on Alliance, which seemingly have been justified still because OG was able to beat them 2-0, although there's also been question marks for OG. Are they back in tier form? Is it the three-peat?
Oh, I don't know. To me, OG was JRX. I know no one ever says, it's always Seb and No Tails, but JRX was that team 100% to me, and they're doing fine. Everything's good, but
when you have a player such as Boboka in tribute to Jerax change his nickname to Borax, like, you know that there's something special about the player. However, Balkan Pride here,
there we go.
He's no pushover, and this man has yet to prove himself. Of course, he had a really good run with DC previously, and I expect great things from him.
Yeah, I think he played a while with under Kuro as well. Kuro has multiple times mentioned him as, at that point, the most underrated player. Like, was that a while like he was known like that as a support that people like? He's a very quiet guy, so not a big. Well, he's tall,
very tall,
but he's not a big presence like online, and he doesn't really stream, so people don't really know him.
I think at some point he was ranked 1, 2, and 3 on the ladder at the same time. I think that's very impressive, and I know
It's all the same accounts, like, don't worry. No.
Do not approve.
Okay.
It looked very funny when the leaderboard said Soxa, fake Soxa, fake Soxa.
Does it really matter if you're smurfing, if you're top 3 leaderboard? Like,
are you even smurfing?
Are you smurfing? You're playing the same players. Like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Zero tolerance policy, in case you forgot. No, but impressive team though. I mean, everybody seems to be really bringing it. Trying to find like the weak team. There's always one, the dark horse, if you will. I'm having a very hard time finding a dark horse in this tournament.
For me, it's still VP. I consider VP to be a dark horse pick to win. I think they can do it, but I don't think anyone has them as.
You've watched too many TIs, man. That's the old VP. The memes
wait.
Yeah,
are the dark horses the one that we think aren't expected to win but have a good shot, or are they the one we expect to get eliminated in groups?
Shiva really likes
I meant
horses.
The first one.
She needs to.
No. Yesterday I said, because personally I enjoy also talking about who I think is not going to do well, rather than just talking about who I think is going to do well. But it would be more diplomatic and tactical if I mentioned them being dark horses rather than the worst.
It's kind of.
What happened?
Never mind.
No, go ahead.
You can't really put VP into this dark horse bracket because they've been on top of their league, right, in 2 seasons. Yeah, they didn't perform that well at the majors, but I know there's a bunch of superstars there, but I would rather say Elephant might be the dark horse because they finished 5th in 2 seasons. Even though they formed to conquer the world and get the Sages back home, it hasn't really looked that great.
Fair.
Are you aware of
year.
who's on Elephant?
I'm-
You
I'm-
can't say they're a dark horse.
Are
They've
you
not
aware
done
of what
well
they've
during
accomplished
DPC
so
though.
far?
They're always
Yes,
good at
yeah.
TI.
They are always good at TI, that's true.
The reason I think VP is a dark horse is because they haven't looked good on lands.
Sure.
They've only looked good against CIS. They destroy everybody in scrims. I know this because I have been destroyed by them for weeks in scrims. And then they show up to lands and they just like fall flat. So I think they're a fair dark horse pick. More
is
so
not-
than Elephant,
Okay.
who are only good at land.
We're all getting heated here. I'm sorry I started this, but this is not the old VP, okay? VP, the organization, they bought into the memes. You know, VP shows up to TI and they don't do well. The organizers, they were like, yes, actually, you're right. Wipe the squad, start a new one. This is going to be a different year for them, I think.
Yeah.
I hope so
100%.
for them. And even if even if they don't win the whole thing, I'm happy to see them do well because it's not just the org. It's, you already mentioned it, Slacks, the youngest team here on average. And then you also got Team Spirit, of course, the other team from Eastern Europe, with the youngest player playing Yatoro. Also all young guys, all relatively inexperienced on the international stage. And it is super exciting to see a scene that was ripped to shreds after TI9. Be able to form anew, dust settles, these 2 teams come out and they're doing well, and they're doing well with young guys, which is really good just in general for the Dota scene, where we don't see the same faces year after year. No offense, Puppy, but you know.
God damn.
No, but it's not just Puppy. Obviously, Puppy's the only one that has been to every TI, but there's a lot of old faces that we continuously see. We want to also see new blood do very well, and VP is just the embodiment of new blood at this point.
I feel like you have these organizations that are very stable in Eastern Europe, like Navi and Virtus Pro, right? And the young upcoming talent, there's an abundance of them.
Yeah.
So these players will take over eventually. I actually feel the same about SCA. I think SCA is insane when it comes to amount of really good players that aren't even playing in proper teams at the moment. And that's the future. SCA and Eastern Europe, I think, SA as well.
All right, these are good results for us to mull over here. I guess ending our combo about VP, 2-0 Undying. So shout out for a good series, though. It was closer. And now we got some more games coming. So if you're watching the stream right now, Secret versus Team Spirit coming up, and Vici Gaming versus Fnatic. If you could choose, which one would you guys want to watch?
Well, we can choose, which is great.
Oh my God, we can?
Yeah.
Oh, Shiver, lead us.
Well, I think we should choose Stream D because the draft is almost over. And then we'll wait until the draft is done for Secret Team Spirit, because I am very curious to see how that game is going to go. But I also really want to know, because we just don't know that much about Fnatic at the moment, right? They qualified, which is great, but they didn't really show up during DPC. And I just really want to know their form. And they got their tiny.
It's very interesting to watch Fnatic because not only did we not see a lot of them after the seasons, is they completely switched everything up.
Yeah.
They got, at first, they got Shuan, who was actually a mid player, to replace Masaros on offlane. Then they decided, okay, we're gonna get rid of the CEO Moon and get in Death. And then they switched up Death to the offlane after the Singapore performance of his.
I mean, I was very excited to see that, because Singapore Major, you remember us both saying everybody had stand-ins, right? And then in comes Death, literally called the morning of the Major, because the previous stand-in for Obi Neon couldn't make it anymore. And they was like, hey, you're in Singapore right now, you want to play the Major?
You
He's
know
like,
something
sure.
funny?
Yeah?
You know what the first team he destroyed was?
I'm so sorry.
Wasn't it funny?
We were 6-0, and then Death appeared.
But isn't that crazy? That
killed
guy
us.
had been teamless for quite a while and just
Yeah.
been floating around, and he's like, sure, I'll stand in. Stellar performance.
I think he played Lush Track against us twice and beat us in 15 minutes. It was just like business.
They played that 3-core. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
everyone
They
is
play
a
like NP carry,
MP,
Lesh
yeah.
offlane. and
It was
just
insane. It was a
slammed
completely
us.
different approach. to the
Yeah,
game.
yeah, yeah.
By the way, I think Fnatic can do something similar. If you look at these players, they don't really have a position 5 as well.
I think-
it's
yeah.
still position 4s on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think their 2 support players, Jabs and DJ, probably are like the mechanically most skilled support duo.
For sure.
I think they are incredible players.
In SCA, Whitemon and Zephyr, they kind of come close, but
Okay.
they're not there. Like the experience that these two have, no one else has in the SCA region.
I wish I could whistle. I can't whistle. You know that Leonardo DiCaprio meme? I've always wanted to do that. That's a Shadow Fiend right there. I mean, when's the last time you saw that damn hero? Holy,
Which whistle?
I can't whistle.
The Leonardo DiCaprio
You
whistle?
know, the one from the movie where he's like, holding the beer.
Yeah.
I don't
You
know.
know?
Yeah, the whistle. Yeah.
You guys are the worst.
That's the meme.
Right there, right there.
That one. Yeah.
Anyway, Shadow Fiend pick. I'm surprised by 2 things, and I'll
Okay.
say that. I'm surprised often because I'm not very smart. But Rubik has picked up a lot, and a lot more than I thought he would be, which is very interesting to me. We're going to be seeing it again in this series, but also Shadow Fiend?
First, for the Rubik, there's this broken bug that back in the game, that's PYW playing the Weaver, and Rubik is a hero that's decent versus Weaver, so they're trying to combat that in their own way.
Okay.
At the same time, I'm not sold on the SF. I can definitely see it working. Ori, however, has not impressed in the seasons, and you would see PYW and DY get to that mid lane to try and rescue the situation more times than not. And Shadow Fiend is definitely a hero that can get in a ton of problems if things go wrong. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. I mean, but I feel like those old mid players, they just never stop playing Shadow Fiend. There's something
course.
like ingrained in their mind where they've hit the last hit trainer too many times and they're like, oh, this is a perfect Shadow Fiend game. I can play it. It never ends.
Good versus DP, right? I didn't.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. I mean, you have the ability to one-shot her. You don't have to deal with the Spirit Siphon bullshit. So that is one thing that he has going for him. But I do think like Vichi's draft is stacked on teamfight. And I think that's like, SF he benefits from having Tidehunter and ET and Spectre, these heroes that are going to go in for him. And I think especially with a new build on Spectre where you go for this Aghanim Scepter and you play more of an active role where you're doing a lot of stuff.
I am sorry to interrupt you. This is the first time that I'm able to watch a game live in the client on my newly acquired Steam Deck.
Yeah,
that's
you
gonna
never
go
gave that
home
back.
with me.
I don't Can I see it?
No,
and
but-
now it's my newly acquired
We have
Steam Deck.
52 seconds left for predictions.
My precious predictions. You guys, if I can teach you anything, it's never let Shiver touch it. It's just her. She never gives anything back. Greedy.
Dude,
But what's this
uncalled
meta
for.
on sprays, Insania? I do this in my pubs. I mark the mid lane like a dog. Do you ever do this as well?
I don't. I'm way behind on the meme game, but I was talking to No-Tail and he said that, sprays are broken. You can just spam them. They have no cooldown, they have no timer. And you just hear the sound non-stop. So
It's the new OG meta.
don't be surprised if you see OG just non-stop spraying people just to get the sound going.
I still can't get over the, was it the Animajor and Arteezy sprays on the cliff? That was
Those are so
God,
funny.
that
And the
was
TYW. Or is it? No, it's a Zincu.
Zincu.
The Zincu
Yeah,
one is really
and
funny.
he
too.
went
LGD
back
did it.
at some point because he missed the spray.
Yeah.
Stood around waiting for the cooldown. Went back to place it proper.
A new dimension of BM. Thank you, guys. No, but you were talking about Spectre earlier. Goodness, do I enjoy the new Spectre. I mean, it was so painful to be like, I wonder if my Spectre player's good. I'll find out in 50 minutes. But now it's like such an active hero, such a more fun hero to have on your team. So we'll see if it's the same kind of build. There's no chance they do old Spectre on this game, right? where
I
it's
hope not.
Okay.
I don't think so. But I'm conflicted when I hear you talking about having fun and playing Dota. Because I just
Yeah.
think you play techies, you play techies, you play
Every
My
game
brain
is
is just
fun
like,
for me.
you play techies. Why are you complaining?
Hey,
If he's
wasn't that-
complaining about the Spectre that's going 15 minutes in the game, isn't your, like,
I can't
isn't
help
that why
myself.
you exist? Like
you
techies
know-
to go 15 minutes?
This
Do
is
you know
a
the story of Slacks at the Animajor?
this is unnecessary.
Uh,
There's a game
so-
happening at the
yes,
International 10.
and they
And they are
everybody will
talking
be
about it on
affected.
stream A, B, C, and D. Anyways,
Slacks at the Animajor. So everybody had rooms with computers in them, right? Everybody could play games. And people so generally on an event there is one big ass group WhatsApp where everybody types anything, and people obviously also are typing amongst themselves. And at some point, I don't know, I think it was Fog to Lacoste or vice versa. It's like, wow, this guy on the room next to me is really having a rough game of Dota 2.
That was me. I couldn't
in the
sleep.
middle of the night. It was you.
I couldn't sleep for the first 5 days.
But you didn't know who it was.
I just knew. I mean, I kind of guessed it was Slack, to be honest.
So what were you hearing? What was this? What was happening?
It was ungodly. I can't even describe it. he would come up to my room like every other day and just say sorry, Lizard.
I lost 400 MMR in Kiev. I remember specifically screaming, I hate this game and I hate my life at 3 a.m.
My mind rejected this. I forgot about it completely until you started talking, and I'm like, wait, I remember that.
That was you.
I remember.
Nice.
You know, that's why I'm not a pro player, all right? I can't be like Insania, I can't be like Lizard. I'm tilted. A man gets tilted here and there, but these pro players, they never do.
And if they do, they've got mental coaches.
That's right.
True.
I need a mental coach for sure. Several kinds. Anyway, okay, can I ask you guys, you smarties, about Tiny? Down in the trenches, I don't know what makes this hero so good, but 100% most banned hero at the event, right? I mean, why is Tiny so strong?
Can I
Feel
go
free,
with the
Lizard.
simple stuff?
Just say everything.
I'll just say the simple stuff. You buy Echo Saber and you
Talk
one-shot.
slowly as well. If you
Echo Saber, one-shotting any hero on the map while also having 2.5k HP. Yeah, that sounds like a good deal to me. Does it sound like a good deal to you?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, the only experience I've seen with someone, a Tiny game, was on BSJ's stream where he's just, cursing at his monitor, dying in 10 seconds every time. So I don't particularly know, what changed.
I don't think that is hero specific for BSJ.
Yeah, well, obviously I learned nothing. I mean, that's every hero on the enemy team, but why, why now?
So the thing is, in the most recent patches, Silver Edge got buffed a lot. I was told to pronounce it properly.
Wow.
Silver Edge got buffed a lot, and Echo Saber was already one of the strongest items of the patch, as Lizard mentioned. And Tiny's one of the heroes that buys both.
Oh, right.
You want the crit from Silver Edge, you want the Shadow Blade effect of it, and then, so basically Tiny, for every 2,000 gold that he spends, he hits a very hard timing. So he keeps getting stronger and stronger, and it's very cheap. Whereas most heroes need to spend maybe 5,000 to 6,000 gold to get a Butterfly or a Skadi. Tiny, you buy an Echo Saber, strong. You buy a Shadow Blade, you're strong. You buy a Crystallis, you're strong. And then at 20 minutes, you have the Aghanim Shard that makes your tree thing infinite. So, strong again. So you hit very cheap timings very frequently.
They try to counter you with something like a Vessel that's nice against Tiny. You buy a BKB and you just continue not caring about the state of the game. So it is difficult to deal with.
What'd you say, Sheaves?
I'm distracted by the quad box because the draft of the other games, I thought after the first 4 series we're going to see more of those heroes, but no, we've got so many new heroes once again. I see a Terrorblade, I see an Aegis Prophet, I see an Ogre Magi, I see Weaver, I see Disruptor. Where are they all coming from and why are they all viable? How?
It's been a long time, all right? It's been 2 years since a TI.
Everybody wants to try everything.
Yeah, they're picking everything. No, honestly, I mean...
That is crazy.
It is nuts. In TI, usually we get those weird kind of picks towards the middle of the event. This is a group stage, homie.
They won. This is their first game.
Wow.
It's crazy. Usually you expect 2-3 strategies to be tried out by all of the teams because they've been
scrimming each other all the time.
But this is like every single... truth be told, it is Secret's first match, right?
Yeah, PL, we haven't seen that one yet either.
PL might be an answer to the Weaver, I suppose, as well. Something like that. Just interesting. Matu has been playing it in fun.
Yeah, I mean, I think this TI, to me at least, what I'm noticing is you're not really you're not drafting based on heroes, you're rather drafting based on timings, and you're drafting based on what your team likes to play, what your players like to play, and you're trying to set up your timings to be matched up well against other teams. So you have players playing the heroes they want to play that they feel confident with, and you have teams drafting for specific timings rather than heroes.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Not putting any shade on you,
Oh, here
Aiden,
it
but
comes.
some of these teams, they look a little bit more courageous than before. They're not picking always some lone druid and some Kotal and brood mother and doing the same stuff. Like every single team is doing their own stuff. It looks like they learned a lot from the majors, from
Are you saying
Thunder
Liquid?
Predator, from Neon. I'm not saying that Liquid.
You think
picks-
Liquid doesn't do their own thing?
I'm not saying that you have been
You were
playing two
ahead
heroes
of
for
your
the last
time.
time.
Monkey King only good now.
I see.
Oh, hello. Sorry. I just really enjoy watching Spectres die. That's nice.
Yeah. I think the interesting thing about this game, the Fnatic Vici game, I think, is
Yeah.
out of all the games that we've watched today, this is the first one where you see basically two teamfight drafts going up against each other, where both teams are kind of like heavily emphasizing teamfight, and not so much like one team is trying to dominate laning phase and the other one isn't. So I think this might be a very competitive game, and it's going to come down to like how the fights actually play out, and a lot of like individual player micro decision making in the moments.
Seconds truly matter because you have this position 5 silencer on the side of Fnatic
Oh,
who can completely change the game if he uses that global correctly after the Shard or Aghanim's usage of the Spectre or she haunts him.
Silencer. Thank you for the nerfs. I really thank you. Those were some wild times in the last month or two. Walk near a silencer and
Sad
you're just
support
dead.
line. Yeah.
That was so scary. But no, still, I like how you say he's a high skill hero. I agree. You know,
It is.
you gotta
Like,
press the R button.
you have to press the R button
At the right time.
At the
Don't
right
forget.
time.
Sounds
and you mustn't-
impossible.
and
I
you
know it's
mustn't-
impossible. I've not been able to do it on time. Sorry, easy.
There are pro players at the TI stage, Ice, that missed the Ravages too.
We just saw it
We
happen.
just saw it.
It happens.
Ice
And he
happened.
did not use the voice line. Very disappointing still.
Okay.
Easy.
The product placement on this panel is absolutely stellar.
Thank you. I assume that was a compliment.
Just
to me.
as stellar as this newly acquired.
Stop it. You still have not given it back.
It's nice. I like it.
Okay, great.
Do you want it back? What do
Okay,
you want it
here we
back?
go.
I want to
Tiny.
see my predictions like that.
That is how the only way to beat Tiny, I guess. Rotate 5 people into his lane and beat him mercilessly.
And look how much time they actually needed
like
to
30
take him. Like,
Goodness gracious. But yeah, so I do want to say one thing about Vici Gaming. Probably, as one of the only people that get to talk to players these days, one of the funnest teams out there. And it's surprising because, you know, in my experience, a lot of Chinese teams have been very, you know, keeping secret and not really wanting to talk too much and very close to their chest. Not these guys.
who would you say is the most friendly and talkative?
Oh, jeez. I don't know, man. I mean, it just seems like every time that I'm with that team as a group, they're just laughing. They're having like the time of their lives. So I couldn't pick one, all right? I like them.
Like, I always felt like Vici Gaming are this machine, you know, cold-blooded machine that plays, they know what they're gonna pick, they pick it no matter what you do and have their game plan set, but it's surprising to hear that they're very cheerful.
They are cheerful and outgoing, and yeah, they're great. I think only rivaled right at this event by Team Spirit. Another bunch of guys that,
I've
you can
heard
see
good
that.
stuff about team spirit, just mentality-wise.
Oh,
Sometimes
man.
hang around.
yeah, they're great. They will just Naruto run around the cafeteria. We're like, what are you doing? They don't stop. I mean, it's fantastic.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weaver, huh?
Weaver, huh?
It's also our first Weaver, actually. That's
Yeah,
pretty
it is.
surprising.
Is it really the first one? But
Well,
it has
there's
been
the
banned,
second one right there.
Okay.
But, you know, overall,
I don't think I've
first.
seen it in any of the games.
It's also very interesting the way he's skilled building. Most Weavers that I see right now and pubs are even skipping Gemnet attack, just maxing bugs and Sukuchi. The amount of damage that you deal early on is insane.
As a position 4?
As a position 4.
Yeah. There's probably no worse feeling than laning against a Weaver that has like the buggies. Hey, what do? Everything nukes you as a little crystal maiden. There's nowhere to go. You can't even go under the tower. So it's cool to see position 4 like this bursty Weaver come through now.
Yeah.
The meta's always developing, right?
And it's also, it has other other usages later on, right? Like you buy this Aghanim, suddenly you have this save, which isn't as popular as before because of the range nerf. You perhaps need an 8 lance or a neutral item that increases your range, but still, it does give you that opportunity to go for later on.
I think my favorite thing with Weaver 4 has been when you play with Tinker. Have you seen this? It's like the new Bounty Hunter Tinker. This Weaver
Because
just
the
runs
Weaver
around
gives
with
the bugs
Sukuchi.
with vision.
Yeah, you
as well.
Sukuchi around, and then, oh well, that too. You can laser the bug,
Yeah.
and you can't hit it off, because you miss 100% of your hits.
Oh my god, that's terrifying.
Yeah. And then Weaver just Sukuchis around, and you just get rockets on you, plus Sukuchi damage every 3 seconds. And it's very annoying
Please
to
don't
deal
share
with.
these things
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the
continue
panel.
to share
For real, I don't want to see any more Tinkers in my games. What do you think about that hero, by the way? I see a
Like,
lot
I
of
think it's good in the
mid-laners
right games.
practicing it, yeah.
Yeah. I think we will see it. I think you will see it at least once as a 2 and at least once as a 4.
You mentioned the Bounty Hunter, Tinker Bounty Hunter old school
Yeah.
combination that we might see again.
So VP, we're playing Bounty Hunter.
Yep.
I think GPK is like a very capable Tinker player. I think might be some offlaners that are brave enough to try playing it. Specifically thinking South American teams. I think Beast Coast offlaner played it against us at could have been Animajor, I think. I think he's like a level 25 Tinker on Dota Plus.
Beast Coast is just a different team. They pick Viper 5, CK5, they just don't care.
I played CK5 last year, I think. It's not
How'd that go?
We probably lost.
Okay.
I played Bristol 5 against that LGD.
Oh, that LGD.
That LGD.
How'd
Let
that
me
go?
tell you, we lost.
I was gonna
lost. That was our game for upper bracket.
Oh no. Why would you choose
So
Bristle
Boxy
5?
said,
What
pick me
happened?
Axe, I'll win the game. I'm like, I can play Bristol 5, not a problem. We already had Bristol.
Dire's
And then we
you
picked
picked it,
Axe.
and he
He
lied.
did well, but we didn't.
He lied.
So the fun, I think I actually laned against Timber too. That was great.
Fun times.
Good times.
Fun times. This game is fairly even, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we are seeing both teams fairly happy with just staying on their side of the map.
SF is taking over a little bit when it comes to the network between him and that Prophet. To be expected, more or less. And it is to be expected that Fnatic are the team that should be pressuring a little bit, taking some objectives, utilizing that exorcism, which so far hasn't truly been the case.
I think
And
neither
it
of
is
these teams can run into each other. It's hard. Like if you think about it, you have to run into a Tidehunter SF ET.
ET.
Very difficult. And on the other side, like Tiny Mars Silencer EXO. It's like the stalemate by they're both like they're very powerful, so nobody wants to run into the other one without items.
They are trying to rotate around this mid lane, tier 1 tower though. And
Yeah.
he's a big watermelon, but spirits can deal with him.
Oh yeah, we saw him. Look, they're just melting through him.
All 11 does not care.
Does
Let
he
me
have?
tell you.
He's gonna use it.
Gee.
Nice one. Still died though.
He hit everyone.
He hit him though.
He hit 4.
Did he give Ravage away? He gave Ravage away.
He gave. I mean, that's not worth it.
He hit him
That's
though.
definitely not
Now
worth
that
He hit him though.
he did hit all the
Yeah,
heroes
but
on
there
the
was
screen,
no
though.
follow-up. That's in a waste.
Well, yeah.
All 11 does not care. But if I know anything about this player, it's that he does not care. It does not matter.
So you're saying it was proper what he did, right? It was
Because
the-
it's old 11, it doesn't like it does not matter.
Yeah, you can't
He can
judge.
do whatever he wants.
Okay.
Smart.
This was like
You
a
say
bait.
so.
Rubik wasted spell skill. Watch. He has a bigger plan.
Now they're feeling empowered by having that ravage,
Yes,
and they're gonna make
get
a
baited
mistake.
into them precisely.
Yes.
Wow. When it
All right.
happens in Sania, I'm gonna call you the smartest man I've ever met.
Let's see
Thank
if
you.
it happens.
Probably not gonna happen though. But if it does, I'll be hyped.
high
You
risk
guys
play.
clearly have not played against old 11. I can tell.
Thanks. You couldn't tell before.
I can
That
now.
is what gave it away.
Look, here they're gonna smoke with the Ravage that they've stolen.
Because
And
they
they're
feel
expecting it, right?
strong, but
Yes.
they're not really
And like
strong.
this is gonna be like timed with SF's BKB, and they're gonna run into
Oh,
This
SF BKB.
This.
Let's see,
this
moment of truth.
Yeah, really great, Insania. Good call.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
I mean, I'm cheering for Fnatic here. I want them to win, so I'm just casters cursing Vici.
Oh,
You're
Hey,
Tiles,
you're
strats.
learning so fast.
Thank you.
Wow.
look at you.
Yeah,
Oh,
good
boy.
job, good job. But that does mean that the game, I feel like, will stagnate for a little while longer, maybe, because now Vici's going to hide even more than they did before. So maybe we should check in with Secret versus Team Spirit that we said we
Oh.
would after the draft was done. This is the game that has the Nature's Prophet in it as well, which I'm excited to see because we haven't seen Nature's Prophet yet.
Yeah.
So if we could switch to the 4, give a little bit of an overview where we see also that the draft is still going on for the first game of both Beast Coast and Elephant. Of course, that is on
LGD also started.
Stream C. What?
LGD Quincy also started.
Yes, and that was the
Hey.
one that we were looking for as with the highlight of the second round of games. But let's start by Secret Spirit, and then we'll check in with Quincy Crew and PSG LGD in a little bit as well. The game is paused there anyway at the moment, so we'll give them a little bit of time.
Perfect. Here we go. A cursed Monkey King game. Bloodseeker out here. There's a hero I haven't seen in a minute, personally.
Yeah, and that is the position for Monkey King as well.
Oh, that new nasty support Monkey King, man.
Yeah.
Just in and out. Feel like he never killed a guy.
You just get that corrosion made Slayer afterwards, and you bring a lot to the table. I've seen this position for Monkey Kings very often in the CN and SCA. They rotate into a true core after a while. It doesn't matter. Made Slayer, Echo Saber afterwards, suddenly you're hitting just as hard as your position 1.
It's
In
already
the
4-0.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
when I look at this draft and I look at Secret's concept, I feel like they want to be playing on like pushing out lanes and like shoving waves into Team Spirit's face because they have Bane and Tusk, which cannot help with that whatsoever. Even Weaver to some extent and Bloodseeker are not the fastest lane shovers. But I feel like the way that Team Spirit has set up their entire draft to work, where they have like a lot of pickoff and a lot of ability to set up, if Spirit start getting kills, then they can kind of set themselves up to have this game kind of be played as like a 4v5 by constantly getting kills off of Storm. It'll easily snowball in their favor come the mid game.
Doesn't this look like a very easy game for Storm to? Like, when you think about it, they
I
don't
mean, yes
really-
and no. There's going to be an Orchid, and there's going to be the Monkey King stun if you buy like some Yule for yourself.
At the same time, you can jump on the Nature's Prophet, you can find that Monkey King. If
It's
you,
volatile, right? You can both die fairly easily, and you can get killed easily. But this is like the polar opposite of the Vici Fnatic game, where you see two very strong teamfight drafts. Here you see two drafts with no teamfight whatsoever. This is a much more map-oriented game where it's a lot about controlling waves and controlling map space and trying to outrun your opponent and playing pickoffs.
I have a question regarding the draft. I have an untrained eye for drafts,
Yes.
but if I look at this and I think, oh, what would happen if it reaches minute 60? Spirit auto lose, no?
If Spirit reaches minute 60 and the gold is dead even, I would say that Team Secret has an advantage. But
Yeah.
if it reaches 60 minutes and they're 100k net worth ahead, I think it's fine.
Thanks for your insight. That's great.
There is a gold lead that they need to overcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think like with the heroes that they have the ability to buy enough AoE to deal with PL at some point. But there's going to be a difficult time frame, like around
They'll
30
then
minutes.
have to deal with NPL and waves getting pushed out constantly by the Prophet. And their wave clear, I mean, it's not bad, but it's not great. You always have to send a core because Bane's not going to do it.
Yeah.
Has been killed.
that really hurts when you don't get that level 6 fast enough on Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
And then you have Nature's Prophet.
It's called the Nisha effect.
That was close.
I'm 6
Yeah.
before you. Accept it.
However, on the side of Team Spirit, they did set up a pretty decent game for this Weaver. They have this Weaver Tusk. At the same time, Weaver has how many last hits? Can you tell me?
I think it's a Weaver 4 and a Tusk 3.
Are scanning.
Yeah, Weaver is 4
So
and
Collapse
3.
is playing the Tusk.
Collapse is playing the Tusk.
Interesting.
Okay.
This is a very laning heavy game. Like both teams are very like drafting around the early game a lot, in a way that we haven't really seen throughout the tournament.
Now, that's a fantastic lane, right? Weaver plus Tusk should be
It's a lot of
dominating. That's so much damage. With the bugs, you don't really skill Geminate attacks, so you don't get as much from.
I would imagine he
attack.
does, no?
He does, I guess.
I think
in
he
this
does 1-1-1
lane, right?
at
You have
level
to.
3. Yeah. With the tag team synergy there.
There we go. Kickoff action.
Oh, Nisha's baiting the Nightmare.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
So this is my favorite kind of game between two teams that there's a difference in between Team Secret, who know how to lose in an early game, but then have patience and know their time to come back. And then you have a team like, Team Spirit, who gets really aggressive. We're in the lead, we're going. It's, when you get turnarounds like that from a team like Team Secret, it just, they're good Dota players. They know the timings, they know we can lose now, but return later. Do you think that they're actually going to take this one? I think Secret's going to win this game, personally. Just because from the way that they're playing since they started losing.
I think for me, it's always hard to judge. I think this game is much harder to judge than a lot of the other ones, because I think there's a lot more gameplay involved here. It's not, the drafts don't really tell me too much. I think I can see how both teams win this game. And the battle is really going to be Secret running away and setting up kills with Yappa and Nisha, utilizing, like, they have minions from MP and PL illusions and a lot of safe ways to play the map. Whereas Team Spirit need to be really on top of getting the kills and like punishing Secret for pushing out waves.
Sure.
So whoever manages to accomplish that, and I think both of them have tools to do it, is gonna end up winning.
Yeah, and that's a nice small comeback by Spirit to get the 2 kills if they want to kill.
Yeah.
However, just to confirm what Slacks has said, did you ever have this feeling when you were playing versus Secret? My teams were pretty bad, but even when we would dominate the lanes versus Secret in scrims or in some small tournaments, if they're playing a hero such as Nature's Prophet, it's just so difficult to get control of the map versus them. Because they know exactly what they need to do to stop you from putting any pressure on high important objectives.
Yeah, I think Secret's biggest advantage and disadvantage are the same thing. They have the most options out of almost any team here, I think. They can play pretty much any hero, they can play any style of Dota, they can play split push, they can do whatever they want. And I think sometimes they get that wrong, the matchup wrong. They go for one style where they should have maybe gone for a different one. And I think other times they get it right, and then you run into that position where no matter how far ahead you are, you just feel like there's a wall. And you can't draft against them because they just always have the perfect.
So it doesn't matter what patch it is, what patch
exactly,
it is.
exactly. Their players are, I think, like, as far as individuals, they're probably like the most well-rounded players. They play the most amount of heroes at the highest level. Maybe some hero players peak higher on specific heroes, but nobody has as wide of a hero pool on as many players as they do.
And you have this player that has been on every single TI.
Yeah.
And you're playing versus Spirits who have, what, only Miposhka that ever attended the TI before? Besides Silent, obviously, if you don't count in the coach. He's the most experienced one on the team.
Yeah. And Yatoro, youngest player at the entire international versus the one that has been at every single one. Poppy might not be the oldest one playing, but definitely in terms of experience, most experienced.
But the MMR is on their side. So like,
Yeah.
they're a bit higher. Yatoro is ranked 5.
Yeah.
Matu is like 11. That's a clear win there.
That's it. That's almost doubles.
Yeah, exactly. Just sign this game off, they won.
And I'm not saying being young in the Dota game is a bad thing either. I think it comes with some, I don't know, more, you feel like you're more empowered, you can try more things, you can do more things, you're
I
not
think in some ways you
hindered
feel less
by your
pressured,
experience. Yeah, you're less pressured.
Yeah.
I mean,
You don't know
as
what to
far as
expect.
less pressured can go for playing at a TI. But Team Spirit, we saw them at the Animajor, we know a lot of teams, when they get under pressure, they underperform.
Yeah.
But Team Spirit at the Animajor actually impressed everyone. They did really well, and they were able to, sure, they were able to come top 8, but they were able to come top 8. And, you know, for them that was a good result for sure. And also a team that has improved so much. Hello, sir.
Team. We want to improve this broadcast team. Aiden, things are a little too smart right now.
I'm sorry.
I
get outta
would need
here.
you to leave.
I thought you wanted my Steam deck.
Whoa! A lot of things have changed around here.
Why did you call it my Steam deck?
It was given to me.
No worries. We can recover all of it.
Asking to see something is not being given to you.
Insania gave it to me.
Goodness gracious.
What?
Welcome back, Mr. Nami.
Insania.
I saw the
I already
teardown
did the
earlier.
prediction
Whoa.
for this one. You can switch to other games if you want, and those things is the mouse as well, the
There
ones
we go.
below.
The sales pitch
This one?
returns.
Oh, the touchpad.
sales
The
pitch.
touchpad?
No sales pitches.
It feels so good, right?
Oh,
Like you
okay,
can
what
Ergonomically.
And it's also a touchscreen.
Oh my gosh.
As we see
Can you select
Bane,
it?
Sorry, distracted.
Bane now blocking a camp. That's the most exciting thing a Bane does in a Dota game, unfortunately for all of us. All right, so I'd like to share with you my conspiracy theory.
Okay,
Cheever.
great.
All right,
Yeah.
predictions. I'm gonna say right here, right now, as I filled it in the Dota client. Team Secret wins this TI.
I chose the same thing.
Well, why
Because
is
of
that a
your
conspiracy?
sales pitch.
Because
though.
of my sales pitch. Here's the sales pitch sheet.
Is it going to be exactly the same as
Yeah.
Did you
tonight's?
steal my sales pitch?
I may have,
What is your
I may have
sale pitch?
Son of a
reappropriated it slightly.
biscuit.
Give
I
it to
knew
us
we
anyway.
shouldn't have
Give
compared
it to
notes.
us anyway. There's people that are tuning in now that weren't tuning in when Tsunami did his sales pitch.
Yep.
Right.
As soon as I came on camera, I'm sure a lot of people left. So welcome for people that are back. This is my sales pitch on Team Secret.
Okay.
All right. Every single year, Team Secret has come into the International winning everything. How do you win the International, my friends? It's not skill, OG. It's not. Just kidding. It's not skill, it's information. Okay? The people that play the most have the most information against them coming into the event, and they're the ones that never do well. Team Secret wins everything. Monkey King was just picked off. He's going to die. That was hype as hell, but we'll get to that later. Okay, information. Team Secret used to win everything, and now they win nothing. They get enough points just to make it to TI. That's it. And then, boom. They stop doing well. Group stage of Major out. All these other tournaments not even trying. Look like they weren't even at the event. Not only that, Kuro's not here.
True.
4 years in a row, Kuro has destroyed Puppy, a former teammate. He knows everything about him. Secret's been donking all year. Kuro's gone. Puppy is finally ready to claim it again. That is my sales pitch. Secret will win.
Let me be a sidekick here for a moment and say that it's something that confirms his conspiracy. So far, I think this is the most abundance of heroes that we have seen in the first few series in the recent TI.
Yes, absolutely.
So many different strategies. And you know why? Because Secret gave them no info on what's good. So,
That's right.
There you go.
People are clueless.
There you go.
Clueless.
Picking at random right now.
Thank you for
indeed
helping.
confirmed the conspiracy theory was shared with Tsunami earlier today as
know
well.
this.
So
I
you're
don't
right
give a-
on the money.
I say all sorts of crazy stuff.
But
It
this
might be
one-
correct, but
this one I saw promise in.
Yes.
Monkey King just got cut again. Look at that.
Same
They're
spot.
on the trees.
Seriously?
They're doing something good.
Holy woly.
Team Spirit definitely holding their own, but they're not gaining a lead in net worth, which Insania did say they needed come later on in the game. Obviously, it's only 14 minutes into the game, so a lot can still happen, of course.
And they're getting a lot of decent pick-offs, right?
Yeah.
And Storm Spirit, however, is still going for the Sky Assange, and it will not protect him from the Orchids that they're getting. A little bit, obviously.
My panel is taking selfies with the
I don't know what
Steam
you're talking
Deck
about,
right now.
Flax.
I know, we don't have the camera on, but the boys are taking selfies with the
Excuse me,
deck.
I'm not a boy.
What? The boys, in case you forgot, duh,
The
at the
royal
beginning
boys.
of that. As gender neutral, the boys. B-O-I-S, of course.
I'm fast.
Oh,
how,
that's
how did this even emerge onto the thing?
What?
How did this
Slack
happen?
brought it on, so it's your fault.
You get
Yes,
it.
can I please have it back after the 2 hours?
Hold on.
Are you still doing this, please? That is my thing.
We're using it as a prop. Thank you.
Very, very nice.
Anyway, $40 million tournament. What's going
$40
on?
million tournament, in case you forgot, everybody. But 7-Eleven, delicious looking stuff here in this game.
Yes, and I am actually also ready
He got it.
to check in with Quincy Crew and PSG LGD. I was getting into it. I want to check in with Quincy Crew and PSG LGD because I think Team Spirit is doing well here, but the question is, are they doing well enough? And I feel like we're waiting for Team Secret to spring their trap, but that's gonna take a while considering their lineup. So PSG LGD versus Quincy Crew is the game that I personally was looking forward to most out of these 4 series going on at the moment because first of all, PSG LGD is, according to a lot of people,
The favorite.
the favorite
The
coming
favorite.
into this TI. And on top of that, Quincy Crew has been very good in their region and obviously want to make a claim for best in their region. And we have, we didn't quote Jack, manager of Quincy Crew, but he had some very convincing thoughts of what was going to happen in this specific game.
Did he say they were gonna clap someone? Like, that's gonna happen?
Yeah, something like that.
Something-
Something like that.
Well, so far it's looking all right. Like, it's
Yeah.
7-6. Quincy Crew is holding on.
So last I left, it was 2-0s. Has there been split series yet?
There has not been no. Every series so far has been a 2-0.
Okay.
Here we go. Faceless Void, Slam. Nice.
By the way, Quincy Crew and PSG LGD, they played last time at, was it the Singapore or the Major? I think Singapore, right? Ame went 24-0 on his Monkey King. That's
But if-
probably not the best memory.
But
for
if it
Mexico.
was Singapore, then MSS was not able to play.
Exactly, they had Pelosi.
And Pelosi, I mean, is obviously also a good player, but it's at the same time, it's not the same as playing with the stand-in. Always.
For sure, and for PSG LGD, they had some issues with stand-ins too. If you keep in mind that they pretty much played with their coach for the last couple of months, because Nothing to Say was not with them, and now that he is back, I assume they will look stronger because I don't know how stronger is. They've been winning everything
Easy.
between, and it's in contrast to what Slacks said. Secret, they haven't shown their hand at all for 4 months now. Meanwhile, PSG LGD just continued playing every single thing that was
You know,
available.
it's
They played
hard
Dota Pit like a
You
few
feel
weeks
like
ago.
they shot themselves in the foot with that then, Slacks?
I don't think so. Usually for any other team that's winning that much, I would say that they shot themselves in the foot, too much information. But LGD just plays like no other team right now. And I will share a little story.
Okay.
After the Andy Major, I was talking to one of the teams. Oh, sorry, I do love watching Lestrax die. Apparently, I won't be seeing that today, though. Okay, so I'll just keep talking. Anyway, so yeah, after the Andy Major, I had a chance to speak to a team, and they were talking about LGD. And it was like just trying to describe how that team's so good. And they said that playing against them is like you see one position 5 hero appear in a lane for 10 seconds and then disappear. And you have no idea where anyone has been for the last like 7 minutes. I mean, the rotations on it's like they rotate around the map knowing where the wards are, purposely not dewarding them, and then abusing a fog that they just assume exists. He said it was very much like I guess I won't lie or say. It's like Vietnam, you know, they're just out there, and you don't know where they're out there. And somebody, Charlie said he saw an elephant an hour ago, and there's no elephant. Where did it go? You know, it's kind of like that. So for a team like that, we haven't seen anything like that since Wings. So I think they have not revealed too much.
Especially if you consider that in the last series that they've played with their coach, they picked some crazy stuff like Spirit Breaker mid lane. So the amount of info that the info and the quality of the information that they gave you might not be on the highest level, right? You can't prepare for that. You can't prepare just watching that.
Oh, this is a very sad position to be
You can
in.
tank it.
That's what you want as an ancient
Sure,
apparition.
tank the gank.
Hello,
I would
boys.
take one for the team, but that is the gank that also secures the Roshan for PSG LGD.
So Lycan has the Dominator here, and he is giving the creep to Dio to tether to and to make stuff happen on the map. Xinkyu is definitely one of those supports that's not really happy with only supporting. He wants to be a little flashier. He wants to have his own thing going on, getting kills.
You think the Lycan shared control? You think Xinkyu is controlling the Dominator creep?
Not necessarily. Maybe he did, but who knows? It looks like he's been controlling the creep so far. at
That's
least.
it.
Necronomicon existed, this game would be over already.
Oh, that's true. Another thing that's new for this
Another thing
TI,
that's
no
new.
Necro.
But to be fair, TI9 did not have a lot of Necronomicons, I believe.
Yeah, I don't
that-
think
that-
so.
Like that only started becoming too big only recently.
After the TI, we've had a year of Necros.
Did you know that TI9 did not have 5 couriers?
Yes, I thought I was going to come on panel with the coolest stat.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, in that last game, more couriers died than in any other TI. 7! And then I thought, wait a minute. That's like
That's just the first 10 minutes of my
that's like
normal
10
games these
minutes
days.
of a normal game these days. So yes. That is a very sad statistic, though. More couriers will probably die in the last hour than has ever died at the international.
That's a good point, yeah.
I just made up that statistic.
probably
Sorry,
true.
Lee.
Probably
I'm
true,
sure
yeah.
our new statistician.
That
Lee
being
is-
said, that game specifically also had a bounty hunter, the killer of couriers.
That's right.
But right now, you don't even feel that gratified when you get the career kill as a bounty hunter. Before you see Puppy playing this Weavers, just going behind enemy lines, hunting down
This is a wolf. I'm
one
sorry.
courier after another. Now you don't care as much.
This is the kind of observing
Dude,
that I want to see at the international.
Tell me
Follow
about the
wolf.
Shard Wolf, Lizard.
It's all
Follow
about the shard
Is
wolf.
it good? Is it
Push
a meme? Is it?
It's not a meme. It's really good because you suddenly get this one extra problem. Look at him go.
he
Look at him get that
single-handedly
tower.
pushed.
Almost
He
got
forced a glyph. The
incredible.
wolf forced a glyph.
My
it. Wait,
goodness gracious.
did they actually glyph?
Yes.
But maybe for the bottom.
I don't know
one,
what you're
not
talking
really.
about. It was 100%
That
for
wait.
For the wolf, yeah.
They waited to smoke till the wolf went too. I mean, time was wasted, glyph
No,
was wasted.
but in all seriousness,
Yeah.
this comes back completely to what Slacks talked about, this info that they have all the time. Why do they have info all the time? Because they're picking heroes that can push out lanes without even showing their face in it, right?
Yeah.
And Lycan with the shard is definitely one of those.
That's a great point.
There we go.
Goodness.
Tommy's just sitting on his chrono. No rush.
All right. You know, that's good. There it is.
Kind of
Fantastic.
caught the tiny in that. Or
Yeah.
not the tiny. Lycan.
Yawar's here though.
comes
He's
TV.
cleaning up.
It's hard to tell what's a tiny when somebody's got the helm of the Dominator on.
That
know,
golem's
big old
running
golem.
around beating the crap out of people.
I mean, that team fight won by PSG, but with Yawar staying alive,
Yeah,
I'd
they-
say it's not all bad.
They lost Aegis, right? And
They
that's
did
what
lose
happened.
Aegis, correct.
Yeah,
And we
but-
know that, and an extra little bit of information, Quince Crews scrimmed a lot against all the Chinese teams. So they are probably familiar with PSG as well, with that in mind.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I'm thinking about with that team. As Tsunami wrote in his beautiful article before
too
the
sweet.
tournament started, they really have not been challenged, Quincy Crew, yet out of America. And, you know, beating NA teams, what does that mean anyway?
What does it mean?
Hey, one of them's a costume demon team.
What
It
a
doesn't mean
different
anything.
way of saying it. You
What?
say, what does that mean? And you're like, what does it mean? There's
I
a
give
big
him benefit of
difference
the
here
doubt.
in
He's
how
just
you
outright
read the
dismissive.
article.
I'm not good with reading comprehension.
I leave it open to interpretation.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Because with Undying, what it meant was, well, they can't compete against VP.
No.
That's what happened in their series earlier today. Here, Quincy Crew LGD, I think, similar story. In North America, maybe having to face some tough opponents early on in this group stage.
Yep. And on top of that, we of course saw EG 2-0 Aster, which is great for EG, don't get me wrong, but there will always be an asterisk to
I'm
any
sorry.
of Aster's series.
How is he not dead? How is this Leshrac still alive? This
Bloodstone
hero
killed
is
He's
though.
insane.
fine.
Bloodstone is-
I was never worried. And the
Oh,
living,
you can get worried now.
there
I'm
we go.
worried. Living armor definitely helped a bunch.
for sure.
But yeah, nothing to say, just coming in.
Nothing to say. He's dominating this game.
Oh, that's my
see your
boy right
line?
there.
Hey!
Let's go. I changed my mind. Quincy Crew's the best team that's ever existed. LGD's Garbo, overhyped. Nice. All right, but yeah,
Product
this
placement on this panel.
is not looking good.
Anyway, so how about that Steam Deck?
What about the Steam Deck?
Lizard, earlier there was an Ember Spirit who built Blink Dagger Gleipnir. Have you seen that?
Remember?
build?
Yeah.
Oh,
I actually saw that.
So then why
not
would you?
many times, but you can transform the Blink Dagger obviously afterwards as well, but it makes you more mobile. It does sound kind of gimmicky, like an anti-mage with a Blink Dagger or
Yeah.
something like that, right? But Gleipnir definitely I have seen.
Gleipnir I've seen, yeah.
Blink Dagger not as many times, but it did pop up occasionally in pubs.
Because I've seen that build. I've seen
Dude.
the one that we're seeing right now with just Kaya Maelstrom, and then
This
also
is a standard one, right? More simple.
right, and then the other exotic one is like Refresher Octarine or Refresher Scepter for 6 remnants.
I don't know
Or
if you
10
guys
remnants.
saw in that replay. Only a North American Leshrac would have literally like 20 HP, yet still turn around and nuke somebody to death. That was the lowest Lesh ever, and he's like, I can still do it. I got this.
If there's a range creep with 20 HP, it's like I could probably click that real quick.
Yeah.
The North American staple. But yeah, this is a beatdown.
Yeah,
Holy moly.
should we take a little bit of
Sure.
of a vote?
Tell me what else is going on.
All right, so we have either Secret versus Team Spirit.
Okay.
Looks like there's a high ground defense going on at the moment, where Team Secret is the one knocking on the doors of Team Spirit.
Can we maybe go to Vici and Fnatic? That's playing right now. Right?
Vici and Fnatic is going on as well, and there's
Another
another
high
high
ground
ground
stage.
defense where Fnatic is the one getting pressured. We can take a look at Vici Fnatic.
Yeah.
Although
It looks
actually
like
we
it's
have to do
over,
it
yeah.
really fast. We have to do it right
We
now.
can do it from right here. It's looking like
It is very. Look at that, it's
Yeah,
over.
yeah,
Let's
yeah,
go.
right on time.
Wow, look at that.
Tell me fast, Tsunami. Can Fnatic do it?
no.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, well.
Turned around. No. Whoa.
Okay. Calm down.
Crazy.
Come to the fountain.
And okay, well,
Is this
great.
is this the first TI fountain dive of the year?
Maybe
might-
actually.
might
Yeah, all
just
the other
be, it
ones.
might
were-
just be.
That's why we switched.
Yeah, exactly. We're
We
making history
witnessed
right
it.
now.
We were there for it.
All right. Yeah, so pretty interesting game. It looks like Weaver is pretty successful from what we've seen. So, please don't die. Thank you so much. Looks like Weaver's pretty successful from what we've seen so far.
Yeah,
At all
GG.
these teams.
Oh, Weaver looks, to me at least, like one of these heroes that's going to be highly contested in every game. As he can be played, if you look at Dota Pro Tracker and if you look at position 4s, offlanes and safe lanes,
Yeah.
they've all been spamming Weaver because he's very flexible and at the same time he's good at different positions.
Let's take a look at Elephant versus Beast Coast. We haven't actually not checked in with them yet.
Ooh, this should be an interesting one.
Have we tuned into any South American teams yet?
Well, in the first round, we did not have a South American
Oh,
team.
take that
playing.
off the screen for Gun. Nobody wants to see that.
We did not have a South
Kyle.
American team playing in the first round
Okay.
of games. So this will be our first. And
Also, Secret has evidently gotten their win as well versus
yeah,
Spirit.
Team Secret got their victory versus Team Spirit. So that is the first game of that in the books as well. PSGLZD now looking to go high ground as well. But I want to see Beast Coast Elephant.
You guys, you laughed at me when I said Secret would turn that game around. I'd like to point that out.
I wasn't here for that.
Did he?
Shut up, Tsunami.
I would have been on your side the whole way.
Attaboy.
Easiest turnaround.
But yeah, this is going to be really exciting. I am
Yeah.
so excited to see Beast Coast just be able to unleash upon the rest of the world. Like,
Yeah.
it's one of the most fun things to see the South American meta be spread out. Especially in the group stage right now, this is when everyone's like trying to see, okay, what's actually working? What do we want to copy? This is when the TI meta is being formed. And last time we saw South America, everyone stole so much from them. It's such a unique region, and Beast Coast, the best of the best down there. This is going to be super hype.
Yep, and on top of that, for everybody tuning in that are TI viewers only and not much anything in between,
Hey.
you might remember TI9. There was a team from South America called Infamous that did a amazing run, came highest ranking ever of any South American team, top 8. It was a super impressive run. This is the exact same roster, just under a different name. So I'm very hyped to see them perform. We know that the pressure of TI, they can deal with it, they thrive on it, they get better with it. And this is their first game of the tournament.
They know each
And,
other really well, the
they do.
coach as well that came.
Yeah, this time they have a
Yeah.
coach with them, with Pepita. Yeah.
I believe they all played together previously as well through different compositions, even the Elite Wolves and whatnot. So they know him and he knows them. So he will bring a lot to the table. Meanwhile, another SA team, by the way, got a Romanian.
Right, SG.
I guess. just
Cheever can explain the lore behind it. Because we
Hey,
actually
You want to
know
hear the
why.
lore?
have
Yeah,
lore?
give me
Of
the lore.
Mangusu?
Mangusu.
I want
The lore of Mangusu.
You want to voice that? I'm really invested
yeah.
right
No,
now.
because basically this guy is the coach of SG Esports, and everybody's like, who is this guy? Because he doesn't have a profile on Wikipedia, which means he basically doesn't have any competitive history that anybody knows about. But I got a message from him after asking SG for it about his origins. He played some competitive Dota. I believe he United.
Oh, I remember
one of
that.
the teams
Yeah,
that
I
he was
remember
on.
the tag. That's in my day.
Yeah, exactly. So he tried a little bit here and there, didn't get super far. At some point went on to coaching one-on-one, and then at some point coached D2 Bowie on his stream. From there on, he did replay analysis a little bit, and at some point focused on only SG Esports replay analysis. And SG is like, hey. The players found out that he was doing them, and SG was like, oh, we actually kind of like what this guy is saying. So they reached out. Boom! TI, baby.
Was he saying good stuff around him? Like, look how well he's playing this
I would
wouldn't
imagine.
hire him.
I would actually imagine that if you are doing replay analysis for a team that you have no ties with, which was the case for him, you'll be as brutally honest
Yeah.
You should.
as you can. So, yeah.
I mean, why would you hire someone just to praise you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, dude,
So
I like
good.
what
They
this
so
guy's
good. They got a
saying.
win
Get him on the
TI.
It
payroll.
wasn't your fault. It was definitely your mid laner.
Right.
He talks to the mid laner. No, bro, you did everything right.
Yeah, we got PSG LGD, by the way, also claiming their first victory here at TI10 up against Quincy Crew. That game 2 will start soon on stream B. So that means that this at the moment is the only stream that is still showing some gameplay, because it's the only first game of round 2 that is still live.
Also,
And fairly even.
remember that this is the first international match for Elephant in a really long
Yeah.
time.
Oh, that's true.
Did they
Ever.
right? Did they
Ever.
have one?
As under this banner, they have not made it to a major.
Exactly. Like
But
when they,
any
when
of the ESLs or Dota pits, they weren't on any ESLs.
they won a Dota pit, I believe, when they formed initially.
Yeah, yeah.
But then afterwards,
But
they
that's
just
the
went
Dota
into the
pit
sun,
China.
right? Yeah, exactly.
They
it
didn't
was.
like. If you're talking about international tournaments, no.
Yeah.
The last international tournaments that a lot of these players have gone to have been, well, first of all, obviously there was the Chengdu major and the Leipzig major, and they might have been there in some iteration, but not under the name of Elephant, because the organization Elephant didn't come into Dota 2 until like September or October 2020, yeah.
The lore is out of control on this panel now. Okay, I'm in the right place.
I've been watching. Like Tsunami has been with us casting the seasons
Right.
with Elephant.
China and
Yeah.
South
China,
Asia.
exactly. They ended the seasons twice in a row on the 5th position.
Yep.
Not really a stellar performance by a team that's formed with such superstars that they were supposed to take the ages back, right?
I'm going to say something real controversial. Sorry to all of our fans here, but Elephant, people are comparing LGD to Wings. I compare Elephant to a team, Team Secret,
1.0.
at TI5.
Yeah.
For
When
sure.
they went out their sunglasses. Everybody thought, these guys are great, they'll do great. I don't know, man. With such big personalities, all with their own ways of thinking about Dota, I think that's not good.
That's literally what's in my notes coming from the seasons.
Sorry.
You have no, not exactly that,
Yes,
but
I read that.
I can
Yeah.
can continue because they have these 3 superstars playing 3 cores, and everyone they will win the lanes, but then everyone starts pulling in their own direction, and it's very difficult to just go to one and continue and have this one general formal idea that you will follow. However,
Blizzard, isn't the solution to get a coach like ROTK?
Yeah.
not only is the solution to get a coach as good as ROTK, you go a step beyond and you take Super as well as your position 5. Now you have 2 players that have played together like 10 years ago or something,
Yes.
and they're in the same team. These 2 are definitely in command at the moment.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but RTK for the first season of DPC, he was not part of Elephant
was
yet.
not.
He only joined season 2, so he wasn't able to start working with these big personalities to mold them the way that he wanted them to.
But they got the same result in the second season
Yeah.
also.
We gotta get. That's why I was phrasing it like he needs some ramp up time.
Yeah, sure.
They didn't have Super, however, at least. So
But-
he's the one that came.
But also, this is the mid lane super. It's not the support super. The support super is coaching
Well,
IGL.
yeah,
if
that's
you're gonna
perfect, though.
differentiate supers, this is the capital
Capital
letter
S
S
super
supers
is the
because he's the better one of the 2.
and he's been what? That's the.
He's the more
He's the one that
Right.
actually has good results at TI.
Right, but as
Sounds
a core,
really mean. Sorry.
Jeez, Shiva, relax. You can make people are starting to hire all sorts of people for esports teams now. You got psychologists coming to TI to help out stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be a player name rebrander.
Okay.
Did you know that another person already has your name? Maybe we should change it. What do you think, my friend?
I mean, Chinese
so
players,
many players.
They love changing
Maybe
their names.
that was the case, and Super, the Elephant Super, thought, okay, capitalize my letter S.
Yeah, hire the guy that you paid to do that and hire me instead. All right? We'll change it up. Name means a lot. Wow,
Oh,
okay.
Beast Coast is just slamming through them.
They're coming up.
Hey, Avo's voice line,
Yep.
nice,
They are the buybacks though.
that's good.
Beautiful.
That gyro's not done.
Yeah, so to continue my very controversial opinion,
Yes.
I think Elephant's going to place last. That's where I'm at.
You think they're going to get eliminated in groups?
I think they're going out in groups.
Okay.
Too many cooks in the kitchen.
Too many smarties. You got to have some dumbos. That's why I'm here.
Now they had. We're not gonna call him a Dumbo or anything. They had a position 5 before that really had no competitive experience
Red
Panda, exactly, prior to Elephant, and it really did not work with him. So I would say that having not Super alone, but Super plus ROTK, this combination can prove to be like the father's voice in the team that you need to just follow and listen to and ignore everything else. And if there are any quarrels, you just get a little
You make
bit
a
on the
very
head
good
and-
point.
Yeah.
Out of anyone in the world, ROTK is like the most
Right.
fatherly voice that he can make anyone in a room shut up. So you're completely right.
I don't know what kind of fathers you have, but that doesn't sound
I think we just figured out what kind of father he had.
Jeez.
As soon as he walks in the
He
room,
just takes the belt out immediately.
I see. Yeah.
thank you for bringing that up.
I'm sorry.
Repressed memories. I'm sorry.
My apologies.
Oh boy, but no, this is looking like a great game, and this is the kind of game that, I'm sorry, this gives me the international spirit. Beast Coast versus Chinese superstars. I mean, I'm getting the tingles thinking about it. This is my stuff.
You always kind of want to cheer for, at least in my case, I always go with the underdogs a little bit, right? Like you want to see them succeed. Beast Coast did really well in that top team fight, but they did exactly the same mistake that every team that you consider an underdog does. They pushed it a little bit too far.
Yeah.
They try to get that one extra kill, you see the buybacks coming in, suddenly Gyro turns and then the Naga and the rest of the team falls. Unfortunate, but they did have a solid team fight at the beginning at least.
I don't know, you're using underdog through the terminology of just seeing the 5 names on both teams, right?
Exactly. I
Because
wouldn't
if we
say
look
that
at
Beast Coast,
competitive performance,
for sure.
Elephant's way out of their league right now.
Hey.
Haven't shown up to a single major, whereas SA was
Look,
dominated by Beast Coast.
I'm going to use now Aydin's words. He said that VP is a bigger dark horse than Elephant, and I said that Elephant is a bigger dark horse because of the performance in the seasons.
Right.
So, however, Elephant as a team that comes to a LAN is definitely a scary one, right?
Yeah,
The
we know
problem
that
is getting
if
to the
they
LAN.
click, they can perform under
Managed to do
pressure.
so far.
Because if it does work, if the personalities don't clash, they can go far. That's definitely true. It's also first Naga Siren we see, by the way. This Naga seems to be having a great time dominating
So
the map.
Naga I chose for highest average GPM because I think
Oh,
she'll
yeah.
get picked just enough to break the 5-game threshold, but not enough that she loses a bunch of games that makes it all garbage and loses to an Arc Warden or Anti-Mage or whatever.
I think you're sleeping on Naga.
Who you got?
Naga support, man. I
God,
actually
please
think
no.
this hero is going to get picked up a lot more than you think.
Are you thinking some Meteor Hammer meme builds?
No, I'm talking Agnum Scepter
Yeah,
and
Scepter.
Shard.
I have
All
to
right,
get
I mean that lockdown is freaking sick, and BKB piercing. I'm telling you guys.
Would this be the first TI that could do vacuum Darkseer on Naga Sleep
I
since
think so, right?
Since
TI
the
3,
play.
2?
Yeah.
Yeah, the play. What was the play 2, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
do
Yeah, so this would be the first
storm up
time
the
since
river.
TI2 that you could
Patience breaks out.
vacuum through Naga Sleep again.
Yeah,
I believe.
it's high.
But again, a big part about the international. Okay, hold on. I actually want to see some scrambled eggs here. Excellent. Anyway, you gotta get creative. You know what's not creative? Gyro Wisp. Okay, yeah, I think literally every person that is competing at this event knows how to deal with that. So
And it's been
True.
picked twice, 3 times now?
Yeah,
Shiva?
3 times I think now. And I think it's comforting that's now the staple, right? I feel like in the first game of your TI performance, you're gonna go for comfort zone. And we actually, what?
Dude,
It's gone
you missed out on
already?
the integrity cam.
yes.
No, these guys I don't think, they have a person in the room.
Shiva,
Oh.
every cam is an integrity cam,
Okay.
technically.
We're on an
technically.
integrity cam
This
right
is
now.
yeah.
Speak no lies, Slacks.
At any rate, yeah, nice little peek into the team
Yep.
secret room there.
And we are waiting for the draft of that.
Ooh.
But we are still hearing the sounds from the Naga Siren farming, and I'm tempted to want to go back. Yeah.
Is there nothing more beautiful than the elegant sounds of Naga sirens splashing? It's like the ocean.
I mean, it's very recognizable. I like it.
You know,
I like it when I'm not playing Dota. Unless, yeah.
And when you're playing Dota, not necessarily as much. because she's split pushing all the
Yeah,
time.
I don't think Shiver's much of a Naga player. So
No. It will be mostly on the enemy team,
Right.
and it will be the illusions that kill me anyway because I'm a lonely support.
we share the same sentiments here.
Yes, I'm glad that happens on all levels of
It
Dota
doesn't
being
matter.
played. It doesn't matter.
All levels. Oh,
Have
boy.
you explained outposts yet, Shiver?
Oh, okay. I will explain Outposts. Also, something that hasn't been around since TI9. Outposts are those structures that you see in the jungle. So there's one on the big area of the jungle on the Radiant, and one on the big area of the jungle on the Dire. You can claim outposts for the enemy team, from the enemy team, but only after you've taken down a tier 2 tower. Now what that gives you, first of all, if it's under your control, you can get that as a teleport point, which is always nice. That teleport, however, is always long, always 6 seconds, as opposed to just staggering teleport durations or timers of the towers. And they also give experience per minute. And it's not that you get, if you take over the enemy outpost, you don't get their experience per minute, but you do deny them theirs. So you get yours as long as you have one under control, and you deny the enemy theirs if you have both under control. And that is the outpost story.
Yep. And
Did I miss anything?
yeah, I think you covered it, other than the fact that you see right now this Dire one very close to the Roche pit, so oftentimes you'll see a lot of fights happening here.
True. And the way you get it under your control, it's channeling for also quite a while. If you can speed up the channeling by being there with multiple people, and right around both outposts, that whoever controls it has a little bit of tiny vision, and that vision is true sight. However, you still can't see the smokes, of course, through it, but you can see if someone that is invis walks through it of the enemy team.
The main point is it gives you an objective to fight around to have an easier access to Roshan.
Yes.
Dire has an obvious advantage while they control their outposts, but the moment their tier 2s fall, you can see most Radiant teams, they completely disregard the bottom lane and go into the Dire jungle to take control of it so that they can go safer into the Roche pit. That
Speaking of the Roche pit, it just
back.
respawned. So this is a fight that was in the making for a little while. Now both teams know that the man's back, and they both want it. And they both have good Roche fighting potential. I am really hyped for this because most of the times people are like, the enemy team is better fighting potential around Roche pit, so let's not go in this time around. Both might feel comfortable enough to have like a big blown out 5v5 brawl.
It's very difficult to take Roche versus not only Elder Titan, but Naga as well. That sleep can always come into play, and then suddenly you're slapped, you didn't pop your BKB.
Picked off Naga.
There you go.
Now you can.
Hell
Now
yeah.
definitely.
Neither of them have buyback.
And you have Slardar as well, but
Also, I want to share some new tech that came with the new Spectator update.
Yes.
Okay, so you see the bars on the left side. There's a golden border on the side of heroes that have buyback. So you don't need to go to the have buyback thing. You can
That's
see
way more condescending than it was actually.
thanks.
No, it's cool.
Yeah, so
That is
Gyrocopter has
cool.
buyback, Naga doesn't. You can see it from the left side bar now. Because
Cool.
it used to have to be the top bar whenever they're dead, but now you can see it while they're alive.
Cheever, that's such a great explanation of Outposts.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's been, there were no neutral items last year. Can you go through every neutral item?
Yes.
And what,
After you.
We'll alternate.
I think Pigpole's still in the game.
Yeah, we
Now,
had a-
hold on, guys. I'm going to explain this to you.
You hex yourself. It's great, trust me.
Trust me, it's really
are you on the
Yeah.
Sins bandwagon of hating neutrals, or
No, my suggestion for people watching from home and that are
Hello.
curious about neutral items, at the moment there's, as we switch slacks out for lyrical,
Bye.
nice upgrade.
Bye-bye.
I need this back.
Oh, thank you. Finally, my Steam Deck, which is filthy dirty now.
Hey, I didn't make it, that was you.
Hello.
All right.
I mean, you gotta taste test these things, right?
Yes. But for people watching via Twitch, there's actually an overlay. If you watch on the stream where the actual casting is going on, you can hover over which neutral items people have so you can see what everything does.
It may not be enabled yet.
Oh, no.
It may come tomorrow. I think there was a delay in approving the extension.
Okay.
But yes, that is the intention.
So I heard that Slack is putting you on the spot asking for every Detroit.
Correct.
They would just come in and kick him out for a little bit.
Because you're going to give us every
Exactly.
You're gonna do
That's
it,
why.
right? Thank you, Lyrical.
Definitely not.
I appreciate this. And you earlier today were on OG Alliance. What do you think?
I know, it was crazy. I mean, it was a grudge match. Everybody was angry. They're dropping Nigma sprays.
What was that with the question mark? we saw the question mark happen randomly. Was there anything that spurred it?
Basically what it was that there was a lot of tipping going on in the laning stage. And then when you tip a lot, it was like the sort of taunt to get bodied compilation that you end up seeing. That's basically what it felt like. So, you know, Tail was just feeling himself a little bit.
After a 2-0 like that, I don't blame him.
Yeah. It was in the midst of the 2-0.
Right, but he saw it. He had the foresight.
Saw the way.
I'm just gonna check. When are they playing again? Okay, so both of the both OG and Alliance have a break, and then OG versus Thunder Predator and VP versus Alliance in the next round. So just for people wondering out there. In the meantime, we have Elephant taking quite the lead since we started watching this.
Okay, so of the IO gyros that have been picked, Shiver, have any won? Do you know?
What? Maybe one max.
Okay.
This one looks like they're winning.
This one looks like a win.
Yeah.
And because we have another one, if you see stream B, Quincy Crew, LGD, Quincy Crew is picking up their own IO gyro. So some old habits die hard at TI.
Yeah.
You know, it was looking good for a little bit for them there in that last game. I thought Quincy Crew might have been able to do it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think that Disruptor was like a huge part of making the turnarounds happen, and it's one of those heroes that just feels like a TI hero where it punishes mistakes so hard.
It's extremely popular at the moment too. They got two supports that are highly contested in all games, Disruptor and Beaver. So very difficult to
We
play
got
against.
another ogre, by the way.
Oh, you had a first one?
Yeah, but this is secret 2 times in a row.
Ooh.
Actually, yesterday we were talking about position 5s, and I said like, why would you pick an ogre? Like, if you have you can take a Bane or an Undying or something else that can bully you out to the lane, but actually accomplish something later on. And Aoi was like, no, I love my big boy, you know, like, Venom.
If you want a bloodlust machine, no one else can do it. I mean, you can bully and play with all these other
not bloodlust machine. Just buy Orb of Venom.
There you go.
Ignite,
clap them up.
and clap them. My kind of a hero.
The other thing, though, is it feels like, at least from the games I've seen, we've been seeing a little bit more for Protect 1, and like Ogre fits that perfectly. You know, you enable that laning stage, you give them the acceleration later with the Bloodlust. It's like everything that you want out of this.
I was very lucky to play position 4 when Ogre was 4.
Oh.
That was the best bit. You just go for that Soul Ring Aghanim's build.
Oh my
The
god.
double stuns with and in
Listen,
the
I thought
lane,
you prided yourself on high skill heroes like Meepo and Visage, and you're here talking about the comfort of Ogre where you're like, I just right click
He
the
What
was
can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
He was preparing for being on the multicast.
That's right.
He was ready.
That's
You're like, you
right.
know what? All this microsub is too hard. Just give me a Midas and multicast it.
Yeah. Welcome to the multicast, by the way.
Nice.
I'm happy you're here, but if you want to watch one of the games, like full attention on one game, there's of course 4 other streams where you have a duo casting the game of your choice. And if you are curious about the schedule, because I know there's a lot of games going on at the same time, make sure to check out dota2.com/esports for the whole schedule. You can also watch in the game client if you want to. And we are all very curious as to how you are watching the games today. Use hashtag TI10 and on all your social platforms. And yeah, that's my spiel. I'm gonna continue watching Beast Coast Elephant because I think Beast Coast, we talked about it, this is a team that can perform under pressure, and also they've got Naga Iron. This game is never over. High ground defense galore.
You can see that she's keeping up with the gyro in network, and the teamfight composition of Beast Coast can match it. But
Did I just jinx?
Oh no.
Jinx K1?
Nah, they're good. He's out of there. Surely nothing can happen to do that.
Surely.
Sleep is there.
Relocate?
That's pretty good, right? Like you managed to bait out the egg, but at the same time you used a couple of your big spells, and now there is no way to protect your objective.
I think I just cursed them a little bit. Because they don't have Song. How are they going to high ground defense properly now?
Correct. You have Titan, and you have those stomps, but
He doesn't have Splitter though.
yeah, it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, the heroes also are like, it's kind of a weird combination for trying to team fight into it, right? So it feels like you've just got to go for the cut play, and like they're finishing it off now. They've already broken backdoor protection. like keeping them away from base is very easy, but like once they're there, they just don't have the
They just
tools to
stand
deal
there.
with it.
Yeah. Oh, they were trying to wrap around. Can they get something done though? Yeah, they got the starter. Yeah. Go.
I'm making progress. Let's see if Naga dies.
Oh my God. No buyback.
Yeah, that
All
one's
right.
rough.
Let's see. I mean.
Were you about to jump games, Chief?
Yes.
You were about to be like, all right, that's great. Let's see.
Like I'm gonna curse him and leave.
Cheaper, at least let the body
But
rest
then
a
I
little bit.
saw that the rest is all still in the draft. We are very ready soon with Vici, Fnatic, and Secret Spirit. So whichever one we want to choose from that one. We got our first Medusa picked up as well, by the way.
That's a hero that seems like it's gaining a little bit of steam.
Team Spirit's draft looks so on brand. Like I would love to watch that game at least a little bit.
Which one?
Team Spirit and
Yeah,
Secret.
we will get there. We will get there. That one is the ogre on the
Got
side.
Toronto,
Yeah.
Tokyo, Invoker.
Toronto Tokyo Invoker Collapse is playing his Mars.
Oh
Like,
man,
I think this is one of the
most
best Mars
Giga Chat of
players,
Mars.
Oh, I actually read your thing as well, Giga Chat Collapse.
I think it was from Mars Games that inspired the Giga Chat thing. But yes.
There it
That's
is.
only Mars games. He was just playing like a beast in the
Oh,
last
yeah.
couple of series.
We waited until the throne fell, guys. We did it. Very
Okay.
polite
Now
of us.
we can move shit.
Now we can move.
Elephant victory.
I think I would still like to have Secret Team Spirit, although
Yeah.
it seems like the game might be paused.
Oh.
No?
Well, we can analyze the other drafts, or we can enjoy Moxie's nice dress. A Halloween themed dress.
I like it. I like the color. Orange. is the
They
color.
sort of mix it together there, the purple and the orange, contrasting colors.
That's good.
True.
That's good. All right. Elephant, unimpressed after their victory.
Man, they really
Just chilling.
anti-hype. They're like, yeah, we're taking care of business.
I feel like this is a team that filled out their quota on losing.
Yeah.
They're done.
They're
They're
done.
like, okay, can we get the wins now? All right, we got
I
the
think
first one.
also Elephant is one of those teams that they are expecting, like they were expecting to win this, right?
Right.
So if they were losing the game, they probably would have been very disappointed. But now that they won, rather than being happy, they're more like relieved. Or, relieved that they didn't lose and like, okay, that's everything according to plan.
That's an interesting idea because Aster is known for always beating Chinese teams.
Right.
Yes.
What if Elephant's the opposite? They always just lose against
I mean,
these
that is
Chinese
literally
teams.
what's happened this
Yes.
entire
Yeah.
year. It's
So
But
they
then,
get
they
fifth
win,
place
but then
every
they win
time.
the land, right?
Exactly, right. That's
Yeah.
the big difference. I think that also you're just seeing like the difference in terms of how they think about the group stage. There's that difference of like the veterans of TI players and not getting too excited about anything. They know it's a long day. They're going to have more games. Just getting prepped for it.
True. We got the other side of the spectrum being Team Spirit, who was, super excited to be playing their first game at an international for these players. And we can jump into their game because they are playing up against Team Secret, and they did just hop into the game, of course, on Stream B. You can watch Quincy Crew versus PSG LGD. That also just came out of the draft. Also has a 5-man smoke going on, so perhaps that's going to be an interesting one to watch, depending on if they find someone. And of course, on Stream D, it is Fnatic versus Vici Gaming. Game 2 also just kicked off. I just said Spirit Secret, but this is the democracy here. Lyrical, where you want to go?
I mean, I want to go watch NA Dota. That's always where I want to go, but I'm down to wherever you guys want to go.
Okay,
This is
so your
international
vote is
broadcast.
PSG LGD versus Quincy Crew.
Mine, Team Spirit and Secret.
What's the one that you're not going to choose?
No, this is not how democracy
go for
works.
Vici.
I want to
choose
stay.
the other
I want
one.
to stay on Elephant Beast Coast. Actually, can we stay on that scoreboard? I think that's what I want
So
to
we're
watch.
going to
Top
Dictator
out.
Shiver now to choose where we're going to go, basically.
What if I choose Vici Fnatic? Then
That's
nobody.
what I was
is-
hoping
Then we're
for.
gonna
That's
stay in the quad
exactly
box.
my- All right, fine. Let's do,
Then we're
Spirit Secret.
No,
I know-
Spirit
I
Secret,
know
and
you
then
love your NA
we'll
Dota.
jump
We'll
over
get to it.
to Quincy
like
Crew
that.
PSG LGD after that. That seems like a good plan. I agree with that.
Yeah, I want to see
And,
this Toronto Tokyo Invoker. This is the second Invoker that we've had, or first Invoker?
Second for
Second
sure.
Invoker, but also we know that Nisha is very fun to watch on the laning stage, and Toronto Tokyo is on his comfort on the Invoker. So I'm excited for this mid matchup for sure. So again, the game only just began, so it's early days here.
I think it's really important on the one hand to get your young players, which is the whole team, on comfort heroes, but then also like making sure that they don't get completely destroyed in it. Like if you're on a comfort hero in these early stages of the group stage and then it goes poorly, that can sometimes rattle a team, I think.
For sure, I think Team Spirit will just take one game at a time, and they're one of those that will definitely cheer any win that they get at the TI, right? However, this draft of theirs for me gives me some confidence, even versus a team such as Secret. You have this insane Medusa plus Mars combination, and yeah, Clanks with the new Barrage can go through that arena, but I still think this is very solid from Team Spirit. Later on, the IO will obviously be following the Medusa, then you have Electricity from the Invoker. It might be troublesome for Secret if the game even goes that far, right? But the problem is, Secret comes online way faster. You have this Clinks with Maelstrom, he's going to have a couple of Ancient stacks, and the moment he gets 1 or 2 items, they'll start rotating across the map, getting props.
We talked about Clinks' item order. Do you think he's going to need a tanky item?
I think Dragonlance early on is...
Dragonlance, Maelstrom seems to be at least the first 2 always. And then after that, do you get a crit? Do you get Scotty?
Have they been going in that order of Dragonlance first? Or because I feel like I saw Sumail rush the Maelstrom, but they were stacking a lot.
Yeah, it should be Maelstrom rushed. You can go the, what's it, Band of Elfskin or whatnot, but Maelstrom should be the one that you get first because it's the item that allows you to farm faster.
Right.
So the faster you reach that timing, the faster you will get to every next timing that there is in the game.
Question. Is Puck supposed to destroy Invoker mid? Because that's kind of what's happening right now.
It's 4 last
CS.
It's 1 full wave. That's
sure, but it was
in
like
3 waves, that's
denied.
a lot.
It's not that easy to play the Quaspex Invoker versus almost any hero.
Okay.
Like, there are some matchups that are good for you, but you can get out CS.
Okay, but so you're not worried even if Invoker gets
Not
behind
yet.
in the lane stage?
If Puck gets a solo kill, because level 6 for Puck is way scarier than level 6 for Invoker.
Yes.
So at that point then, I think that things can start to shift. But in the laning phase, I think Quaspex is just trying to get whatever he can.
And I always do feel like I kind of, again, the thing that I was talking about, the worrying about, you know, how he does if things start to go a little bit poorly. But I think, you know, what they're talking about, you start to make a rotation, maybe your team calls out, hey, come down here, gank for us, we can maybe try and find a kill on this Tiny or something, and he'll be perfectly fine back into it. But, you know, something to watch for sure.
Yeah.
Did he just scroll there and steal his last hits and then
Yes.
destroy his rune and
Tornado
move
got
away?
2 out of the 3.
Like,
Yeah, Invoker doesn't care about those runes.
yeah, it's interesting, Snapfire position 4 as well. Capsule will be playing it. So position 4 Snap with a tiny offlane in this game. We haven't seen any tiny offlanes, right? So far.
No,
at
they've
least.
all been carry or mid.
Right.
This is it, like these heroes, Weaver, Tiny, Shaker right now are just so versatile. We'll see a lot of them.
Who did you pick for your compendium on most picked and most banned hero?
Most picked, I believe, is Tiny.
Yeah.
Most banned, I can't remember.
Okay.
I finished it a couple
Lyrical?
of days ago.
I did a Tiny Monkey King for picked and then banned.
Okay.
I don't know, I kind of feel like this is the situation that I like a lot, though, of having this Snapfire. This is one that I feel like is going under the radar a little bit. And you pair it together with something like a Puck, or if there's a Clockwork later, that's another one I really like it with. You just hold people in position and then drop the kisses on them, and oh, stacks. Some good stuff.
If you Tsunami remember, like Zinq playing Snapfire a couple of games in position 4,
Yeah.
he would actually turn into a real beast. Like blinking in with Scatter Blast and whatnot.
Okay, I'm trying to remember if there's been any nerfs, because I feel like I haven't seen Snapfire in the interim period after the qualifiers ended very much. And so, yeah, I remember with the Shard stun on Scatterblast, Zinq was doing that all the time.
It was a staple, right? Like you get the Snapfire plus the Mars, sometimes the Void, you Chrono, Mortimer's case.
Yeah.
He's so damn tanky.
Well, maybe Mira can help out too. Invoker's fine. I was never worried. Compared to a previous game with these 2 teams.
And he
there's-
gets a
my
kill.
God, he got the
goodness.
turnaround.
Does he get himself denied too? There's
Yeah,
a cap.
Soul Ring and you.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
die.
My
No,
push
it
could not
was-
worked.
This is, I think, sometimes you see this 0-8
Yeah.
power in the lane, 10 minutes in.
Yeah, but either, no matter what his scoreline is, I feel like the game always plays out the same way. If he's doing terribly, if he's doing amazingly, he's always just gonna be consistent no matter what.
And he's always taking so much time away from your teams. He's delaying your timing.
Ooh, look at that one though. That's a nice pick. Thank you.
Oh, that wand.
He's gone. They got him. Like this lane I actually saw before Io and Mars versus Klinks. It's really difficult for Klinks to play into it. You have the barrage later on to go through the arena, but the lane itself is not easy.
All right. No, so they said same, so it's not a disrespect pause there after the kill.
No,
we
you
can
can look at
agree.
that. On that screen as well. It gives us a little bit of an idea.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. We will just wait for it to fix itself, and we'll be back with the game very soon. So far, though, I mean, we heard already Slax's view on who's going to win and why it's Team Secret. Your view on why it's Team Secret. Do you feel like the way they're playing is confirming your suspicions?
No, it's gonna take. I think it's gonna take the hero variety because I gave Group A the advantage because
Okay.
I think Group A had more teams that can figure out a LAN meta quick.
Yeah.
And so I think making any bold predictions in not even the first day of group stage, but group stage in general, I think until it ends.
Is
need
it
to see it
perhaps
then.
possible to get the groups up with like which team on which? Because I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of people that are forgetting which ones are in which group.
Especially if it has scoreboards, that would also be.
Scoreboards would be great,
That may
although
be a
there's
bit
only
much.
been one game.
I want to see it anyway.
Okay, well,
You're asking so much.
I think that's a high demand.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we
Please.
can go back to the game then, because I believe that the pause may have been relieved, but I won't.
No.
I won't jump to conclusions.
I will say no to both. We won't see.
Fine. The
we
lyrical.
won't see anything anymore.
the thing
now.
that's interesting to me, you saying that you give the advantage to Group A, because to me, when I looked at them, I kind of felt like there was a higher ceiling for Group E, but I get what you mean about like teams that can develop and understand the meta more quickly and then
Right.
make changes up from that. I think it's an interesting way to look at it, particularly like with the groups happening so chaotically and so quickly, the need to adjust your strategy, it's like paramount throughout all of this.
Who was your prediction?
I have LGD down.
Okay.
Which in my heart I really wanted to put Quincy Crew, but I just couldn't do it. It was too big of a move to do.
What were you gonna say, Lizard?
No, nothing.
Who do you got as a
LGD is
winner?
definitely the safe bet. That's like 90% of the audience. I
But
think,
because
went
of
with
the
it.
safe bet, isn't it the wrong bet?
Probably.
So the reason
Gotta go for the underdogs.
I think that there's like this idea that always the underdog comes in and then ends up like not winning TI the way, or the favorite comes in and ends up not winning it. But I think that the reason that they're going to win on LGD is because like they just have such an insane work ethic on LGD. They never take anything for granted. That's their mentality.
But don't you see some fallacy in that kind of thinking? Because every year, if there is this team that's favorite, we will have different explanations of why they will win. They either have this perfect, mental model to the way the game should be played, or they have the perfect strategy or the perfect work ethic, right?
Right.
Like, the same can be said every single year. But PSG LGD definitely does look a little bit scarier than any teams before. They've been winning tournaments with their coach.
No, I would agree. It's crazy. And I think that part of the thing that sort of fits within that mold, right, is they have people that have won it previously. And that Wings team was all about, even when they won the summit right before their TI run, after in their celebration moments, they wanted to end the celebration so they could go and review replays. They didn't care. They were focused entirely on winning. So they've got that history in the past. But
When we were talking to PSG LGD during some of those tournaments that they played with Zhao 8 instead of Nothing to Say, they were very open in saying, well, that they weren't really training or practicing because they weren't there with their full squad, right? So it also makes me wonder how much those results and them playing that style were just a carefree way of playing Dota 2 that was just successful for them. And now, now they've got the practice as well. Now they've actually been properly boot camped because they have their 5-man roster. And I wonder if, they look really good with Zhao 8 instead of Nothing to Say. But that could have also been because the pressure wasn't there. Because I know 2 have already won TI. I get it, but I think maybe there's something that could be thought about if their performance is not the way people are expecting.
Did you maybe see what Sumail or hear what Sumail has to say about this whole situation? He's like, yeah, nothing to say. Probably is the easiest one to replace on that team.
Yeah.
Because you have beasts on every other position.
Yeah, that's true.
And now nothing to say is here, and he's like 4 kills in 4 minutes.
That's true.
He has.
I mean, there's a reason he's the highest MMR in the world,
Yeah.
right?
True.
So
I almost made a pun. He has something to say, but I stopped myself on
I would have
time.
loved it. I love that.
J3
Like
group stage.
On time.
Ease into it.
yeah, you gotta save him a little bit too,
Really?
a little bit, because you probably want to use him again during main stage, and you know you can't use it too often.
It was a pretty bad one. I wasn't planning.
No, that was top tier.
Top
Wasted.
tier. Are there any? Do you want to say, get it out of your system? If you want to say that collapse has collapsed,
Oh.
or well, that's about it on this game actually. Or
there anything else?
maybe you can say something regarding Puppy.
Miroslav Mirana.
True.
Sure, I can get that out of my system as well.
You can
Straight up.
you can have Puppy if Yapsor plays IO and Yapsor is walking the dog.
Yes. I like this
Okay,
a
that's
lot.
one
This
I
Maybe
actually
even a little bit far-fetched.
That's one I like. No.
Shiver, you're giving gold away.
actually makes the
I don't think that's gold. If that's
Absolute
gold, we are having a long way to go.
Writing this all down.
Memorizing all of this.
See, I've got this whole book full of puns.
That's all there's in it.
All puns. Which names can I meme on?
There's the combo right there. Look at that. Puck, Snapfire, just dead Medusa.
Yeah, the arena came a little bit too late. They didn't relocate in, right? They just walked,
Yeah.
They still have relocate there, so. It's a ton of damage that you can't deal with as a Medusa, and you don't really want to be building a BKB right now, so very well executed by Secret. Collapse. What does he have? Almost his BKB. How do you like the Nisha triple no talisman into travels build? Maximize that damage.
I think I'm still trying to figure out how Clinks fits into different carry roles, because like I would have thought that with an ogre, I feel like Clinks doesn't benefit as much because burning
From the
barrage is
Bloodlust?
fixed.
Yeah.
True.
So yeah, exactly. From the bloodless, you don't benefit from the attack speed as much. So then I thought maybe Puck should go right click, but then with a build like this, I feel like you're just nuking everything. So I'm trying to figure out what ogre is doing and trying to figure out how Puck is going to incorporate into that.
Actually, I was listening to you guys talk to Insania, and he had this story about Puppy waiting you on a hill. I literally experienced that. You run uphill into the triangle, there's this ogre. By the time you get rid of him, your whole team is gone. And that's something that he can do, definitely. Because Clinks is right now a hero that farms the triangle as fast as Medusa because of the Barrage and Maelstrom build, right?
Yeah.
And you can set that big bulky ogre as the bodyguard on every, and he can walk around the entrances or whatnot. And it definitely helps like that. Also, it helps at starting the team fight. You can see that Puck didn't go for a blink dagger. So you'll have this ogre that's just mindlessly just running in, giving enough info. Some lesser teams would think, oh look, he's out of position. I don't think that's going to happen here, but still, he runs in, gives info, and then you can follow up with the team fight.
It was interesting in the OG versus Alliance game. They had Thompson play on a Tidehunter. And Shiva, I'm sorry, they didn't use your voice line.
I know. I was.
We noticed.
We
We brought
also
it
saw
up.
Ice Ice playing Tidehunter, missing a Ravage, full on,
and not
also
using it.
not using voice
Unbelievable.
line. It was very sad.
But one of the things that he did was he built drums on that, and it was with a Clinks in the game. So again, movement speed, attack speed, not something you would necessarily think was super important, but I felt like the movement speed helped a lot with Clinks being able to sort of get in and out of the fights pretty quickly. So that's something else to think about. If it's a hero that's just sort of playing pick-offy oriented games, then it could be a nice way to make it work. And where Bloodlust could maybe shine a little bit with Clinks.
Yeah, that's true. It's not just the attack speed. And now Puck is getting a Witchblade also, so potential for multiple right clickers or even the Tiny.
When you're having a Medusa in the game, how much does the Medusa need to be ahead of the rest? Like just in general.
Hello and good.
Oh, goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye,
Thank
Lizzie.
you for having
Hey,
me.
Insania, welcome back.
Thank you. Okay.
Let me ask you a question. You have a Medusa in your game. Does she need to be ahead of net worth for the team in order to be a proper Medusa. 'Cause
My
this
man
Medusa-
doesn't even sit down and you're grilling him.
Yes,
It's just ready.
That's talent, like tsunami.
I think it depends on the game. I was watching this game actually from the sideline,
Yes.
and I think Team Spirit has a decent shot at winning this game. I think their draft this time around looks a lot better. I like
Okay.
the matchups, and
I mean, last time we were talking about an offlaner that needs to get enabled by a Wisp. We talked about the Slardar and how it
Right.
took so long for him to get his Blink Dagger. This game's the polar opposite. Collapse is crushing it right now.
Yeah.
And as a result, he should be able to make way more space for his core.
I think this team is actually quite unique in that Collapse is, I think, a little bit similar to us, in my mind at least. Like when you have peak Boxy, Collapse is like this boss. He will become a carry. I noticed he went straight BKB, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, after the dagger.
Like he will. Oh, okay. So he does have the blink as well.
Did he finish the BKB?
I thought I saw a BKB.
He definitely has a
Maybe I'm
dagger.
wrong.
I don't know if he has a BKB as
Okay,
well.
okay, my bad. But he plays like a carry, and he will become like strong enough to kind of carry the game on his own. So I think for Team Spirit, having him enabled, which is one of the most like important things for their team to function the way it's supposed to. So in that way, similar to Alliance, but I think very different way of playing with his farm compared to S4.
And
Why?
I guess
What would you say S4 does differently?
I think S4 is more of an enabling player. He tries to enable his teammates more, whereas I think Collapse is like, hey, I'm going to take this game in my own hands and I'm going to own. Watch.
Okay.
it's kind of interesting to me too, because I feel like with the Medusa, that's not necessarily what you would always expect. But I guess what you're saying is that he sort of makes the space for her to come online.
Not necessarily. I wouldn't necessarily say he plays in a way that makes space. It's just
Okay.
that he will have so much impact himself.
Right.
That Yatora doesn't need to do as much. I think generally speaking, Team Spirit, Yatora's more of a supportive core compared to most traditional position ones for the early part of the game.
Shiva, that's the point. It's not Collapse is the real carry here.
There it is.
As long as the Mars doesn't die, we're good.
Well, I feel like Medusa dying.
Yeah, it's not
Painful. Painful enough for me to wanting a little bit of a break from this one. How about we go PSG LGD Quincy crew, huh? Anybody objection?
No objection.
Maybe after this this fight. I mean, it was a kill on the clock. Was nice, but
The rest of the team is dying.
yeah. And if they
Oh,
get
and you're right.
Collapse
He got
here too-
BKB first and then Dagger on Mars.
Yeah, that's
This is, my friends, what we call a disaster
yes.
at Team Liquid.
Let's head over to Stream B here for a second. Quincy Crew PSG LGD, where it is Quincy Crew that is on the Radiant side this time around. PSG LGD still a little bit of a lead on the Dire side. Quite a bit of a lead, actually, with the Terrorblade as well, if my eyes don't deceive me.
Oh, so they swapped it up this time
There you
around,
go.
and they're taking the TV instead. Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Very interesting with the fat Lina.
Yeah, so
Nothing
this is
to
something I
say.
know LGD likes ever since Kiev. They've been doing the same thing, where if you pick Lush, they will pick Lina against you. And I think the idea is you outrange the Lush, you do better than her in the lane, or him, sorry. And then you outfarm him as well. And then every single team fight, you have the ability to just pop your BKB and just sit there and right-click the Lush. And once you get to Daedalus or MKB or whatever damage item you choose to buy, Lush's game becomes extremely difficult to play. And I think this is something that they consistently do as a counterpick.
Oh, that was a good one.
Good catch.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, so much of Quincy Crew's games throughout the entire year has revolved around Quinn, and if you pick this hero like Lina, like they kind of need him to be the one that's sort of setting the tempo a little bit. I mean, I don't know. At least they have some solid save. You got Io, you've got Venge, you've got Tree, which I think they played last game as well. So like they have some ways to try to enable Quinn, but just can't get picked off like that. It's a rough one.
Radiant's middle tower.
That's a difficult game to be Leshrac in, because in order to deal damage, you need to be able to run into the face of your opponent. So even though you have Venge on your team that can like swap you out, if you can't then afterwards run back into them, it doesn't really matter. And there's a Snapfire, there's an ET, there's a Lina and TB who are just continuously outputting damage. Lina and TB don't really run out of damage. So even though you have a Venge to pull you out, you can't go back in afterwards because the damage isn't like reduced. It's not like you have a Quapple and you swap you out and then you heal back up and go back in.
Yeah, I'm curious actually, what do you think about the relationship between Leshrac and Terrorblade? Because I think Season 1 DPC, we saw Lesh as a TB counter because,
Yeah.
you have a bunch of illusions, I can Pulse Nova them all down. Season 2, I started seeing it be the opposite, where Terrorblade was like, you can't walk into me. You're gonna die before you can burn down my illusions.
So I would say it has a lot to do with the surrounding draft. If Leshrac can run a TB and TB has to run away, then it's very good for Lesh. And that's usually to do with your allies who are surrounding you. If you don't have the ability to like stand your ground as TB, then it's very, very hard. And vice versa for Lesh, right? So it's kind of like a timing thing where you both have advantages over each other depending on what heroes you have around you and stuff like that. So like Lesh Oracle, for example, great against TB. You just trade your life for his.
I feel like we're witnessing the beginning of the comeback here. It looks like Quincy Crew is doing a great job pressuring PSG now that their Terrorblade and their Mag are missing because they're dead. Oh, that BKB though.
That was a good one. I think she just still has to run.
You can BKB after use before.
Always. You will always get the BKB off Insania.
Yep.
I agree with you guys.
Yeah.
You disagree with boxing.
My apologies, Boxy. I know you're listening.
It's all good.
This one goes up for you.
So as like a player mentality, first game of the day for these guys, how much does it sort of affect you if you try to start dropping down low? Like, is it a player by player basis, like how they react to sort of falling behind or losing the first game?
I think it's very individual, and I think you can usually tell by the way people respond in game 2. So we were watching Alliance earlier, and you could really tell, like after game 1, they just swapped up their draft entirely against OG. And it was so clear that there had been some sort of discussion where like the draft seemed to be they were like, oh, this draft just doesn't work, this is bad, this is not the way we need to play. And then they went for something different in game 2, and it just looked worse, because they didn't look like something they'd practiced, or the idea wasn't as cohesive as it was in game 1. So despite losing game 1, their efforts at like adapting made it look worse in game 2. And I think sometimes you can tell this stuff from watching the games. Some teams you can tell more easily, some teams it's harder to notice.
I just always find it so interesting because like from the outside looking in, you think those things, but it's hard to like attribute that to the players unless you're actually there and like experiencing it. But it's comforting to know that I'm not the only one that thinks that way, at least.
No, it's definitely a thing. I mean, I know we've, at least in our own team, countless of times, like, you play a game, you lose to a hero, and then all you do is think about that hero, and then you go up against a completely different team that probably doesn't even value that hero, and you're just thinking about, like, this hero's OP, we can't let it through. If we let it through, we're gonna lose.
So why'd they let things through?
Sorry?
Why'd they let things through? That is like, I don't know.
Yeah.
What was the last pick again, wasn't it?
I think so. I mean, they probably just thought, oh, they think it's a good Twins game this time around.
Yeah.
But the hero's not that good, or something along those lines.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That
attack.
comeback is looking like it's stalled a little
Yeah,
bit.
quite a little bit actually, little tiny bit. But they're holding, and they were able to take a tier 1 tower. So far, it seems like taking towers has not been their greatest strength in this game, particularly. Whereas PSG, I mean, they already cruised through bottom lane. They don't need any more.
The worst feeling as a treant protector.
Yeah.
Your team can't defend towers at all, and you're
Feels
like,
sad.
please, dude,
Like,
give
their
me
tier
2 more
mid
minutes
is
so I can bring
gone.
it back to 100%.
The oppressiveness of LGD, just giving you no breaks as a support.
No break life. I mean, to be fair, okay, you're Quincy Crew or you're any team really. Would you like to face the favorite of the tournament in your first series of the day, or would you like to face them last?
I think it's better to play against them early on in the group stage.
Yeah.
I think if you get to play, because one, I think the top team might not be as adjusted, and I think in their mind, they have a lot of games to play, so it's like less important in that way. Where if you have to play them at the end, where they're
more pressure,
or they maybe need to clinch a game or something like that. The upside to it is that you have way more info on them if you play them later. But generally speaking, you have info on the top team. That's the advantage that you have as like a underdog.
Okay, cool.
Free roll?
Face them first.
Stay free.
Very brave.
Oh, got the relocate?
They did get the Aegis. However, they might also straight up lose it. Oh, that range from nothing to say as well.
This is very unfortunate.
He
so reloaded before the Aegis side, and then the timing didn't line up. So the hours that
yeah.
But he.
So what you would normally do there is you wait
for.
Sorry?
I thought he was trying to reload the Venge and he was reloading back. Is that what? I don't know.
No, I think he tried to reload out the gyro, but
okay.
he tried to get him before the Aegis died.
Right.
if I'm not wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think they reload out, and then he had reload to like retreat back from the
Yeah,
fight.
he
It
was
was the
like-
relocate
I
back to Roche.
But if it was the reload, then
Yeah.
what would
No,
you have said?
my bad. Huh?
I thought you were going to
I was gonna say, so the trick you do is you let him die with the Aegis,
Right.
and then once the timer's on like 4 and it's ticking down to 3, you just start your relocate, and then as soon as he comes up, you just tether.
Escape. SS is getting out of there. Run away!
Radiant's top
Oh, no.
I think he's out.
Is he?
Yeah.
regeneration.
He's just relocated
too
to the
fast.
trees out
My
there.
goodness, they're hunting.
Oh, he wants to get that horn toss.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's got to
tether.
tether away again. He's got to tether
Dude,
away
they might
again.
just bullseye now then.
Radiant's
He doesn't-
No. Eloy
This
is out of
space
here.
created. Look at this.
Okay, they'll get him eventually. But that was a lot of space. Yeah, you're right.
All right. I'm just gonna say Mag looks pretty good in this game. This horn toss.
I have not
skewers.
seen any player use horn toss this effectively before. He, like, usually pro players are good enough that you'll get a Yule's off before you can turn around and skewer. But he's consistently getting the horn toss off every time that no one can react.
They also don't have any like real instant stun. Like when he blinks in, if he
Yeah.
has some sort of Rubik or Lion or something like that, it's much scarier. But they don't really have any instant tool. There's a swap, but it's not really. You don't really want to use it that way. But I think if he notices that he blinks into horn toss, if you get the swap on him, you will put the mag in a very, very bad positions. Because even after he skewers, he's going to be like in the middle of your team. So
Right.
I think it should be hard for LGD technically to start fights against this bench.
It's gonna be easy for Leslau. Or not.
Actually, that's what they're getting.
I was gonna say not a terrible start, but definitely.
That's a very difficult game to be Leshrac because you don't
Yeah.
feel comfortable running in at all.
Like, what's their read back? Like, they really have to rely on the IO gyro, right, to be pulling it off. But it feels like they're getting so far behind that it's starting to look.
I feel
Rough.
like when I'm watching this game, Quincy Crew just don't have they don't have a mid player. It's very difficult for Lesh to play the game because if I try to think like if I'm Leshrac here, what do I want to do? I mean, I want to run in and I want Wisp to heal me. I want to get tethered. I mean, Treant to armor me and I get healed by Wisp, and then I have Venge to like reset me out if needed. But the game will almost never play out that way because he's too weak. Even with the Treant armor, TB and Lina just punch him down. So they're forced to use Venge as an initiation tool to bring heroes to Lesh, and then he gets Blink skewered by Mag. So it's just Leshrac's two primary sources of damage, which are Edict and his ultimate, are really hard to use in this game. Just because if he's out of position, he dies so fast.
Feels like there's like a threshold of HP that Terrorblade reaches where if you don't burst him in that period of time, then it's just like, it's gonna be so difficult and this is gonna wail on you. And then the other thing is like, like you said, starting the fight with Avenge, it's like you need to catch them way out of position. And this just happens. It feels terrible.
Is there anything that Leslau could have built differently? Because instead of going Scepter and now Manta style, is there anything they could have done to tank for the Lesh? Because that's usually the responsibility of the offlane.
So I didn't see the start of this game, but to me, it kind of loops back to the same thing I've been saying earlier, but it's just one draft has incredible team fight, and you can't enter the ball. Like when they decide to ball up, you don't have any tools to fight into it.
Okay. You guys, there's not been any upsets yet today, right?
Well, that depends. What would you consider?
What would you consider an upset? Would you consider VP Undying an upset? Or OG taking out Alliance?
I think round one was all favorites winning.
Yeah.
Okay, I think OG Alliance could have been a split.
Right.
And
Okay.
I think it'd be going one way.
Might have
and
been an
kind
upset.
of like a dominant one way.
Well, I'm not impressed yet. So I'm gonna
I understand.
I'm gonna have to rethink all of it. And I will do so off camera.
I understand, Shiva.
Yeah. Thank you. I am gonna be replaced with none other than Sumi. So enjoy. And
See ya.
See you later.
You seem stuck.
I know we're hard to leave, Shiver. Bye-bye. What's up, Sumi? Can anyone hear you yet? Is your mic hot? Okay, never mind. Oh, never mind.
There it is. Easy peasy. So we're gonna carry this.
Well then.
Moment.
You're just here to give us company? Okay. In that case, we'll continuing our own conversation.
Absolutely. if you look right now at like the way they're doing this game, I think that they're probably going to GG out anyways. It's looking kind of rough.
Sure, we can move on. I don't know if I've been given the power. Typically, it's a host executive power, but it does feel like this game is pretty close. Okay, I've been given the power.
There it is.
They've knighted me with host privileges. These are the 4 streams going on, ladies and gentlemen. What game would you like to watch? We've got Vici versus Fnatic on Stream D in the bottom right, where Vici took game 1. Stream C is paused right now, so I would prefer to avoid that one. This Quincy one we were watching already, looking pretty wrapped up for LGD, and Secret versus Spirit on Stream A. Sure, we can watch the
I feel like Stream A sounds the most interesting.
All right, Secret Spirit. Lyrical, you down?
I think that might be our first upset.
We have permission. Okay.
Really?
Let's go to Stream A.
I think the draft, Spirit has a good draft for their team. And I think they were in a good position when we left. I don't know where they're at now.
Okay.
All right, so we got another Leshrac. You're saying this Leshrac will not get shredded as soon as he joins a fight?
I'll tell you very shortly when I can see on the big monitor.
All right.
There it is.
Who's he got on his team?
Radiant are scanning.
It does look like we've got ourselves ET, Puck, Tiny.
So it's the Wisp Mars with a Dusa Invoker.
Right.
That's
line.
right, yes. We were watching this one earlier.
Yes. And I think like for Spirit, I think this is a good draft. I think Secret also has a good draft, but I think relative to like their team's playstyles and what they want to accomplish, I think what Spirit has going for them is really.
Oh, good relocate out of there. Yeah, it feels like it's a lot of comfort heroes, and it's sort of the type of draft that you can make an upset happen with. Now, whether or not that's actually going to happen, I mean, at the very least, it's going to be a tough one here, trying to nail it out the rest of the way. I'll take a pick off, though.
Hey, everyone.
Oh my gosh, we have a host. What's up, Sumi? Welcome to the International for the first time.
Yay! I'm here just a little bit early.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here to take over for just a little bit. But yeah, we're gonna have Avo soon. But until then, you're all stuck with me. So thank you so much for accommodating me, gentlemen.
Of course.
Appreciate you.
What have you been seeing so far? Have you been able to catch much of the games, or should we catch you up?
Catch me up just a little bit because I took the shuttle over here from the hotel. Just catch me up.
Okay. I'd say one thing that I've noticed is super prevalent is IO Gyro is way more popular than I thought it would be. I've seen it in 4 games, maybe even 5 games now. That's been my takeaway. Lyrical, what have you got?
My takeaway also is that we're probably not going to see a ton of IO Gyro because it also keeps losing.
Oh,
so
okay, perfect.
that's basically what it feels like.
So from what I saw earlier this morning, there's Tiny and a lot of Monkey King bans. As was expected. Monkey King could be in like 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5.
Correct. Yeah.
So yeah, unfortunately we probably won't see him for a while.
That's true. It's gonna be done so. Also, this game is done. So.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 games.
Do you know the procedure for this one when a game ends? Because you've been given the privilege of taking us to wherever in this multicast environment.
All right, well, 2 of the games are over, so it looks like we have a Stream C and Stream D. It looks like D is on the high ground, so let's take a look at that one.
Perfect.
That one actually has a Monkey King. We haven't seen it in this game yet. Yeah, it's Fnatic Vici.
Right, and so game number 1, Vici really looked strong. They were winning all of their lanes. Also has a Luna. That's not what I was expecting.
Tell me about that. Tell me about the Luna pick. Why is that unexpected?
I felt like Luna was dead for a little while. I don't know. What do you, Insania, do you think that hero's that good at all?
Shard got nerfed.
I mean, the hero definitely got hit. It was very, very strong for a while, but I still think it's a good hero. I don't think it's like unpickable by any means, but I don't think it's like a first pick auto win the same way maybe it was a couple of weeks back. This is a pretty cool draft from Vici, by the way. They're fighting the Tiny, so he's running around hasted. It's like the one thing Tiny didn't have was that he's immobile, so now they give him that too.
So
pretty cool idea.
What are all the bonuses of Wolf Fight? Because it gives like 5 different things.
Well, feel free to let the people know.
He goes very fast.
He goes very fast.
Very fast.
You get shared lifesteal.
There you go.
Between you and the Lycan.
I knew that.
You get a mini crit. I don't know how much of a crit it is. I think it's like
crit.
It's a crit.
It's a crit.
It does more damage.
Nailed it.
And I feel like it gave you one more thing. I don't know if you get the night vision from Shapeshift. I think you get the night vision from shapeshift.
I think you say something and commit to it, and then the
Yes.
people
You get
believe it's
1800
true.
night vision every single time you're wolf bitten.
Ah, I see.
Nice.
Okay,
That's
that's
right.
very interesting.
But that's only 4. You said 5.
That's right.
Also,
it.
wolf bite goes on cooldown.
No,
Okay.
it changes the way
That's
your
good.
hero looks. Your hero model is different.
Your hero model it is a transformation.
That's the important one.
Yeah.
I like that. Because then they might be confused. All right, which one's the real one?
Yes.
Is the Lycan or the Tiny? I don't know.
Precisely. It just says tiny above one of them and Lycan above the other.
and then one of them hits you with a
Dota
tree, and
players
you're
don't
like,
read though, so it works. Yeah, it's an interesting one. These drafts look like very different from most of the other ones that I've seen
Yes.
so far.
I think they're one of the only series where I've seen teams pick team fight against team fight in the first game, and here in the second game they seem to have. It's like this ball concept. I feel like I see it over and over again. Whoever has a stronger ball tends to win. And you have Earthshaker and Venomancer on the Vici side. I feel like Vici's heroes actually are quite strong here. They should do well, but seems like they've been struggling. I'm not sure. A little bit of a comeback from Fnatic.
it's a buyback from Night Stalker.
But I guess doesn't have ulti too. That kind of hurts. It's interesting. I felt like Night Stalker was like maybe gonna be strong, and it's kind of like a hipster pick where people stop doing it for a little while. I don't know. Do you guys think that Night Stalker is good right now? I can't tell.
The hero's very strong. It's just you
T1
can't.
picked him twice, but that's it so far.
Okay, I missed those ones.
Yeah, I think the hero's very strong, but you have to be careful about picking it because when you add Night Stalker to your draft, you're removing a potential teamfight hero when you're offing, right? So you gotta make up for that somehow. And adding teamfight through your mid or your carry sometimes is hard. But you see they have the Luna, so you get the Eclipse, so you have some sort of teamfight tool to make up for the lack when you have NS. Plus, because of how popular Undying is right now, and it's a very strong counterpick to the Night Stalker, you have to be aware of these things. So there are a couple of like conditions you need to fulfill before NS is like unlocked for you to draft.
So in your opinion, is there a better hero that they could have picked instead of Night Stalker in this specific instance?
I try to think of it as like, how does the whole picture come together? And I think in this specific instance, it works. It makes sense.
So good choice.
So yeah,
Snatch.
Oh, that's bad.
Jabs ends up getting it on the Monkey King. But you still lose the Wukong's command when you die. And he's gonna die.
so here you would
He's
see
gonna die
last patch
again
Luna.
right now.
Last patch Luna here probably just buys Daedalus and just sits back and throws beams. But that specific aspect of her has been nerfed, so it's a little bit hard for her to commit into these fights to actually output damage.
The Silver Edge is so interesting. The fact that like they're taking that
Radiant structures
at this
are
point.
fortified.
I mean, I know that the item's good, but it's always so weird seeing it on the Luna or like any of those ranged heroes.
Yeah, I'm not. Does it disable Tiny's ult? It doesn't, right?
No,
I feel like it doesn't. Yeah.
I'm trying to think what it breaks, and there's nothing worth breaking, really. I think she just wanted a crit, and she didn't want to have to burn an entire slot for it, I guess.
Very rich. A lot of gold. Finding things to spend it on. Oh, he ate the creep.
Oh, Night Stalker has a shard?
I think so, yeah.
That shard used to be so garbage, but it's actually pretty good now.
What is it does?
It
It
eats
can
any
instantly
creep.
eat anything. I don't know if you can do you can do summons. You can't do creep heroes.
Surely you can
can't
do it on
like
Ancient.
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
And he ate the Helm of the Dominator
Right.
creep.
And what does it provide except for killing it?
it
in
It's
heals
like,
you.
it's like a mini heal. I think it's 20% of your max HP you get back.
Okay.
It's yeah, I think that's something like 20% of max HP.
That's pretty good. What is the cooldown on that?
It used to be like 40 seconds or something
Oh.
obscene. It has since been improved significantly. I think it's like 20, 25 or something.
So I kept on having these worries when TI was coming around that we were just going to be seeing like Helm of the Overlord, Helm of the Overlord, Helm of the Overlord everywhere. And there was like even a time when in NA it felt like both teams were picking it just so that way they could take over the other person's creep when they tried to go high ground because they didn't have answers for it. But like this is an answer for Helm of the Overlord is actually really cool. I like it a lot against Lycan. It's a neat idea.
It makes the matchup a little bit more dynamic between NS and Lycan, because generally if one team picks Night Stalker, they're going to have a big vision advantage over you. So you're forced into picking one of these few heroes that have bonus night vision, which includes Luna, includes Lycan obviously, and I think Slark.
Slark, Sniper.
I think Sniper as well, but Sniper's not really been seen so far.
Yeah, and Sniper into Lycan sounds like a bad time.
Yeah, well, into Night Stalker as well, right?
Right.
So giving Night Stalker some sort of tool to fight back against the Lycan is pretty interesting because you're probably going to have to play that matchup a lot. So for that reason alone, I think the Shard is like a pretty cool thing for him to have. It's a cool option that they've added to NS Toolkit.
Okay, so I hopped in the middle of this match. The score is 23-16, and it's been pretty much going back and forth on which side of the map it's taken. Roche has already been fought over, stolen, and instantly used up. So tell me, who do you think has the advantage in the game right now?
I think personally the Vichi's timings hit harder. So they have this Lycan Ags with a Tiny, and I don't really see a real way for Fnatic to stop the Tiny when he's like Lycan formed and running at them. So I think this game is going a lot in Vichi's favor. And I think you can, if you look at the minimap, you can tell like how Vichi's heroes are positioned on the map versus how Fnatic's are. I think ideally when you're behind, you want to be able to spread around and outfarm your opponent to catch back up. And Fnatic isn't able to do that. They're forced to sit next to their Luna with a Night Stalker just to provide vision to secure her some farm. So yeah, right now I think Vichi are on their timing and they want to like push the objective. Like they feel like they're strong enough to take over the map and force the fight.
So this is the one that like sort of determines it.
I mean, they need to kill Tiny here on initiation. If they do, it's huge. So now they have the opportunity to chase down. So let's see what more they can get out of it. It doesn't look like much, but
Almost.
yeah.
I mean, even they're just stopping the timing though, right? Like that's pretty
For
important.
sure. So one of the advantages you have fighting in base there is that your Bane gets to sit on high ground, and it's very hard to reach him to cancel the grip. The only real tool that they have is the Fissure from Earthshaker, but then if he decides to do that, he's going to be forced to blink in, Fissure, and most likely die, which removes the Echo Slam as an option for them. So
Lycan did get a Scythe though. He just finished a Scythe earlier.
it's crazy.
Yeah,
That's so weird. What the heck?
No, it makes a lot of sense for that reason alone.
That's
Like
awesome.
this Bane is really their only response.
I thought
Or
it was more for the
Storm.
Storm, but you think
Yeah.
that the Bane is that big of a deal for this Tiny?
I think it's like both, right? You're primarily going to look for the Storm, but the Storm is probably going to be patient. So
Right.
if
And
for
Storm
whatever
is the
reason
KP.
Bane decides to grip your Tiny when he's running around, you have the instant response to stop the follow-up.
This is such a Vici game.
What do you mean by that?
They're gonna go so late. They're just like, we're gonna get this item, then we're gonna get this item, then we're gonna get this item. We're just gonna hold around the map and try and push it later and later. It's
Actually,
like,
this maybe the first time that I've seen tier 4 neutral items so far. This entire group stage.
I do think though, if this game goes way too far, then Fnatic's draft is much stronger. If we get to 60 minutes, like Luna's 6-slotted, Storm is 6-slotted, I think it's very hard for them to fight on Vici. Itemization is going to be really, really important for them.
So basically what I'm hearing from both of you, all three of you, is that the later this game goes, the more it slides into Vici's favor despite being behind.
Fnatic's favor.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Fnatic's
I think
favor.
it like for a little bit more, it'll slightly go Vici, and then after a while, it'll swap the other way.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's important to hit like that peak of your strength and try to use it to close out the game.
to be honest, I was thinking about Vici, but it's also, it actually fits within Fnatic's playstyle too, I feel like. They also are the type that will tend to take it really late. So I think that, I don't know, I guess the big question for me is like, what did Fnatic have that's going to be able to help them delay the game? And the biggest thing is going to be Storm. But like the wave clear's sort of funky, I guess. I guess once you get to this late, it's kind of, you have the tools with your cores to be able to push them out quickly enough anyways.
I think Storm has to be super careful though, because he burned buyback on that high ground defense. So I don't think he can just ball around just to clear waves.
I feel like Lycan Shard would be kind of cool, right? That would keep the waves pushed out really well, and then you have to show on them.
Yeah.
What would Lycan Shard do?
So it's the summoning the wolves in each of the creep waves continuously. So every single time that happens, the wolf just runs along there and does a nice little job of keeping the wave pushed out. And then when one of Fnatic heroes show on that map, it gives Vici this window to hit a quick pick off and, you know, find a timing push like Insane was talking about they need to do.
Yeah, so the idea is you would want the lanes to shove in on different sides of the map. And then when two of your towers are being attacked, you're forced to go defend on two different sides.
Right.
And that gives you an opportunity to take
To
a
fight
fight.
them.
Precisely. So you would move all your heroes to one side of the map, hoping that one hero will show there, and knowing that the rest of the team has to go somewhere else. But it seems like both teams are really scared of getting picked off. They're playing really, really grouped up, and they're respecting like the vision tools that Vici have are obviously Venom Wards and the Lycan Wolf scouting, and likewise for Fnatic, there's always a Night Stalker threat. And any sort of game where you see Night Stalker, the 5-minute marks are really, really important to pay attention to. So 45, we get nighttime, and now Night Stalker uses ultimate to get another bonus 45 seconds. So after this ulti, we're going to lead straight into nighttime, which I think Fnatic are really, really happy about. During the daytime, you really want to see Vici like force the objective, make Night Stalker waste his ult, and then use that gap to try to go high ground or do something with it. But for now, Fnatic seem to be stalling it out pretty fine.
Do you think that this game could go out to a tier 5 neutral item game?
Oh man, it'll be the first one.
Right?
It could.
They're doing a great job of stalling.
Yeah, but I do think now Fnatic have like 5 minutes where they want to try to take the map back, and you're going to see Vici play more defensively. So you saw for the past 5 minutes, like Fnatic were very drawn back towards their own base, and now it's the polar opposite, and it's simply because of that timer. It's about to hit night, and that gives Fnatic the advantage on the map.
Smoking into night.
Right. That's how you avoid getting picked off, right?
By taking the offensive, or?
Precisely, it's the best defense. You force a team fight instead of being forced to sit in base for a long period of time.
Dude, this monkey's doing such a good job of just like keeping vision under control.
Yeah, so Fnatic, I think, realized that they used the Lycan Bite, and they're now trying to wait it out. And that's why they're lingering so close by Vici to look for a pounce as soon as they know it's going low or it's about to run out. But yeah, seems like they're happy just taking over the map. They don't feel the need to get any kills.
It's going to be interesting watching this next Roche fight. This is always the ones that are super scary because, like,
I think there might be a fight before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you want to defend your wards here as Vici. You don't anywhere you have vision now is good for you because then you basically remove the advantage that they have from the Night Stalker nighttime. So if you can fight around your wards, you're on equal grounds. If you don't, then you're gonna have to give up the entirety of the map. So I think if, for whatever reason, Fnatic decide to walk into the wards, you'll see Vici most likely initiate.
So tell me a little bit about why you think the Roche fight, next Roche fight will be scary. You said that right before.
Well, I think that it's basically what I was thinking about was like the danger of not having that vision. And what Insane is saying is that like that's sort of going to be dealt with whether or not if they're going to defend these wards. And so it puts them on a little bit easier footing or even footing. You got that blink off.
It feels very awkward. These two BKBs for this initiation, and they went on the Lycan, who didn't take damage at all. So now Vici feels strong to turn back. There's two BKBs down.
Like, no man,
and
he
Luna's
can't fight anymore.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's going to be an echo here.
And now Queen of Pain is here as well.
They pushed him out of the ring.
Tiny dying.
Wow. I thought that was going to go way better for Vici. They're getting destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of those things where it's such a close like margin, right? Like where suddenly things could turn around in an instant, and Luna ulti drops on down.
What happened to Shaker? Why did he not?
I didn't actually see how
Yeah, he just like.
He probably got scouted out by something. Either Night Stalker noticed him and just ran at him to force him not to be able to echo. I'm actually not sure. I didn't see it on the screen. But
you know who might be able to?
Oh yeah.
Hey, welcome to the party.
2000. Why didn't he echo slam, Curtis?
I wasn't watching.
Oh,
perfect.
We'll get him next time.
Perfect.
This is
Oh
cozy.
gosh.
Isn't that nice?
Enjoy
It's
your
pretty
time.
nice, actually.
And you have a lot of space too.
I do have a lot of space.
Nice.
they put me in
social
Jenkins seat. I feel like insanity is going to take over.
So we can use these?
Yeah, feel free.
Just do it up.
I think this one's the logged into Dota one.
Nice.
There you go. That's where you need to be. Good. So we got Vici Fnatic, and the game's just going late forever.
Yeah, but I think the last fight, what you could really see is what happens, like these team fight tools are so important to bait out, and the Monkey King ults really like zoned off Vici support from entering the fight, I would assume. I genuinely didn't see where the Shaker went, but...
He just disappeared, honestly.
Yeah, but drawing the team into you is like generally going to give you very good results in fights. Like, being able to bait them in was...
I love what's going on right here. This is great.
I want to know what's going on right here.
I wanted to see Dota, but I don't know what's on. So what's happening, guys?
We're hanging
haven't
out.
really been looking.
Lyrical just gave us the brief breakdown. It's Fnatic versus Vici, and it's going a little bit late. Insania told me that Vici has the timing, but Fnatic, the longer the game goes, it'll go in Fnatic's direction, and now we're just watching. Oh
Dude, are they gonna do it?
boy. We're watching Vici melt.
I need to slide again.
Wow. To me, this is looking like an upset. This might be the first one so far. I don't know how you guys felt about it.
I think when I think of Vici, I just think 1-1.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, that's just how I view Vici.
That was them in the majors too, right?
Yeah.
But I think still though, like I think a lot of people, Fnatic coming in, they weren't too sure on them. Like I think of all the qualifiers, the only one people are like, maybe TNC should have gone over the team that qualified. I think C was the only region like that. Just because, I mean, C had sort of got screwed on slots, to be honest.
So is this over? They can still.
It's looking hard.
They can still do it though, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean,
I
know they
Throne's
probably
about to
lost this
die.
game, but they can still do this.
That was great. Nicely done.
Thank you.
Clap.
Thank you. It's my voice line in the game.
Yeah.
You know, I should actually know that because I bought the voice line for every single talent, Ian talent.
See, I'm not a talent though.
That's
It's
right.
the Team Liquid fan pack.
That's right.
So you're off the hook.
That's why I don't know.
Yeah.
Perfect.
If you submitted another one, you just submit the same one again.
I haven't submitted one at all.
That's fair. Yeah.
But if you did,
Yeah,
if
that's
you
what I'm
could,
saying.
what would you
Something
submit?
else.
You do
I'm
something
not
else.
sure, but something else. I don't love my voice line.
What do you mean? That's what's so good.
I don't know.
That's fair enough.
It's hard to use.
But I think, like, I guess the thing that I was kind of wondering, like, you said you felt like that, you know, there was potential there at least that, you know, Fnatic people came in with a lot of questions. I've heard people say that they feel like Vici was maybe going to be one of the ones that wins the tournament.
But I don't know why they would say that.
Okay.
I mean, to be honest, like coming into this tournament, we're sort of blind, right?
Yeah, that's
like
true.
people are all outside looking in, and we're all just guessing what's going to happen. But I don't see anything that will make people say Vici's going to win this tournament.
I'll have to
Like they've
touch
been
with
guessing
them.
off some feeling, but it's not like some stable thought.
Right.
What were your predictions for this series, Vici versus Fnatic?
I thought Vici would 2-0 them, but I mean Fnatic, like they have good players. Like the entire year, I think they're one of the teams that people look at. Like this is a good team, and they just haven't really backed it up with results. So especially in like a region as strong as C coming in, like it shouldn't be a surprise that they can take games from anyone in this tournament.
What were your predictions? I saw you tweeted out your predictions that looked like.
Yeah, no, we don't need to talk about that. I said the Quincy Crew's going to 2-0 LGD. Don't look at me. Don't do it.
No, don't worry, don't worry. I thought they could beat them too.
Huh?
I thought they could beat LGD.
I said 1-1.
There it is.
No, I talked to Yawar yesterday. He seemed very confident, and I believed in my boy.
So did KBBQ,
And
you
then
know?
he let me down.
They both were very confident. I mean, they looked okay. I had a lot of different predictions like that. I think that I put 2-0 for Vici also.
I thought the game one of LGD Quincy Crew, like Quincy Crew's draft looked good. And then I don't even know what happened, but somehow like Void had 10k net worth and Terrorblade had like 8. So I thought the aggro was really weird, but maybe the thing about Dota is like you can go in super confident and then like you have like the data that you use to build confidence is not always 100% correct because they can be doing really well in scrims. They could have like 6-0'd LGD in scrims, we have no idea.
Right.
But you come in and like something's a bit different in the draft and all of a sudden it's all off.
I know they were scrimming a bunch of Chinese teams, but I wasn't sure if LGD was a part of that.
Look at the shaker here. I think this echo's going to be really important.
Is that what you've been watching for? Because I came
Yeah,
in.
I mean, the echo's
just-
not been going off the last
Yeah.
like 3 fights, so it's just ending up with this Monkey King arena kind of like zoning everybody
It's
out.
like a hard echo game though, right?
Yeah,
Like you have Night Stalker Storm, and then the other hills have BKBs, even some Monkey King jump.
precisely. And the arena gives vision, so there's like a lot of... It's hard to get in.
Oh, that nightmare.
Okay, so you just echoed the Fiend script.
Yeah. It's not even just like the enemy heroes, like his own heroes, like no one goes in on Dire to bait the fight.
You have
Like
the
you-
wolves, and you have like the 2 Lycan forms, and you have the
Yeah,
wolves
but
to give
no
you-
one's gonna like make them clump up, you know?
Yeah.
Like the Lycanforms are gonna go in and then they're gonna split away from them.
Sure.
Like there's no like Gyrocopter or Luna, like that's, if I play Shakers, that's why I like to have like this frontline type carry.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
Oh, we got the GG.
Yeah,
GG
I mean, they
came
know
out.
they missed their timing. They know this Luna and Storm are just gonna outscale them, and they probably would have killed the throne here. Tiny's dead without buyback. So. Yeah, first 1-1 of the tournament, I believe.
I think so. And I guess that leaves us with Stream C, which is currently, it looks like they're farming up the Radiant side. Let's take a look at Stream C.
Oh, they're actually pretty hyped. Look at that, the Fnatic team. They're popping off a little bit. Oh, now we're looking up.
Wait, I missed it. I didn't get to see it. I wanted to see the pop off.
Yeah, no pop off for you.
Don't want this. I think that he actually looked like he was grabbing his head and like freaked out about all the craziness that was going on. But yeah, the C group that we've got now, Elephant facing off against Beast Coast. Already 1-0.
The first game was a Naga Siren game, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't the Wisp Arrow from Elephant came on?
Yeah, but it's Naga Siren on Beast Coast, I think.
Oh, I see. I didn't quite catch it.
It was like a Naga Siren and it had like a Tuskar Queen as the other cores. So like no team fight with a Naga Siren. It felt really weird to see them draft that. Like I'm not sure if they just picked Naga just because of Slaughter, because I think historically that's been a good matchup. But whenever I play Naga without team fight, like I'm just waiting to lose the game.
Would you agree? Because have you been watching most of the games?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, there's like so many games going on, so it's
Yeah.
just jumping through them a bit.
Would you agree that most of the games seem to be like both teams are farming for timing, whoever hits theirs first or slightly after the other one and is stronger wins?
I mean, I think that's just Dota in general.
Sure.
I think, because like, they've been scrimming, but only like when you scrim, you don't really get that much data. You get your own games compared to like watching an entire tournament play. So what happens is like the teams also have low data. So you're just like, you're betting that your idea of Dota is better than the other teams.
Yeah.
And if you're wrong, then it's a 0-2, and if you're right, it's a 2-0. So I think that's why we're seeing a lot of like 2-0s. And then as the tournament goes on, you'll develop your ideas, and maybe like the games will start getting more close.
Dude, this Elephant team is looking better than I expected. I mean, this is always, like, we knew that something like this could happen with them, right? But
Right.
I think taking down Beast Coast is a pretty big game here. I had this as 1-1.
I've heard people speak very highly of Elephant, and I've heard people say they're terrible.
Okay.
And both those subsets of people have no idea what they're talking about, because no one knows.
Neither of them were you.
Literally
Ali.
no one knows.
Neither of them were you. So yeah, they have no idea what they're talking about.
I think, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that like there's so many assumptions that people are coming in with, but it's all like slightly biased or just sort of based upon what you're talking about, your feelings of who you think is good. But who's to say?
It's a weird year too, because usually you can go off like your historical data of Dota.
Welcome.
Hello. Is that my turn
Hello.
to skedaddle on out of here?
Oh,
It's not your turn.
You're remaining.
Oh my
Here
goodness.
to replace the excellent Insania. I hope to live up
See you
to
later.
it. Farewell, young one.
Thank you so
Bye-bye,
much
my
for
friend.
joining us,
Adios.
Insania.
Bye bye. See you
Bye.
guys.
I feel like
See
I
you
just gate
soon.
crashed a good conversation.
Yeah.
You know? Like you're like
I don't
chuckling and
want to
laughing,
talk about
and
it
I
anymore.
turn up and I'm just like, okay, cool, nice. That conversation's dead. Please leave me.
Dude, AY and Insania were literally just talking, and then you're like, hey, Vicey, get out. But
I got pushed. I was like, go now, young one. I was like, oh, okay.
That's great. I love that so much.
So could you fill me in? Like, what was the? I'll try and replace Insania's perspective, but from a British side.
I mean, in my head, this TI it's a bit different than most of the other terms we've ever had. Like one is you just have very low data going in. Like 14s haven't played for 4 months. The other thing is like usually you can use like historical context of Dota players to like sort of think about how good teams are. Like when I look at Elephant's lineup, there's some insane players. Like these are major champions, like just top of Dota players. But it's been 2 years, so much has changed.
And also this TI specifically, right? It's like normally you play qualifiers. A couple of weeks later, you're at the TI, right? This TI is like, go back home. We're gonna throw like 3-4 patches in your face.
Exactly.
And then come and play, right? So like also we have everyone's already in Europe. Like SA, SEA, they're gonna be able to get these like amazing scrims now. They're playing pubs. I think scrims are great. You know, most teams boot camp, but the ability to play the pub, that is like where you really make and break strategies and like understand how much you can push a hero to some degree, right?
It's at least where you start the foundation, right? Because like every strategy in Dota is basically something you played in a pub or you've seen in a pub, or someone else has played a pub and told you about. Like you can't build it up in a scrim because you're just adding additional variables that you can't account for, so you won't be able to tell if it's good or not. So the pubs are definitely important.
So the other thing that's super interesting, right, is that like you have these teams that are like potentially powerhouses with like an Elephant or something, and then you also have the situation where we have like the data that we have is also inconsistent with itself. Because you think about like the majors that we had this year, and just wildly different things happened at each of them. And like for a couple of them, these teams weren't there, and like Elephant wasn't there the whole year.
Elephant was at neither major, and they placed 5th in both season 1 and 2. So they're pretty consistent, but not the consistent that we're all hoping for. But now we're at TI. Elephant, has, they've been doing really well, right? And I think so. Who was it? Somebody said when we were eating like lunch or something. They said like they think Elephant is gonna be like top 8.
Oh, yeah.
Who said it? Somebody said it, and I can't remember who it was.
I think they have the names for it though.
But I think like top 8's not that bold a prediction, right?
No,
I think
top
that-
8's pretty chill.
But I think what your point is that like top 8, there's a very wide range of finishes that we would all be like, that makes sense for them to be in. And like, I wouldn't be entirely surprised if they go out within 12. I wouldn't be surprised if they finish top 6 necessarily.
I saw a Reddit thread that was talking about the Chinese scene. They had like an infographic of where the community thought each team could finish.
Right.
And Elephants had like by far the greatest range. Like they're legitimately like 1st to 12. Whereas LGD is like 1st to 3rd expected.
But that's because like when they initially created, everyone looked at them and went, okay, this is the team that's going to run China for like the whole
Superstar
year.
team.
They're going to do it, right? And then they had their complications at the early start of the year. They didn't make it to any major. And then of course then RTK comes back into the coaching role. They do somewhat okay. They qualify, right? So this is the type of team where if they don't come, top 3 at TI, we're going to see them, disperse probably into different teams going into the next DPC. Maybe they stick together, but this is very much like
Make or break for them.
Yeah, exactly. They're the ones that you want, or not want, but you have to see them do well.
Like literally, this team was made because these players are like they've just been denied winning TI so many times. Like this was a team built to win TI, and if that doesn't happen, then it's a complete failure.
Yeah.
Like that's what it comes down to. And when I first saw the rosters, I felt like okay, LGD is going to own China for a little while, and then once Elephant comes online, they're going to be the ones to beat, and that just never happened all year long. And then it's question mark. Okay, is TI season now? Is this going to actually happen?
What was your prediction for this match of Elephant versus Beast Coast? Beast Coast is a very, very strong contender. A lot of people have really jumped onto the Beast Coast bandwagon after the DPC.
I probably would have. I made no official prediction, but like I would have probably leaned towards like a 1-1. Because I think Elephant is the team that you want them to do well, you expect them to do well, but they're not. I don't see it yet. It's early days of the group stage. But Beast Coast, they're very volatile. Like every tournament they go to, no matter what matchup, they can easily take a game off them. Like I don't think there's ever a series where Beast Coast is like, yeah, they're going to lose 2-0 straight away. Like they have that kind of X factor, which isn't the X factor that you want to win a TI. It's the X factor to do well, get that top 8 that you mentioned about Elephant maybe, but. Yeah, any series Beast Coast plays always will be minimum 1-1 prediction from me if it's a best of 2.
Minimum 1-1 prediction in a day that has been full of 2-0s.
So the comeback, I promise you.
You didn't know that beforehand, though. That's
not exactly.
That's true.
But no, this was from SA specifically. This Beast Coast is the team that really kind of leads the region with getting the kind of deeper runs. Of course, Thunder Predator did well in the first major, but then they've kind of fallen off. And then SG, they come through the closed qualifier, so we're yet to see them on the international stage. But Beast Coast has been that kind of consistent, probably for like the last year or two, where they've been able to kind of just show what the region can do. But again, it's just, they're always missing that little piece of the puzzle to close out something.
That was a good fight for them, though. That was really good. That's the type of thing that Beast Coast need to go back into this.
I feel like Beast Coast, they always, every tournament, they sort of just play their own style though. And I was talking to Insania earlier, and like we talked about how 5-position heroes feel really strong this patch. Like I don't know if it's just a pub thing, because obviously we're like outside looking in, but I feel like Beast Coast is very light on 5-position. Like they'll sack their 5-position in order to give Hector a better game. Like I didn't expect them to do well at the tournament based on that part of the meta. I honestly have no idea still, but.
That's what we're watching for, man.
I mean, here's the 1-1 happening, this is... great prediction when I'm talking about it during the game.
I mean, they're down like 8K net worth and they're raxing them. Like, I don't know what's happening.
I feel like I've seen Beast Coast do this before too. Like they're down 10K and it's also bottom racks. I think they're dire that game though. This took the enemy racks.
But I think this is like the beautiful point of like Dota, where even if you're ahead in kills and net worth, if you have that ability to read the moment in the game, to group up correctly, have that smoke, have that vision advantage, you can make these smaller kind of like whoa plays.
Killer instinct. That's
Exactly,
what it is.
exactly, 100%. And like, if you make one of them, you can get back into the game. It doesn't mean you're going to win the game, but it just kind of makes it a little bit more even. And like Warren, I was watching a different game coming into this panel, so I don't know the storyline coming to this comeback moment potentially, but you know, there are 4 games happening at the same time, so it's a bit hard to truly digest. But hopefully we see a comeback.
I will say, I feel like Beast Coast is more comfortable in this spot. Like they're behind a bit of gold, but Hector's #1 net worth.
Yes.
They would be even on gold and Hector's like #2 compared to enemy carry. I feel this is very normal for them.
That was like my question for you because, you know, for anybody who, this is TI, right? This is like one of the biggest, this is the biggest Dota tournament. So there's a lot of people that may be new to Dota watching Dota 2 for the first time. And from like a very high level perspective, Elephant is down, or Elephant is up in net worth, right? So they have the green arrow pointing up, they have 27 kills versus Beast Coast 17. So it looks like Elephant's like in the lead, but you said that this is Beast Coast like moment, right? And this is like a point where they're still strong. So who do you think is going to, who do you think has the advantage right now, considering that they were just trying to Rex?
So this is like sort of a weird answer for me, but like how I watch Dota games is I need to build up like context and get in a flow of a game. Honestly, like I have no idea what's happening.
Yeah.
Like I watched the past couple minutes.
It's so rough, right?
But
Like,
I think what you were talking about though is that you feel like the state of Hector being the one to win them the game and him being on top is what you think might make them feel comfortable a little bit. Is that what you were saying a little bit earlier?
Yeah, I mean, like I'm just looking at the heroes. Like for me, it's
Sven,
even
right?
more than Hector Sven. Like if Chris Luck can kill someone on Windrunner, then I think like they have better team fight. But the initiation has been going this way, where they start with the shaker and they pick someone off. Then like
look at
Elephant's team
Windrunner,
fight's
right?
no joke.
Just lock onto Lycan. Like,
Last time there were some trees over there that like could hide in.
Oh, they killed the Monkey King straight up. That was the Aghanim's Monkey King. Okay.
Oh.
So they just straight up killed that.
Okay.
this fight is so long. Elephant's like kind of cutting in and out. They've had to use like 2 buybacks to be able to take this fight.
And this is a fight. Like they're all committing buybacks. They know whoever wins this fight will have control of this game.
Oh, that tornado.
Poor Hector, they get so kited now. BKB expired, and it's just like, oh mate, we're just gonna yaws you, take you away.
It's so tough.
But this is the point that like.
I mean,
Can you run?
Go on.
No, sorry, I was gonna say like Beast Coast are gonna lose this fight.
Yeah.
But I want to say like I think that's something that Hector actually got a lot better at, because he saved his BKB for a long time there. Like around TI9, like Hector, he was the fastest farmer by far at that tournament. And I think at this tournament, a lot of carries have sort of caught up to him in that manner, because I mean, you just study him, right? You'll learn really fast. But he's improved a lot of his other mechanics, like when to come to fights, how to press BKB a lot. And I mean, it's not so easy to play Sven in these late game situations.
But like this is the point where like when I walked in and we saw like that bottom play where they're taking a rack, like, oh cool, they're coming back, you know, again, no context. But and then I think it's the idea that you also get very comfortable maybe, because like Beast Coast, look at the area that they're fighting, right? Like they're in the low ground area, top side of the map. There isn't really a clean objective to take in this area. They didn't have the vision, and it's Elephant being the proactive one, you know? As soon as you take a loss in a Dota game, you're naturally going to be thinking about how to get straight back in and then an advantage. When you're slowly getting the shift going back your way, you can sometimes get into that rhythm, and that isn't the best thing. I think for Beast Coast here, like that bottom play, amazing, but they then kind of get, you know,
they didn't get
picked apart a little bit. Yeah, they kind of
Yeah.
get too comfortable with how simple the game maybe felt for them. Because like Sven going into Lycan, going into, you know, Monkey King late game, it's gonna feel great. Windrunner locks onto Lycan as well, but yeah, unfortunately, Elephant just have that read and one team fight like we mentioned, and whoop, there it goes.
And just to add on to it, like you can imagine, like if that team fight was flipped on the map,
Yeah.
like they killed a Monkey King, he can't buy back and come into a fight like that. Like Elephant, they did the more experienced play, right? Like they took a
100%,
fight
yeah.
that, honestly, if the buybacks didn't exist, I think Beast Coast win that fight.
Exactly.
But they're baiting it. They know that it's going to happen. They kite towards their tier 2. Their carry dies basically for free, I thought there, but they still win the fight with this buyback.
Interesting. Well, that was a 2-0, right?
It was, yeah.
That's a 2-0 for Elephant. So was anybody expecting this? I honestly was not expecting a 2-0 from Elephant.
I mean,
I was actually expecting a 2-0 for Beast
Now that I've
Coast.
seen the result, I think I was expecting the 2-0 for Elephant.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, we all saw it coming, please, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually embarrassing you guys didn't predict it, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Twitch chat knew it as well. I can't.
Yeah,
everyone
of
knows.
Reddit knew, Twitch chat knew,
but going back
YouTube
to, like,
comments knew.
The previous answer, right? It's like I think everyone expects Beast Coast to be able to take games off everyone. So for sure, it's looking good for Elephant, and it just once again, it's like okay, Beast Coast.
So
fix the problem, go next.
Not expected, but not an upset.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, 100%.
I think that's where we're at with it.
That's a very neutral answer. I like that one. I'm going to steal
Thank
that
you,
one.
no
I'm
problem.
stealing
I'm going to
that
steal that
right
as well.
now.
I think that was really good. Thanks, mate.
Call me lyrical.
I'm a big fan.
Oh, do.
All right, so now we are into Undying and IG.
Yes. This is, of course.
Okay, I gave an
IG
edgelord
2-0,
answer.
right? Undying or 0-2?
Exactly,
Yes.
yep.
I also, yes.
Undying did struggle a little bit this morning against
You guys
VP.
all picked IG 2-0?
I gave an edgelord answer of 1-1.
Wait, where are
That's
these
the edgelord answer.
That's the edgelord
1-1.
answer.
Where are these predictions coming
The
from?
true edgelord answer would be 2-0. Undying 2-0, but
No, that's,
yeah.
I don't think that it gets too edgy at that point.
Did you all make like official predictions together? Is this something I've missed?
No, I
I've
just
made
tweeted.
zero
No,
predictions for
He
today.
tweeted it.
He just tweeted
Oh.
out. It was like a bomb clap. I couldn't say that.
I
didn't
was
know
so
what it was.
confused. Like I roughly knew what it was, but I didn't have enough time to properly read it. I was like, you just put like a a QR code or whatever that was. But okay.
Google Translate was
Yeah,
trying to
exactly.
translate his
Yeah.
his
Oh,
tweet.
yeah, I saw.
Listen,
Oh, God.
okay, you gotta just put it all out there in a small, it doesn't matter readability. Everybody knew what it was.
I think this is the first Weaver carry game that I've seen.
Oh.
I saw a lot of Weaver support.
I can check that for you, boss. Please hold tight.
Out of the patch, I think Weaver was like one of the most hotly picked carries. I'm not too sure what happened really. But I look at this game and like this is a really hard Weaver game. Like he's good versus Wisp and maybe Nyx depending on the game. That one's sort of weird. But I'd say I don't think he has any particularly good core matchups.
I think the Weaver 4 started to take off a little
It's
bit
been played
too.
twice so far. It's 2 Weaver support games at TI.
Yeah.
That's really good. I like that one a lot.
What about Weaver carry?
This is
I
it.
think
This
this
is
the
it?
first
This
one.
it?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay,
the only
okay.
one.
But I think Undying this morning when they played up against VP, VP really showcased how they were able to understand the playstyle of the team and demolish it. Because Undying, they're very aggressive. Like in the first game, they were collapsing on mid 5 heroes non-stop relentlessly. They were, 10 all chat lines were used, tips were used. Like they were in the rhythm of like trying to break down VP. And then 10 minutes later, they lost the team fight, game's over, VP wins. So Undying very much all in that series, and then they kind of got like a slap of reality of like, yo, we maybe can't play with this level of confidence. We need to kind of reel ourselves back in. So this is when you have that one series break, which is so nice about this format. It's Group A plays, then Group B, then Group A. So Undying, they've had that time off to go, okay, this is what we wanted to do, but they've already like studied us and understood. Let's kind of tweak a couple of things, and maybe this will be a slight kind of adaptation that you need to make during TI to be able to make it out of group.
I will say that is like the VP specialty as well. It's
yes.
like the over-aggression from the Eastern European region, and they literally just outmap them, and they run into it, and VP wins. And they
100%.
never lose games to Eastern European teams. And Undying, honestly, they sort of play similarly.
I really like Undying's storyline just in general. It feels like this entire team is just like a collection of redemption stories. Like you think about Tomato, for instance, he comes in at TI7, I think he was 16 when he was playing, and he just felt like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders coming from South America, being the star player there, and struggling to get the results they wanted, and now making a comeback with Moon Meander, and this guy, after playing and for so long and being a part of OG and then, struggling to find that same type of success, they've come together and they've come out of a region where they were constantly gatekept by Quincy Crew and EG.
Right.
And it would mean the world to him, just to be able to be here, first of all, but I think also to get a couple of games. It's a really cool storyline for them.
Quick question. Do any of you happen to know if Undying was able to boot camp at all?
Yeah, they bootcamped too.
They did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they did a fundraiser as well, right?
Yeah, they
Uh-huh.
did some
Did they-
GoFundMe, but I think it didn't meet the goal.
Yeah, because it has to meet the goal. Okay.
No,
okay.
not for GoFundMe. You still get them.
I see.
So
Okay,
I think they funded like 60% or 75%.
That's still
and I
pretty
think the
good.
rest of it from them.
Yeah,
And
because
props to community for supporting that. Like, so
yeah, for sure. It's really cool to see that because when I read Moon Meander's his post that basically said, we really, really want a boot camp. We need that low ping team play and all that. And I was just like, man, I really hope they get to. And then I wasn't able to figure out if they actually got to. So it's really, really cool to see that they're able to do that.
So I hope like their experience with VP doesn't sort of disillusion them to their own style. Because I think that is when Undying plays the best. It's when they can almost play that over-aggressive style and force mistakes from the enemy. I think it's honestly sort of unfortunate that they matched up with VP on the first one. Like, they need the momentum on that team. And I will say, like, I think Undying's lineup sort of suits them pretty well. Yeah. Like, you have Brawl, I don't know if he's going Exor this game or Quas X, but he's on a bit more scale.
Hello.
Oh.
I don't know if we're supposed
Wait,
to
is that
shake
the
hands
tag
or
out?
not,
Is that the tag out?
I think it's my turn to
I was
skedaddle.
waiting for it to be a great meme where I get tagged out straight
Thanks
away.
for joining us, Lyrical.
Like, I do like
Have a good
5
one.
minutes of talking. It's like, see you.
Appreciate you.
Bye, Lyrical.
Hello?
Your hair.
Oh, what the? Jenkins, man.
Suns fan told me
How'd you start a high five but then leave it?
I didn't
You
start
literally went like this, so I went like that.
I was waving.
You were waving?
I was waving. Suns
Cool,
fan
anyway.
said that I walk
That's
like I
happened now
have
at
to defecate. And I disagree with that.
What?
He said that when I walk, it looks like I'm having problems.
I don't think it looks like you're having problems. I do think that you've got a strut,
It's
though.
like a game of swagger, you know?
Okay,
Like,
here
you
you
don't
go.
really know
Yes.
that. Yeah, exactly.
1,000%.
But going back to your point, though, I really like that, you know, about Undying.
I forgot what I was talking about because
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry about
I'm trying to just pivot from Jenkins very quickly. He can just sit in the corner looking great.
yeah, they need more. This lineup suits them and they need momentum.
No.
I think that's what I said.
No, we were basically talking about Undying as a team. It's like after VP, they take that loss. What's the bounce back? And I feel like when you look at the players they have, right? Dubu, he's been at every TI since 2015, right? Moon Meander, he's not been at TI for 3 years, but like his career is very, wealthy with, results. So it's the fact that I think these are the two players that need to, return to that kind of TI aura and just unlock that for, say like Braille, never been to a TI. They've only attempted to qualify for TI like I think once or twice between them. So yeah, it's very much, you need to see those experienced players stand up and kind of bring it back to the team. And hope, again, we're in the early part of this game, but if they are to beat IG or at least take a game, it is looking in that direction.
They've just been working really, really hard too. Like a lot of when people say NA, everyone thinks EG, and they also think they also think Quincy Crew, right? But like Undying puts in a lot of work. They went through the whole North American qualifiers, and they even got like a ton of points. Well, okay, not a ton, but they got like a lot of points in the DPC as well, right? Like 400 points and third place. So you really have to put some respect on their name, I think.
It is hard though as a region, right? Like if you think about what we've gone through as a as a community with COVID, Europe, you're going to have to scrim against Eastern Europe. China, you get to scrim against SEA. And it's like NA, SA, they can still scrim each other, but if there's ping. But none of these regions can then play EU. So even with that alone, it's very hard that if you don't make it to that major, if you don't make it to have that that free flight to the international space during these times, it's so hard to get the quality games that we're looking for. So it is those teams that didn't really ever make it. It's like this is testament to them getting through kind of a rough year for getting the best practice compared to other teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but you're just saying that they had no slots to go to the majors, right?
That's exactly what you're saying.
That's
Sorry,
what you
that
just
should
said.
be fixed next year.
NA does need, was it 7 slots? So again, I can't get it right. How many does Arkosh need to get to TI?
Listen,
Like
5
5 slots?
6 slots.
6 slots.
6 slots.
6 slots, I see. Okay, thank you.
I broke something, I think. All right, here, let's talk about Undying for a second, ladies and gentlemen. Okay,
That's
this
the
team,
plan?
there's rumblings. There's rumblings about this team. I'm hearing it. It's all secret behind closed doors. Nobody tells me anything because I'm a blabbermouth. That's the issue.
Blabber away, young sir.
But they beat LGD recently. They lost the series. They beat Spirit recently. They lost the series.
Okay.
But it looked good. And I think it was game 1 for one of those series too. People were like, "This is it. This is NA's time to shine." And I feel like taking a game off of LGD is something that tier 2 teams in NA, at least at that caliber, like we're not the third best team in NA. Like could never do that back in the day before DPC.
Just to clarify, you're talking about ESL Full where they lost 2-1 upper bracket, 2-1 lower bracket, went out, right?
Yes.
They took off, they took a game.
And well, they lost to the first and second team.
again, it's amazing. Just the way you said beat in my mind, I was like, when did they win beat these guys? Like, when did they win?
They took a game off and then they were up 10K. And they were pretty commanding versus OGD. And it is, as Jenkins said, like they lost to the first place and second place finishers of the tournament. I mean, that happens, but it also doesn't really tell you how good the team is. I mean, and they're here to show that TI, so far they're 0-2, so it's not looking as good for them. But I think like that tournament shouldn't take that much confidence away from them.
So looking at this match right now, I know it's still pretty early in the game. Tell me about the comps. Tell me what you like and what you don't like. Drafts.
I like the pairing of Slardar Weaver to give Weaver more of a game. Like we've not seen him carry that much, but Slardar we've seen him I think twice so far maybe. And the simplicity of the hero, to give it the best definition, is pretty okay in lane, but you give that free Aegis straight away. Minute 15 on to 20. If you want to go for Roshan and you have advantage, you can take that straight away. And it's against heroes like Void, DK, these you use your spell to get the kill. If you don't get the kill, it's kind of devastating. It does give Undying that kind of snowball potential, where if the lanes and everything's going well, they get the Aegis and then they play their game. I can see IG having difficulties, but of course, it puts you in that window of if they don't make those plays, if they don't get those Aegis, it's very simple for IG to dictate every game. Hit the Corona, kill the Weaver, or kill the supports. It's going to go IG's way. So yeah, the next 10 minutes is crucial for Undying's game to win this one.
I like the late game Weaver in this game. The 3 hits with Geminate is one of the best amplifiers. It sounds really lame, and then you get it, and you proc Mjolnir or Daedalus like 3 times in a row, and you one-shot something. Yeah, especially with the Aghanim Shard. And then on top of that, you have Invoker Alacrity to buff that. You have the Slardar amplification to buff that, and then Elder Titan. It's actually a really good buff the Weaver game, but as you mentioned, the problem is the Faceless Void. You do just chrono the little ant and take him out,
Yeah, Void, great hero as well.
If you can play off Aegis or buyback, like that's sort of Undying's. Like in the late game, you always have that card to play.
That's true.
I think it's, I don't know. I think both drafts actually look a little weird to me.
Weird.
Like the IG draft. Honestly, I don't even know if this is offlane DK or Leshrac. I'm assuming it's offlane DK. But it's like it's not like one of the offlaners that's really in favor this patch. I think. Like I haven't seen him at all actually in all the public.
He's looking rough.
Like usually. He's like a stunner, but he's very single target, and their team fight's really reliant on Faceless Void. And if you look on Undying's lineup, like the teams that sort of matched each other's team fight, which is like a good concept, but I don't know who came ahead in that department. So it's going to come down to a lot of skirmishes, and like both teams, it just depends on who jumps because they do have a lot of damage on both sides.
We've talked a little bit about Undying's playstyle. What about IG's playstyle, and how does this draft play into that?
I mean, so IG traditionally, I think they're a very aggressive team. Like when they won the Singapore major, they snowballed the map really hard, and they did mental warfare on EG. And honestly,
yes, there's a question mark. We can say it was fine. They all chatted.
We haven't seen that much from them since the Singapore major, right? Like,
yeah, they were one of the teams though, which after realizing that they got to TI, it was very much a wait. What do we need to do now? During the season, it's like, oh,
well, we don't know that for absolute.
I mean, they were missing a player at the next major.
That.
So
yeah,
it was emo, right? They didn't have emo.
No,
they didn't have their support.
They didn't have their 5.
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, it's a big deal, honestly.
Talk around town, but anyway, it's very much like the way it goes is I feel. If you knew you were going to TI, right, there is that kind of less pressure on being able to always perform, right? And I think we've seen it from teams, right, where look at the volume of games played at some of the teams coming into this TI. Some teams are hitting numbers of like 200 games. Other teams are hitting like the quota of the bare minimum, where it was like 50 or 60. They played their groups, they went to major, they got their points, so for sure I think IG was a team where they were a superstar team to start with, and then sure, they're still putting the effort to play well, but it's not like they're going for the TI winning performances at every single DPC game.
I have the stats.
Hit me with the stats.
This is the research that I did in my Google Doc.
Go on.
They got 3rd in Dota Pit, so that's not bad.
Post Dota Pit?
Yeah.
Tundra got 3rd in Dota Pit.
Okay, there's been multiple
I-League?
Dota Pits. I-League, they got 5th through 6th, and then 3rd in I-League Season 2.
Doesn't sound too... That's 5th.
Yeah.
So this is like a Dota Pit like a year ago, or?
I mean, maybe. There's a lot of Dota Pits. There's a lot of Dota. I just wrote Dota Pit in my Google
No.
Doc.
There was a Dota
my
Pit.
God.
The final event before coming into TI, I believe, was actually the Dota Pit event. So.
Like the West European Dota Pit?
They had Chinese teams.
There was.
Oh yeah, it's PSG. It wasn't IG. Yeah, sorry, we're getting muddled up with our
PSG,
Dota
Spirit,
Pit.
Tundra.
So many Dota Pits.
I think there was a China Dota pit.
There
before
was,
that, I'm
yeah,
pretty
there
sure.
was.
I think that's the one they got third in.
Dota Pit,
I should've
OGA
specified.
Dota Pit Season 5 China, third
Yes,
place.
There we go.
But guess what? We took so long to figure that out that we've moved on to a different stream for now. We've moved, while the other game gets
Yeah.
kind of farmed up a little
As
bit.
soon as Jenkins started talking about which Dota pit it was, they're like, guys, he doesn't know. Put it on OG Thunder Predator right now.
And now we have OG versus Thunder Predator.
You want to scroll to OG or Thunder Predator Jenkins? Where do you want to start with this one? You know what, I can do it. Thunder Predator came last in an ESL event, and
They won
fourth.
one game out of the last 2 tournaments they've played.
Yeah. It's been rough, I think, for Thunder Predator.
It's been tough for them.
Yeah.
They had like a really great showing in the Singapore major. A lot of people, that was the event where people were like, holy F. They're really strong. And people were like rooting for them as the underdog, right? And then afterward they had a little bit of a kind of downturn in their results in the DPC. But tell me, what is their play style here?
I have theories on that actually, and I want to bring it up because this game, they're going back on it. Something that I think that they were doing when they were losing, which is Frank, in my opinion, is their highest skilled player. I think he's like the highest rated offlaner in NASA. The guy got like rank 3 or something like that. And the way that he plays is he plays Beastmasters and Batriders, these heroes who like will single-handedly carry the game, the typical cheese heroes. And for a lot of the previous couple of months, they've been picking him just generic stunners, Centaur, Sand King, stuff like that. And I feel like Frank can play that, but it's not abusing the fact that you have like a top 3 offlaner, if not higher, in NASA on your team. Like, I think you need to use this guy. So I'm glad to see that he's on Beastmaster in this game because he can 1v5 easily.
Definitely really interesting. One of the things that I wanted to shout out is that Moxie, who knows like a ton about South American Dota, she told us that Leo Style is like the best mid player NA. Now Jenkins, tell me, do you agree with that? Actually, hey UI, do you agree with that too?
No.
No?
Why would she say that? Like, what was her reason?
I know some people that think that in NA.
Wait, do you mean, was she saying like
that,
of all
Eric
of
Baum,
Americans?
747. He's
The-
very afraid
what
of
I have in my
Leo
notes-
What's
Leo's
the
best
exact
mid
one?
in
Best
NA?
mid
Yeah.
player.
Like Abid, Quinn.
Style. Yeah.
I think they're wrong.
He did.
I don't know. I think
I was
they're
like, these are Quinn
wrong.
fanboys on the couch.
Well,
so-
no. The thing is, like, there is an immense amount of respect for Leo Style in NA.
Yes.
It's just that it's not everybody, but the people that do respect him a lot, as if he's like, number. It's not like, oh, Leo Styles top 5. It's like they're like, yeah, he's literally the best. He's super on and off. I mean, he's a really emotional player, so it depends on the day for him.
What do you mean by emotional player? How does that play into Dota 2?
Oh, shoot,
everything.
Like, I want to be honest with Leo. I mean, like, he griefs pubs sometimes and just loses his mind. Binge queues like 17 games in a row one night. Like he's typical young emotional mid laner. But if he's on point, if he's in the zone, he wins. I don't know if he necessarily knows how to get into the zone because maybe you get older and wiser. He's looking at me like I'm crazy.
No, I'm just still thinking like how do they judge the best mid player in NA?
I mean, it's Quinn obviously. So.
This was like the worst question for me to ask this couch. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I
Because it's
take
so obvious the
responsibility
answer,
for this.
of course.
I mean,
But I
Leo
think-
is good. But like I don't know how anyone could he needs some results if you're to say he's the best, right? Like that's how it works.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you there.
But Dota 2 is a team game, right? So it's not like the results themselves are the
Yeah, but
result of just one
Dota's
player.
past the point where it's just you're the best player because you have the best mechanics. Like you've seen like a player like Sumeo evolve. Like he's become a good teammate. He's become like he pushes his teammates up. What makes the best player
That's a good point.
isn't necessarily just the best mechanics. Like you can take someone like Michael Jordan, for example. He dominated the NBA, but he didn't win any championships.
Don't look at me for support. I don't
I'm
watch
looking at the
basketball.
general down when he said sports. I was like,
That's why we looked at each other. I don't,
Is it because I'm
It's the
tall? I
same
don't.
in esports and like normal sports. Like you can't just be a strong individual. You have to bring your team up and make them better as a full team. Like that's what makes the best players. So I don't understand how someone can make this claim, to be honest. Like maybe he is, but like they must have some crazy information that no one else has.
I have some information, and I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't reveal this, but Ava was saying that he saw Thunder Predator sitting apart from from while eating breakfast.
Avo's saying
Avo is in the
he's
corner
really
over
happy
there
right
saying,
He says don't. Okay. Now I don't know what that means.
That means everything.
But I also saw Bulba sitting in the corner, and Arteezy sat on the other side of the restaurant. So
I can add more information.
That is a good choice by
But
Arteezy.
Bulba
OG
took
was
the hat
all
off,
together.
so
OG sits, as a team, as a unit. So maybe that could mean something, because of course OG, they share their scrambled eggs and their
as we have a
croissants
beautiful
and stuff.
replay here going on, paying a lot of attention.
I'm just trying to see if Leostar played against Quinn in a pub to see if we.
all the time. Are you kidding? All the time.
No.
I'm sure that's one of the most played
That's a
pub
very
matchups.
common mid matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
NA has about 50 players.
It's one of them deleting their items after losing mid. That's usually how it goes.
That is true.
And I'd say it's
All
probably
right,
like.
well, we don't talk about that here. We don't encourage that behavior here.
Of course not.
No, we
of
don't.
course
That is not good behavior.
The thing is,
Don't do
NA
that.
has it. NA SA. We've got our history. I'm not going to pretend that the history, didn't happen. It's not good. Shouldn't do it. But we also shouldn't pick Ogre Magi. That's.
Whoa, Ogre's pretty good. Secret's 2-0'd with it today, mate. Secret is undefeated.
Listen, I'm an
on the
Ogre fan. I'm just saying Quinn is not. That's all.
So
are
back
you
to the
just-
game, or what?
Yeah. That is a pretty steep graph going OG.
Yeah. So OG is looking to be NA's best mid player.
Yes.
You brought us back into the game and then immediately go back.
Literally undefeated. But no, yeah. I think right now, this is, again, one of those points where kill doesn't really mean much. And I think we've seen it in the OG series against Alliance earlier today, where Alliance, if you take away net worth, you're like, oh wow, this is looking pretty good. They're taking these fights, getting kills, but OG's always just getting more out of the map. They've got this Clink farming the Ancients, or they've got this, Mag empowering Monkey King style play. And it's not
Though,
OG.
Troll is one of those heroes that can 1v5 if you're not careful. You always got to look out for that. Like if he presses R at the right time, gets the right amount of roots, bashes, like he could, Monkey King can't hold a candle to that hero. Troll's the king of man fighting. It can work the other way too.
It's
though.
hard this game though, right?
Yeah,
Like
so
they have Magnus, Fury,
yeah.
and Pango.
Yeah.
Like they remove all of Troll's. Like in
That's
the right
true,
game, Troll
actually.
can do that, but
A very bad Troll
this looks
game.
like Troll was like they saw Legion. They
like,
first
I'm
did
just saying, Troll is like, he's like Terrorblade in the fact that he can 1v5. But you're right. Like,
he
Furion is one of the most annoying counters because you sprout him and you can't use items while you're ulted. So as Troll, so that's very, very annoying. Unless you're the Furion, then it's a good
And
time.
I will say, like, you mentioned Frank's hero pool. Like, he plays a lot of Batrider and Beastmaster.
Yep.
I think Beastmaster is 1v5. Like, the hero's a bit different now because they removed Necrobuck. Before Beastmaster, you literally treated this hero as your carry because as soon as he got Necro 3, the enemy's map would just disappear.
Yep.
He still gets like some Helm 2 or something. He's still strong, but it's not the same as a Necro.
You're right. It's like a more support hero.
It is. I think so now.
Clearing creeps and stuff on the map. Yeah.
And also the timing of like Dom 2 is like 18 minutes plus, right? Like
Fair. Yeah. Necro was like 8 minutes.
Yeah, it's not as if you're buying this item and it's suddenly taken over the game. And they also nerf like these spells of the neutral creeps, right? Like before, if you had like the Black Dragon, you could easily just constantly, with no punishment, you're skipping waves. But now you kind of feel bad. Oh wait, I can't actually skip 7 waves in a row and take a rack by myself. You're actually gotta think about how you're using it. So the fact that Thunder Predator haven't been able to convert that into some type of game, does look like OG's slowly hitting that rhythm of once they're online, they'll be able to reposition the Troll and take that fight. So it's on Thunder Predator to try and cut through. And again, like we've seen in these previous games, that one smoke can easily turn a game.
And look at what OG just did. They dove someone on bottom just to force a TP.
Yep.
They got the kill too, which is nice. But immediately they're ready on the other side of the map because now they know that
dying,
Thunder Predator can't. Yeah. And they just die because it's not enough. But like the idea is OG, they'll poke all over the map. Like they always want to play that economy
But
game.
Thunder Predator, like what you just described, they're now doing the same thing, right? Like they see top going poorly, but rather than overreacting to the OG play, they're just going straight mid. They have the bots, they got Beastmaster. This is a combo you cannot, forget about because if anyone's out of position, you're going to have 2 heroes plus roll and whatever units Beast has, and that hero should be able to die as they, Thunder Predator instantly react to what OG is trying to do.
Just realizing now how like weird both of these drafts are. It's like carry Magnus, 5 Legion. I think that's a 5 Mars. Mid Viper, which I guess is the least weird thing. But there's a lot of flex in both of these drafts. Honestly, I like the OG cores. I really like the idea of Monkey King mid with a mag carry. I think that's really cool. You're going to end up like even if Monkey's roaming a lot, you empower him and you're going to essentially have 2 carries, which is pretty nice. Unless they both die.
Back to back.
Oh, he's fine, I guess. There he goes.
So you got Blink Echo okay, you're going BKB.
He's not disassembling the Echo for BKB as well.
Like a big craze right now, and it's very strong, is Echo Saber, of course, Oblivion Staff, and then Axe. You just disassemble, you can turn Axe to BKB, and then have casual Oblivion, or go for some Orchid, or rebuy the Echo Saber if you want to. And I guess the only reason why you would do that is if in the game you feel like you need to accelerate that BKB timing. Because if it's a very comfortable game, right, and you kind of you don't see yourself losing, it's like, whatever, it's a nice gimmick, but the potential's always there, and it is scary playing against these heroes that have Echo, because any minute, 1K gold just comes out of nowhere, right?
Exactly.
BKB just appears in the crucial fight.
They have nothing, and then all of a sudden BKB.
Exactly,
like,
yeah.
Come on.
And that is the scary thing with this disassembling. And I think disassembling in general, I think obviously God King from China, he popularized this on Anti-Mage, where he was like, wait, what? He bought this item, then Satanic appeared out of nowhere, all this stuff. But I still can't tell if I enjoy disassembling. I think there's several niche item kind of trees you can go down, but I feel like I wish there was either more or none.
What is the most common one?
It would be the Echo Saber.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was like a couple of months ago where it was Dragonlance. The gyro build was Dragonlance into disassemble Ags, into Dragonlance into disassemble BKB, into Dragonlance disassemble Sanjin Yasha, into Dragonlance. It's 4 Dragonlances in the entire build.
Okay, maybe what I'm saying is I wish for supports there was some nice quirky disassemble plays to make. With the 1,000 gold I have.
You had your time with the Glimmer Cape disassemble, okay, and Shadow Amulet. You had your time.
Yeah, but that's only good if you're trying to grief, and luckily, 99% don't grief.
Speak for yourself.
Jenkins, stop.
Yeah.
Stop it.
So far, we bullet point Jenkins' points. It's going pretty well.
I'm not betray my region. Oh, okay.
All right,
a really nice thing against Pango, Spear Breaker, whenever they go on you, hug a wall. The best tip you can ever get. Because they're going to want to hit you, but then they're going to bump you to the high ground, and they can't then lock you down again. So right there, what Mars could have potentially done, if you just hug the wall, instantly go up to the high ground, there's not going to be that second bounce, then he gets the arena off without getting stunned. Things might look a bit better, but yeah, just a very small thing.
You can see OG this fight, they're not afraid of anything on Thunder Predator.
Yeah.
Like Thunder Predator, they had the Aegis, but it hit Sumail's BKB and they're just ready to go.
They're just killing everybody but Minos. They do not care.
Well, they're kiting them out, right?
Like if you've ever played a pub with Seb, he does not care what the enemy has. Like if you have your strength peak, you have to go with it. Because if you're not going with it, you're just waiting for the enemy to hit their own.
I just like these fights where they're starting with the confidence of one player, and then it unlocks every player to see everything. Like we saw how EG played earlier today, where the fight is like, okay, this is kind of, and then suddenly, the Arbed's just in the middle, just 4 heroes are out by 1 Ember Spirit, 1 Void Spirit, and that's why Pangolier and these type of heroes are very strong, because they start the fight with you literally not die as a hero, because Pango with roll, you can't be killed to some degree, unless there's some leaner style just right-clicking you. And then it allows for Seb to get that good sprout, or to get that TP into the right position, or Monkey King to get the good Wukong. I don't know, I always enjoy drafts where they have that simplicity of engagement.
All right, I need clarification on something. If you're Troll and Monkey King presses Mischief, does Troll just run away and retarget? Okay, so in that fight, he was intentionally baiting. That's a Tango death. That's the way she goes sometimes, the way of the road.
Yeah, it happens.
Oh, okay. That's a lot bigger of a kill.
So in the Invo thing,
you turn the other way. So Topson baited him in intentionally farther. That's interesting.
It's very annoying.
Yeah, this is not
that matchup used to be really Troll favored versus Monkey King, but I think Monkey King has changed a bit, because he used to be you would go mid versus a mid Monkey King. You'd win the lane.
Yeah, you would.
And then you would just bash him and make him miss, and that was enough.
But can you not just then? So wait, hold on, just to clarify this. So if he becomes, let's say, a tree, can you not just re-click the tree?
Well, you're in your ulti, so you can.
The ult,
the
ult.
Cool.
You just unplug your mouse keyboard.
If there's another hero, it would instantly go to the other hero.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
that's fine.
There's nothing else. You stand there for 0.2 seconds, and then you hit it again.
That's amazing.
But
I love the fact that Troll, even if he's having a good game, when he hits tier 3s, his ultimate is actually his biggest disadvantage.
Yeah, sometimes.
He press ult and suddenly it's tier 4. Oh wait, why am I in the a couple 4 stars and he's already there? Yeah, Troll's such a weird hero.
It's Thunder Predator's entire lineup. If you compare how they play Viper to a team like T1, T1 when they draft Viper, they'll pick these Wyverns, Nyxes, Viper, long-range nukes with Viper, so then you can play on range. Thunder Predator, they have Viper, but they have a very committal lineup. And it makes it like awkward for them to fight. Like they're always having to run into OG, and OG have like, if you commit in and they get a good ring off or they get a good Legion save or a counter RP, it's very simple for them to fight.
It also, I would say, it also feels like for Thunder Predator, like you were saying, it's if the arena isn't like the best arena they can find, their ability to actually take a fight, OG can kite it out so easily, right? It's like Astor has roll, you have raw, and then you have slows and just kind of softer spells, but it's all around this arena. And I think going later into that game when you have, Legion would press the attack or a shard, Mag would blink, BKB, some Fury who's not even in the fight, Pango would roll, Monkey King and Wukong, like this is so hard for Thunder Predator to take that fight that you're describing.
And it's a 4 Mars too, right? So he's not hitting the same timing that like some core Mars would, where you have like a blink BKB, you could spear some back. I just feel like Troll Beastmaster together, like I don't have any stats on it, but in my head, like you better win the game in 20 minutes. Like you have to snowball both your side lanes so hard that you just end the game. Because you have 2 single target cores that they don't really contribute much in team fights.
I'd probably also maybe pivot on that and say at least have your mid lane have so overwhelming magic damage that like if they're itemizing to survive the troll and the beast, suddenly your mid's popping off because it's like they don't have the BKB timing or they don't have that ability to deal with such diverse damage. I think Viper kind of leans into that, but it's not like fully in. It's not like some leaner or Leshrac style of hero. But again, like it's easy to say now that they're losing, but yeah, Thunder Predator for sure. Like they needed that 17 kill score to come attached with a 5k lead and an Aegis to feel comfortable. The fact they were down, I think it was like 4k gold when they had like 10 plus kills, that's just a sign of OG just playing the map a lot cleaner.
I like how OG's been looking so far. I feel like their drafts are all really weird, and it's not just the same thing every time, but they seem quite comfortable with like playing Sumail, for example, as like basically like a mid / off laner, and like Thompson's playing as like the mid as the carry position right now. And this is kind of how they looked at previous TIs, is that they were, I don't know, able to play with like many different strategies. They're players on different roles essentially.
They would run like the Thompson Morphling mid.
Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
Ana usually still played some hard carry. I think they're even more flexible than they were at previous TIs, I would say now.
Maybe. Just the like qualifier or pre-qualifier OG in ESL looked like it was just Sumail like playing the pure hard carry, and I don't want to say it was like concerning or anything at that point because like you can do that, that's fine. But this looks more like
this
TI.
This is the middle
OG.
ground, right?
Yeah, this is the middle ground, which is what OG looks like at TI, which is cool to see.
And I do think that suits Sumail more. Like he can play the hard carries, but he hasn't played carry that long. Like you compare him to someone like Ame or something, who's been playing carry at the top level for like 6 straight years.
Yeah.
Your decision making on these hard carries, like you are going to make pretty much every decision for your team in the late game. Sumail, he's like a phenomenal player, like a generational talent, but it's not the same if you played mid for most of it.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that like the trend we're seeing so far from like, again, it's only 3 games that we've seen from OG, but Seb's played 2 Legion games, 1 Bloodseeker game, enabling offlanes, be it through press attacking your carry or buffing him with Blood Rage to ensure that you get like more damage out in the fight. And then for Sumail, he's played Magnus and Clinks. The simplicity of this is you're skirmishing heroes that can easily play with your team if you want, but you can also just rinse these stacks early on. Like I feel like OG, they are still making the stacks. They are still forcing one hero to think about full-time farm. And it isn't going to be these like bigger heroes. So
that's the 2 cores dead. I mean, that's huge.
But yeah,
OG has to get the hell out. I mean, there's absolutely no way they can fight without.
This is OGS in a nutshell. Like you take a Rax, it's like you want to go for another one? Yeah, off we go, and they just keep going from point A to point B as quick as possible.
What's the Roche timer looking like? I mean, that could
it's like 1:40. So
they're trying to chain kills instead of like get some objective off of it. I mean, they can still run down mid though. Moose is clearing the lane.
But yeah, this is where OG needs to make sure that, like you said, you don't have those chain kills come into play. You push out your lanes, you reset, and then you go again.
They got all 3 cores though. I mean, this is like the perfect set of things to happen.
So how did this go so wrong?
They're already.
It's like OG is just focused on killing the RP target, and then MNZ just presses his ult and pops off on Thompson. And then it's just full retreat, but the other 2 cores end up dying.
So I think it's a bit of like a committal thing. Like when you push high ground, you sort of give your enemy a lot of positioning. Like that's why pushing high ground is so hard, honestly. It's not like they're gonna stand a high ground, I'm gonna hit them, I'm gonna uphill miss. It's the fact that like they have the fog, they have the positioning, and your supports generally have to be a lot closer to the fight than they otherwise would be. So in that fight, like what we're talking about before, where Viper Lions, they like to poke at their opponent or something like that. I don't think that had to exist in that fight. Like when Thunder Predator committed, they were able to commit in a good way. Honestly, I don't really know how that fight still went so badly. Like maybe it's a little bit of impatience. Maybe Thompson just really far up.
We're not seeing OG be able to utilize their heroes, right? When you have your Monkey King spring into a tier 3, you're not having, Seb on the Furion TP to that position to draw out that one hero. You're not having that Pango roll cut through the backline, right? Like, I think it's simply, you're at a tier 3, you're in a fortified area, and you get your spells off, right? Like, Troll is not kited, he's BKB ulted at his tier 3, so it is just OG trying to continue playing in their face, but
I think you're right. I think not having roll is a pretty big deal, and it's cool that he just pops the ult on Troll. He's just like, this is the best opportunity that we have right now. I'm just gonna ult in. It could be a complete travesty, but like we have to go for this, and then it pans out.
And I like that, right? Because if you're behind, you just have to clutch it. Like, well, what are you gonna do? Like, you can't just like wait for a better opportunity when you're behind.
You have to do something. Yeah, with roll being down, MNT knew he's like he has to risk it all right now.
And I will say, like, probably a little bit of impatience from OG, right?
Yeah.
Like, they have bottom racks, they have a Furion. They could do whatever they want in this game. They just chose to jump in and try to end it.
Bashing him with Roche.
I would actually argue that I don't think it's impatience. I think it's just like the confidence of where they're at, right? Like even if they die there, they know they're not giving away a Roshan. They know they're not suddenly losing a tower or Rax, right? You see, like it's more.
MNT's gonna kill Sumail as well. Dude, this is a.
Is this a comeback?
This is like a legit turnaround.
All right.
I think OG just made a mistake on high ground. Like I think it was impatience. Like you can wait for a higher percentage play than that. Because that's going to be the lowest percentage play, right? Like if you go onto your opponent's tier 3 or tier 4s, I mean, there's only the Fountain that's the worst fight.
Amazing what
I really like how Thunder Predator has been like chaining things off of it too, though. The fact that they like immediately. Okay, even more. Literally all 5 of OG is dead right now. And there's a double damage. All right, bro. Okay, Gavin. All right, Gavin. Yeah, I love the Roche call. I mean, it's insane to be at a deficit like this and just Roche with nothing on cooldown, but
it's sort of cool. Like the 2 fights they took, like I wasn't thinking about how to use their lineup properly, but they were able to identify in game. Like if you're at an objective, basically like your base, which is objective or Roshan, you can force the enemy to have to commit on you, right? But they had to go fight that troll, otherwise he's just gonna kill Roshan and get the Aegis.
Right.
So like how they kite him is not the same, and as a result, like. I mean, honestly, it's like some miracle that can get this 5-kill fight. They're going for the throne.
All right, wait, hold on. Okay, so before that, I mentioned like, they're not gonna be able to give away these things, but then it's Thunder Predator. They just, they find the plays that's needed. Okay.
This is what happened in Singapore, right? Like it was very snowball-y the games.
I think honestly, OG played that mid play like with the thought that even if this goes horrendously wrong, we're gonna have the next kind of plan, like the next fight to go our way. It's gonna be okay. We can have our fun, do this. This is our style of Dota. And then of course, Thunder Predator, they ripped through that. Gaben blessed them with the DD, and obviously now they get to run out mid, and they're finding the kills. Yeah.
Isn't that just a bad play though? If like that's a line of thought by OG.
I guess.
Like, I don't know if that was a line of thought, but like if Roshan's spawning, you have full map control of bottom racks.
They're just chaining it. OG just.
I love how aggressive Thunder Predator's being though. It's like they are not letting OG get any foothold in this game. Like they are look, they don't even take ancients, whatever. They just walk immediately over. Like they're not going to take.
But that's the key thing.
Right? They're going to go to the triangle actually.
But just play fast. That's the main thing.
They're playing.
Right?
Yeah, they're sure.
And the definition of fast to be very clear, because that is a very generic term. It's to be in the face of your enemy. You skip the waves and. You do not allow them access to their own jungle. You're basically flushing themselves, the enemy out of the map.
Like you take the free tier 1 while the ancients are respawning, stuff like that.
Exactly.
Like, so, oh my god, he's just going for the. He doesn't care anymore. And you know what? Moose in particular, I don't know if you feel this, Owie, playing with him in pubs, but I feel like he's the type of guy that if you're winning, you want him on your team. Like he is so vocal about what to do, and it's like also like he usually plays these heroes like Earthspear who they can actually set up around the map, and so it's like I don't know what it is about being ahead, but the guy gets like so emotional. It's like he goes into just hyper focus mode, and then stuff like this happens. You can see that he's the one setting stuff up too.
I think you always want Moose on your team.
Well,
he has like the best attitude.
He's got a good attitude, but I mean, when he can go silent sometimes. He can definitely go. He's never toxic. I've never seen that guy be toxic in my entire life, but he can go silent.
All right, so Thunder Predator, got their Aegis, they've had their little mini comeback. This is where they can't get too comfortable. You know, we just saw it with Beast Coast, where they play that bottom play, they go top, they're in this low ground area, they all die, game's over, it's done. Like, this kind of mini series of events that happened, great for Thunder Predator to come back in a game that looked pretty much just OG.
Yeah.
So it's now, how do they approach a game which is now even? Like, they're not just hugging their base, waiting for OG to come to them. Because that is the easiest style of Dota, where you can just take that fight one time, and then maybe you go. So it's now, this is the true test of Thunder Predator. The ability to find pickoffs is now gone, because OG's now all alive again. Like, they're going to play together as a team. So.
They just tried to do it though, right, with the smoke.
Yes,
it looks like they're still just trying to pick off people.
And this is kind of what they need to do, and it's just, the real question is, will OG give them the opportunity? Will there be that kind of lone Seb playing on the other side of the map who gets hit by the smoke? And if that does happen, could continue going Thunder Predator's way.
It kind of seems like they've regained their composure on the side of OG. Like I don't know what happened. They paused. Somebody was like, listen guys, just like everybody wait till we're all alive. Like you hear that all the time in Dota. It's like, just wait until we're all alive and like we'll go do something. Right. Because there's just, the chain feeding has completely stopped. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. All right, Seb.
Here's the Seb on the other side of the map.
They just did this, and Seb he doesn't have his BKB because he BKB teleported back.
Oh, wait, it's a bait.
He does have it.
It's all a bait.
Okay. Anti-caster curse. That's
amazing.
Good stuff right there.
I love that. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I love being wrong.
It's good. Yeah, it's great. He has ult. He
has Aegis though.
He has everything. He has every form of coming back alive that you can possibly have in Dota.
And these are the type of fights where if it isn't Seb being the one initiated on, and Thunder Predator commits like that, you're gonna see Seb TP potentially to the other side and try and get the Mega Creep.
Yeah, because this is the second time that they initiated on Seb.
Yeah, he's dead as well. He's died.
And honestly, like, I think that's the fight OG wants, right? Like, they want Seb to be able to bait the fight. They come with a Legion save, they get a good ring off. But it was just like slightly too spread.
Yes.
Like, I don't know what happened to their comms, but I feel like...
Well, there was no Monkey King realistically, right? It was like the RP saving the Furion, and then Monkey was kind of like moving around the fight, right? Like.
What were you laughing at?
Seb is carrying this hard with his split pushing though. Yeah. Like the Treants are just slowly whittling away at everything. I always say, if you are 1 racks up and you have a Nature's Prophet on your team and you lose, it's the Nature's Prophet's fault. Because you can make life hell for the enemy team where they'll just give up at some point. Look at the courier scouting in the trees for him too.
Okay, why did they remove? Okay, you know, cooldown reduction, of course, doesn't now stack up. It's like the highest one.
Yeah.
That was the saddest part. My most enjoyable Furion build was, the Ags, the Octarine, the Spell Prism, the Arcane Blink.
Yeah.
And having your ult on like a 30-second cooldown, because of course you're pushing everything in. And then they removed it from the game, which is really sad.
This is the most satisfying thing when you're Nature's Prophet is that the enemy mid is just sitting in the base. It's like, when is this piece of garbage coming into my base again?
But it's also the scariest form of Dota, right? Because you are now the hero that controls the entire game, for your team. If you die, it's going to be push that out, run down lane. You can't recreate that position on the map, right?
It's true.
Seb has to play at such a perfect position, as Frankie's the one now getting picked off.
And I do think the Furion thing, like, it applies a bit differently to pubs and competitive. Like, in this type of game, how Seb's doing it, he's doing it to stall until they get their best opportunity, right?
Yeah.
But I think in a lot of pubs, the Furions will literally try to win the game by using the building.
That's the fun part. That's the fun part.
That death with A-clicking.
You just need one person on the enemy team to give up, and then it just spiral effect.
Mistakes happen a lot more in pubs than in competitive. But in that scenario, like, they saw that MNZ, he TP top. They have vision of this, and all of a sudden, anywhere else on the map is a kill, and they get Frank.
And we're seeing this as like Frank dying here, Beastmaster dying, is a product of Seb, right, of the Furion. Furion's now forcing Thunder Predator to keep 1 to 2 heroes on the side lanes, hunting for this Furion in the hope, if we are able to kill him, force that, that buyback, maybe come back into the game and push out lanes. It's now allowing OG, if anyone's on their side of the river, they're going to be able to instantly have a numbers advantage. So yes, this is a crucial game for Seb to have just like the perfect read of the map. Don't die, keep lanes pushed out, and OG will naturally find the pickoff required, unless Thunder Predator just smoke up and just go, all right, enough of this Furion, we're just going to beeline it to a key fight and then try and break down the game. But yeah, this is why Furion is so obnoxious, and when brought out TI can be pretty devastating.
Yeah, and you know why Nullifier is so dope on this hero? And he's warding, I love that. Nullifier is so dope on this hero when you're playing like this, because it means the supports oftentimes can't push out the lanes because the Glimmers and Force Staffs and the Ghost Scepters, the things that would make them safe, no longer make them safe to do it. So you're wasting the core's time instead of the supports. Just so annoying.
I'd love to see Thunder Predator just put some random wards down the lanes as well. You know,
Yeah,
like, you see
for
how
sure.
Seb's
Yeah, I
playing?
agree.
You need, like, right there, you need that random ward. And unfortunately, when your Furion is playing so aggressive and annoying, you kind of get baited into it yourself. So, of course, Saxka, he
Yeah.
now goes down because he's like, oh, maybe I can join Seb. It's like, no.
Man,
This is deadly.
he has them all like so caged in their base right now. It's
Filthy. Look at they smoke to find him, and it's like, whee! Other side of the map now. Like, he's just, this is annoying.
Yeah.
They could have done this for the last Roshan. That's what I thought. You know, instead of go high
That's
drop
the
mid, like if this
100%.
happened.
Cut the tree? No, so close.
But Roshan's back
Wait, how
alive
did that
now,
not
right?
cut the tree? Did it go in between?
I don't know.
Because like there's a space in the middle.
it
That's not
can go in
hitbox.
between.
Dude,
We saw
I'm telling you,
before,
that's the second time that's happened that
Yeah.
we've seen. It
Also
just-
on bottom.
You have to click the, like,
Okay.
unless you
Or
know
like
if you're close
aim it,
enough.
right?
Yeah, because it'll go like, if you know what I mean.
All right, very good.
Thank
Very
you.
good sound effect.
That's such a
Kinesthetic
10 out
learner
of
here.
10.
I have to do it, Dota's game of feel. And Roshan is up. So this type of gameplay from OG, it can be kind of picked apart if you just get that Aegis, right? Like, if you have that, then you're able to go down and push out the key lanes. But yeah, this is a small window.
I think how Meg usually works as carry is he's the most terrifying hero on the map. But if he doesn't win within that period, there is a point in time where he falls off. I don't know. I think he has 1.9, maybe 2 BAT. He has something that makes him like not that good of a carry.
Yeah, he's fat and slow.
And usually what happens
Chunky.
is, like maybe you'll get some refresher, shard, or orb, and you just kill their carry in 2 RPs. But I'm pretty sure MNZ is just gonna get the battle trance dispels, and he's gonna be able to use battle transfer. So maybe like at some point in the game, if Troll can get to the point where they can't kill him through like burst or right clicks, like
Yeah.
he will 1v5 this game. Like, were you saying? Chief?
Jenkins said that Troll could 1v5.
I was trying to give you credit. But,
No, it's fine. Because I don't want to take that credit because he can't. Because of course, Mag, Pango, Fury, and Legion. But it's fine.
even versus everything though,
Yeah.
like if Troll gets it, like 1v5ing is weird in Dota now. It's not like the Dota 1 days where you would literally 1v5 and go in. It's when like you can tank your opponent and still do damage.
Yep.
And if you can tank all the enemy team and output a little bit of damage to Satanic, that's basically 1v5ing because your team will come in.
Yeah.
I love that entire time we're just watching Treant. We're not even watching
Yeah.
gameplay at this point.
I
We're
have
just
a very-
watching just different trees hit
I
the.
have a very important point that I would like to say, and that what I'm about to say relates to what you just did.
Yeah.
I think they should make a Steve Irwin set for Beastmaster, and he could throw boomerangs instead of axes.
I thought you were gonna say something about the game, and then you talked about
and he
cosmetics.
I thought you were
killed a
saying
fly.
swap flies, like
He
they
killed
need
a
to swap the
fly, and I
feral
don't think
fly.
Steve Irwin would be very happy with you for doing that. It's animal preservation.
Oh.
I don't know what the boars could be. What's an Australian boar?
Isn't he meant to be playing right now? Why is he hit?
Who?
Fly.
Oh my gosh! Please.
That was great.
I mean,
That was
gonna
good.
get to the panel one day.
Okay, I have a question for you. So, Seb is keeping Thunder Predator in their base with the Treant. Why did it take them this long to do Roshan?
OG to do it?
Yeah.
It's just about setting up the map correctly, right? So
What
going
was
Roshan, you have to treat it like you're off map for 20, 30 seconds. Going late game, it might be sooner if you quicker if you have the right heroes. And if OG is able to go Roshan, it allows Thunder Predator to push up every lane to the river, and then that doesn't give OG that you're in your base feel, where Thunder Predator group up, they can now make plays. So I think it's very much just OG will only ever go Roshan if all lanes are hitting the towers, they know roughly where the heroes are, and they can do it with confidence. They already made one mistake going to that mid, dying, chaining kills.
Yeah,
Like,
they're spooked.
They are spooked. They're not really
gonna-
chat lining. They're not doing anything. They're just recalibrating themselves to get back into that winning position. As you see, the lead is now very much back to OG.
Beastmaster doesn't help the cause either. The fact that there's just vision of
Yeah.
Roche
That's true.
constantly.
I mean, they were waiting. When you have map control like that with Furion, the like percent of the other team making a mistake is going to be a lot higher than your team because you
True.
just have more vision than them. And what happened there was Earth Spirit made a mistake and they killed Earth Spirit. Even if he buys back, Roshan died before, and it is free there.
Oh my!
Good.
That is
Gaben.
that is a beaut. That is a beaut.
Look at that.
Real question is, do you think it's going to go all the way back up again? Or
Wait, can you go back? Oh,
No,
wait, they
we
can't. Hear me. I'm very bad.
No, yes.
Oh no. Oh, that's too bad.
All right, so I guess that answer is unfortunate.
What were you looking for? What were you going to hope to find?
It looked like a baby lying on its back.
Ah, yes. I do, yes.
That's all I had to say.
What?
Don't question the master, all right? That's it. I'm sure there's a content piece for what you could do artwork based on network.
They are slowly getting, there's never a ranged barracks in sight with Furion on the enemy team.
Yeah. The best thing against in Furion game is when it's only 1 rack left. It's like that's the prime real estate that you need to get.
You know, it gets hard at that point as a Furion.
The Eternal Envy racks, where like everything focuses.
It's 1 melee rack left.
He is so good. He is so good in Dota whenever there's 1 racks left.
Yeah, I have a theory about Envy. It's like he spreads his attention too much on the map. So when 1 lane of racks goes down, he focuses his attention on the 2 lanes. I've talked to him about this.
I told him that you had that theory on DPC, and he said that you're wrong.
Well,
I said
was talking to him about that before DPC.
And
he said he was right.
Well, I think he was just he didn't want to admit that his playstyle was figured out. You know that. But like the less racks he has, the better he gets. And he was like, nah, that's not a thing.
You know, I haven't been in Dota very long, but every single broadcast, somebody mentions EP. Every single time.
Oh, this troll's mad fighting. Sorry. He's
Just-
not mad fighting anymore. He's dead.
He's just very dead. TLDR on that is pretty much just whatever game he's in, he can make it like a show-stopping game of randomness and craziness. A game that should be 1 in 30 takes like 3 hours and 30. This man has made casting careers with his games. So yeah, it's just he's fun to watch. You want to keep him in the in a team somewhere just to get a couple games from him.
And he's trying.
Yeah, it's over, mate.
He is
Sorry.
sprouted.
That is a GG. That's done.
That was honestly like a respectable try, though.
Yeah,
Like from the draft, I thought like
was.
from where OG's position was, and just the caliber of team they are, like I thought Thunder Pro had no business trying to come back into that match, and they still ended up losing, which maybe hurts a bit more even, but.
But this is the type of game for Thunder Predator where if they are able to have that kind of comeback moment or the understanding of kill here, go Roshan, like you should be able to go back into that replay, understand why were you not able to replicate that earlier on? Why couldn't you get out of laning phase and use the heroes how you're using them at minute 30 plus? So this is where you need Fear to stand up as the coach, recalibrate the guys. And against OG, I think this is clearly just a statement of they are very scary so far. They're 3-0, they are winning games with confidence. They are trying to throw some games of confidence, but then they re-bring themselves back in. Like they are kind of showing every side of themselves so far. And again, it's just OG forever will be one of the strongest teams at TI potentially because of their ability to see through the kind of the fear of what TI brings.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the chain deaths that they had. Usually that results in a team like crumbling past that point. I mean, it happens often, especially at TI. But with OG, the fact that they're able to like very clearly and visually to us recalibrate is impressive. But it's what we expect from them.
Yes.
Speaking of recalibrate, we are on the multi-stream right now. We have 4 streams right now. Well, but OG and Thunder Predator just ended, so now we have to pick a stream. So let's go. So what do you want? A, C, or D?
I would vote for EGT1 personally.
Do we have any pudge?
Stop it.
Do we have any Spirit
All right.
Breaker?
How about we do? I'll just make an executive decision. Let's go to D. There's an EG game there for you.
Yes. Okay. I'm guessing the series, not EG. To be clear, I'm not like some EG fanboy. I actually have no allegiance to any team. It's great watching Dota when you have like no, true love for a team. It makes it so much more fun because then you're just enjoying every high and low.
So if you have no favorite, then what makes you want to watch this game specifically? Because you said EG,
Yeah.
so why?
It's because I'm looking at the teams playing right now with active games and teams that have that potential to make deeper runs into the tournament. And this is kind of like day one is where you showcase yourself, right, as a team. What are the strategies that you've been practicing? What is the kind of your concept of TI? Because after day one, when you finish the group stage and you reset, you have that like your reality check. We're wrong, they're right, or etc. Like we have to become them, we have to reinvent the wheel, etc. So I think these are the 2 teams which are like EG's. Everyone said top 3 team, and then T1, of course. I think SEA. This is one of the strongest teams we've seen so far. They've muscled up against these teams at the major. So for that alone, like this is a crucial series for 2 regions that really want to do well at TI. NA, SEA, to be clear. Thank you. I hope I've convinced you to watch this series, guys.
What is this EG draft?
I'm on board.
Thank you.
Does this EG draft not?
I legit haven't looked at the draft. I just sold I sold the series, but haven't looked at the heroes.
I feel like their entire draft is Storm and Isle. Like, if these two heroes don't pop off, then...
Mate, we just spent half hour talking about Troll. Now we've got to go again. All right, Jenkins, what's your thoughts on Troll, bud?
He gets a silver edge. That's good.
Good.
Against Spectre. I don't know. I don't feel like the
I mean, I think
fine.
I think
it's weird
Maelstrom build
supports.
is way better than Battle Fury. He's going Maelstrom. The MNZ went Battle Fury.
Have we seen
Because
many
it's
Battle
Fury.
Furies though? Like even like P8s are buying Maelstroms now. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
I mean, I saw like a couple, but I don't.
There
think
was I think it was VP who were trying to really push it into the kind of the pro ranked games. at least.
Mato is playing it too.
Yeah.
PA with Maelstrom. But I think
Exactly.
majority are still going either like some Deso or Echo Saber Deso or whatever. Like the Maelstrom sort of some weird trend. I don't know. I personally I don't like Battle Fury this patch. I don't think it does anything. Like it's too expensive and it's not that good for damage.
Well, it was bad before, and stack farming got nerfed again. So it's like, what are you gonna do with a Battle Fury?
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Oh,
Really good fight from EG. Choso's
he has a
ulti.
refresher already. All right.
Is this Ice
Yep.
refresher?
Please buy. Okay, yeah. Oh,
He has it. He
well,
just double
thank you.
ravaged.
Refresher is amazing
Oh, yeah.
as an item. Like the fact that the build up is great. 2 Percies and a recipe. You buy a couple casual utility items to make sure that you're a hero in the game, and like the fact that you can buy it through just quick buy. You walk by 850 gold, whatever. You're chilling. Do it again. 4 times later, you're pretty much there. So
Breaking news from production.
oh.
VP has won 1-0 versus Alliance.
Oh. Okay. Cool. Yes. Very well, V. Good job. You've won a game. Oh,
Is that the first game they've won?
No. They
3-0.
beat
Okay.
Undying as well.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah, it's currently
It's-
VP is sitting at 3-0 in the groups, and Alliance unfortunately is sitting at 0-3. So it is very much a bit of a kicker there.
Rough time for
Yeah.
them.
But again, day one. This is the hardest day in group stage, in my opinion.
Is
at
it?
TI.
Is that because this is the day where the meta is formed?
Yeah, it's kind of like, we've said it so many times in regards to the value of scrims, because, like off camera that is, where like scrims, Team A going in against Team B, Team A might try and play with 110%, this is the best strategy that we have, but Team B might be going, we want to practice something new today. And just to clarify, scrims are the practice games that teams play in boot camps, playing before the big tournaments. It's like the private lobby games. So it's so hard in scrims to truly get the perfect read on, is our strategy good? Is their strategy actually just really bad? How good are our ideas? And that's why, playing pub games is so critical. And yeah, it's just really hard to really calibrate yourself. And day one is where everyone's playing 110%. Everyone's trying to, eventually get to that point where they can maybe lift the Aegis. So yeah, day one is the scariest thing. It really puts yourself to the test.
But at the same time, like they can put themselves at 110%, but as the meta gets formed, they have to shift over and put 110% in a different direction. So I guess day one is like the unknown day, and day 2 is the day where they're really like, boom, let's go.
Exactly, yeah.
Got it. Okay, cool.
And we saw that last fight, like Troll got doomed and he got healed up by, I'm assuming it's crit on Westbend, Fire and Isle, but he barely got his ultimate off there. Like EG's lineup, if you can do that, like you bait out your Troll that hard, I guess it functions. I was just really surprised that they can win team fights. Like I don't know if Spectre, when he killed Sandstorm last time, did he use Haunt for that? Like maybe.
He did, yeah.
So
Like
if they had Haunt there, like EG loses the game there, I think.
The fight basically started where it was like EG T1, smoke on smoke action. It was like, oh, this is gonna be hype. And then they met each other, they waved, and then they kind of just went, boop, bye. And then it was a slow reset where then they haunted, because T1 needed vision, right? They haunt to reopen the fight, and then they go. And wow, oh my god, hi.
All right, there is something cool about EG's draft. I know it's not on the screen, so I'll say the heroes. Storm and Silencer, that's a pretty dope combo, because when Storm goes in, then you can global and you can set up for Storm to like kill whoever. Nobody can like counter initiate. And then on the flip side, you also have that's not.
We switched over.
Okay, well here, let's look at. They've been ogres, so that's a pretty nice hero. That's a chat hero. Big fan. Big fan of that hero.
All right, so tell me
Isn't that
about
what
tell
I
me about
say?
these team comps. We're about to get into this
That's
game.
amazing.
Undying and IG, game 2.
Well, there's not a Storm in here or a Silencer, and that's why, because the combo's actually really bad. No, none of that.
It's rough.
Devastating.
Rough for me.
Production was like, no, Jenkins, you're just wrong.
Wraith King.
A cheeky Wraith King.
Not popular. Not a popular hero.
Wasn't his ultimate's now horrendously long, right?
It's like 60 instead of 40, which I think is...
It's a big deal.
It's a pretty big deal.
Yeah. Whew, that's not good.
I've been seeing a lot of Titan in this tournament, and from what I've seen, like this hero's been pretty dominant. I think just how it scales, I don't know, this hero always comes at land because like it's very hard to out team fight double Ravage. Like you just blink on top of someone, you Ravage it, they won't be able to BKB.
Have you been double ravaged by a level 25 Tidehunter who has the stun duration talent? It's like I'll not go BKB and I'll just go, well, I'm just gonna wait for it to end.
Why do you not have a BKB?
And then the whole, doesn't matter, okay? And then the whole time, you're stunned and it's like, oh, I can just stand out of it. Nope, that shit is 2 screens. So there's nothing you can do. You need a BKB, you need Sanjin Yasha, Eon Disc maybe. It's hard. I mean, it's a god tier hero in the late game.
Also for tournaments, right? Like we mentioned the whole idea of coming into day one. Tidehunter in general is like the perfect hero if you're not nervous, but like if you're trying to just play against the unknown, it really grounds out every draft, right? Because if you're trying to defend your triangle, like Aoi said, you park your Tide there, you can't ever run up there. You're gonna get ravaged, you're gonna die. You're taking these bigger team fights, and you have these kind of quirky heroes, you just hold Tide's hand, you know? He's gonna walk you through the game, and he's gonna make sure you don't die.
He's got a firm grip,
and that's
soft as well.
It's beautiful, and again, like smells like watermelon as well. And it's just the fact that you have this type of hero, it makes it so nice. I think Tidehunter right now, 5 games played at TI, 80% win rate. Like it's looking very solid. I think wait, who's the team that lost with it? T1 lost with it. Unfortunate.
And this game, however, they do have 2 of the only spells in Dota that do go through Kraken Shell effectively, like Doom and the Disrupt Route with Kinetic Field. So Undying, they do have some counterplay to Tidehunter. But I think overall, this hero is quite scary. You already see like, wait, they're just smoking up onto the high ground, huh? I actually really like those smokes, even in pubs. Like if you go to the enemy's triangle, they usually don't put that many heroes there. Like they're playing around the mid tower, and oftentimes after they'll walk up and you can get a free kill.
Like that type of
We're looking at the EG game, by the way.
When
did that happen?
We're back in the EG game.
No,
so I can say.
Okay, so what was about Storm plus?
Yeah, Storm. Go back to Storm.
I can say my thing. I was waiting very patiently.
It's a very good
because
thing,
it was
I'm sure.
extremely smart.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
You have Silencer, right?
Yep.
And don't laugh. I didn't say anything.
I just know what you're gonna say.
Why do people laugh when I speak? Okay. You have Silencer. You have Silencer.
Yeah.
Enemy team goes on you. Boom. Global comes out. Coil, right? And then Io relocates out. So not only do you have the cover for when you're going in, you have the cover for when you're trying to get out.
So you're just saying Silencer Global's good.
Who's relocating what?
No.
Yeah,
No.
happening?
You relocating your Silencer?
No. Because
This
Silencer,
is why people laugh when you
Silencer, you needed.
You just
mute
had
his
12
mic.
spells there.
Production, mute his mic. No, because if you don't have a guy to go in and kill people, there's nothing to cover for. If you don't have a safe hero, there's nothing to cover for. Silencer has heroes to cover for on both ends of the spectrum.
Yes.
Wait, so you say Storm jumps, you global,
Yeah.
and
he can
then Wisp
aggressively
relocates
kill.
to Storm.
No, not at the same time.
He
Not at the same
was
time.
trying to say they're separate occasions.
Oh.
They're 2 different times.
To quote my good friend,
really
to quote my
smart.
good
So
friend
smart.
Aoi69000,
Yep.
he says Dota's a better game. I'm butchering this.
What?
Dota's an easier game to play when you have options. That's what Aoi2000 always says.
Everyone
friend.
has options. You just have to pick the cog in the top left corner.
Tell me I'm wrong.
That is true.
Look me in the eyes and tell me I'm wrong.
He can't.
Oh, Ab is missing the jump though, but they have the defensive option. It's coming. Oh, he's
Let's relax. Let's relax.
Okay.
I don't think he had the global
that was
there.
a really good read from.
Yeah, they
He
did.
doesn't. Oh, he did have. He did global. He
used
died
it.
anyway. Oh shoot. All right.
No, but okay, like the point you're making is simply the fact that like Silencer at least thrives when he can enable like the fight, right? Like it's the fact that if you global, you never really want to global when you're getting jumped, right? Like that feels good if you have counterplay potential, but
I think
to
it
really
never
win,
feels good, to be honest.
it does, but like late game, right? Like
Yeah.
we've discussed this, like the idea of Silencer, minute like 0 to 20, you feel like a king in the game, right? You hit that 6, you could literally AFK with an amulet and you're gonna have impact. You're gonna press that global, you're gonna turn any fight around. But when the BKBs, the Mantas, the Yules, the Lotus, the Flickers, yada 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 comes into play, you're going to feel pretty bad. So it is very much a hero that you need to, have that potential of, if we go aggressive, I want to independently force out the BKB, because one hero goes in, I global BKB, you reset, then that hero can go again. And Storm, like Jenkins was mentioning, can thrive. He can zip in, bait the spells, come back, and enable the global, enable these other spells. So.
Although one odd thing is that, and obviously, cooldowns are a factor here, but one odd thing is that Tidehunter and Silencer both do kind of function in the same way, where they provide cover. It's like, ironically, Tidehunter having this huge AoE spell, he's better at single target because you can AoE everybody and stun them and then focus one guy because everybody's stunned. And so Silencer and Tide are kind of the same thing, but of course the cooldowns mean that you can use them interchangeably.
And like for T1, like we haven't really mentioned it with their lineup right now, it's very much like if they want to fight, there's so much pressure on Puck to kind of like hit the coil, right? Like you're never like dooming a guy and killing him, other than maybe haunting on top and then killing him in that moment, because it's like they just run away, right? Like there's so many plays for EG to make. We mentioned like the relocate, the fact that you have this global or this Tide to cover you with a Ravage to just walk it off. So it really much for T1, it's Doom just needs to be up front, bait out a key spell, then you coil, throw everything in, get the kill, and then hope that there isn't a relocate coming in after that.
So T1's strength really relies on stacking the ultis, specifically from Puck, Elder Titan, and Snapfire, right?
That too, like that's their kind of their gotcha kill threat, like if there isn't the BKB is up, that's when they can kill him. And that's probably what they leaned on in the early portion of the game, because of course that big burst of damage is going to be really helpful. But going into the later portion, it does feel a bit more like there's an emphasis on kind of the cores to come into play here. But yeah, for sure.
This is the T1 Classic draft, by the way, too. Like I remember every game in ESL, it was either Carl or Cuckoo on Doom, and just so farmed.
So look at, he's the biggest boy on T1.
He's the biggest boy on T1.
The biggest boy.
And this is what they do. They just farm. They just play for the late game, and they get the double Doom, and then they just say like, we can team fight better than you with this. We're just going to use this on the right heroes with the right spacing and positioning or whatever. Like we're going to take the right fight and beat you in the late game. And that's why, like, if you're EG and you've obviously they've done research on T1, like you do not give T1, you do not throw them a bone because they will.
Oh, Ravage.
Yeah, they doomed the troll. They hit a 4-man split earth, but.
I mean, that was a really good double Ravage, honestly, just bringing down that top net worth from T1.
This is kind of
where
I don't want to say it's
Spectre. I'm so confused.
He haunted it and dabbled around the fight and went.
And he went out.
Yeah. So I think like for T1, this is kind of the struggle for them, because like at their base, they are going to win like pretty much every fight, right? It's so good for them to play, and I think EG. They're playing their map in a way where they're never pushing lanes far enough where they're going, oh, we should tickle this tower now, like they're just playing this open areas. So if sure, Doom hits the Doom on a troll, right? Like there is going to be that rebuttal play, and we are seeing the value of the refresher come in. So
tickling towers can definitely happen with the double damage. Maybe they want to tickle Roshan instead.
I think tickling Roshan is a little bit more optimal right now.
Yeah.
He will laugh a little bit, but then drop you some good goodies.
It just spawns, so. Yeah. Doubling back on that.
And he's going to bottle the DD, doesn't need to use it now.
Oh yeah, true, yeah, actually they can use it for high ground.
Yep. But no, yeah, I just like I think EG for sure. Again, I'm sitting with, two NA lads here, so I'm going to get corrected, but I really enjoy just how EG plays the map in regards to, like, for example, if they have like Terrorblade and Brood in the previous patch, like they're just always making you try and like get through the EG line to make anything happen, and it's not through like they're not running through heroes. Like OG, they'll put heroes in place. You have to run through the heroes. EG, the lanes are always in such a nice spot that if you want to get to them, it's like, it just feels awkward taking these fights. Like T1, they're taking this mid fight, but it feels empty. Like you're never going to win a fight in the open area against EG, but EG kind of sets up the map that way that T1 have that kind of impatience, like, oh, let's do something, and it's like, oh, yeah, we can't really do that, can we?
So conversely, what can T1 do if they can't play that way?
It's either have that nice clean smoke where they have like in these harder games, having a ward on the other side of the map is so helpful, but getting there is so hard in like competitive games. Like in a pub or something, it's so easy to waddle around and get it, but in these type of games, it will be smoke up together, find that kill, but EG's never gonna come to the high ground if they don't have the Aegis, right? So it is so hard for T1 to have that clean fight, because like you mentioned, it's Puck coil or no easy team fight.
I think right now they just have to play side lanes, shove lanes, and wait out the
Zephyr
Aegis. I don't think they have any. Like, they can win a fight if EG messes up their high ground and they push too far in.
Yeah.
But unless EG's backline gets exposed, at this point, I think it's very hard to win a fight. When that happens, it means you just need to buy time. Like, you saw that Snapfire death, it looks silly, but it's a good play. Like, he buys his team 30 seconds of time.
Yeah,
and he kills the
suicide to
mid
push
wave.
the mid wave, which is like a super hard wave. Oh, that's
a good pick.
That's a really good kill.
And look at that aggressive
Oh my
global
God.
to assist, like Jenkins mentioned.
That global did a lot of damage there.
It did so much.
Really did. You do get an assist for it now.
It
actually.
also mutes
You do.
the audio. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's good. Very good.
Very, very smart. Very
I
smart
do
play.
like that though, like just globaling like that. Like if you find an enemy carry like that, I think a lot of the times people like try to be too greedy with their spells. Like there's almost like a rule in professional Dota. Like if you're getting a pick off on an enemy carry, you pop your BKB. Like it doesn't matter if you think they're low, unless you see all the enemy heroes somewhere else, you just pop it.
You
because-
assume they're like all 5 behind because
No,
even
yeah,
then
exactly.
it turns the like quote unquote bait
I mean, like,
into
what's
like
your
not a bait.
opportunity cost, right? Like, he used global. It's a pretty useless spell at this point. But what if there was an ET stomp and 3 people get stomped and Spectre gets out?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
your risk to reward is so high that you should just, like, play your percentages.
And now because EG gets that pick off, finally, then they can look to high ground, right? Because realistically, T1 will never take a fight with
Right.
no Spectre, right?
He has no buyback.
Yeah, he's dead for, is it like 25 now?
Yeah, 25.
I wouldn't, I wouldn't say T1 wouldn't do that. I specifically remember in ESL they smoked without 23 at one point. They won the fight. I mean, they're so behind at this point, so they can't. But it is like funny that this team will find a way,
This is the type of game.
or not, but they'll try.
But this is the type of game where I wish, like, if we'd seen like the first 20 minutes to see kind of like the Puck versus Storm deal, where maybe was Storm getting more pickoff, for example, and like not really feeling under threat of like the Puck counterplays, right? And if was Puck not able to really get a game going? Because if Puck had that early point in the game, be able to play with someone, you can make some plays. But I guess realistically, T1 actually doesn't have the heroes to do that.
It's
actually kind of a hard draw for them to make any moves, right? Outside
it
of the
is a
big
bit.
fight. Yes.
I think T1 traditionally, like when they were performing really well, they're really reliant on Nyx and Wyvern, like these two heroes specifically.
Yeah, they were.
And in Nyx tournaments, like these heroes got nerfed, and they took their time trying to find the heroes who replace them. I don't know if they've quite found that yet. Oftentimes you have to be in the tournament and see what's happening and get a feel for it before you can find that. I think the other thing is like if Puck has to make those solo plays as you're mentioning, like Isle has seemed to be really strong this tournament. Like one Isle with like even like 5 stick charges, you'll turn it on any Puck move. And he'll use
banned
all
in
his
a lot of
resources.
games.
Yeah, he's been banned. And I've been seeing him win with everything except Gyrocopter. So he's been looking pretty good.
Gyro's a rough hero, dude. That's like a 42% win rate hero.
I feel like he's been nerfed too many times.
He's been nerfed a lot.
Like he just
yeah.
got nerfed over and over.
Yeah, he did. He did.
He also just can't really use Silver Edge the way other carries can. There's even a thing like if you have eggs with Silver Edge and you try to use it to run away and your egg hits something, then you come out of Silver Edge and then you're just like, oh, I'm not getting 25% move speed.
But yeah,
EG
EG.
takes the game. They did the very smart play that Jenkins talked very highly of, and now they.
I didn't see that play.
No, yeah. What was the play, Jenkins?
They covered with Silencer.
So
What was the other one?
They covered with Silencer defensively.
It is true though, like the best two pairs, like you guys said Storm with Silencer. I think historically it's always been Storm and Meepo. Like if you want Silencer to really pop off, those are the two
that makes it
heroes.
so that Meepo has no counters. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
'Cause they
actually a
can't
really
press
scary
spells.
combo.
It's pretty scary. No.
Their room looks very, very chill. That was
Yeah,
a
it
very
looks very
chill
EG.
room.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like the expectation, right? Like, if you play on a team of that caliber, I mean, you're happy you won, but you understand that you should
about we
focus
go-
on the next game right away.
Yep.
Sorry. How about while you say that, how about we go to stream A? Nice.
Okay.
I'm a big fan. We're back to Undying IG, but
Yes. This was the draft we dabbled
Yes.
with during Jenkins' great, Spectre.
There's an ogre in this game. That's a funny hero because he has 2 heads.
That is true.
thank
Production,
you.
Neil Jenkins.
I didn't know
What do you
that.
guys
I
think
didn't
about
know that.
Wraith King? Because I don't like this hero.
You don't?
Okay, so there was an interview during the ESL Fall where Hector, of course, one of the best racing players in the world, he outright said that it is like the worst hero and he will never play it in his life again or something, or like he just won't want to touch it right now. because of the fact that like the cooldown on the ult is too long, right? Maybe that's several months ago. Maybe he's obviously fixed those dislikes on the hero and it's back to normal, but it is very much a it's in a weird position. Like a minute for your ultimate, like you used to play with such prowess and confidence in the late game, so.
I mean, like, if there's a game for it, you want it versus high cooldown, some Echo Slam, Doom.
Yep.
That's what I was thinking.
But I still think this hero's pathetic. Like,
yeah.
That's a really, really strong word.
It is. It's an
I
embarrassing
never
hero.
win with this hero. Whenever someone picks him as carry, I'm super
You have to buy like, okay, like the hero does a lot of damage if you're doing like Armlet, Swift Blink, BKB, AC, and you're trying to like assassinate, right? Your crit, it will be devastating. It's just if you don't get those items in a nice clean timing, the game will feel so bad.
It's like it's a 270% crit on a 4-second cooldown, right? I don't know if that's the right number.
And then there's a CDR talent for it as well, which I think it's like 50-50. People go for the Wraith Fire Blast and ult,
like,
and then that.
In terms of like man fighting, that crit is not very good.
Oh, he went behind us.
He what?
He went behind us.
On Wraith King?
It's
I guess maybe against like these heroes where like if you go for the fight and you actually lose the team fight, it can feel bad. So he's just securing himself
I
a game.
think I can see the Midas. Like I want him to get Satanic at some point this game.
Yeah, I want him to go right click.
Like I want him to go really farm this game though, because I feel like if he goes Armlet Deso and they lose a fight, then
that was kind of what I was getting at. When I initially hated it, but then I realized like, this type of game is like if you do lose that fight, it can feel awkward, right? So it's secure yourself in Midas, sure. You're not really playing to win the game in 15, but you have to go like right click style. You can't go for some like Radiance S kind of like exist in the team fight and hope your team wins.
So, AUI, since Wraith King is like, since you said Wraith King is pathetic, what would be the replacement hero in this exact draft for Wraith King?
I mean, I didn't see the draft. Is the problem. Like there's a chance that. So I say pathetic, but people should ignore me because like there's still the thing about Dota is like the variance on heroes is really high. Right. So like you can have a draft where Wraith King actually is the best pick, and there will be reasons for that. Like I don't know what happened this game because we didn't watch it, but like sometimes the Chinese Wraith Kings will max first spell with a Soul Ring and just kick someone out of lane, and they'll hold the lane as if they're a life stealer, and he can be really good in that game. And like I'm not sure, but in my head, like I don't know. He farms so much slower than he used to. Like something, I don't even know what the nerf was.
I mean, there's a lot of like both the Blink Dagger, Strength Blink, and Agi Blink got nerfed. Like a big reason he was super strong because he's high move speed. He had a move speed talent. I think it was a bit higher before, and then you would be like 750 move speed.
He had a strength talent 15, right? That was really like you can't go Radiance now because there's no strength talent. He had a 12 strength talent.
It's a stun duration talent now.
Yeah,
so something
which used to be at 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's there's a lot of minor things that have changed, but yeah, it's like, there's not really a great replacement for him when it comes to like soaking a bunch of enemy spells and then being alive again. Like there just isn't a replacement for that other than like
Radiance. Yeah. Would you like to know who is currently in pro pubs the best Wraith King player? I'll let you have a guess.
Highest win rate?
Highest win rate, games played.
Over what patch?
I mean, right now, live in the ranked
like
pro
in the last
scene
week?
pubs. Yeah.
Kuman.
Okay. Who do you think it is?
Gorksy.
Okay. Good suggestions. It's not. It's actually Eternal Envy. He has played 16 games of Wraith King, sporting, I think, nearly like a 68% win rate. Second to that, Armate, 4 games. So this is
That's a big difference.
It's a big difference, but he is also doing Radiance quite a lot. So a couple Armlet into Deso. So
Armlet Deso is really all in. Like
it is. It is.
I think you can go Armlet Deso and then you get the 15 Skeleton talent, so you can actually farm. Because like usually you want to take the stun duration, it makes it 2.7 seconds. But if you go Armlet Deso, you have to go for the Skeletons.
I think the way that I'm seeing it right now is like Armlet Deso is I can choose to take a fight when my team needs me, but I can still farm pretty effectively, right? I have Skeletons, I can clear jungle. A Midas Radiance is, hey team, I'm not fighting until 25 minutes probably. I can like exist in a fight. I can't really kill anyone unless you're setting it for me. So I think the disparity in the builds is like, Midas Radiance will very much give you that late game presence of having 6 slots or whatever, right? You're going to be the carry, the one that you want to become. The Armlet Deso is like, it gives you options, you know? And I think right now IG is lacking those options in these earlier fights. Like it's giving Undying ways to take these engagements. But for sure, it's not looking like either team's really running away with the game.
It does feel like a physical damage build would make more sense too, right? Like you have a magical damage mid, you have a low damage offlane, and you have Ogre Magi. You also have magical damage online.
I want to talk about that guy.
That
Ogre?
guy? Which guy?
Not that guy. Ogre Magi is the biggest Chad hero in Dota in 2020, which is the current year. He's the biggest Chad hero because he can Ignite is basically free with his mana regen. It's low mana cost, does a lot of damage, and it can re-ignite itself with multicast. I was ignited for 30 seconds the other day. 30 seconds. It was like I was doomed. I wanted to die, so it would stop ticking on me.
Honestly, the hero is very, very strong in regards to being annoying in like the early skirmishes. And I think going into a later portion of the game, you need to become like VP solo-esque player, where you are just running into like death basically. You are like that tanky ward.
But he does a good long stun before dying, and it does big damage. Because now that the interval, there's such a long interval between the Ogre stuns, it's actually like, I don't know, 3 seconds of stun.
They buffed the damage by 10, which sounds little, but it's actually quite nice.
It is nice.
Like it's 250 damage now.
I just think it's like that hero in lane where if you have the right carry, you actually have kill threat, right? You hit level 3, like 2-point ignite, you can run them down the lane. Like these offlaners, if they're ever pushed up, there's no way they can walk down from like the tier 1 all the way down to their tier 1 and not be at like a 3rd HP or dead, right? So it does give them that option. And maybe, again, we didn't see the start of this game, but maybe Wraithling did go for like that max stun build and they had some couple kills that gave them a bit more entry to the game. And that's why he has he went for the Midas potentially, because he had that like really nice clean start.
And other than his int gain, because he's a big stupid ogre, his stat gains are phenomenal. So he's a big tanky boy, even with no items, which of course he will have none because he's pathetic and dies all the time.
Well, he can get a Philosopher's Stone maybe.
He can. He can also get a Midas if you want to be a real Chad.
Or
there's
2K, yep. And this is where Disruptor really kind of becomes the king against Tidehunter, right? You see him just stuck there in the Static Storm. He can't do anything.
They use all their spells, and IG actually have 2 buybacks.
This honestly looks pretty good for IG, right?
They're trading a lot of resources in terms of buybacks for this Roshan. I mean, it has to be a good choice. Like, if you let them get the Aegis when they also have a Doom, like you're removing a lot of your own tool set.
I can't remember where I saw the stat, right? I think it was Lee who put it out there, but it's like the idea that buybacks from like TIs, you know, like TI 8 was like the big invention of buybacking, right? I'm sure OG pretty popularized that. TI 9 as well. I'd love to see if this TI goes even higher than TI 9. I think it was like average buybacks were like 8 or 9 per game. I think it was per game was the stat. And the fact like before that it was maybe like 3 or 4, right? So like it is, of course, like the meta, everyone accepting that, you know, it's just a casual buyback. Even people buy back nowadays just to get, you know, a waiver farm.
They did nerf buyback a bunch though. Like it used to be really popular for supports to just start fights with buying back.
Oh yeah.
It's a lot more costly now. Also, it seems like it depends a little bit if supports are like if they have value or not.
Yeah.
Because like before, like if you started a fight with buyback and you tank 1 stun, you're like, yeah, I'm a good 5.
Yes.
There's a high ground. That is.
I think as well like the outpost though.
This is the longest team fight. I mean, there's been 7 conversations that we're having during this fight. It's still going. This is still the Roche fight. And Undying is going to end up getting Roche, or did they take it?
And you know the best thing, Jenkins? We're talking about buybacks, and this is exactly what's happening in the fight, right? IG starts, they get picked off with big spells, they buy back. With the confidence of their having numbers advantage, they slowly run down Undying. But if you look at the areas of the fight, the initial fight, IG has outpost control, right? So their buyback value is like 100%. They then run from their area, past Roshan, into the corner of the top jungle of Undying, where they still have a tier 1 tower available, and mid-tier 2, you know? So that then allows Undying to also have the same value. I think it is just the beauty of, if you are buybacking, it's very good to like turn the fight.
We can't recap the whole, it's a 5-minute fight.
Yeah, you need to be able to choose where you take it, so yeah.
And honestly, a really good bait from Bryle here. Like he's able to survive long enough with a really good double stun in order to bait them in to get those buybacks off.
Yeah, that was nice.
There's like such a weird line sometimes in Pro Dota where sometimes you're not supposed to kill heroes. Like you watch the replay and you're like, we shouldn't have killed this hero, we should have gone Roshan.
Or at least like kill him with like right clicks. You know, don't kill him with anything too cool. You know.
Yeah, no. Sometimes it's legitimately like their
Oh, yeah.
carries here, and we should not have ran to kill him. We should have taken Roshan.
Yeah, that's true actually.
And that's actually a scenario here where like that's our mid grow. It's a big kill, but if they had backed off to get Roshan there, it would have been better for them. But honestly, like it's so hard to make that judgment in game.
Because I think like the simplicity of seeing like the hero that's winning the enemy the game, right? You see that's so important. Let's get him. And the same thing is like when you're smoking, right? Like smoking to an area of the map just to kill the carry often can have less of an advantage of actually just smoking to kill a support. But that support kill opens up the entire enemy jungle, opens up to deward their side of the map. So yeah, it's very much being able to read in the moment. I think Undying, they really did just kind of showcase where if they force the Roshan fight, they play into their strengths and make some cute outplays, they're going to be in that position. So
I think Tomato went for the Echo Saber build, right? Where you disassemble into eggs and Orchid.
He did, yeah, he did. 100%.
I think if you're behind against this build, you just lose. Like you basically have to stick together as 5.
It's really annoying for the supports,
Otherwise, Spectre will just
It's
kill everyone.
so hard.
Honestly, I'm not too sure if the Orchid is really that important. Like I've seen it a few times, I feel like you should just get the faster Manta. But if you split them up at all, Spectre will kill anything.
Oh, they're leaving Brile.
He's Aegis.
Yeah, he's Aegis, but
He's doing a lot of damage, and he still is Aegis.
Yeah, that's rough.
Can you Kraken show off Dagger now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if you walk over to Dagger, you're still debuffed for a little bit, probably? I don't even know how it works.
I'm not sure if it reapplies.
Okay.
I mean, Spectre's win rate really dropped when that was the only change, so maybe it doesn't reapply.
Was that the only change in the patch? It wasn't like some talent change as well?
It was like just that and then other really minor things. But then the new build came out and then the win rate started going up again.
It is a really good pub build too.
It's a super good build.
They just run around alone, you just kill them.
Yeah. Nobody's together in pubs, so you just kill some guy that's in a side lane. But limiting that in a, like you said, when you're behind in your support and you can never sit in a lane, I mean that's devastating. You're never gonna get farmed.
It's not even just a farm, right? It's just a map control.
Yeah, push lanes.
Like, your team can split up and farm these side lanes and they'll always have backup, and the enemy can never do that. So their map will just close in. And as you said, like if the map's, like if you have more of the map, you just have more options. You can choose to attack, you can choose to, bait them to TP somewhere and attack somewhere else. You just can do anything you want in Dota.
Yeah.
This build though for Spectre, it's like, it feels very much where his game plan is as simple as try and kill the Void Spirit. Like, he's not, like, you're never killing the Ogre, right? Like, there's no point. Like, you can.
Excuse you. He's very important.
Like, you can, but is there really any point, right? And it's like, you're never going on Tide because you're just going to Kraken off your stuff. You're never really killing the Wraith King. So in his game plan, it's like you're killing off the Lion,
Void
or
Spirit.
Void, who's like wasted one of his defensive spells, items, sorry. So yeah, it's very much like Undying. They need that Doom to be in front. They need that kind of fight to unlock the game for Spectre to fight.
Right.
It's not as simple as press Horde, you're going to kill anyone you want, right? Like he's going to have to Horde, scout around the map, like, oh, which one am I? This guy,
I like to do that a lot in games actually. Like when I'm watching them or playing them, you sort of think about like what the ideal team fight for your team to take a team fight is, and you like say them as conditions. So like if Spectre kills Lion before the fight, then it's going to be a good fight.
Yes.
And you just say something like this, and it immediately tells your team that if something happens, they should full commit.
Yep.
So you can get on the same page. It's a lot easier than like in the middle of the fight saying like, go, this is good. It saves you communication, it saves you just how much time it takes to communicate that. Like, if you look at the fight, I think you're right. Like, if they can use Spectre to kill Void Spirit or Lion, and then they can doom the other with a Disruptor Glimpse to make sure he dies.
Ogre?
No. The fight's gonna be good for them. They can just
Ogre.
commit. Like, you can Echo Slam one hero if you get the right initiation, and you will already be happy because you know you're gonna win this fight. You just need to throw bodies at them.
But yeah, the key thing there is like in theory, talking about this, it sounds so simple, right? But for Undying, unlocking that type of fight where you have the synergy of Horn instantly going on this guy, dooming the next guy, like that does take a lot of discipline to do that. And I think,
I mean, it's more than that, right? Because like IG, they know when the fight's bad too.
Yes.
So like it's two pro teams who know about this idea.
Yes.
And you're basically struggling to see like how this
instant
idea can be
initiation.
prevented. Big Ravage.
Double Ravage on the supports.
Doom's not a support.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm
He
very
has no
blunt,
buyback.
so-
Did you do Ogre? Did you do Ogre?
No, he didn't do
Doom
anyone.
Ogre, no. He just died right at the start. I thought he was a support. I really need to get my
That's
eyes
really
checked.
weird that he didn't Doom an Ogre.
I'm having to
he
wear
should have.
glasses, mate. This is uncharted territory.
That's the right
Do you
play.
want to borrow them? Do you think you
I'll
can?
see how they feel, yeah.
Oh, there you go, mate. Have a gander. Have a look that way. Can you see, Chief?
Yeah, they actually kind of help.
I mean, yeah, we have the same issues with our eyes.
Uh-oh.
How
You guys
crisp
are
are we
both getting
saying?
old.
That is not good. Oh, boy.
I had to do my eye test in Ukraine. I had to do the numbers, not the letters. I couldn't speak the letters. That was hard.
So the longer that this game goes on,
Yeah.
the more it goes into Undying's favor, right?
I gotta put them on before I can answer that. I'm sorry. Oh, God.
I'll need those to answer the question after him.
Yeah, no, that's fine, yeah.
It's a bit weird because both teams do have pretty good late game, I'd say. Like, Wraithking's no slouch and Tidehunter Void Spirit are actually really good. But I think it's pretty hard to not bet on a Shaker Doom Spectre, right? Like, it's just a lot of stun and a lot of disable.
Right.
The main thing here is, like, if Undying waste some of these, amazing spells, right? If they take this fight where they use a Doom but suddenly they're dying after it.
Oh, they got the Ogre.
IG can easily run them down. Yeah, they got the Ogre. And the Void Spirit. But no, yeah, Undying for sure. They have all the cards they need to win this game. Like, this is, in theory, it should be their game to win. If they make a mistake, IG will easily punish that and can take a rack or two if they want. So, Undying right now demonstrating how to take the fights, right? Like, we mentioned the idea of you need to kill Void Spirit, kill Lion.
Right.
Of course. Then kill the Ogre. Very critical in winning this game. Killing off that Ogre. But yeah, just ignore Wraith King and Tide, basically. Survive the Ravage. Cut out this Wraith King. And I think that's going back to the initial conversation we had about the itemization. I think this is the biggest downside of Midas Radiance, right? Look at his. Oh, wait, we can't because we don't control this. But when eventually we see the Wraith King's inventory, right? Like, it's a lot of stuff that isn't translating to killing. I'm existing in the fight. I'm tanking up. Like, he is the front line, but Tide's meant to already be that. So I think maybe if IG are to lose this game, it is because they didn't have the killing items coming quick enough. But this
they
could
should have
easily
picked a
go.
different hero.
Say again?
Nothing.
Or they could have picked another hero. Potentially, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I want to say that I really like Brow's build this game. He just goes travels straight BKB and he gets a Silver Edge. What's up?
Sorry, they clicked on the Wraith King. It's Radiance, Midas, Blink BKB. It's like they're still
That's
missing
it.
the.
Right.
Enchanted Quiver, though, big damage with the crit.
Doesn't work with the crit.
No, I mean, not,
they proc separately.
I mean alongside the crit.
okay.
People
like
get it because
a quiver and a crit.
it's like you hit and then you
That's
run
so
away
hard.
and then you hit. It's like you kite and then you.
That is true. They're both. Are they 4
I mean, he
seconds
has
now?
it. Yeah, they both have the same cooldown, so
Okay.
people use it on Wraith King.
What you said about
That is
Brow,
good.
Howie?
What?
You said something really cool about Brow.
Oh, I like his item build. He just went BKB straight Silver Edge. It's
Yeah.
like very high damage, and his job this game is just to sit on the backlines and do damage. So his mobility from travels, keep up his farm, his BKB so he can't get jumped, and instantly do something that allows him to not only just deal damage, but honestly, Silver Edge is hard to deal with this patch. Like, it's not easy to jump these Silver Edge heroes. You don't have that many sentries.
Wraith King doesn't have ultimate, and of course you mentioned how long the cooldown is. If they get on
just
top,
punching him.
Brow's doing
punch him.
big damage.
Oh my gosh.
Mary's coming back in. It's like another 20 seconds for Wraith King, all right? Like, that is literally the nerf he's experiencing right now. He would have had it potentially, yeah.
He did take down Brow with him though, so that's something.
And that's 3 buybacks now on the side of IG, just to try and push out lanes and play around the area.
Roshan's not even up. Like,
No.
they're buying back, but
It's 15 seconds for Roshan though. So if they want to take this play, it's going to be IG fully buybacking all 5 heroes, and Undying's only going to have to use, I believe they use none in the fight, but they have Lina ready if needed.
and she has travels, so she
Yep.
can get to the fight pretty quickly.
Right.
That was a really good play from Undying. Like, the area they took the fight in was just so nice because unlike the last fight where the buybacks punished each other, like these buybacks came, but they were so far away.
Fissure is so good.
Yeah,
Like,
that's a
the
dope
start of
matchup.
that fight, Wraith King is in a position where it's like, okay, he's in the center of the fight. That fissure disconnects the entire engagement. IG have to walk back around in the river and up. That gives just enough time to take away that reincarnation. So now Wraith King has 1 life, and because of it, it's like, are we really fighting? And Brian, with confidence and that BKB, sees through that and kills everything. So yeah, like, MVP of that fight for sure was the Earthshaker.
I know it's just an R press, but the instant haunt also definitely helps. It cancels all the potential blink daggers. that are going to come in. So like with the fact that the blinks are canceled, and then also the fact that there's the fissure, it's like they have to walk, but there's this thing blocking them from walking. That definitely.
And that's why Ogre's so good, right?
That's
You
exactly
don't
why
need to buy
you
a blink.
bloodlust somebody across.
Exactly. Yeah.
And they're so
yeah.
fast that fissure doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chad hero.
So good. I missed the day when it was offlane. I think it was.
It is anything you want it to be. I played with Whisper in one of my pubs the other day, and he was carry Ogre.
I missed Forev playing it offlane. He used to. Forev used to play it a lot.
Oh yeah.
On his streams.
Whisper plays it off lane. That's why I picked it as a carry. He's like, Jenkins is going to take my off lane. I'm going to go play Ogre as a carry and grief his game. Then he owned because he's a good player.
Yeah,
So.
that's pretty cool. Yeah.
It's looking very, very rough for IG right now. What can they do to turn it around? What can they do?
It's the whole idea of Wraith King doing damage at this point, right? Like
Rapier. He is one of the few remaining good Rapier heroes.
it's like Swift Blink into Rapier, right? Like the idea is like when so far Wraith King's entry to every fight has been, "Hi, I'm the character. Please hold. I'm gonna walk it off real quick." You know, like we need to see him enter the fight with the commanding point where, if Spectre is defensively haunting, it's because it's like the Disruptor's already dead, or something. You know, like there needs to be that boom to enter the game. And IG right now, we're not seeing it from Void Spirit. We're not seeing it from Wraith King, and that is
He's getting
just
every
making it hard.
doom on him, man.
Yeah, like Undying are just finding like every entry to the fight perfectly, right? Be it the vision of the haunt, be it the initiation of the Doom Ags, and then suddenly Spectre with his Ags also jumping in to layer in some more damage. It's just I think IG just missed a window to punish the cooldowns, right?
So Void Spirit just got his his Aghanims.
Yep.
He bought out before he died. I think the only way that IG wins is if he kills both supports basically alone. Like
Tell me about the Ags.
you get double third spell, what's it called? Resonant Pulse, and it makes it silence. So it's a lot of burst damage. If Disruptor and Earthshaker mess up, like they have to mess up on Undying to lose this game at this point.
And we have seen Earthshakers mess up today. It is a very hard hero to play in much more like clutch games, right? Because like when we say mess up, it is as simple as a good shaker. It's either the fissure to disconnect or the perfect, you know, TI winning slam. Anything less than that, it's like, yeah, you messed up. Like it's a very kind of volatile hero to really have perfect impact on.
They need a big mess
Doom's
up.
a hard target. Oh, they're going to kill him.
Then kill off the Lion and the Void Spirit. Spectre really coming in there. Oh, the Void Spirit is already dead. What am I saying?
He has Blink Ult. I think he should be able to get it off here.
Yeah, fine.
That's rough.
Poor Ogre, man.
Ogre always ends up going down, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think
Sacrificial Lamb.
I'd love to see some more stat gain on him, you know.
I actually think they should
Plus
smoke the
7
three
strength,
heroes.
maybe.
An IG hero. I think they need to smoke and go now. Like there's no Doom.
Yeah.
They have an Aegis on their team, but they need to get a pick off right now.
But that's good, but I think the idea of Spectre, right, with the Ags build, this whole idea of Haunt not being available is kind of deconstructed by the fact that Haunt is technically available on that single target. The fact that if you are going for a pick-off, if you're at least playing as like in pairs or as 3 with Spectre still on the other side, like you're going to be able to always take that next fight, right?
Yeah, that's true. But if you think about like that from IG's perspective, like you have no chance to win the game.
No,
that's
very
just
true.
then right there. Like I think that was their best opportunity. Like it's easier for spectators to see it, and I don't even know if they had a smoke, or if it even possible. But like in my head, like the only way they can come back in this game is if they chain kills off that. Like you kill the supports, you pick someone off, you know, and then you survive. Because you can't just like wait out an Aegis like this. You're gonna lose too much of the map, and they're gonna start hitting high ground. And maybe you'll think the high ground fight's better, but like I'm not convinced it is right now.
I guess the only saving grace is potentially like the Rapier. That's it. To do that, to just turtle and base.
I can see that actually. You can play for a Rapier.
I'm really blind. Who's winning in the top right?
You think I can see that? I can't see that far.
No, that's fine. No,
There's 3 of us wearing glasses, and Jenkins doesn't have.
I need glasses.
Okay,
How about while
this is
match,
in a bit of a lull,
this match
yeah.
ramps up a little bit, can
Yeah.
we take a look at Stream B?
I'd love to.
They're in the high ground right now in the base.
Yeah. I mean, I could have probably just Googled it, but where's the fun in that, eh?
Oh, there we go. Any pudges in this draft?
I don't think there is, mate. Sorry.
Unfortunate.
No, pudges.
Unfortunate.
I
Did you
don't-
guys
no
see
fudges here.
Did you see the LGD?
That is OG and Thunder Predator.
The Aster game, they ran Pudge.
Who's winning?
Nice. This is. There we go. So OG again with the Furin. You know, let's have a little bit of this, and then we'll jump back to the other game when they start fighting again. Oh. Yeah, they're not fighting. They're AFK in their base. Just to update you guys. We're chilling.
They are playing for that rapier.
They are playing for the rapier. I got debated because I looked at the VP Alliance game and saw they were fighting, but it wasn't. That's a different game. 4 games at the same time. It's a lot of Dota. But yeah.
Now this game is, they're even on kills, a little bit of a discrepancy in net worth. What are we looking at here? We just kind of hopped in here, and now we have to catch up.
Okay, the key thing here is we've got ourselves the Thompson Tidehunter once again. We've got the offlane Shaker paired with another Morphling. So we're going to see like a very classic Morph Shaker combo. Like OG during DPC, it was Morph Earth Spirit or Morph Shaker. Of course, every other team, when Morph was pretty good with these combos, did it as well. But at least OG kind of tried keeping it as one of their top strategies, and we're now seeing it come into effect here. Does that mean it's a POS 5 Furion? Yeah, it is, right? Yeah.
Probably no-tail Furion.
Yeah.
I think Morphling, there was like a little bit of a meta shift from the scrims going into TI. Because I think in pubs before TI, Night Stalker was super popular. Even the tournaments before, I think in Dota his first 2 perma picked or banned.
Yep.
But teams have like sort of discovered good counters to him. I think one of those is actually Morphling, because you get so far ahead during the first day that he can no longer kick you out during the first night. Morphling also, I've been seeing even like some 302 builds, because they buffed Waveform's mana cost. It's only 130 at all levels now. And you can actually play really aggressive off that in lanes now.
302, not maxing stat morph, really.
Yeah, like they'll just max Waveform and play off the Waveform, and they'll go Lincoln's first. You can also, I think you can still do this. In Night Stalker Silence, you can Manta and then press your stat morph.
Wait, during the
Manta
Stalker
vulnerability,
Silence.
so that way it queues for
So
it
you
right
don't
after.
need to go BKB versus Night Stalker Morphling. You can just go for the Manta.
That's
and
interesting.
like you'll feel pretty good.
And the funny thing is, like when you pick up the Blink Dagger on Night Stalker, where you could kill the Morphling, Morphling is often going to get his Manta style like right then. So,
but is that one of those things?
I don't know if that still works, so I might be talking wrong.
Yeah.
But
still,
you used to be able to do it. Like you could Manta spin on Juggernaut versus Disrupt Road. Like that's a really popular one.
Huh. That is interesting. I did not know that.
I'm trying to soak in this game.
So yeah, the Night Stalker vision is. I always love having heroes that can like somehow play around the Night Stalker vision.
So much vision in this.
I almost feel like you're doubling down on it with the two. Not that you can't draft these 2 heroes together or something, but it's like any vision with Night Stalker is redundant. Well, that's a 3-man.
I do agree with that concept though. I think if you overcommit to things in Dota, like how Dota heroes are balanced is that they're really good at specific things, right? Mm-hmm. So if you get 2 heroes that are really good at one specific thing, you're actually missing out on the potential of having it.
That's true. You're missing other strengths that you could have.
I mean, like in theory, like some team fight with Night Stalker is nice because like you can chase them down. But I generally agree that Undying Night Stalker doesn't make the most sense. Like if you're to draft like a more robust lineup, like maybe in the certain draft it might be really good, but just on paper.
It feels kind of like a snowboarding style combo where, you know, Undying should be able to win a lane if it's in the right matchup. Night Stalker does okay, but then when you hit that first night, being able to play with the Tombstone, like the double vision of early fights, feels great. Going into later portion of the game, it probably, you don't need all of it, but I could see it being like a in-your-face style where it's like, how do we stop them running at us? There's a Tombstone down, this, you know, ultimated Undying's in our face, Night Stalker's poking the backline, but it also falls off very quick.
I didn't see this game, but I think Undying doesn't win lanes anymore. Like you're playing to go even. Yeah. Like maybe you'll win the first 2 waves, but eventually, like, because Insania is like this big Undying spammer. I was asking him about it. Like the hero, it's not the old Undying, you know.
He dies, man. He dies in lane.
That's true.
Like if you have, and it's like all ranged force too.
I actually hate the pulling. You know, they block your camps. You can never pull.
Yeah,
have a 5. Like it's either kill your lane, deny the wave, but pulling realistically is just like somewhat non-existent unless you win the sentry war.
Yeah,
right?
it's like, well, if you're like already winning the lane by doing like normal non-pulling lane stuff, then you get to pull because they're too low to contest you. That's kind of how it feels
you
right
have to
now.
like double wave them first, I think. And it's like you can't do that with Undying, which is why I think you can't really win the lane. I mean, you can get kills, but I've seen Undying get kills and still end up like losing in terms of eventual pressure.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see if Undying's not losing. I'd feel really bad if whilst they're AFK in their base, we then see the Rapier picked up, but I don't think that's happening, so I think we're fine. Yeah, I think we're fine. 4 games at the same time.
Yeah.
Really is a.
I'm like watching this one, and
Yeah.
then I'm watching this one too, just trying to make sure, like, if we get to that point where we can figure out, you know, the end of the Wraith King story, then I'll ask if we can go back. But I think we're good right now.
Yeah. That is the key. I would love to see the ending of the Wraith King. So when we get near that, bam, let's go.
He gets his own anime.
You know, one of my favorite things to watch with Morph Shaker teams is how they pair the Fissures together. I remember watching 4 Zoomers. They caught hero, they X'd the hero, and they were BKB'd, and they couldn't get out, and it was hysterical. And I was like, all right, that was super high skill. That's always fun to see.
And those buybacks that you guys were mentioning coming into play there, we saw Noto sort of just bait the fight with his body. He's a 5-position Furion. They go on him. That hero has insane stat gain for some reason, and then he just buys back and
Did you
TP's
see
in.
that? Did they have a Solar Crest on Furion and then a Medallion on Tide? I swear Thompson was queuing up for his own Solar Crest. And through the
they have one on Furion.
And a buckler. He's a buckler too.
Okay, cool.
So just a casual Medallion.
They're casually stacking
Big armor.
Solar plus Medallion and then the Drum on Tide. I think Drum is a really underrated item, personally. I think like if you're like some mid laner or some 5 in the right concept, if you're like a Spirit Hero, for example, this casual Drum is just super high value. You enter these fights, pop it, it's great.
Anytime you have any sort of damage amplification, you have Slaughter OT or like Tag Team, Luna Aura, Drow Aura, someone on your team should be driving a Drums.
Yes.
Like it's not something that's done a lot, but like Drums is SNY for all 5 of your heroes.
Do you think it has to be AoE amplification? Like it works on...
Like just like if you have Tag Team, I mean what's like if you have Slaughter Amp, you can pop Drums and it'll be good.
Quick note, everybody. I think if it would be possible, production, if we could go to stream A, it looks like Undying they just took Roche, and now they just pushed into top lane, and looks like they're going for some fight.
There you go. Wait, this one. So many screens of Dota.
So much.
So yeah, they take the top racks and then they're going for the end. So
Thompson just runs into the tier 4s and starts hitting them. It's like, bro, you're Tidehunter, relax.
Thompson?
Yeah.
Wrong game.
Oh, we're on to the other game now. This screen didn't change.
Have you seen the shard Tidehunter timings where they take the talent and they just go to tier 4 and you anchor smash them, they do 0 damage.
So good.
Oh yeah, they do 0 damage, but then you don't do very much damage to them.
You're anchor smashing them.
Yeah, that is true.
This is
So
nice,
this
though.
game though,
The key thing here is we got to conclude this game. We got to see Undying, the fact they were able to play this game. We never. It's very evident Wraith King didn't get to the damage dealing items, and
I hate this hero. Like honestly, I hate this hero. He never does anything.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm just waiting for him to like hit some weird timing. Like maybe I've seen some like Matu games where he just goes super ham on the hero, Armlet, Dustle, Silver Edge. So I know like, because that's about you, right?
Does
like,
right? Silver Edge
I wanted
work?
to see right click.
Does it work with the crit? It would take the highest crit, right?
It's you're missing a 160% crit on Silver Edge. It's not a big deal. Like crit itself is not bad on Wraith King, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure.
But he's a good 4 player, so that's fine. Should we go back? What game do you want to go back
All
to,
right,
lads?
what game do you want to go back to? Oh, it looks like there's some. Spawn camping right there. Looks like Stream B is about to end.
Let's go back to
as
B.
Well,
then.
we can go back to B and see how it.
Oh, they've already won. Wait,
they
literally
just
we're just watching Ancient Fall at this point. That's kind of hype.
Couple
Let's
of
watch
good,
another Ancient Fall,
couple of
lads.
nice thronings in a row.
Oh, cheeky little
good.
throning
I'm
for the
a fan.
afternoon. Yeah.
All right, Stream D.
yeah.
Stream D.
Don't laugh at my spawn
Me?
camp.
I didn't laugh.
I chuckled at it.
That wasn't me.
That
Sorry,
was
guilty.
It is spawn camping.
No, it's because it's a really bad thing in Dota, honestly. Like, it doesn't matter what you call it. The idea, I feel like the fountain, that's your safe space, right? That's your home. You know, you've been raised there from minute 0. That thing should be stronger.
There's no safe
That thing should
place in a war between ancient forces. There's no safe place. Life is cruel, T-Governor.
It is, but why should I, when I respawn, auto die? You know? If there's like an Arc Warden there with his bajillion wraiths, he's ready
sorry,
there.
can I just interrupt you real quick? Look at that chair. That chair looks pretty sick, right? We get the couches, but they get the.
I thought you meant the casual office one on the left. I was like, yeah, that's pretty chill.
Okay, well, not that one.
There is a spare chair there. So I mean,
I was just thinking, like, what do you guys think happened in a draft in the OG game? Because they had a Tidehunter mid and they picked Medusa carry. I was just wondering, like, Did they think it was Tidal to offlane? Is that why they picked Dusa?
I'd assume so, yeah. I think the Tide mid is just very strong.
It seems to go pretty even with every. I mean, so who played it? OG versus Alliance? Like they had a
It was like
Bot versus Tide.
Legion, and
Like,
then
I feel
Lena.
like-
It was Lena.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they had the Queen versus Tide.
They had the they had the
and then they like switched it, and then they put Lena there because they thought it was a Legion commander. So OG's like this Tide Hunter Legion commander. Like they've been picking out. I know Seb before he had his medical emergency. He played a lot of Legion commander. So
he's a
they
bit
probably
spamming it,
flex
yeah.
these things. Yeah. Same for Tide Hunter, honestly.
I think the thing as well, what OG is really demonstrating is like when they enter a tournament, they like to lay the foundation of like kind of their toolkit pretty early. So then
want,
teams
like,
think,
fear.
Yeah, teams like, so this is OG, this is what they're bringing, and then suddenly it's like it pivots to something new, or like they've still held that bucket strat. So I think even though OG's now won 2 series in a row, like you can't assume like this is what OG is. Like that is what OG's strength is. It's like kind of the mind games. And right now it's like it's Legion, it's like a Tide flex, Furin is very
It's all
prominent.
flexes though is the thing. Like,
Yeah.
that's the odd thing that's hard to decipher about them is like Tide mid is just weird. Legion 5 is weird. Like these things are strange. Even at a top level, people are not picking these.
I'm just so happy that we get to see 3 streams in a row an Ancient full.
Yeah,
because it's
right.
been so mad. Unfortunately, this time it's Alliance actually losing. So
That
poor old Europe is not doing so hot.
one of the things that you mentioned earlier was that Alliance was 0-3 right now, right?
Yeah.
And now we're very, very close to
Potentially.
a 0-4.
Yeah.
But
It's rough.
they're putting up a fight though.
But I guess for
they're
Alliance,
Nice relocate.
if you want to sugarcoat this a little bit for them at least, it's like they are playing up against OG, which is at TI, so already going to be a rough series, and now they play up against VP. And I think this argument is already very weak on its merits because every team at TI is going to be very strong, but
Right.
this is probably a very tough start if you try and compare like opening matchups for teams. Alliance did probably get the harder of openings, the best of Eastern Europe, the biggest X factor. So
People are so critical of VP coming into TI
Yeah.
too though, and they've done
just trying to sugarcoat it, Jenkins.
I'm
Alright.
just all I'm saying
It's
is
rough.
that it's like I think there's a lot of narratives going into TI, and like 50% of them are always wrong, and then the other 50% are like dead on. And VP is disproving that they're just going to be the online teams so far. I mean,
This is sort of like an online
This is
tournament
very
right now.
online.
I know it is very online, but all I'm saying is for this tournament, they're disproving that it's like, oh, they're at TI now. The nerves are there because the nerves. I mean, they're playing for like $40 million or something. The nerves are going to be there, right? Unless it's just the crowd. We could talk to Dr. K about what the hell it actually is that's causing them to have issues. But they're disproving that, so they're breaking one of these ideas, these narratives going in. And I also think like Alliance come tomorrow, like they might just start owning it again. It just requires figuring out the right formula.
But that's the thing, right? They play one more series today on Alliance. You're not on 4, you played against some of the better teams. You're then going to be playing against Thunder Predator at the tail end, right? Like that is such a crucial series for Alliance because Thunder Predator as well, they're already, they're 0-2, right? They haven't looked too great against OG. Like they've had moments of brilliance, but like not enough to convert the win, right? So I think that final series will be the ultimate test for Alliance, playing up against maybe a weaker team so far in the group that hasn't really, convinced us that much.
I mean,
And
that's
if
sorry, go ahead.
I was saying if they lose that series, then maybe we can start, expanding narratives. But I think we have to wait on Alliance a little bit and really kind of nail it and dial it in for that final series.
So how does momentum play into this? Because, we just mentioned Alliance just is not doing too well. It's their last series of the day. What can they do to like turn around this like momentum? Because right now they're just kind of, it's morale is pretty low, right? What do they do to reset when you're at the end of your day?
I wouldn't say the morale's low right now because like this is a team that has they've got so much experience across them now, and they've had TI runs before. One of them won it. Like they're going to know how to approach these things. And I think it goes back to the whole argument of like what is day one TI like. And I think this is where Alliance they come in with their ideas. Maybe it hasn't worked out so well. Maybe they made some mistakes. Like we've not been able to watch every game, to the 100%. So we're kind of having to kind of piece some ideas together here. But I think for them it's just. Again, your ideas initially weren't great. Maybe you didn't play too good. Reset in this break, play against Thunder Predator in a couple hours' time, and just try and prove to everyone what you can do. Like prove to yourself, because they know it. Like they've done so much content, like or they made content coming into this. Like they're confident in themselves, their strategies. You know, they're very much like a band of brothers at this point. So like they're not going to have issues with losing. It's just how quickly can they then find their winning mentality that they've had during the group stages of DPC or like the regional parts.
Are they the one team in the tournament without a coach?
They are the only team that does not have a coach.
And so we're talking a lot about mental game. They kind of have to be a band of brothers if you don't have a coach and you're trying to work out the mental game between day 1 and day 2.
I guess though, when you talk about coach though, there's a coach, there's analyst, there's psychologist.
Yeah, there's Lotus here.
There we go.
I think he'll.
I hope that for a TI run, Loden's going to be able to maybe provide some solace, or if there's any arguments brewing. But again, I feel like this is the type of team, they're not going to be bickering and arguing about losing a series. They're going to be just talking about it, watching a replay, like, okay, we lost. Maybe they're not going to be as vocal, but it's not as like, it's not the end, right? Just because you lost 2 series at TI, it doesn't mean you're already out. Like, this is so early on that like we should be excited for the potential bounce back that we might see from this team.
I mean, it depends how you lose too, though. Like sometimes you need to have, like going to TI, these big tournaments, like there's a lot of, I don't know, like sort of fake PMA in teams. Sometimes you need to just like figure out what's going out wrong.
Yeah, that's
and you will have a clash. Yeah. And that should be okay. Like if everything's well intended, it should be a positive experience. Like I've had teams where that happens and leads to us getting better.
Yeah, that's true.
But
it's controlling that conversation, right? That's the main thing that you're saying.
Because like if you're going 0-4 in your first 2 matches, you have to play a 3rd set. You can't have that big talk yet, and you do need to find a way to mentally reset. But there's no way you're not disheartened going 0-2, right? But what it comes down to is, like, are you confident enough in your prep, like in your preparation, in your hard work? Can you like diligently say that like we worked hard enough that we don't think that our teams outworked us, so we should come out ahead with our prep and everything? It just comes down to if their leadership, which I think is FNG and S4, 2 very veteran players, can sort of have that happen for their team.
Well, while they get their mental reset going on, let's also get our mental reset going on because we're watching EG and T1. And one of the things that pops out to me the most is that we have Gyro IO. I almost said Wisp IO, whatever. And I believe, T, you were the one that said that this combination hasn't really been a winning combination.
I don't think it's won today, right?
Yeah, I think it's 0-2.
So T1's the only team that actually played Gyro today, I believe. I will double check this. So if someone else wants to do some small talk. Oh wait,
no, it won. Did it beat the Naga-san? Hello.
Yeah,
hey, what's up?
Nice to see you. Hello, how's it going?
Where'd you come from?
Just from the right over here. I thought you needed a break.
Oh, for me?
Yeah, apparently so.
For me. I am out. How
we'll never find out about Naga Siren because
you couldn't reveal your strats this early. I'm sorry, mate.
Honestly, every time someone walks up, I'm like, yeah, I'm gone. I've survived the call.
I specifically told them I was here to replace Jenkins, but they told me I couldn't. So
I don't know why that happened.
I requested
to leave.
I don't know. I hear a cabal. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Anyway, hi guys. Hello.
Is this your first TI appearance?
Yes, it is. As an analyst, even though I wasn't hired as one. Thank you guys.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah.
Avo plus.
Yeah.
You went from TI winner to open qualifier coach.
Damn. What team was it?
Thunder Predator, actually.
Oh, sick.
Remember that season where they lost two? They didn't get to the minor majors.
Don't oversell the loss, brother.
Yes, that was me. Very proud of that.
All right, so we're talking about iGyro, to be very clear, just so we can reconnect to the previous point, right? Quincy Crew lost with iGyro, T1 earlier today lost with iGyro, and then now we're seeing it again. And I think the overarching idea of it is just, I feel like maybe Gyro's a hero that just need, like if you're not winning your lane and crushing it, because iGyro can easily run over a lane in the right matchup. If you're not able to do that and then farm up these stacks and then play into the face of your enemy, it is going to feel a bit awkward if the map feels very small. And like, maybe we see it here with EG, like they have beautiful heroes to close out a map, right? Ember's in your face, Tiny Carry can be in your face with Silver Edge, Lycan just, vibing out with his ability to push out and, be annoying. So this will be a pretty interesting Io Gyro game for that front. But of course, we can always see it scaling very well when he gets to 5 items. Does he care about an Ember? He doesn't. Does he care about a Lycan? Not at all. A Tiny, of course, the hero's kind of broken.
Everybody cares
Everyone
about a
cares
Tiny.
about Tiny, but
Yeah.
it's interesting. I think Io Gyro is a fun combo that's kind of always existed within Dota, just to what scale of how good it is.
I feel like it's more the IO that matters. Oh, there's the IO. Speak of the devil.
Hi.
He's going down.
So you mean that the IO could be going with any other carry and it'd be
Yeah, basically. It's like, obviously Gyro works. Like you need a carry that works. IO Luna, IO Tiny, IO Gyro. But I think the IO is just like, from what we've seen today, the IO seems to be the more OP component to that duo rather than the Gyro. In fact, the Gyro's win rate is, in this tournament, terrible so far, and pro level pubs like 42% or something like that. And you have to understand it, pro level pubs is often picked with IO too. So like that's even with IO, it's pretty low.
I'd like to see more creativity with the IO combos like we used to see, right? We used to see so many partners for IO, but back with the IO Tiny days. And with IO Gyro, one of the difficulties I see sometimes is that any IO +1 is, the game's about that combo. That's the whole thing. That's your win condition. And Gyro has a fair amount of core-to-core matches that he kind of loses. So we saw earlier, I think it was EG playing Razor, right? And I don't care you have a Gyro. Like your Gyro could be as buffed as you want. Razor will win that matchup.
You just suck all his damage.
So
Exactly.
good,
Who cares? Yeah. So maybe if you pick IO and there was a bit of diversity with a CK or the Sven or any other hard carry, we might be able to see not such an easy core-to-core matchup. Though this time, I don't think they're actually that countered.
CK actually has a very high pub win rate.
I know. I kind of want to see that hero.
You know the amount of damage you do when you get
Pop off.
Moonshard? Have you seen it when you go just Blink BKB Moonshard?
No, but I have seen Blink Deso. Like going just raw burst.
Yeah.
It's very interesting because you are kind of tanky and survivable without anything, and then it's just about killing that one guy, especially with the Ag Shard.
These aren't really like TI strats, to be clear. This is just the concept that damage can be done. Pros can maybe make it more viable, but the fact that I honestly think CK will have 1 or 2 appearances potentially at TI.
Well, like it's pubs, but it's pros experimenting with it,
Yeah, that's true.
That is true.
I just love the levels where it's like you have pubs, you then have pro pubs, and you obviously have tier 3, tier 2, tier 1 Dota, and then TI Dota. Like there's so many levels to it, and finding a strat at like a lower level, but then trying to work its way up, it takes a lot of experimentation.
How many non-pros do you need for it to stop being a pro pub? How many pubs, or rather?
When we use the phrase, when I use the phrase
question.
pro pub, I would say like
4.
3 to 4. Yeah, 3 to 4 pros
3 to
in
4
it.
pros. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
On both teams or on one team?
No, in total.
Okay.
Okay,
You
I was
need
gonna say
6 on
4.
both teams.
And the average MMR is
12.
9k plus maybe.
Right.
8k plus. I don't know.
Okay.
Just be competent. That's it. That's a pro level pub.
I'm genuine how many normies we can put in before we dilute the pool, right? And it stops becoming a pro pub.
Actually, pivoting here, I would love to see Dota. I'm gonna say it here because maybe TI, maybe they're listening, But I would love to see Immortal and then something else be created for that higher bracket,
All right, name it right now.
I have
Gods among men, gods, the gods of society. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Gaben level.
Yeah, the Gaben level. Because so basically, the reason why I say this is when you get to Immortal, you get this kind of fake hype that you're in the same bracket as the pros, right?
You are.
And that, we're Immortal, brother.
Yeah, I'm a professional player. Don't laugh.
He is a professional player.
Yeah, but
He
I would
played
love to
multiple
see-
close qualifiers for TI. On Leviathan.
He's coached open qualifiers for TI.
I've won open qualifiers for TI as a coach. But anyway, I would love to see that top bracket of Immortal be its own thing. I think that's actually for a competitive MOBA, but I have no idea. I actually don't follow that, but you do, so you can validate that.
We're not going to talk about that right now. We're talking about Dota 2.
But yeah, I would
I
love to
passed
see
the
that.
test.
Yeah, it's testing. Thank you. that was it. He can switch to that seat, and then we get.
I want to add that I think it's interesting that you'll see pros. If you hang out with pros, they will laugh much more at a 500 level Immortal, like a top 500, than they will at an
ruthless.
Archon.
Yeah, they're ruthless.
They're ruthless with those people. That is the bracket that they hate the most, which I think is interesting.
Well, I can tell you why. No offense to the 3 ranked 500 immortals in chat, but because that's if you're ranked 500 immortal, It's a full-time job at that point. But you're ranked 500 or more. And I say that as a person who's ranked 500 or more. It's not a good place to be.
I'm like 657 or something, and I'm like, oh god, no.
Oh, I say just insulted my panel members by accident.
That's okay.
The has-beens or has-nots.
Yeah.
A gift from
Used to
the
it at
night.
this point.
Yeah, it's pretty chill.
Back to the match.
Again, this is like the Io Gyro narrative where maybe I'm just making this up, but it does feel like there's so many resources needed to go to the gyro that your off lane or your mid, they have to make these moves on the map that aren't traditionally needed, or they have to react so much
I'm
to
gonna make a
protect the
call.
space that it is gyro up #1 net worth. What's the call?
T1 wins this.
Oh, really?
That's a very
I
early
actually
claim.
think Gyro's really good against Tiny late game. I don't think you can burst Gyro, and Tiny doesn't build a Scotty. There's no Scotty builder on EG, so Gyro's gonna satanic himself to full HP. I actually think if this game just keeps going and going and going, and Gyro's the top of net worth, which he is, this is T1 favored.
If I agree, if T1 are able to get the BKBs, bat and axe, and be able to then support through having no net worth, but having the ability to still enter the fights, right?
Yeah, small items, but
Yes.
6 slotted is fine. That's fine. Yeah.
And that's kind of what we're seeing here, because like you mentioned, this is going to be the gyro game where he can just stand still and A-click and take everything down, because of course the eye behind him, he's going to have Satanic, Daedalus, Axe, he's going to be like the king of the game, right? But it's very much on, like this is the window right now where EG can just dump to the game, right? They can crush it, but
I hate to
can
be
see
the
that.
pub referrer guy, but
I mean, sure.
the reason that I think this is because I out-carried Kooman, who's like ranked 30 or something.
Plays for
I was the
Hellraisers.
gyro, he was the tiny, and if Jenkins Dota can win a carry matchup, then clearly these guys can handle it. Because you're playing at a TI.
But one point to be made though is that God, I can't believe I'm alliancing this, but in a pub, the small timing windows, like if you have 10 minutes of timing right in a pub, that's not really that much for a pub, right? Because you need to get your whole team in order. That takes 5 minutes already.
it does.
Right?
It does.
In a competitive game, I do feel like the Tiny Gyro matchup does have that like 10-minute window.
There's a
where Tiny will
window.
press
You're
them.
right. You're right. 23's got to be a little careful.
Yeah, and EG will be able to. I think they'll be able to execute on that window. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but I don't find maybe. I think that's a treant, right? Not crazy.
Yes.
That is
Yes.
a trend.
I don't
yes.
think that is going to help too much if Tiny wins a couple of fights at defending your towers. I think Tiny.
Are they,
Jenkins
is the Aegis about to despawn? Is that why they're doing this? I think it is.
Maybe, yeah. 1 second. There you go. No, I just made that number up. I think it's like 30 seconds, right?
Just a
Just to smoke out. Just a
cheeky little smoke.
Cheeky little smoke out. I mean,
Cheeky Little Smoke is one of the best smokes in Dota 2.
oh, that's not even about the timeout. No, they're just going with some item.
Oh, I'm really blind.
On some real though, I actually think that SCA is one of the most creative regions using smokes. One of the things I noticed from SCA first, this is the first region I saw them do, is that sometimes they use psychological smokes. Like they will actually lose a player and then they'll smoke right after on only 4 people because nobody expects that smoke.
Dude, I've made that same point like 3 times.
Yeah. Are you serious?
Actually, every
I'm so
time
sorry.
T1 comes up, I
am
say
so
that.
sorry.
No, but like,
No, that's it. I
key
love
though,
watching
right?
them for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and Fnatic will do that too.
Like we saw it for our ESL where it's like T1's down a hero or 2, right? But they're still making that play where it's like if you get far enough away from your own side of the map and you're smoked, it's like if you lose the fight, you're not maybe going to lose anything because you're going to respawn and still have heroes to make the play, right? So I honestly like the creativity of it, but they make that play, doesn't work out, EG instantly goes back across,
He used
right?
the BSJ line. On the Steam store right now, $1.99 PMA keep it BSJ. It's the best line. Every other one is F tier. That is an S tier line. Crit nose.
You just insulted every single person that's on the panel.
Yeah, I'm aware
never
of that.
going to have
It's
mine
including
Every-
yourself.
Yes,
I
my
can't
line is
chill
F
like
tier
this.
as well. His is S tier.
Is under attack.
I agree.
Thank
All
you.
right, well, you
I've met
heard
BSJ.
Jenkins.
Dire structures are fortified.
Anyway, back to the game, Avo. Back to
Wait,
you.
why not back to the game, Jenkins?
Yeah, Jenkins.
Give us a.
Tell me.
Avo was giving me a look. He wanted to say something about this.
That is
this
true,
act.
yeah.
I feel like these smokes that are somewhat psychological are harder to do against more experienced teams. I don't think you can really pull it off too much against EG, as Tico said. I think the punishment was pretty harsh.
Yeah, because it's like as soon as you make that play and then you get out, EG didn't really lose anyone, so then they can make the same play basically and run back into the area. And
I can't. He's a wolf biting on Tiny and just critting and
Yeah.
one shot
Yeah.
cleaving the ancients.
It's so
I mean,
good.
we've seen this combo all day. It's stupid good.
Look at it.
Oh my
Run away.
god.
You, like,
Dude.
oh wait, hold on a second. real talk. Okay, maybe not for TI. Are we okay here?
Well, yeah.
What about it?
I got passionate for a second.
it
Tiny
out,
has a
boy.
tree. Okay. When Lycan bites the Tiny, I want to have this Lycan Tiny wolf thing still somehow incorporate the tree
The
in
Valve
his cosmetic.
programmers hate that suggestion because you just need to have a wolf holding
Okay,
a tree,
all I- okay.
3D model.
Look, Crystal Maiden has a pet dog, right? Cosmetic that follows around.
Right.
Sure.
A
Have
pet
that concept,
tree?
a pet tree, like a bit of rope around the leg, tree behind. I think we
But
could
wouldn't
really.
the Lycan get distracted by it and want to always bite the tree?
That's if we're going down the lane of consistency here and realism, he's right as well. If you're saying the tree has to stay, then the dog should chase the branch.
Yeah.
God.
Radiant's
I'm sorry,
bottom
I got
tower
it.
is under attack.
You got the
I
fly?
don't know if you saw it, but I just got it.
You got the fly?
Thank you so much, Sue.
Yes.
There's 3 more of them. They're all called Henry. That's what I've named them. Henry 1 through 3. I couldn't think of another name. I thought of Chris, but it's my brother's name.
Are you a fan of English monarchs yourself? Is that why?
No, it's a name.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, so we got RT, he's going back in
He's
mid lane,
getting
but
pulled
now
right in
this
there.
is where Batrider.
Oh, there he goes. He's oh boy, he's a big boy.
When you try to drag the hero that will kill you anyway.
Yeah, oh yeah. He's like, all right.
That play kind of works if you're able to like do it in an area like behind a tree, but yeah, this is disgusting.
So Jenkins, how's your hot take going? I don't think this is looking too hot for T1.
Okay, well, you know what? I was just trying to,
So, let me rephrase that. TI close qualifier participant Jenkins, how is T1 looking here?
open qualifier coach. This is the way she goes. Never root against Arteezy. Too easy for Arteezy. Cliff Teezy.
Does
Now
that count as-
Tree Teezy.
Yeah, tree
Does that
teasing.
count as the caster curse?
True.
That was a very early curse.
Why
I
does
cursed
Tiny
T1.
Shard do like why does it allow tree to just not break?
It is pretty ridiculous.
Against buildings, like I can get it maybe against like farming or something, but like the fact that against structures, this tree that already does bajillion damage, then also just allows you to do it to buildings.
Yeah.
Did you discuss why it took so long for people to realize that Tiny Shard was this good? Because the first team to actually do it was PSG LGD. They were the ones to do it on AIM like 3-4 months ago when it first came out, and they were doing it consistently, and they were winning, and then they just stopped, and then Tiny Carry just stopped existing, and now it's back.
I don't think the shard it's a thing and it's important, but you don't actually see it that often until like 30 minutes. It's like Echo Saber.
So what's the Tiny Carry logic here that's making it so powerful now?
I think Echo Saber and also the recent change to the attack speed reduction, that it's not so bad anymore. Like the recent buffs, even though they look small, I think they're a lot bigger because the way that attack speed scales is that like if you're a 5-second, well, I'm not going to do that. Let's just say attack speed scales where if you're a slow guy and you get attack speed, it's better. So Tiny being a guy that's hitting really slow but big damage and he gets like +5 attack speed, it's a bigger deal for him than it is for somebody like Juggernaut who's a really fast attacker.
Right.
So I think that's super significant for his damage output. Silver Edge as well, that definitely helps. Like he's just crit one-shotting people. That's basically a big damage.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, bad example on Jug because his lower BAT, so attack speed's really
Well,
good on
his
Jug.
BAT is actually the same now. It's just his base attack speed
Really?
is they
Oh,
changed it, so everything is the same
My
BAT.
bad.
Base attack speed is the thing. I don't know what it means, but that's what it's been changed to.
What? So the anti-mage and then all the other heroes that had lower BAT.
I think they would have lower base attack speed now. Same BAT, but it's the same principle.
Guys, I can check if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Okay.
The wiki it's pretty recent, but it's the same principle. It's like if you're a hero that's attacking once every 2 seconds, you get 100% attack speed. Now you're attacking once every 1 second. If you're the same thing from 1 second to 0.5 seconds, it's a 1 second gain versus 0.5 second gain, right? So Tiny, slow guy, does more damage.
Yeah.
Well, that is a 2-0 for EG. Did anybody mark that on their bingo cards? 2-0 EG over T1?
I thought it was going to happen. I think EG's looking really strong.
They're fairly even. I mean, EG won in the major, but T1 took a game, so.
No, I know. I mean, yeah, recent performances, but I just think that recently EG's
recent, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I feel like EG's looking as one of the strongest contenders this tournament. And every piece of talent has told me Dr. K is the best thing to happen.
He is.
Dr. K is the MVP of the team.
Honestly.
Yeah, but that's
He
I
is.
can't remember who was saying it, but it's like the loss of EG in the grand final, right? When the question mark hit, Twitch chat then just was filled
Dota
with it.
Capitalist.
Right?
Yeah, it was Dota Capitalist,
right?
yeah.
Cap
Thank you,
mentioned
Cap.
this, right? Like very much Dota Capitalist on Twitter, Capitalist.
Wait,
I don't steal his point,
it's
right?
Capcasts now.
He's
Yeah,
not
it's
going to
true.
care. Trust it. He's not going to care. You can trust me
Anyway,
on that.
TLDR,
By his voice line.
like the question mark actually was like one of the bigger reasons why they lost that grand finals, right? It's like the concept of the mental game, the fact that like they were doing so well, and then it's like this ultimate BM comes in and they get broken, right? Like we can assume that as a viewer, but the fact it was like validated by
It was validated,
by
yeah,
the players
100%.
themselves.
100%.
Like that is why like when we talk about the value of Dr. K here, it's like when they're winning, even when you're winning, like you need someone to like stop. Obviously not going to be too hyped, right? They're EG, they're very professional, right? But like just having that extra kind of very astute person to be like, okay, we're winning now, but we should approach it this way, or like we're losing, So if they get question marked again, or exclamation marked, or semicolon or whatever, like they're going to have the response and understand how to beat, punctuation. And I think that's where Dr. K really is going to fix them.
He's not just some random therapist either, which I would say, everybody go seek therapy. Definitely, it's great. It's great for everybody, great for any team.
For sure.
But it's Dr. K. He's a goddamn legend. The guy makes the greatest YouTube videos. I'm a big fan.
That's true.
EG's a big fan. He's been helping them for some time.
He's literally shilling. He showed
He's-
Brian's voice line.
Exactly,
and then
yes.
Click
How do you think
drk.com on
Jenkins got to
YouTube.
TI to begin with? He shills.
this is great.
Yeah, but he's great, so he deserves the shilling.
That's fair.
Would you like us to load your YouTube channel here instead of
that's fine.
TI?
Just next time, tomorrow, you come to the show wearing a T-shirt that says #ad on it.
I'm gonna get a
my-
Dr. K t-shirt.
Okay.
But just his
We can do
face,
that.
though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what he sells on his YouTube.
And also, on the point of EG, to go back to Dota, I feel like you combine Dr. K's incredible vast knowledge with already one of the most veteran captains, Fly, already known for also being like a really strong voice of reason. I feel like you have just a really sturdy team mentally.
Well, gentlemen, don't forget that we have 3 other streams to make up a whole 4 entire streams while we're doing group stage. So for all of you at home who may be interested in watching the streams individually, remember that you can go to these individual channels to watch with some great casters as well. If you don't want to listen to our voices, you can listen to theirs. And let's take a look at our stream A. I believe that it's Team Spirit.
Yes.
And wait, what? And LGD.
Oh,
Thank you.
That's a
hype
good
game.
match.
Thank you for picking this one. I know I don't know if this was we had to or whatever, but like
Yeah, this is that's the right. That's the right.
This
match.
is a good match.
Because-
Team
okay.
Spirit's fun to watch.
exactly.
I mean, they're like the top 2 recently in like the in
They got
recent-
2-0 by Secret, let's not forget.
True.
okay, they did get to it by Spirit. A little bit secret happens.
Well, maybe in a way they did get 2-0 by Spirit.
Pre-TI. These are like the
Yeah.
top 3 contenders in the online. But Secret didn't play online things, which
This
makes
is a
it weird.
team that had so much like passion throughout DPC, and it really kind of like brought to light what DPC was meant to do, where it gives light to players that we like kind of didn't see before, right? And I think Spirit as a team, they're very young, Miroslav and the lads, like Toronto, Tokyo. It's like before that, then we kind of they always lived in the shadow of like VP or Navi, whatever
Right.
roster they had back then. It's been like 20 different rosters, but the fact that like we get to see Spirit and these new guys kind of show up, and then not only did they show up through DPC, they were charismatic in all interviews. Like they were like the new kids on the
They
block.
anime Naruto
They
ran
anime-
into the major.
Exactly. They knew it run into the major, and then they just have this aura where when you watch them or like you talk to them, you want them to do well.
We want them to win because that got posted on live stream fails. They took Dota out of Dota and made it in. Everybody's like, what is this Dota thing? Look at these guys doing this crazy anime run into a major. Let's check out Dota. Any team that does that, we want to win.
Yeah, and I'm sure EG said they're going to do it if they make the grand finals. They're going to do anime entries for
Well,
every
they got
game.
Dr. K's there like bridge
dance
to-
teacher too. Yeah.
yeah.
Why does it sound like every single thing that Jenkins talks about sounds like a shill now?
I'm a big fan of his videos, to be honest. It's not good.
We could have a counter up on the screen that just says how many times he said the 2 words doctor and K.
Separately or together, right?
Please, I'm embarrassed. Don't count.
Oh gosh.
I do think Team Spirit's a very hype team. I think the storyline's a very cool storyline as well.
Yeah.
Because you take they're the youngest team, but the core is the youngest one. And then Miposhka and Miroslav are, I mean, they're young still, but they're more on the veteran scene.
Oh, they're oldies.
They're older, not oldies. Dota's a very ageist game, but we don't need to do that on panel. I particularly really like from Team Spirit, even though everyone talks about flashy Torn Tokyo and consistent Yatoro.
Yeah.
I think Collapse to me stands out a lot.
Oh,
And
100%.
and one of the things I actually remember because I was casting Collapse when he was on this team called Meow Meow, all right? And then Cascade. And there were teams in the ePulse Global Leagues, by the way. Check them out. We do them right now. And they were they were participating in this awful tournament called the ePulse Global Leagues, Tier 3, Tier 4, only trying to help out these amateur teams. And every game was to a degree painful what I was watching. But then you watch Collapse play, and especially it was a meta where Tide wasn't even popular, and they would pick him Tide. And he would do things that you go, I didn't know you could do this on Tide. He's supposed to be a creep with Ravage, and it turns out you can actually have so much more to the hero. The guy has such an incredible timing for his team fights. I think he is going to be one of the new rising stars.
My favorite thing about him is his builds. So one thing he does on Venge, which he is playing in this game, is he goes Dragonlance and then disassembles that into Aghanim Scepter and some other things. And I know that's not the craziest thing, but people don't go Dragonlance on offlane Venge. They just don't. It's Aghanim Scepter. So he plays for this like early fighting timing, which is cool with the Dragonlance, kind of like a carry. But then also my favorite part of like the builds that he's doing is that he'll play Axe and he goes Blink, Octarine, BKB Refresher. And so he plays like this utility scaling thing that I find so interesting where, yeah, he's not the old Axe, and he does this on many offlaners, by the way. He's not the old Axe where like he's doing crazy damage and that's the way that he scales. He's scaling by stunning you for 8 seconds straight while BKB'd through your BKB. And I think that's really cool. Like utility scaling as a concept it's not something that's like entirely fleshed out yet, and Collapse does it a lot.
It's true. He always considers as well. Something I've noticed is that his timings with Torn Tokyo's timings, they're some of the best teams I've seen at making sure that there's always that space creator or always that idea of who's making space for Yatoro. And it's very fluid. It actually reminds me of when Secret was, in a different way, when Secret was changing with Misha and Matamaman and they were actually winning with that and they're doing really well. It's very similar, but instead they do it with their mid and off lane in terms of space creation. Whereas Secret did it with win conditions. And they just seem to adapt to it per game. Like they just feel it. I don't know who's making the shots in that team, but it's really impressive to watch them play.
You're totally right. Watching their replays, like pre-event, I noticed that they're like one of the only teams that will. It's like them and LGD, ironically, that they like split stack farming between their mid and their carry. Yeah, and a lot of other teams would just like, oh, this is the carry's farm. You don't get to take that. But depending on the timings that they think are important, they'll give it to their mid.
But you see that kind of bleed through, kind of like the teamwork of that also comes into like the actual team fights, right? Like you'd assume at like a TI level, every team is like amazing at taking beautiful team fights and the synergy, right? But like I think it was at OGA, the reason why Spirit was able to get to the finals was because like these big turnaround team fights where like you've got these like clutch nightmare saves, but then they're also timing other aggressive spells. Like Spirit really just kind of showcased that they are a phenomenal team that has the ability to grow into a contender. And I think right now, as much as we give them a lot of praise, I am expecting this team though to be a very much middle pack TI team. Like I'm not expecting them to do like that deep run. It'd be cool if they did, but I think I'd be happy to see them be in that kind of the region of 8th, around
top 8. That's the exact number I was thinking of. I'd love that for them.
And I think that's kind of like the stepping stone you want, because it's like that's the top 8 that pushes you through into being excited for the next season. You're not doing any of these kind of Eastern European.
These are very nice body blocks.
Yeah, they're good.
Those were dope.
And the classic roster swaps. Yeah. When you end the season, you go, what old player has been left around that I can yoink?
It's kind of like there's regions that have this kind of, I guess, issue where it's like when a team does well and they've survived the season and they come to the next season, it's like, time to do a little swippity swap and off we go again. So again, Spirit is like the type of team where no matter their TR result, I want to see these lads just go again for another season, because they're at the so close to just unlocking what's needed in the team to be amazing. But again, it's early days. They've only lost the secret so far. Maybe they unlock that during TI.
Okay, this brings up another question. For all three of you, who are the teams from each group that you think will be going home at the end of group stage?
It's a brutal question.
Early day one prediction. Because someone asked me this at breakfast, and now I have to ask you.
Okay.
All right, let me look at the actual groups here.
Group A, unfortunately, I will probably lean towards Thunder Predator. Or maybe, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Astor. It's so hard, okay? They're like.
It shouldn't be hard to pick the last one because there's so many
I'll
bad.
pick one. Let me look at the
It's like
groups.
between,
I'll pick
okay,
one.
it's between
I
like
don't care.
3 teams, right?
Let's see. EG is gonna get eliminated from Group A, and I think LGD is gonna get eliminated from Group B.
That's true. Thank
Just
you.
kidding. Those are the winners.
That was
Come
a
on,
safe answer.
be truly insulting.
Okay.
Go out.
Thunder Predator, they're kicking the dust right now. I don't know what that means, but they're
Dust?
and then Group
God.
B. That's a hard one.
It's so tough. Okay, just to flesh out some points here. So for Group A, right now, if you ask me the question, am I answering the question as if I've seen nothing from today, or like right now in the moment, the games we watched?
We're here right now. Might as well
Okay,
just
cool.
go there.
So in
Start
that
from
case, I think Astor actually looked pretty okay.
Quincy Crew, Group B.
Okay, that's fine. So like Astor's looked pretty okay with the situation they've been in. Of course, it's not been a great time for them, but they came out swinging at least against EG. So I feel like they're going to be able to muster something. And unfortunately, Alliance hasn't looked too hot, and Thunder Predator, ESL, they didn't look great. And coming into today as well, like it hasn't looked like they've reinvented themselves since ESL. So I'm a bit worried for Alliance and Thunder Predator. But if I had to pick one, it's probably Thunder Predator. And hopefully that's a caster curse, and we get to see, the resurgence of Singapore major Thunder Predator, and we get to see some, multiple SA teams make it out.
I'd be
that
so
feels
hyped
so
for
bad.
that.
Yeah.
The players don't care what we think. We don't know anything.
To talk about yourself. I'm gonna get death threats if I say Thunder Predator.
All right. From Leo style.
Yeah, exactly. The whole team follows me on Twitter. They're gonna get death threats right after this.
I don't know.
All right. I will not ask you that question.
I
then.
don't think anyone's getting eliminated at Group A. That's what I will say.
They're gonna infinitely tie.
We will be here forever. Honestly, I was going to say Astor beforehand, to be honest, and I saw them play today, and I agree with Tikov. I actually think they're looking pretty okay. For having a stand-in, I was pretty impressed with them, and Thunder's having the same issues. I think Alliance might look weak at moments, but they still have a style, even if it doesn't always work. Thunder doesn't seem to have one yet.
I think they'll be lower bracket, but I don't think they're gonna get knocked
Me
out.
neither.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of the group stage right now, right? Like we're talking about this after like 2 series, right? There's still so many series to go.
We are on the channel list.
We are like whimsically saying like, lol, you lost 2 series, haha, bad, haha, gonna go out probably, But like, if they eat breakfast or dinner together tonight and have a nice chit chat, and suddenly they've, they now understand something, right? It's completely different. And all of these teams have the potential to do that, right? Like they made it to TI, they have that. It's just, can they have the correct food intake and chit chat to unlock that in the team? That's it.
Quincy Crew lost to LGD, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I rescind Quincy Crew.
I don't think they're getting eliminated at all.
That's really not a
I
good
do think
pick.
Group B is a tough one. I haven't seen SG play right now.
People were saying the groups look balanced, and obviously as much as they can be. But I think Group B, given recent results, like I would not want to be in that.
I think they're balanced in a different way. I think for Group A, it's genuinely really difficult to place in the top 4. It's like you actually have strong top 4 contenders. I think Group B, what's difficult is not getting eliminated.
Yeah, like the thing is, well, like
you're right.
We have to phrase this in a way where it's like the groups. You look at them as teams that have the potential of like lifting the Aegis, right? Like when you look at the roster, the names, how they've got to TI, if they in your mind have like a 5% chance, 10% chance of winning the Aegis, that means it's a strong team, right? And I think if you compare that logic for A and B, like B on paper is better because there are so many options of. I could see them, making that route, but of course the A is like.
Oh my God,
not so
Collapse
much.
is such a legend.
Yeah.
He is the
Explain.
best. My favorite offlaner. He's my boy.
What made Collapse a legend just then?
Oh, he TP'd out and didn't get Clockwork stunned.
Did the simplest of things, but it's rather.
It was cool. I mean, it was good
I
stuff.
won't lie, I was looking down, looked up, and didn't see it. So
Okay, it was.
I have to trust you.
It was good stuff. Trust me.
Do you know what you said about the Dragon Lance? Disassembles it for Ags. Does he then use the band to become like Yasha Manta?
No.
Or does he just casual band it up?
Just chills, just casual.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like I said, from the offlane perspective, I mean, that's why people don't do it in the offlane.
Right.
And that's also why I find it so interesting that he finds that that's valuable.
No, I agree.
So for this series specifically, Team Spirit and PSG LGD, what kind of score did you predict beforehand for this?
I would like to say a 1-1 because I do believe in Team Spirit, but I just think LGD is too good.
Yeah.
LGD, here's a little story. LGD is so good that e-home player Chalice talked about in his stream how he had to fight 3 OG fans in the mall. He lost a tooth because of this.
He did lose a tooth for it, yeah.
Yeah, because that's how strong LGD is. He believes in them so much, he fought for them. That's a true offlaner. And I think he's right. Like he was saying, this is the strongest iteration. He was on LGD before, and he said this is the strongest iteration of LGD ever. I think this team is ridiculous. I know the storyline we like to sell is that the favorites don't always win TI, and that might be the case, but at least top 3 for LGD.
This is like the point I made about like trying to understand the groups, right? Like the potential winning. It's like everyone coming into TI looks at PSG as like they're the ones you have to beat to win TI, right? Like you expect them to be the finalists. Spirit is like the team that they easily can cause any upset on any day, and I would assume it's a 2-0 to PSG, but I wouldn't be surprised if Spirit was able to find something within themselves, within a moment in the game to beat PSG, and not a lot of teams have that, right? I said Beast Coast has it, and I think Spirit has it. They're like the top 2 teams that against any team, like you don't really know if it's going to be a clean game, right? And other teams, it's like, they're just going to lose, right?
I would add Fnatic. Based on today's performances, I think Fnatic also has that. I feel like, I don't know what happened to them, but Schwen's looking strong, so I like Fnatic.
So basically, both of you just said, I would like 1-1, but I'm thinking 2-0.
Yeah, it's like the head and the heart, Yeah.
Jenkins?
I mean, LGD is looking good, like this tournament. The question is always like, have teams figured them out over the course of the last couple of months?
No.
What do you figure out?
I want to quickly jump on that, right? Because you know why they can't figure them out? It's because this is a rare moment where the best team in the world is the best team in the world, where Zhao 8, the coach, has been playing for you, right? So all your understanding of the best team in the world is kind of skewed because you don't have your mid laner. And it's like, you might play the map the same way. You might like read how to use item timings and Roshan the same way, right?
Dude.
But the pure idea of your mid laner coming in and having no like competitive games in the last month or 2, this is equivalent of like secret 3-0 in grand finals back to back, going to TI and then going, bye, get out of the tournament, see ya, thanks for playing, Like that is such a thing that happens to the best team in the world at TI. It's you study them, you get beaten.
So what you're saying is, to a degree, the Malaysian government was actually supporting LGD the whole time.
Correct, yeah. They were actually enabling PSG to win. But no, this is for sure a team that is playing so well without their full roster, the best in the world, and then getting their full roster for TI with no kind of scrim information or no scrim public information, right? So it is kind of a weird occurrence for the best team.
They're not complacent either in terms of like generating new ideas. I remember watching Zhao 8, he's playing Klink's mid, and he got solo killed or something. And then not insta actually, they deliberated. He bought back to farm the mid lane, and this was at like 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it was.
It looked like a rage buyback, but it's like it's Zhao 8. It's not a rage buyback. It's LGD. They deliberated this.
It was like pulling aggro off, just getting some XP. It was like a double wave as well.
It was a double wave. It was a double wave, and
just
it's just funny to see because every goddamn competitive Dota bone in your body says don't buy back at 2 minutes, and still for them they're like, this is worth it. This is worth it, and they obviously praise the oldie coach. They trust him and his decisions to do that. Nobody's making like, oh, what are you doing? Laughing at him. That was a decision that he made, and they all supported it. And it's so interesting.
All right. Well, it seems like we have a lot of PSG LGD fans, a lot of people that know a lot about Chinese Dota, but let's bring in somebody else who actually knows a lot as well. Come on down, Lizard.
Who's getting eliminated?
Beautiful people.
Who's getting eliminated?
Who's
Jenkins.
getting eliminated?
It's Jenkins.
It's me.
It's Jenkins.
It's me.
It's Jenkins.
It's Jenkins.
Is it me again? You've eliminated me twice.
You're eliminator, man.
Can I touch your firm hands again?
I've got through 2 changes.
Oh my!
What a time to be alive!
That means you were
I'm actually very
this,
sad.
like,
I'm sad that we don't get to panel more often.
Whoever has the least signatures by the end of the panel.
Business.
Oh, that's
Can I have a high five?
I don't think so.
Jenkins?
Yeah, I'll give you a high five.
Thank you.
There you go.
Great chat.
I think Keikaku was
Wet.
great.
Your hands are wet.
See you guys.
Say that to the
Thank you,
viewers.
Jenkins. Appreciate you.
Bye.
Hey, Lizard.
Hi,
Chaotic,
panel.
the chaotic energy has been drastically reduced with the
I'm
departure
sorry
of
for
Jenkins.
that. Like,
I don't think you have to
I'm a
apologize.
feeble
for that.
replacement for Jenkins, but I'll try. By the way, nice glasses. I didn't see these
Thank
before.
you. It's a whole new moment.
Are you doing my play, like put on glasses to look a bit smarter? You don't actually need them?
No,
like,
it's
okay.
actually.
Wait, that's the God's play too. God's wears glasses
No, I
too.
actually don't see as well.
Yeah,
I have the double problem.
I think I realized that if I didn't have glasses on and you asked me to talk about these games, it would just be yes.
That's true.
Something's happening.
They're like reading glasses.
Can you lead me through a little bit, because I wasn't watching, I was behind the screens.
We were talking about how good Team Spirit is.
Yes.
And how this team has a lot of potential.
Yeah.
But we see them as a mid-pack team.
For sure.
Compared to LGD.
They definitely do bring a lot versus PSG LGD. There aren't many teams that you can even compare, right? It's difficult. But Team Spirit definitely brings their own flair. They're extremely young, coming from CISU, all Eastern Europe. You all talked about this. I'm pretty sure. But this one guy, I'm expecting him to be a superstar. It's not Fade Beyond, he's already that. On the other side, you have Collapse.
Yeah, nice. We said that.
That's exactly what.
Right? Okay, scratch that. This guy, Miroslav. Mira nickname, Mirana player, like this guy.
It's true. Miroslav is actually really good. His Dark Willow is ridiculous. I think Miroslav has a lot of, and he's one of the more veteran, still very young, but more veteran in the team.
I think their coach is the most experienced one. They have Silent. He's been on like 3-4 TIs. The rest of them, I think and I know it's only Miposhka. Like he's actually attended one single TI before, and that's it. So
was it an Empire? Was it?
I would say it was. I'm not sure. It would be Empire or Windstrike or something like that. Actually, back in the day, played a lot against him quite a bit.
So I'm just gonna see what TI Miposhka went to.
Get that data.
It's very important.
TI7.
Crucial to this chat.
He has been to TI7 and that was with Team Empire. Top 8 finish.
We did it.
But yeah, this is now, if you look at, like, to be honest, we haven't really been talking about the game. We're just been kind of like storytelling, the idea, the essence of PSG, you know, the mantra of Team Spirit. But no, this game very much is, we haven't really seen much of Death Prophet, I think, at all, in competitive Dota, right? It's kind of been a non-existent hero.
But nothing to say, like, when you think about this player, in the seasons, maybe the most prevalent heroes in his hero pool were actually Death Prophet and Magnus. So this guy played a ton of them and knows how to play them inside out, and it's necessary to put the only guy that didn't go to a single TI on your team on his comfort zone. Well, that's something that's really good that PSG LGD is doing, but nothing to say, I think he has enough confidence. Like, it's one of these already superstars even without winning anything too big, right? Well,
one thing that I just like the fact that, like, for example, Death Prophet, it's like if you are able to play off of every ultimate going well, like the game just feels so nice, right? And there's so many covers for PSG in this draft where to deal with the Death Prophet, you're ignoring the morphling in this game. Because like the amount of resources you have to do, like Spirit's lineup is all kill one hero. It's Void Spirit jumps the backline, Venge single target, Mirana, everyone's just killing a hero. And when PSG has a Death Prophet and an Amorph paired with a Shaker, the Wyvern behind, the Vision of Clock, like PSG draft in theory does dismantle the essence of Spirit completely. So yeah, PSG just looks very strong with this lineup.
I complimented your glasses. Your jacket is fabulous. I just love it.
Thank you very much.
Like, we're all in these blue colors, tame, dark red, dark blue, light blue, whatever, you know.
Don't worry, I have one of those colors for when Thunder and Beast Calls both get eliminated.
You do?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I see the plan here.
I hope that does not happen, please. Hablo español. Les quiero.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, just PSG just moving around the map, just kind of sweeping, getting the kills they need.
I think the teamfight decision making from LGD is really hard to beat. Like, you were talking about the multiple threats idea, but I've noticed that even LGD I think this might be one of the best teams at utilizing saves as well. It's so difficult to actually go and target and just burst someone down for them. They're always ready. They always have, it seems like they always have a a plan and they never doubt themselves when they execute it, which a lot of teams kind of do. Like some teams will kind of poke and prod. T1 does this sometimes as well, a lot with their team fights. LGD just, I don't know if it's because of how CL8 decides to coach them, but they never seem to falter.
Do they have a playmaker, like the person that hatches these schemes?
Yeah, that's why. Why, as they call him in the Chinese, is Why Dui, which is White Captain in Chinese. Yeah, I mean, this guy won TI for a reason.
At the moment, when you talk about all of these plays, they need to be enabled by a certain player, right? And that's where Zinq comes into.
And the coach as well.
I mean, like literally, the reason why the best team in the world is every single player on their team is right now easily top 1, top 2 in their role, right?
All right, why is Spirit great? Like we're.
What do you mean?
Let's go back to
We've already
Spirit.
argued.
Well, okay, Lizard wasn't here for the
Why are they
10
bad?
minutes we talked about.
Let's switch things up.
Okay,
panel,
okay.
come on.
What's
happening
Where
here?
would you put Spirit to finish at TI? Like roughly speaking, brother. Go on.
Roughly speaking, like 5, 6.
Oh,
like
5,
that.
6.
Damn. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
With a little bit of luck, anything can happen.
No, that's fair.
TI, when you come
I don't
into
think
this
5, 6 is
tournament,
crazy.
I've had a TI winner, Aoi, here sitting next to me and telling me, yeah, man, like we played well, but it's all about luck as well. If we didn't match this team in the scrims, if we didn't play them, if we didn't prepare and didn't understand what they're doing, that was top of the meta, we wouldn't do as well. So maybe Team Spirit has that. But what's happening? Can you two find analysts, explain this to me? Why are there so many heroes picked?
All right.
Sorry, I zoned out.
Genuinely, I think that
I'm just a side host here, I guess.
I think it's a very unique TI, right? Like in terms of if you compare to the other TIs and like when you had them and the breaks that we've had beforehand, the last major was a long time ago. The last like big international tournament. Yeah, we had ESLs, but let's be honest, we know that the teams didn't try 100% of certain ESLs. So I feel like genuinely a lot of teams are lost and they all have their own idea of the meta. And that is actually the one thing that does worry me about Spirit. I have seen them in both DPCs. I think they have really solid hero pools, they have their own style, but sometimes they're a little bit later to adapt to the meta. I don't think that's one of their strongest suits by any means.
So I'm gonna just continue copying the guy that was sitting in my chair, not Jenkins Slacks. He has this conspiracy theory that Secret on purpose did not show their hand for the last 4 months.
I think it's
so that they can
It's true.
so that they can hide all the information because everyone copies or learns from top tier teams. Could that be the reason as well a little bit?
No, very much is. The earth is flat and teams don't play at tournaments to hide their stuff. They're already at TI, right? Like that's how it goes.
I mean, that's the EG strat, though. They generally do believe that, right? Like EG doesn't participate in non-DPC tournaments because they're preparing for TI.
Look, I know it slacks and you have to take it with a pinch of salt, but at the same time,
The logic is sound.
logic is sound, like because they have been winning many tournaments in prior years and then failing at TI head.
But going back to Avo's point about Spirit, it's like throughout DPC, they were a team that they weren't winning games because they were like showing new things to people. They're playing what they played really well, and they were just like consistently just very, very good, right? They were able to always muscle up. And I think that's a really good way to become the top 2 in your region. But at a TI, the main stage, when everyone's like going through every little bit of data, understanding every kind of nuance of your team, that isn't going to cut it to be able to kind of get yourself and kind of move yourself ahead. So right now, Spirit struggles, I would assume, from briefly kind of getting in and out of their games. It's like the kind of concepts of their drafts are still somewhat the same, right? Toronto Tokyo's on his Void Spirit or his, Tiny
Space
or whatever.
Raider X.
The Mirana on position 4, like it's very much the fundamentals of Spirit is the same from season 1 all the way now to TI.
So you're a seasoned coach, Tiga.
Yes.
Can you do this with your glasses? Yeah. So as a seasoned coach, can you tell me, even though you prepare before the tournament for every individual team, how much can you prep for every individual game in a best of 2 scenario when you're playing like 4 series a day?
Again, that is pretty much like the best way of looking at it. Is you're not preparing for your enemy. You're not going, okay, against PSG, we need to draft these heroes to got them, It's just, I think the point is simply, Spirit is very much leaning on, we are playing for ourselves, drafting for ourselves, and if our opponent picks new stuff, we'll have to maybe play different. But I'm like, again, like we haven't seen from start to zero to the end of any of Spirit's games, right? We're jumping in and out, but from like the top-down view, it's very much like Spirit is relying on themselves to be mechanically making every play correctly, making every call correct, and it's not really connecting right now. So maybe in the next series we see Spirit play, are gonna go to that drawing board. Okay, we need to tweak this. Maybe we need to get some new flair, something we've been practicing. Because right now, like PSG is demonstrating what you asked, right? It's like they have looked at Spirit as an example of a team and gone, this is what they played in DBC. So if we play against them, we'll have this type of strat. Like this is what it feels like, and it is working very well for PSG because they've looked at Spirit's play style and gone, okay, pick a
and they pick more defensive.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So
That is true as well.
for this series specifically, because this is just game one, right? Game one between Team Spirit and PSG LGD. What can they do to kind of turn it around? Because it seems like PSG LGD is kind of controlling the pace of the game, right? How can they seize it back? What can they do?
Okay, so I'll start with this. It's a very difficult question. The issue here for Spirit is when a skirmishing lineup isn't able to be the ones dictating the game,
Yep.
you then rely on either high ground defense with a win condition being the best, or being able to go for Roshan and use that Aegis to kind of break through that advantage enemy has. Spirit currently doesn't have the better win condition, and they have no quick and clean way to go for Roshan. So, unfortunately,
So you're saying they're in a hole. Yeah.
this is the type of game where Spirit's comeback is through being disciplined, playing around like your tier 3s, the buyback. You get what you're given, right? Like whatever PSG gives on the map, you farm whatever you can, and you hope PSG will overextend. Will dive that one time too deep. Will go for the tier 4 or something like that. So right now for Spirit, it's just pray for PSG to kind of make a mistake or something.
Tavo, do you agree with this more defensive approach, or are you full Davai a little bit?
Look, as someone who loves Eastern European Dota, I've seen the full Davai where they try to do like, I've seen them sometimes do things where they sacrifice a 5 and go for a surprise smoke in the wrong part of the map, for example. I've never seen that work properly, to be honest. Especially, especially against disciplined teams. Like SEA does this too sometimes, where they'll like pretend like they're playing the wrong side of the map, and then oh surprise, we got you. But that only kind of works if you have the really good counter initiation, which I think theirs is just okay. I also don't feel like LGD is the kind of team to overextend. By the way, on that note.
That was a naughty slam, like that was curse fading as curse fades and some on top.
That might be just GG here, right? No, they buy back with Avenge. They will try to defend this. But if I'm to put my Eastern European hat back, I will not talk like this, but like my normal accent, I will pretend that it's a little bit better. I'll continue trying. But it's a problem with EU teams. They continuously just try to win lanes and off of that smoke and just mindlessly, let's just smoke, go. You have some strategy involved there. Like you could even see it in this game. What he was talking about, you can see it perfectly demonstrated. Tiny, he's farming behind the enemy lines because he has that shadow blade. He just nukes one wave and gets out. That's all that he can get, right?
Right.
I think this is why, as a region, Eastern Europe, Spirit has never been able to become the successor of VP. Because like if you look at VP at TI so far, the 4 games they played, all 4 games, the drafts look completely different. The play style might be slightly the same, but like just the concept of what they're bringing to TI is like, if you're going to play like this, we can then counter that. It's a game of chess in the draft, and VP is looking pretty good. And in Spirit, kind of the second place within the region, they're still doing what's them, right? So I think it's not bad for Spirit. I'm looking forward to them beating some teams of how well they are with these strats, but it's like, I think that's the nice comparison. If you keep it just regional, it's like VP is an international version of themselves when they get to these tournaments.
Hey, I have just a question for you. On that note, SG is playing Witchy Gaming right now, right? They're not done.
They are.
I'd be curious.
Yeah. I'm wondering, do you think that SG is like...
I have faith.
Can we jump to that game, actually?
I've told every single one of their players
Yes, they can. If you can give me the letter.
Much faith in themselves.
See, this game's low-key over. It's over. So we can go to C.
All right.
Go to the other one that
If we can hop
I'm
over
actually curious
to
about SG
Stream
versus
C,
VC.
we'll take a look at what's going on there, because everybody seems to be super jazzed about it. But explain to me why.
I'm just interested in Tavo's opinion on the amount of strategies that they're bringing, because we saw from Team Spirit, they don't really have an abundance of them, so maybe...
So the thing about SG is that to me, SG is the biggest... So we have a couple question marks, right? Like Secret or Vici as in how good will they be? But they're good teams. SG is the opposite. They're the question mark of like how like bad can they be genuinely? Because no. Because genuinely this team
That didn't go the way I expected.
No, let me
praise your boys. And she's
Let
like,
me
"Yeah,
fix this. SG is a team that went. They're really good players individually.
Right.
And then you have the first DPC season. They do okay, less than people expect from them. Second, then you go, what? It's not even that they scored badly. They played some games that I remember casting it and wanting to like mash my face against the keyboard because they were making mistakes that were just like you could tell are emotional. And then the most beautiful thing happened for SG. They rebuild themselves completely from the ground up. They get a completely new coach, which teaches them a very different style. They revamp themselves, and you watch some incredible Dota in the close qualifiers. Then they go into ESL and they're looking okay, certainly better than DPC.
Couple games go their way.
Games go their way. They're not looking as bad as Thunder, for example, but they are not looking that great. And now I feel like with this month time, the most interesting thing to me as SG is, has this rebuilding worked completely? Do they have all the strategies they should have? Are they taking advantage of their highly skilled players? Or are they still a bit behind the rest?
I think for me though, it's like, obviously I was coaching South American team through Brazilians on it. When that team kind of, obviously the Pain Gaming, Pain Gaming kind of reignited whilst Chaos was in the scene. And then obviously the 2019 season, 2020 with COVID and stuff, Brazil was a kind of like a nation, the players didn't really make it to main stage, right? Like we had Leles on Quincy Crew, and then we had HFN on No Ping. But like as a whole country, Brazil, we used to be like the kings of SA, right? Like the top lads. They've kind of like, they disappeared within like the international space.
Yes.
And then we get to see the resurgence of the entire country with SG, 5 players from Brazil, and I think that alone
That's
is like
cool.
that is like the best storyline here, because I wasn't expecting any Brazilians to be at TI, honestly. Like when I saw that it was like already, you know, the Beast Coast and the Peruvian team, and then there was like an open qualifier spot, I expected No Ping, you know, with just HFN to make it. And then SG comes,
maybe unknown with Pacaz. Honestly, was looking better than SG.
Exactly. Like, I wasn't expecting there to be like that big representation that I wanted to see, because like Brazil as players, like they play with their passion. You know, I experienced, you know, coaching them. It's like they don't leave anything out. They'll say anything they're thinking. You know, and that was a hard learning experience. I wasn't ready, you know, for truths every day. But like,
did you learn any memes from SA? Do they say something?
They have strong sticker game in WhatsApp.
Adriano or something like that.
Sí. Oh, sorry, wait.
Yes.
I was thinking in Spanish for a second. My bad.
I like that.
Yes. Meu Deus,
It takes a little bit, right? To
yeah,
switch
it's a bit
if English
difficult to
isn't your
switch
first.
language.
Yeah.
They have a...
Dumb.
Adriano is great. The ADR is the oldest mid laner, I believe, in TI right now. And everyone makes fun of him for that because Dota people are ageist. He's 28, I want to say. Which is quite old for a mid laner.
Hey, that's a year younger than me. He's not old.
Yeah.
For a mid laner, though.
Yeah, for a mid laner.
I know these.
And he's been in the scene like for forever. And the thing is, Adriano's story is just like incredibly wholesome. He's a guy who's kept trying. He has always been on fully Brazilian teams or close to fully Brazilian teams. Always tried to support the scene. Been kind of a force of good and always a very skilled player. And stuck to the mid position, not out of like egocentrism, but rather just out of like pride, right? And he also doesn't have many stories of drama or anything with the people. So he's really revered. He even has the cutest relation. Right? He posts on Twitter. It's adorable. He has such a good support group. It's really nice. And so people will paint him as a saint. And I recommend you look this up. It's such good paintings. Like it's like actually skilled
Wait,
artists.
they're actual literal paintings?
No, there's paintings of people that like draw him in like the church-style saints that you see in like stained glass. You need to look this up. It's incredible. I don't know if you can find it easily because I think it's in Portuguese, but it's really, really good. Now, Adriano's, to a degree, it represents what Brazil is. The Brazilian scene is, right? It's this scene that really needs to revitalize themselves, but that feels like they've never had their main stage moment. The closest they got was the Kiev Major. That was the closest Brazil got to being like really, really powerful internationally. But they never got to the point that Beast Coast did. So Adriano represents, to a degree, the hopes of all the Brazilian players, especially all the old people that wanted to see them do well. And he's now joined by a team of like relatively new youngsters, even though they've been in the scene for a while. There's hope for this team, but this game is looking really down. There are no hopes for this game.
That's the thing, right? Like when I saw this game, that's why I was like going more for like the hopes of this team. It's like I'm not expecting them to make like that deep run, right? I feel like when you're the team coming from close qualifier, when you've not been able to muster much throughout the season, when you've been changing players here and there, like you're one of the final team to turn up to TI, right? You're like, can I come too? Yeah, you can. Come on over, you know. And it's like that alone. It's like I just hope they don't I hope they keep their spirits up at all points, right? And if they fall to, let's say, Vichy Gaming now, they easily can beat other teams down the line and then have those stories and stuff. Because again, I see this team as more like the start of bringing back, Brazilian
Glory
Dota.
to Brazil.
To them, top 12 would be really meaningful.
No, exactly. It's like, for me, it's just like getting to like the playoffs, beating a team, beating another team. That alone is like the start of the good story.
Yes.
And the next DPC, it done a lot of great work. DPC, the first season around all the different regions. Like, I want to see Brazil Dota come back, right? Like, it's so much fun. Like, the players are good characters and stuff.
Well, if there's any team that would be able to do that, and live that story, it would be this team, right? Because they've kind of went through it all. They went through like the whole no ping thing, and you had ADR doing basically, like you mentioned earlier, just he keeps playing
grinding,
no matter
keep
what.
on grinding.
Yeah.
And this team has been together, like a very similar iteration of this team has been together for almost 1.5 years, almost 2 years, with it's like small changes to 1 or 2 players, but it's been pretty much this team, as they were Team Brazil before. So that's why, even if you might not love their playstyle or you might think they're a bit worse, you have to respect a team that is willing to stick together and reinvent themselves.
And a team's is getting better because SG will pick them up, right? If you're a Brazilian team and you're getting good, SG will, they'll slide you the paycheck to come play under their banner, So if Brazil's getting a little bit better when they come back in the mix.
And you take one loss,
if you make some comparison, I don't know if you follow other games, like if you take comparison with CS:GO and whatnot, Brazil is actually pretty damn decent.
That's very good.
Right? So they do have some organizations that can get behind them, that can show them how professional it can all get and what they need to do to improve in the gameplay. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be playing the same game. You just have to know what the routine is, how much of time you need to train, what you need to do afterwards, that there's no fooling around and whatnot. So, what I'm trying to say is that there is some base ground that they can work off of in Brazil. Right?
Which is why he's so right about revitalizing that. Because to me, as a Dota player who's been playing for forever, the saddest thing is to see a scene that, however good they may have been or not internationally, just to die. Yeah. And hey, I feel really bad when I see a scene cease to exist and having nobody really bringing it back up. So I think SG represents a really nice, hopeful story for these people.
I love that.
Well, that's a very good story. And I also want to give you an update from the newsroom. Elephant did win the first game against Fnatic. That brings them to 1-0. Elephant looking very, very strong.
Actually, that victory means a lot for Elephant. The first series, it was good. They took it. But this one versus Fnatic is massive. As Fnatic is looking really strong, and they are probably and arguably the strongest team from the SCA.
They're also a team that knows them.
Yep.
They're a team that knows them. Yeah.
SCA actually scrims quite a bit with China.
It's another Medusa loss though. Like, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, Raven played Medusa, just finishing in 1-2.
Didn't VP win?
VP did win with it.
Did they actually win?
Yeah,
VP's winning their All-Star Hero challenge.
But that was versus Alliance on the
right. Yeah. Wait. So has there been 3 Medusa games then? Okay.
Okay, wait. So who's is it online or is it LAN? Because VP's winning and then Alliance is losing. So what
I actually support Alliance. I think these guys can do it.
I mean, again,
I would actually like to do a fair deep run.
But they aren't. Like, so far, I don't think they lost the 4th game.
It's elimination time again.
It's elimination time. Who's getting
My time.
eliminated?
Okay, farewell.
Thank you so much, Tiga, for joining us.
So much stuff. All right.
And now it's time to welcome the beautiful, smart, talented at Dota, Effie. Hello, welcome. Wait, this is your first TI appearance, right?
Congrats.
Welcome.
Oh, this is
like a couch of freshmen.
This is actually couch of freshmen.
Yeah, no one clapped for me. I was sad. Thank you.
For Tao as well.
For you,
you can skip me.
No.
All right.
I just have to say, it's chillier than I thought it would be.
It's quite cold.
Like cold?
It's chilly, for sure. But okay, somebody needs to update me really quickly. What happened with Spirit LGD?
LGD won because they're a really good team.
But what happened exactly? I looked away for 5 minutes.
I mean, they just didn't really have the draft to, once they started losing the momentum in this kind of pick-off oriented and just defy draft that they had to a degree, LGD had a better win condition, right? With a Morphling Shaker. They had too many threats to deal with.
LGD didn't really give them a chance to even take back the momentum at all. Like, they were constantly going in on teams, so it's just... They just never really got a foothold.
Is this panel a democracy like with Shiver? Can we vote for the game? Because I guess PSG LGD is going to be the next one we watch.
I would
Yeah,
like
of
to see
course.
that actually. Yeah.
What are the other two, by the way? We have Vici Gaming, this one that we're watching. We have PSG LGD on other streams, guys, that you can go and follow on streams BCD, right?
With great casters, by the way.
Yep.
On every single stream.
And who is SG playing against?
Vici. I will say that's a terrible opponent to draw first. I do think Vici is one of the
Let's
strongest
see.
teams in China.
Elephant.
Well, not
Is
giving
it
them credit.
terrible though? What do you think, Effie? Would you rather have the strongest opponent first or last? Just get it over with immediately, or
If you're SG or in general?
let's say in general first. Then.
I think typically in groups, especially if you're a newer team, you want to build confidence, right? So going up against the strongest or one of the strongest opponents first and losing can really affect your morale and your psychology.
And now if you're SG, if you don't expect way too much perhaps?
No, I think that. So I actually talked to a good friend of yours about SG, Bowie. And yeah,
I
Bowie.
think I should swallow for a second. That's it.
No, but Bowie was telling me that he thinks that the way SG are going to play today and tomorrow are really going to affect the rest of the tournament for them. So they are a team that is affected by their psychology.
But that's something that you mentioned. Right?
I was worried about them because imagine you're doing this whole project, like this 2-year project, right? This is a dissertation. I mean, you present it, and the first day they go, that was garbage. That's essentially what's happening right now. If you lose 2-0, right? It's not a nice thing.
I actually agree. I think that playing a team that can instill a little bit more confidence and raise that morale will really matter. If you start off TI day 1 and you get crushed 0-2.
I really try to bring some optimism to my boys on SG because I'm the opposite. I always feel like the hardest tasks should be done first. And even if you fail versus Vici Gaming, you're going to be like, okay, these guys are superstars. If we fail versus them,
I don't think
we
one day
we
is
might have learned a little bit of something and we can continue with
That's
some
true.
optimism later.
That just shows like a lot of mental resolve though. I'm like the lazy person that when I have like homework to do, I'm going to go and clean my room instead because it's easier. So that's the
In
mentality
practice,
that I have
I'm the
there.
same. I'm just talking stuff.
Oh, okay.
Maybe for them it's better.
I mean, if they can recover, that's an even better storyline.
Yeah,
you know?
for sure.
A completely new team being able to recover from a loss like that.
I saw this in the movies, you know, so I'm kind of just repeating.
But for similar reasons, that's why I'm pretty concerned for Spirit actually, because they started off playing versus Secret, and now they're playing against LGD. And I think for most people, Secret, LGD, and OG are the contenders, right? So I just really hope we can see something more competitive
and
in
EG.
this game too.
I think Ichi should be included with him.
Oh, of course EG, sorry.
Dr. K.
That goes without saying, but that goes without saying, for sure.
I was looking over to see if Jenkins was still there because he said Dr. K. He's not there anymore.
Dude, Jenkins straightened his hair. I was shocked.
He's
I
so
said when
good
he-
looking.
I was.
Yeah, the
Sure.
first time he did it, right, any major, it looked amazing back then.
I mean, it looked amazing
He had
today
the
too.
samurai.
Yeah, I was telling him since
Going
day
on.
one that he needs to do that.
That's
Yeah,
true,
I
actually.
know.
I have heard you say that.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, he started off the day like as Jenkins, and then
So did we just jump into...
So it's like Jenkins and Dr. Or,
Oh my
Dr.
god.
yeah.
Right.
Oh, okay, so Jenkins started off the day with his wavy hair, and then he went ahead and became not Jenkins by straightening his hair and making it look shiny and healthy and nice. But, you know, that's not Jenkins, so we can get a little bit of both, right?
Dire's top tower
I think
is under
just going back to the Dota a little bit. I think so far the day, the day went as expected, right? Dominance out of LGD, dominance out of EG, dominance out of Secret, and OG. So I was really hoping to see a little bit of upsets, especially on day 1, because that's kind of where the magic might happen.
Yeah.
But
This might
now
be
the
it.
day's still going.
Maybe it's the Beast Coast Secret match.
We had a couple of 1-1s, I think 2, right?
There were a lot of 2-0s, and then I think there
A
were
lot of 2-0s at the
there's-
beginning.
Fnatic had a 1-1, which was kind of
The
nice.
BC, right?
Proving themselves, right?
But this one is looking pretty solid for Beast Coast so
I
far.
agree.
Yeah, they're 1k behind, but it doesn't matter. I still value this man, even after the nerfs to stacking and whatnot. The hero still looks like he does what he did before. He comes up to you, he slaps you, you die.
That's true. I think with the busted heroes of the pre-patch before TI, which were pretty much Klinks and Sven, who got fixed after the OGA Invitational. They're still strong, just not as strong as they were, because they were in a place where they're absurdly strong, right? And no hero should win you a game by itself. Like, Dota has changed so much over the years to make sure that no individual hero will just completely stomp a game. And we were in a really weird place where Sven was doing that, and while he still can do that, he does need to be set up for success a little bit more than before, right? So that's the nice thing, but it's like you said, it's still a Sven. Right? They took off 5 seconds off of God's Strength. It's so what? He'll kill you in the 35 seconds,
It's the
right?
first few that matter.
Exactly. It's not like you can have a full duration God's Strength.
By the way, you're playing now pubs in EU, right? Like you're very highly ranked. You play support most of the time.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Silencer? Like, is that a hero that you like at the moment? Because I see a lot of Silencers. For real, like, what do you guys think?
No. The only reason why I'm laughing is because when Jenkins was here, he talked about how smart it is to use your ultimate as silencer, even when it, like, don't hoard your ulti and just use it. As long as you can get a carry, it's smart and very useful. And he was talking about it specifically.
That's like the opposite of how I feel about the hero. It's one of these. I mean, if you can get a carry, sure, or save your, but that hero he's gone if he uses that ulti as a position 5. So it's really necessary to use it properly, because usually when you have him, your whole team fight kind of depends on that ulti, because there's a reason why you picked it. But I'm open to negotiation here. Like, we can discuss.
So we can negotiate it a little bit. So I think Silencer was busted for a couple of reasons, and they did change him recently. He had a 2x int multiplier on his last word, and they scaled it down a little bit to 1.7 because people were doing this build in pubs, and I did it too because I was farming MMR like an animal. But no, you max his 2 nukes, right? And you just buy a Veil, you rush a Veil even on 5 Silencer, and you press your spells on a support hero, and your Veil, and they're dead. They're dead by like level 9. It's pretty ridiculous. That got scaled down a little bit, so I think his power in terms of raw damage got fixed. But Global as a spell is so useful up until the point where you're playing against BKBs and Dispels and Lotus Orbs. It's such a good spell because you don't necessarily have to be set up in a position where you can help your team, which is one of
You can be anywhere.
You can be anywhere, really, and your carry can be anywhere with the knowledge that there's a Global. So if a smoke comes to your carry when they're not expecting it, you can do your job and save them, and they can get out. So I think that is the value inherently in Silencer. It doesn't necessarily have to result in a kill, but just the negation aspect of smokes in the early game is really useful.
At one point in my, if you can even call it, professional career, I stopped playing 4, I became a 5 and a captain and whatnot. And heroes that I would play are basically Silencer and AA. Be anywhere on the map, get that farm, and just press R.
Global ulti cooldown dependent heroes.
And Lich. But back then, when you could just sit in the lane and eat creeps.
Still cooldown dependent.
With Silencer has a couple of problems for sure. One is he dies so quickly, right? Like if a PA or something or an Ursa jumps on him, he's dead. Once the enemy team has Dispels or VKBs, your job gets a lot harder. Right. A lot harder for sure. But up until that point, he is a very
very dangerous little animal.
Yes, dangerous. You can really tear the roof out of this out of game. Yeah. I also think that in pro level play, Silencer always, I mean, any global spell is amplified in pro level play because of the coordination that's there, and particularly with a good captain. I mean, I think the best 5s usually gather at TI. I think when you watch the leagues, you actually get okay 5s, but sometimes the level of captainship is a bit less. And Silencer is a really good hero for captains because you get to, as a 5, determine when you fight or when you don't, or actually when the fight goes your way and when it doesn't. And that's very unique. Not many 5s can do that. I mean, if you're playing Witch Doctor
and you're just silenced.
Right, exactly. Like he loves that. I mean, he likes doing that in real life, but you know, in the game it's better.
He's actually a really nice guy.
I know, I'm joking. I met him multiple times.
Also, you are always watching the map as a 5, but as a Silencer, you have to always be watching the map.
Right.
Because sometimes the difference between life and death is one spell, and you have to be watching in that moment for that one spell where you cast it just in time. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So it really does help when a good captain is just constantly watching, which they always should be doing, but there are some heroes who make you do it even more, if that makes sense.
And Silencer is one of them.
Silencer is one of them.
And also, Silencer commands respect, and I mean this seriously because I've watched games with Beast Coast comms where Stinger will be playing something like Witch Doctor, which is just for the lane, and then afterwards he says something, and then Hector will go, "Shut up, you're playing Witch Doctor." And that's it. And then Stinger can't speak. And then he does it. He says, "Calla," it is Witcher specifically. And that's it. And this helps him, this helps Beast Coast keep the respect.
That doesn't sound like a harmonious team composition.
No, it's beautiful. It's actually the best comms you'll ever hear. It's so good. Something I always love about them is that they actually play.
You're playing Witch Doctor, what?
Yeah, because they make jokes during the game and they laugh at each other during the game. And something that they have in a very genuine.
So it's banterish.
It's banterish, yes. And they trust each other to always do what's right for the position. So something that always surprises me about them is that they don't do anything that most good teams do. Like, they don't write down roach timings, which I thought was ridiculous. They've never wrote down roach timings. Yes, now it's in the game, so they're happy about it. They used to not do it at all. They just based it on intuition, which I think is ridiculous.
Whoa.
In team fights sometimes, they won't say, "Oh, go for this guy first, go for this guy." They just know what guy they have to go for, which sometimes lead to uncoordination, but it's impressive how coordinated they can be, considering this is what their comms sound like.
Do they practice without being in the same Discord or something?
Practice. They actually used to not scrim at all. Before TI9, actually during duration before TI10, they thought scrims were bad, and they just played pubs, not even together.
Wait, why did they think scrims were bad? Because of info? Or?
Yes, because they thought other teams would just steal their heroes
Once
instead.
they start screaming, this team is going to win TI.
Guys, I would just like to direct you for a second to...
They scrimmed out.
Oh.
Mainly because their manager forces them to scrim.
Sorry, Effie, what were you saying?
I was saying Whisper just popped off on Timber's song. We're kind of missing it. We missed it.
Yeah, they took the lead.
I'm sorry. I'm very excited about this team.
No, that's great. I'm glad you are. I'm happy to see Whisper play again. No, it's been a while, really.
Yeah, I think Timber is very, very... I think it might be his best hero. Besides his Tinker, which we'll see at some point in this tournament if they manage to make that good.
Leshrac.
Oh yes, this Leshrac.
Can't forget the Leshrac.
He was the inventor to play Leshrac in the offlane that way. He actually copied it from Brax because he saw from Brax playing it that way. And he's like, "Oh, Brax is building it wrong. I'm going to fix this."
Actually, there's another player who I think you can credit the offlane Lush to, is Death from Fnatic.
It's true, Death used to do that a lot, yeah.
So it would be unfair to take it away. But Whisper plays it ridiculously well. I love to watch the 3 and 4 of Beast Coast. It's why I became a fan of the team, actually.
Yeah,
Sorry, this game is getting
really close.
Really close, yeah. I would even say maybe a little bit difficult unless the Spoil Spirit just... No, there is the global.
This is what Chris Luck does all the time, though. You think he'll die, he doesn't. He doesn't even know if he will.
For them, though. Because
Chris Luck is a psychopath.
he kind of is, though.
Oh my goodness, Effie, we don't say those things about the players here.
No, in a good way, in the best way possible.
Yeah.
Not his character in game, not who he is as a person. I'm sure he's a lovely person.
Sometimes
you heard
in
that
the game,
Twitch clips. You heard that.
Sometimes in the game, they have to remind Chris Luck that he's in the game and what he has to do. Like, he will be farming creeps and he's like, "Hey, Chris, you're not the carry anymore." "Oh, yes, so sorry." And then he'll go far.
I'll start doing
Yeah, it's incredible.
Okay, Mom.
The fact that this team is as good as it is, I think, is the most fascinating. Their comms are, you should listen to the hot mics. It's really incredible.
You're making us want to hear them.
The other thing that's really impressive is Schofield is, I think, the only 4 I've seen that doesn't speak. He doesn't speak a word the whole game. Maybe he'll go for him something, he'll laugh, but he doesn't speak at all. So when he does a play, like he's getting out of his team, he's making space for his team, none of his teammates know he's doing that. He's just doing it on his own. This team is fascinating
So far, what you've said is one of their players doesn't speak. They sometimes don't speak at all. Rarely do they practice. When they do speak, they flame each other. That sounds like a really healthy relationship in that team. But
and they're best friends. Yeah, that's the thing.
I love it because if you are best friends, you can allow yourself, to do things like that. If you aren't, then you're a little bit more timid and careful about what you say.
It just shows how comfortable they are and how strong they are and how good their communication is. Like when you make eye contact with your best friend and you know exactly what they're saying.
And obviously I'm hyperbolizing a bit. They do speak a bit, obviously I'm just exaggerating a bit. But if you ask Hector, he is the king of hyperboles. He will tell you exactly this. He has a speech prepared.
You lied to me. My heart is broken now.
He has a speech prepared about what each teammate does, and the thing he always says about Schofield is a mute. The only thing Schofield does is watch rap battles, and he will communicate in rap verses.
Oh my goodness.
and sweet.
So we're just gonna all observe this.
I'm sorry, I was just.
I wanted to watch a team fight again.
There's a lot happening. There's a lot happening.
I was just watching Timbersaw just destroy the team. I'm sorry.
I see the problem. The Secret took that fight because remember when Chrislock, he was on that mid lane, he baited the attack
Yes, he
because
did.
of some reasons. Well, they forced the global and now
this
it's
is-
off cooldown again.
Oh, and they can fight this? Oh yeah. They're actually baiting out the Enrage as well.
And the BKB, and he's gone.
I feel like the Sven Ursa matchup is a window where Ursa is very good in the core to core, but then after a while, Sven just outfarms you.
But this build, like he has Mom with Diffusal and now into a BKB. I have a feeling it's that Basher somewhere it will be necessary. All the items that he did buy so far are good against every other hero. The Timbersaw was a huge issue for him. Timbersaw actually itemized with the Halberd and Duels, literally just dumpster the Ursa, make him not a hero in this game. And they're managing. I think this is a game for them. I think this is a game for Secret. For Disco, sorry. They're 7k ahead. And when you're this ahead at this point in the game, versus Secret anything can happen, but it's looking real damn good.
Secret is a very good team as well. I mean, one of the top teams from coming from behind as well. I think Secret OG do this really well. But this is a tough match. Their draft is not really made for that.
They don't have prophets, right? So if they manage to stay alive, they can split push and stretch you across the map.
Puck as well is
and
good at that.
Puck, yeah. I just hope Bisco. There was actually a game. Who did Secret play against? Team Spirit, right?
Yes.
Spirit was winning, and then they did exactly that. They just started split pushing. Do you guys like Nature Prophet and Nagas when they're split pushing?
Nobody
as
does.
a caster?
Nobody does.
No, as a player, as a person that has been hurt by them before.
So the thing about Nature's Prophet is you can kill him, right? Like it's not that much of a high effort play to get your teammates and go kill a Nature's Prophet. But a good Naga Siren, one of the most frustrating things in Dota is trying to play against a good Naga, trying to catch a good Naga. It's just, I hate when that hero is back in meta. There are a couple of heroes that I despise with a burning passion when they're in meta. Two of them being illusion carries, which are Naga and PL.
Fair.
Hate them, get them out of my Dota. But also Morphling, when he's in meta, I'm very sad as a 4 player. There's just like this pressure to kill him before he gets too strong, and then if you don't have any kind of healing reduction built inherently in your team or in AA or anything like that, you're trying to get your vessel timing as a 4, and you're skipping boots and you're dying and you're like, I need to get this last component, and if I don't, we're not going to kill the Morphling before his Manta style, right? Like that's what it feels like, and it's so stressful and annoying, and God, I hate that hero.
Effie, I completely agree.
I hate that hero.
I hate him as well. As a support, I hate being E-bladed down, but when I think about the build that Jenkins, I think, started on Prophet, where they just TP behind and Meteor Hammer your creeps, and then I think he started with Travels build. Nature's Prophet Travels, so you can travel from one side to the other and use your teleport spell. Like it's.
So I have a question about the draft. So Beast Coast has Tusk. I think this is the first time I've seen Tusk today, at least on my shift while I was watching. Can you explain to me how Tusk fits into this draft and what makes them a good pick?
Beast Coast played it earlier today as well. Actually.
Oh, they did?
They were actually the other team, the same team to play.
Well,
Spirit also played Tusk.
Oh, Spirit played Tusk?
They played it on offlane even, so position 3 Tusk on Spirit.
Tusk is particularly good when you don't have like an immediate stun. I mean, you do have the Earthshaker, but you know when you feel like heroes like Puck, for example, who are supposed to go away and they dream coil you and everything. The save from Tusk is really good. He's very good against heroes like Axe as well. Like long, powerful stuns, especially those that can upgrade to Pierce BKB, like Dream Coil, for example. Having that save is really, really useful. On top of the lane domination he gives you.
What about you just kick or punch the Ursa away every time he enrages?
Genuinely not crazy. Like Ursa's really bad against heroes that can move him.
Move him out of the fight. I'm not kidding, because I had a couple of matchups with Tusk versus Ursa where that happened.
So as far as stuns or instant stuns go, he's not the best. That's not really what I look at when I look at Tusk these days. I feel like he has a lot of things in his kit that make him just a nice all-around hero to have. Him being played on the offlane is a bit of a difference than the constant position 4 Tusk we saw last patch. But I just think of the physical damage boost, it's ridiculous. He got a talent recently, which is plus 25 tag team damage at level 10. That is an absurd amount of damage with max tag team and Walrus Punch. Like, you are one-shotting supports easily with phase boots as a position 3 Tusker. You are destroying them with that talent. It is just so good. And if you added up this Sven, if these two go on a target together, they can 100-0 anybody.
He's Superman. by the way.
Even a Darkseer.
He's what?
Superman Sven. He's got the ag.
Oh my god.
He's been buying it. He bought it in the game they lost against Elephant as well.
This kind of a situation, none of my teams versus Secret would find a way out. Actually, Secret would win. Like, we would be dominating. You would have everything, and if they have a Prophet and a Puck, they just split push you to that, and you can't find the right way to breach high ground. So I'm looking at this game and trying to learn from Beast Coast a little bit. Trying to learn if they will. You see what he's doing? Like, he's just stretching them. They're just trying to buy as much time as possible, and they're masters at doing that.
I think when Beast Coast actually came into the scene, when they became good in the scene, right after post TI time. I think them and TNC back then, the great TNC that won the major, were the two best teams at like elongating games and cutting waves and everything. So I think they're very aware of the style.
So they understand how to play against.
Yeah. Like they used to. Whisper Puck was probably the best offlane Puck in the moment because it was so frustrating watching him play. And games would somehow elongate, and Hector would always get this far no matter what. So maybe they just understand what exactly they would hate to play against.
It looks like they're trying to breach this high ground at least. Ursa was already forced to use ulti and BKB.
Yeah, he's in a bad position. Hector stayed there as well, just to kill him.
Well, that could be game.
This is rough.
That's game. I think Secrets have their first loss.
They just don't have the means to fight Beast Coast if they run all 5 of their heroes into theirs. They don't have enough. Even with this insane team fight of theirs, they're just getting completely overpowered by Timbersaw and Sven together.
They just don't want to even let the Furion survive. Just hunt them all down to the fountain, finish off the game, go for the throne. Or maybe, okay, a bit more conservative.
A little bit safer.
It's actually
I tell you, that is Stinger asking his whole team, please play consistent.
Okay, yeah, I can value discipline, and then you change your mind. Never mind, guys, they have no buybacks. Go! Finish that.
Whisper's just playing. If you give Whisper a lane dominating hero, particularly Timbersaw, but any hero that wins his lane, this guy will honestly carry the game for you. It's ridiculous. He is such a grinder in general. He plays so much Dota every day, and he doesn't get tired. And he always wants to win no matter what. Like, I've played custom games with him, and he'll try hard custom games so much. It is actually very annoying.
That's the mentality.
Yeah.
That's the kind of player you want on your team in TI. Though.
Yes, of course. That's the perfect mentality.
But I 100% agree with what you said. I think Whisper carries.
Yeah.
Like, when I think of Beast Coast players, I think of Whisper as their crux. He always delivers. If you set him up for success, he will deliver.
I agree.
I really love the fact that Secret, they didn't tap out. They continued playing. This is one last hurrah probably with the smoke.
That's at that point, by the way. That's actually why Beast Coast struggled when the meta shifted towards ganking so much the mid lane, because they were so used to playing the dual lanes and enabling Whisper, and they had a really hard time actually finding that balance between gank mid lane and stay with Whisper.
Pop the BKB. They did manage to take down Void Spirit and the Tusk. Can they hold on? I still doubt it, because Sven is alive and he's cleaving through them.
Hey, Tito has fun. He's right.
There are some buybacks.
There are buybacks.
Hector and Sven, every time you look at the net worth, you have to, it's ridiculous. It's like you're looking at an alchemist.
This really is.
Every single time on this hero.
But seriously though, this Blizzard, I have massive respect for them not tapping out. Like,
they wanted to give us a rampage, that's why. I think we have ourselves. Is this the first rampage of TI?
I think so. I think this was the first rampage.
Well deserved.
Good for Secret, man. That's really cool. I agree. They have showmanship. No, I'm serious.
I mean, I'm not exactly sure if that was actually the
100%.
reason, but
Well, do you tell me they didn't all feed Whisper at the same time on purpose? I'm sure.
It's an unwritten rule.
It's an unwritten rule, yeah. I mean, Puppy's been to every single TI, right? He knows all the unwritten rules of Dota. He's made some of them.
And with this game over, Sumi, where are you taking us?
well, we're supposed to vote, right? right? Who wants to vote? Well, guess what? You don't get to vote. We're gonna go to stream A. How about we take it there instead?
I knew it.
Sure
I
thing.
knew this was gonna happen.
But I just wanted to comment really quickly that that game was so interesting to me because one of the downsides of keeping up with so many games happening at the same time is it's hard to see the nuances of what led the game a certain way when you just show up out of nowhere, right?
Right.
So when I look at Secret's draft that game, I see superior team fight and I see a good carry matchup. And I don't know what happened. We tuned in and Whisper was just killing everybody. And Secret were unable to do anything. So it's kind of the opposite of what you would expect looking at that draft.
I guess the idea behind it was we will have a decent lane for this Ursa. Timbersaw won't have that much farm, right? And because of that, the Ursa will go ham. We'll win with this Diffusal Mask of Madness before Sven comes online. Because our timing is a little bit faster with Prophet tipping in, with Puck catching Void Spirit here and there. Obviously, if Timber just dominates the lane and the mid game, you can't come back. He has a halberd, the Yules.
We don't know what happened exactly in the early game, right? But just if you reduce it to just the draft, I would have favored Secret's draft going into it. So it's just curious to me. I'm probably just going to have to go home and watch it for myself and just see how it happened.
Okay, let's try to deduct this one though. What do you think?
It's still early. We're good here. We're golden.
Yeah, sure. But I just want to make one comment is during the animator, for me, it looked like the team with superior team fight more often than not won the games. Whereas here, it looks like it doesn't matter so much which team has more team fight. Of course, it's going to matter always to an extent, but it's not the end all and be all if you don't have the team fight. There are so many means to play the game in this patch that don't involve just brute forcing 5 of your heroes into 5 of theirs. So.
That's true.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Avo and Blizzard, but doesn't it seem a bit more snowbally this patch?
Maybe because we're watching so many games.
Yeah.
It all feels like one big snowball.
I actually don't know.
Because there's a Tusk in the games.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh no!
He's the snowball from Kobo. Alright, I'm sorry.
Is there one in this game or are my
He
eyes?
says that. He says that.
Yeah,
I promise, Sumi. He says that. It's not a thing.
There's Wyvern, that's some ice, I guess. It's cold. Never mind. Close enough, guys.
All right, back to the match, everybody. We're watching PSG Team Spirit.
I'll help you out. I like Team Spirit's draft here. I don't think it's this
too.
Io plus Sven. You can never dislike that, right?
It's so much better than Io Gyro. I wish more teams were trying this out.
It's a solid combination, but they do have some things that work well against it. First, you have the Wyvern, that's going to completely negate your physical damage, but it also doesn't work that great versus Snap and Razor. And you have Kunkka versus Io, so there are some things here definitely that PSG LGD can abuse, but I like this draft of Team Spirit way more than in that first match.
They're also using a combo that they actually, I believe, started using in the Animator, which is when a lot of teams were like, oh, Tiny, you can't play Tiny, right? You have to always only play Tiny with Ancient Apparition, because otherwise you can't burst them. They're like, what if we run Tiny with Scarif Mage? And they started doing that. It was very effective, because he acts as the Ancient Apparition. He acts as the extra burst that Tiny needs. And now that Tiny's being seen as a carry, sometimes you do lack that extra burst in the early. Scarif Mage will do that.
Yeah, I would love to see if Xingqiu actually maxed out Ancients here.
Yes, actually, I would like to see his build, honestly. I would like to see everything Xingqiu does. I think this guy is a god. I'm so fascinated by him. Yeah.
I agree, but yeah, so it's not just the Tiny with the Scarif Mage. We're fighting the obvious one, which is Elsie, like Elsie, Scarif.
Elsie and Kunkka as well.
Tried and true, this is like the combination. The burst and duel is almost instantaneous. But something that I wanted to note in particular when we talked about Wyvern is, yes, he does negate the physical damage of Sven, but also he is typically a counter to Io, because what happens when Io relocates in +1? You just curse.
Yep.
And you can either disengage or you can set up for a kill on that. So traditionally when you think of supports that counter an Io combo, the two that come to mind would be Wyvern and Disruptor. And it looks like they went for Wyvern for reasons that you mentioned, right?
Sure.
Excellent versus physical damage. So I just wanted to round it out, I guess.
And when you
the
see a
draft
Sven
analysis.
popping his ulti, you pop your ulti on someone next to him, suddenly that's a very sad
That's
Io.
sad. Yeah.
That is a sad Io.
Or anyone else that's next to him.
It's actually, like, if you look at LGD's draft, it's really well done. Damage mitigation with the Kunkka and the Winter Wyvern. Legion Commander is safe from a Sven stun as well, which is very important. Like, it's very well rounded.
They have double armor on PSG LGD. Like
Who
not
went
that it
armlet?
matters that you double armlet on a team, but
Kunkka
and Legion Commander actually.
Oh, Legion.
Yeah, Legion. Fate Beyond went for an armlet and a Sage's mask. That's literally what he has from the offlane.
I like the Legions that are going these days for not Blink. Like, I think the Blink Legion days are honestly over. I was a bigger fan of the Pipe Legion.
Yeah, but
and with
armlet.
What? Yeah, I think Armlet's fine. No-Till used to do this when he was playing carry on Legion Commander, and he just built Armlet. I think it's kind of interesting. I've seen Drums more, but or Blade Meal.
It's just that I'm thinking.
May I just so I just wanted to mention that Faith Beyond's kind of famous for doing wacky things on LC, especially in the Chinese region. But there was one game where he rushed an armlet, no boots, nothing. He got a 6-minute armlet, and they were diving him, and he was just toggling and getting triple kills and stuff like that.
So he's trying to class them here. Is that what you're
So
saying?
he does have a lot of fun with the hero, but we'll probably see something more conventional this game for sure.
I don't think the other is that crazy, honestly. I think we've seen it on Legion a fair amount. I feel like it gives you a lot of things that Legion would like.
The naked armlet, though.
The way
the naked armlet's crazy. No, I mean like this armlet this game. Yeah.
Yeah. But
I'm not gonna contradict you guys. I have nothing. Go armlet. 5 years.
5 year armlet.
Yeah. I wanted to say just one thing. Like when you think about a team and the team composition, your offlane is either utility or some form of initiation, right? You need some blink or something. Armlet brings absolutely nothing to the team, right? Besides being able to run in with it, which
That's their initiation, right?
Yeah, sure.
And also, Armlet's a great anti-physical damage item, right? Because it gives you 9 armor when you activate it. Against Sven and against Razor, and Snapfire, even God's Rebuke to a degree, it's actually a good defensive item. Because you can't really go, say, Vanguard against this lineup.
And speaking of Spirit's draft, we were talking about it. We talked about how LGD's draft is very well done and does quite well versus Spirits. I think something nice they have going for them is obviously the Collapse Mars with the Snapfire combination. It kind of fell out of favor the last couple of tournaments. We didn't really see this Mars Snapfire combo anymore. So I'm interested in how it'll fare because I know that if the fights are executed correctly, they can fight even against all this damage reduction and this Wyvern. But correct me if I'm wrong.
There you go, the Kunkka.
It really does feel like when you're playing against Tiny, you're playing on a timer.
But this
that's
is
what
a
it's
Tiny, right? Is it? Or is it a carry? Sorry, it's a carry.
It is carry.
You can pretty much expect him to be carry or mid
almost
this
always.
match, yeah.
It was played on offlane even by Zai.
Yes.
It can be anywhere in my opinion. Some 4, but most of the time it's the carry for sure.
But
I agree with you, by the way.
Once Tiny gets to that point where he has his moon shard and his BKB, it feels like you're on this timer of this anti-mage on steroids, right? And if you leave him alone and he decides to split push, he will kill your buildings so quickly. Yep. It's so difficult to play against this hero. And typically you'd say, well, Sven also flash farms, and you also might be on a timer playing against Sven. That isn't the case, especially if you have a Winter Wyvern on your team. So I'm worried about Spirit the longer the game goes.
Mm-hmm. When do you deal with Tiny? Like, I feel like
320,
320 for sure.
But then he has Echo Saber.
The ideal
Shadow Blade. Like.
I think a lot of teams are doing this to their own variation, but it's like carries that can farm enough in the first 20 minutes and then fight, but are really strong at fighting. Like OG was doing this with Twinks, right? You farm a fair amount, you stack Ancient, everything, you're ready to fight minute 20. Tiny's not quite there yet, and you also deal a lot of physical damage. That's what we've been seeing for 2 different iterations.
And if you've noticed, Lizard, the carries that are popular this patch are very durable. They're very tanky and they're very in your face. Like they can be the ones just going in and starting the team fight. So we're seeing Svens and Tinies and Gyros and Satanics.
As well, right?
This is the kind of carry that you're looking to play around this patch. So a 3,000 HP hero at minute 20, it's so annoying and difficult to play against.
Yeah, I have nothing to say against the 3,000 HP hero minute 20. Like, what can you do? That's what I'm asking. Like, I played versus this. I started hitting him with some of my spells. I didn't even remember what I was playing. I just remember that I wasn't doing anything to a Tiny. And I'm like, okay, I click on him, I see a wand, Echo Saber, and Power Treads. Why am I dealing no damage? Then I check his HP and he has like 2.6k.
Illusion.
Yeah.
Another hero that has a lot of HP. Earth Spirit. Not a carry, but I just wanted to give him a special shout out. We're talking about tanky. Naturally tanky heroes. I'm just my boy, highest strength gain in Dota. Just putting it out there for the new viewers, you know? The newbies to Dota. If you're interested in tanky heroes and you're new to the game and you're tuning in for TI,
Do not take Air Spirit.
Air Spirit's a great hero.
That's the last hero you should learn first. That is no way.
For sure. Meepo, then Earth Spirit, guys.
And Invoker.
And some Invoker in there.
Yes.
I just want to ask you guys one question, though. We were talking about all these heroes that are extremely popular right now.
Yep.
Are there some heroes that aren't picked that you expected them to be picked a bit more? Like, I haven't seen a single Enchantress or Chen. Maybe it's just me.
Chen, I expect to see a lot of actually,
Right?
but he's going to come out later, I think, as a secret pick because he's sleeper.
Like
he's
a secret pick or
he's
team
sleeper.
secret?
He's sleeper broken right now. I would say so. I don't know if this is a hot take, but I really do feel like he's incredibly strong. His creep in the early game is, you can get. So typically the problem
Is this some support Chen or some 2019 offlane Chen?
I would say support Chen, right? So his issue is when his camps are blocked and you're running around looking for a good one. It just feels like there are too many good creeps level 1 now that you can get, and then you just get the 700 HP creep, and if you get the ogre creep with the frost armor, you can dive towers minute 2 or 3. It's something that I think we will see a lot of later. Enchantress, not so much. I think Chen is actually better when it comes to jungle.
My bet was Enchantress. Never mind.
Yeah, no, I don't think she's great. I don't think she's great right now. She's not my favorite. But I do think we'll be seeing a lot of that hero.
What about you, Amo?
I can't really think of a hero that I mean, I've been trying to watch all 4 games, but I think most of the heroes I'm expecting have been picked. At first I thought we were going to see, we didn't see much Weaver in the beginning, then we got like 5 Weaver games in a row, which I'm very happy about. I think that hero is also broken right now.
I didn't get to see the bans or anything like that, but
yeah, he's been banned a fair amount. I think we should be seeing more Bloodseek. That's what I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Not that we haven't seen him at all, but Seb is picking it, and Seb's won 2 TIs. I don't.
We've seen him on a carry role as well.
Yeah, we have. That was Yatoro, right, playing it. So I think Bloodseeker is really good for the meta right now, and I'm.
Bloodseeker was picked at the Dota pit as well quite a bit.
Yes.
Even as a response to Clinks.
Rupture. The Ags is stupid, crazy good. And it's all you really need. Like the builds that we're seeing, like Veil, Discord, Atos is nice, but the Ags, some people are doing Ags Refresher, which is ridiculous. 4 Ruptures in a fight is not. You can't fight against
I'm talking even about the carry Bloodseeker.
Yeah, carry Bloodseeker is really strong.
Underestimated a little bit as he can dish out a ton of damage, especially to tankier heroes.
He farms like crazy. He's ready at minute 20 against Tiny.
And the meta at every tournament revolves around which heroes are discovered to be the most broken, and then you try to find answers to them.
Right.
I think to Clinks, very soon we'll see more PLs, more Nagas, maybe some Bloodseeker here and there as well, because you need these heroes that can either contain him in a spot or just overwhelm him with the amount of units that go his way.
Yeah, so typically as certain heroes rise to popularity, you will see other heroes rise in popularity for the sole purpose that they are good against that one hero. So we actually saw this with Lion. A lot of people forgot about Lion for a while until Puck kind of became the meta mid, maybe 6 months ago. And all of a sudden people are picking Lion first pick because the instant disable with Hex on the Puck was a very easy way of killing him, and you address it in the draft so quickly. And then you realize this hero is actually pretty good. It rounds out the stuns. We're good here. And Lion became a tier 1 pick because of Puck's popularity. So I think that'll happen with a couple of heroes in this Tiny patch in particular. One of them being Necro. I think we'll see a lot of Necro in response to Tiny if he does get through a draft. We'll probably see him in response to Sven's and Undying's too. I think, who else could we see in response to Tiny? Timbersaw. Timbersaw could be a hero.
Can I just ask one
Yeah, but
question?
Timbersaw's already been.
Did you say Necro because you watched Dota Pit Grand Finals where PSG LGD picked it, or is it just like just a hero that you think is good?
I did watch the Dota Pit finals. But I don't think Necro in and of itself is like wow amazing, but against these tanky heroes like Tiny, it is very good.
Wait, but what about you, Lizard? You asked the question. Now you have to answer it. What is?
I don't know. I'm just here.
I'm assuming that Monkey King is just getting banned out every game, right?
Yeah,
he is.
He's been picked quite a few times as well.
I've seen him a little bit today, but I'm assuming that because we're not seeing him in these games right now, he's getting banned.
No, he's been picked quite a bit. In some carry roles, sometimes position 4.
Mostly 4 we've seen him as.
Matu played him, I believe, on the carry too. So.
Yeah, I think the Monkey King is kind of bonkers. I'm surprised actually they're not banning more Tiny. I'm assuming Monkey King is given somewhat high priority for some other teams.
Mm-hmm. I was also hoping to see more Dawnbreaker.
No, yeah, that's actually very
true.
surprising.
That's a very good point.
Right?
I wanted to comment on that hero actually, but I think just to backtrack a little bit about the Monkey King. Monkey King, I feel, while yes, I do think Tiny is more broken in a sense, Monkey King is much more flexible. That hero can play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right now, and so can Tiny, but that's not really what you're picking him for. You don't want a 4 Tiny over a carry Tiny, but you will do that if you have to in a draft, whereas Monkey King can play each of those roles particularly well. And that flexibility in a first phase Monkey King is similar to what we saw in Pango's flexibility at ESL, where he was being played in all roles but one, basically, and doing that job very well. So I think that's why Monkey King is the top priority in bans right now. It's too hard to read a draft with the first phase Monkey
Would
King.
you say that Weaver perhaps fits the same position,
I think
or is it?
Yeah, I think Weaver. I mean, I was seeing more prevalence of Weaver 4 than Weaver carry at all. I do actually think Weaver 4 is really strong right now, but
I think we saw one Weaver carry today.
We saw one Weaver carry.
And I don't think it won either.
I mean, it depends. Weaver is also much more draft dependent. I agree that like if you pick Monkey King or Weaver, for example, in your first pick, that's why I think Tiny's a bit ridiculous. Because yes, I agree with Effie's point. For example, we saw this with DP back when, remember the DP meta where everything is DP and first pick DP every single time.
Everything is DP.
I actually hate that meta so much. I hate that hero. But that was, I agree that Flex is very strong, particularly in pro games. But sometimes, like with the Tiny, I kind of agree with your points you were making earlier that what do I do? What core do I pick against them? And teams are trying to figure out what is the core-to-core matchup. Because as Effie says, it's easier to figure that out than to figure out where Monkey King is going. But it does seem like one of those carries that just is a bit too strong.
I'll steal half of what Aydin said, Insania said before about Tiny, and half of what I did as well. Like, this Echo Saber is just such a natural build-up for him, benefits him, plus has been buffed as an item. And then you go into this new Silver Edge, which is redonkulous for him. Like, you just, every single piece of these items benefits Tiny. And the build-ups are so natural that your scaling is linear, right? You don't have to wait for this certain point, 30-minute mark, when you're insanely strong and no one can beat you. Like, let's say, as an anti-mage, right? You're constantly beneficial to your team's objective-taking capabilities. I won't analyze anymore. I'm sorry. Like,
no, that was great. I completely agree with your point.
Why are you saying sorry?
They went all silent after.
Sorry, I zoned out a little bit.
I was
I was just
processing
watching.
the information because you made my brain bigger. I'm sorry.
So this is kind of difficult in that, like, I'm trying to see what's happening here, but then I'm also trying to listen to the conversation. And
I was watching Tiny smash buildings, like Effie mentioned earlier.
It is very satisfying to watch him hit things, to be honest.
And this Legion commander with the shard as well, just pumping him up.
Legion, to a degree, you know how we were talking about the whole counter meta, right? You see a hero, the counters become popular. To a degree, that helps that hero also become popular. Legion might start becoming very popular. We saw No-Tail try Legion 5 earlier, and Legion Tiny is just, obviously the synergy speaks for itself, right? The burst is great, obviously the shard works right with Tiny, the extra attack speed is incredible, and her laning is pretty good. Even her timing is good with Tiny.
Yeah, and the Dispel on Press the Attack is so useful for a carry that you don't really want getting stunned. And do you remember when the meta was pretty much, I know you watch a lot of China as well, Avo. Do you remember when the meta...
As opposed to Lizard, okay, yeah.
I just analyzed the 2 seasons I was there. I was just asking questions back then as well.
Lizard is the interviewer.
Yeah, I was just asking questions, guys. Don't mind me.
And Lizard, of course, it goes without saying.
No, just how.
Okay, so I was trying to be engaging. But do you remember when Elsie plus Void was a very popular combination for the one reason that you're not playing around your Elsie and Elsie. It's just that if your Void gets stunned, it's a carry you don't want to get stunned. You had the Elsie behind him to negate that instantly, and that's a concept of the hero that not enough people look at, I would say.
I agree.
Quick vote. Since PSG LGD did take that 2-0 over Team Spirit, we now have to vote between the 2 streams that we have available to watch right now, between stream B and stream C.
I'm going to give my vote to Lizard because I don't want him to think that I don't appreciate him.
Thank you so much. So my 2 votes are going into stream D. I want to draft.
All right, well, sorry. That's not an option.
I would like to watch Beast Ghost versus Secret.
All right, well, we're going to B stream You don't get the choice because guess what? Production has 1,000 votes. We're going to stream B.
If you tell me the names of the streams, I'm not sure who.
I'm a broken man. Ava lies to me. Production doesn't care about my 2 votes, not even 1.
Look, hyperbolizing is not lie. All the authors do it. All right, I'm just a writer.
The entire world does it.
Yeah, that's actually very true.
We're watching
Have you
Fnatic
ever
and
read
Elephant.
the news?
Oh, Fnatic Elephant.
Yes.
Oh. I actually think this match, like Blizzard said, I completely agree with your point that this is a pretty big match for Elephant because you're kind of proving that, oh hey, I know we sucked against the region before, but we're good now against the region. Because Fnatic, like you said, they scrim a lot. I also feel like Fnatic's style is similar to Elephant. They're the more explosive team in SCA, with Raven being the rock of the team. And Elephant is also the more explosive team in China. That's what they're considered to a degree.
When you look at Fnatic,
I would agree with that.
When you look at Fnatic, they did pretty well in the first series. This one versus Elephant is a bit tougher. I'm just wondering how well they can rally the squad up, as they have these 5 freelancing players. That's how I feel about it.
That's true.
They brought
What do you mean by
Shuan.
freelancing?
Yeah, they playmaking. You have 2 supports that are in position 5s or 4s. They're both kind of in the middle, or you can say they're both position 4, Jabs and DJ. When it comes to the 3 other 4s...
Jabs doesn't want to play 5, but he keeps being put in that position.
Well, he just plays 4 then.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
Swap, it doesn't matter. But these other 3, they've
Jabs.
switched up quite a bit in the season. They made some changes. Masaros and Moon are both out. Then some players changed positions as well.
CEO Moon.
CEO Moon, I said that on the previous panel, so no, I'm not trying to repeat it, but thank you for that. I'm actually worried. I was worried for Fnatic, thinking that maybe they will not be able to perform on the same level because they made so many changes, but so far it's looking all right.
I think that's a very valuable point that you mentioned, which is that they have 5 strong individual players, but do they have the team synergy yet? It seems like they won the qualifiers on the back of how skilled their players were individually, and not particularly because they did anything amazingly together, right? So we have to see this meshing come to light in these kinds of games, and I hope the groups are the best time for you to do this, but at the same time you can't completely mess it up. I was going to say a different word, but I caught myself.
Yes.
Well, they did mess up the plays in the Dota pit. I believe Team Spirits were the ones that 2-0'd them, that managed to disqualify them from the...
I see we're only swapping between you and me.
Didn't really... Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Ava, for joining us. See you in a little bit.
Yes.
Then he's going to eliminate me.
Really?
Yeah, we're in... Didn't you know we're in Dota Survivor? So he just got eliminated. We're gonna swap it out. What's up, AUI? Welcome back. Same seat.
Yes.
Back to analyze more matches.
What's going on?
Hi.
Hi.
All right, that was awkward. Back to the match, everybody. Fnatic and Elephant. So, have you been able to watch the match so far?
A little bit.
Okay.
There's a lot of Dota happening.
Definitely. So we just hopped in a couple of minutes ago. We were talking about how Elephant they have a superstar team, but they haven't really like meshed together. They're
Fnatic.
Sorry, Fnatic.
But you can say the same for Elephant. It counts.
I would want to comment on that a little bit. I do think Elephant have been meshing together very well. It took a while to get to a style of Dota that they like, but I think as far as the Chinese teams go, they play the highest tempo, and they can be the most explosive. The last regional tournament that was played in China, they actually stomped through upper bracket, beating teams like Aster and LGD with ease, until their lack of creativity in their drafting made them lose in the grand finals, and they got 3-0'd by LGD, who of course had a lower bracket run. My boys LGD, but before that they looked completely dominant. So they found a way to play, and they found players to play behind, particularly in their 1 and their 2. And they play a very sacrificial 3. They don't give Yang that much fun. And it really, really works for them. And I think that's the style of 3 we'll be seeing a lot. But I think Elephant, if they can have that diversity in their drafting that they lacked a few months ago, they are the dark horse of this tournament. They're one of my personal favorites.
Well, that's what I said. And then Insania laughed at me. He's like, he's an elephant, dark horse, what's wrong with you?
I think I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard that this morning.
But we understand each other.
He doesn't watch
you can
the
tell me that.
Chinese
I mean,
tournaments.
I think Insania was laughing not because it's more like you're calling them dark horses, and he looks at the players and he's like, no way,
that's
no,
true,
those are
that's
dark
funny.
horses, right?
But what they also found was super, right? This capital S.
Capital S super.
Yeah.
It was weird because they had Red Panda before, right? And he's a really good player, but it just shows like sometimes in teams it's just a fit. Like he had 4 veteran superstars, and he's like some young 5 trying to captain the
Upcoming 5,
team.
it's so difficult.
It's so hard, and it's very easy for him to like lose his way, lose his identity, and then he just can't do it.
I'm glad you brought him up, Curtis, actually, because they did the swap, right? He went to RNG, and on RNG, they've been performing very well ever since he joined, so it really is just about the fit. And Red Panda has this really weird, unconventional 5 style where he plays Brewmasters and Voids. He innovated the 5 Voids, actually. It was refined by RNG and Red Panda, and that kind of style did not suit Elephant. They do like to play more traditional in their picks, and that's why they've been looking a lot better.
Do you think that now, in season 2, they got ROTK, and everyone was like, okay, this is it. He's going to bring his strong voice and hand and make them play properly because everyone was just doing their own thing before. And then nothing happened. They ended 5th. And then they changed Super. Now you have these 2 veterans that have been together since, what, Team DK or something like that? Do you think that the 2 of them together can force the young stars to play properly and play as a team, as one unit?
So I think 2 things. Like when a coach joins a team, it's very hard for one individual to completely change a team around unless they have some insight with a team that's really simple and really basic, and they say it, and every player on the team's like, oh yeah, that's true. Why weren't we doing that? So example is that like a coach might come to a team and say, you guys have 2 5-position players. One of you needs to be more greedy and play 4.
Yep.
And they adjust something simple like that, and it's really easy for outsiders to see that, but it's way harder to see from the inside. And the other thing is, it does help as a coach a lot to have that like insider guy who helps you translate your message even more. I don't know exactly how it is because I think Chinese coaches operate differently than Western coaches. Like Western teams, almost always is a player still with the most power, and in Chinese teams it just seems
It's
like
not the same.
yeah, the coach is God. Like,
I've seen some of those booths. Oh, I've heard some screams as well. Yeah.
yeah. I don't know which system's better, but honestly, I was surprised ROTK didn't move them forward more from season 2. It's probably just like you were mentioning, Effie, Red Panda plays like these Voids and Brewmasters. But if you look at the cores on Elephant, they're very greedy. Like they need someone who's more sacrificial, more experienced. And all the Neo 5s that come in the scene, they're not usually that type of player. They'll do some cool things, but you don't want that if you have some paparazzi, Eurus and maybe Somnus. They change their names so much.
Somnus, yeah.
I'm a boomer, so you just need someone stable who gives them a good game so they can shine.
And that's why Yang is such a good fit for Elephant, because he's kind of an unsung hero in that regard, that he will give up all of his farm and he will play from behind for his 2 greedy cores. And it's unfortunate that a lot of people will blame Yang for having a poor game when they don't realize how much he's actually sacrificing of his own game to enable these 2 cores of his.
It's weird when you build the superstar teams, because traditionally Yang, he's also been captain on his team. Like before Elephant, was it just OGD? I don't remember. But so. Even the team before that, I don't know if it was on LFI, I can't remember. But he was a player that he actually needed some space to get going, because anytime you want to make calls, you're first judging it based on your own strength. So now they're turning Yang sort of into a player he's not, because he wants to try to accommodate his other players. It's like that EG roster with like Fear, Sumail, and Arteezy. And then you would have Fear who's playing position 1. He would often become some like weird sacrificial player. That's not really what Fear is. Yep. And then that team lost its identity. It's like sort of the same situation happening there.
I have to mention just one guy that you haven't so far, it's FY. And in the seasons, he looked like the only one that was actually professional there and doing his job. Every single game, you could see him in the right positions, doing exactly what he needs to be doing, playing Rubik's, Shakers, whatever, his standard signature heroes, or anything that's in the meta. However, there was a huge discrepancy between him and the core players and what they were doing. That's why they finished 5th in the 2 seasons. But right now, they're looking like a much better team.
They definitely are, and their results are the results are so much better than what we've seen, than what they've previously shown us.
Speaking of results in this game, Fnatic are crushing them. And
Yeah.
they just picked up an Aegis. Curtis, I was curious what your opinion on Razor is as a hero. Because BSJ earlier was saying that he's super underrated. And for me, he's always just kind of been a counter pick more than something you'd build your draft around.
I think that sounds right. I think picking Razor blind doesn't
Doesn't
sound
sound
like when did he
fake,
get
yeah.
drafted here, do you know?
It's into the gyro.
Okay,
whatever he
because
got.
that's a traditional counter, right?
By the way, that's my guess. I didn't see the draft.
We didn't
Okay.
see it.
But I just
Yeah, we
see
didn't
the
That's what I
gyro.
would
Yeah.
assume too.
Like you wouldn't pick gyro into Razor, right? So
Yeah. I mean, they probably saw. Actually, it's hard to speculate on it, honestly. But I think, yeah, he is a counter pick, and he is probably strong and undervalued. The thing about Dota is, like, you can pick most heroes in the game in specific scenarios, and they'll look really good. And how strong a hero is often, like, how many of those scenarios, even though your opponents will pick something, will that hero still look good? I think Razor maybe a bit undervalued, but you can't just, like, pick him. Like, if you pick him in the wrong scenario, this hero will be useless.
So one of the things that I heard earlier, because we watched the first match of this, is that Elephant beating Fnatic in the first game was like the big surprise so far of groups. Would you agree with that, Lizard?
I wouldn't say that it's necessarily a big surprise. I think it was something that was necessary for Elephant. They needed to take one of these stronger opponents in order to just stabilize themselves and really boost their confidence, because the seasons have been rough for them. Besides the I-League that you mentioned, they truly haven't performed. They did manage to qualify to the TI, but that was over eHome, and eHome was really struggling. At one point, they were even delegated to the lower division, right? And because of that, I feel that they needed this win. Was it completely a surprise? I wouldn't say so, as this could just easily go 1-1. Fnatic is also top of their group in SCA and is looking extremely strong too.
Right. Well, speaking of,
Simi, did you mean Fnatic versus Vici being the surprise?
I think it was the first match of this series because Elephant took the first game. Yeah.
Okay, because I remember talking about Fnatic Vici earlier, and people didn't expect that to draw. But yeah, I can see that being in this series.
Oh, speaking of surprises, Dota celebrity coming through.
Out of my way, you flip! Make way, Dota celebrity.
Please, sit first.
There's too much MMR on this panel. Get out of here, right? Somebody's got to speak for the plebs.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, Lizard. Thank you
Get
so
out,
much
Lizard.
for joining us.
Your time is done.
Thank you.
The block leader.
Hey, these memes are too big and no one understands what you're talking about, Happy. No one understands. Hello, panel. How y'all doing? Welcome.
This is my first time getting to sit in a Dota event with you. I've done some other like Steam stuff, but this is the Dota.
Yes,
Dota,
it's
Dota
unfortunate for not only both of us, but the entire community, Sumi. It's so good to be with you here today. How are you enjoying the Dotes, by the way? You play, right?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
A lot of people don't really know that, but I guess now they do.
I didn't mean it like that.
No, I'm just
Sorry.
kidding. No, I'm just trolling you.
Favorite hero, Sumi?
Rubik.
Rubik?
I'm a big Rubik fan.
God, that's pretty impressive. Especially for a new player.
You're a woman of culture.
I'm not a new player, Jake.
Wow. For someone who just started recently, or at least I hope did.
Well, you know what my favorite hero is? Windrunner. Windranger.
Okay, shut up, Sumi.
Big fan.
I guess you're the host
Biggest
now.
fan.
Good, very good, Sumi.
I too enjoy Windranger.
Slacks, did you like Windranger when she built Battle Fury as a first item?
What year was that?
It's Dota 1.
Dota 1?
You have mass Battle Furies because it's the best damage item.
Battle Fury Windranger. Yeah, sounds like all my pubs. Thank you, Owie. Bringing it back.
It was
Windranger
actually a
players?
thing.
Yo, real talk. You just heard it from a TI winner right there. If you're on the enemy team playing Windranger, Battle Fury. He recommended it. Anytime.
Yeah, back in 2008.
I'm raising my hand.
Yes.
Okay, so not only was it a good damage item, but back in Dota 1, people did this thing where they stacked perseverances. because there was, seriously, I remember it was wild. It was the wild, wild west out there. But people didn't like to go back into the fountain, and they liked to spam their spells. So everyone would go buy Perseverances. And in Dota 1, Perseverance gave +10 damage.
Yeah.
Do you remember? So people would just stack them, and then they would do builds up like Battle Fury on Lincolns on ranged heroes, and it didn't matter. And Wind Ranger was the same, so it was great. You brought back memories of my
Do you ever
teenage
collect
years.
the 6 Dragon Balls? You build 6 Perseverances?
Yes, did you ever play Lord of the Rings in Dota 1?
Wait, what's happening? I came on this panel. We was like a
we started
lizard
talking
giving
about
us
Dota 2 and then immediately segued into Dota.
Dragon Ball Dota 1. Guys, this is the international time. I know it's the look back TI, but nobody's building Dragon Balls anymore, Allie. Fun fact though, OD Pixel, we looked at his first games he played. It was all Perseverances for like months.
Yeah.
Homie knew. He knew.
That was a Dota 1 Pro build.
All right, well, Jake, you're new to the panel. What
Yes.
are your thoughts on this matchup between Fnatic and Elephant?
Fnatic and Elephant.
Yes.
I have Elephant in my last place, Sumi. That's where I have
You
Elephant.
have Elephant
you
in
have-
last place.
Shut up, Allie. Don't laugh at me.
You have Elephant going home.
I have Elephant going
Like
home.
from groups.
Yes.
Okay.
What?
They think they're too good. They think they're too good. A bunch of stars coming together and are trying to align, and they got too much going on. It's TI5 secret, I'm telling you. It's as soon as something goes rough on that
TI5
team.
Secret didn't get last place.
They didn't? Uh-oh.
They got top 8.
Not how I remember it, Howie. Not how I remember it. Wow, how they doing? They beat Fnatic already?
Yes.
That's not good.
That is the first game was taken by
Who
Elephant.
did Elephant play before this? Do you know?
I'm
I'm pretty sure I watched that game
Yeah,
too.
they lost 2-0. Maybe.
Let's see. Fnatic's last game was against Vici. Vici and Fnatic.
Was it
How'd it go?
I don't have the results on the
All right,
screen
I will
right now.
check
I have
the results.
Yeah, go ahead. Go on your little phone and tell me what you think, analyst, as we continue the panel.
I was just about to ask why he disagreed with Elephant, but I guess we can have him look on his phone instead. But why do you disagree with Jake's placement of Elephant?
It's just because
Elephant played Beast Coast. They 2-0'd them.
Beast Coast 2-0'd Elephant.
No.
Elephant. So can I just put this into perspective
So Elephant are
for you?
3-0 right now.
A little bit.
Go ahead.
Mr.
Sure.
Slacks. So Elephant 2-0'd Beast Coast, and Beast Coast just took a game off of Secret.
I was having dinner, but go ahead.
They just
Secret.
took a game off of Secret. So Beast Coast are good, and they can compete, and they can upset even the strongest
But
contenders.
Elephant will destroy Secret. That's what we're getting to. Right?
No, we're not doing the rock, paper, scissors thing. I'm just saying that Beast Coast is capable of competing against these top teams.
Elephant might be the best team in the world.
Daddy's tournament predictions are not looking good. Daddy's gonna lose some shards today.
You're fine. But they are an incredibly competitive team. And
Well, yeah, they have the superstars.
it's not just the superstars, it's just, we were talking about it earlier before you joined Slacks, but the replacement they did a couple of months ago where they swapped out Red Panda for Super completely shifted the kind of Dota that they play. And something clicked for them, and they found the style and they found the way that they wanted to distribute farm priority on the map to specific heroes, and they've been owning pretty much. They looked so strong. They looked like they could beat LGD,
Damn.
PSG LGD at the OGA Dota Pit China, right? Until
Jeez.
LGD 3-0'd them in finals.
They looked like it though, which is a
Because
great
they were
point.
busting out like Pudge and things.
Yeah.
Actually,
Not gonna be a stan here.
I want to comment on the Pharaon build because I think it's really cool.
Yeah, what's
Playing
up?
Some 4 Nature's Prophet. Went Spirit Vessel, which I don't know why, but this item started to feel really good in pubs. Like nothing really changed on the item. I mean, obviously it's good versus Isle. And then he gets an Aghanim, which they buffed a lot. It's like 2 seconds to 3.8, and it just like roots heroes. And it also like cancels TPs, it stops channeling. I was playing like a Skyrath with a Nature's Prophet. You could just click the ulti on them with Aghanims and you can Skyrath out them. And it's having pretty big impact this game, I think.
The vessel?
No, the Aghanims on Pharaon. He already has both, like Vessel Aghanims on 4 position.
Now, for some of our new viewers that are just tuning in and never seen Dota, what does that do?
The Nature's Prophet Aghanims?
Yes, for the new viewers.
For the new viewers. It makes your ultimate lower cooldown and then it makes it root enemies that hits. It starts at 2 seconds and it goes up to 3.8, I think.
Shout out for you, newer viewers. That sounds
You're
very
welcome,
useful.
newer viewers who didn't know.
I did know, Owie. I could have told you if you simply asked, but you're too rude and continue talking.
Wait, it looks like Elephant are going to try to contest this rush because you really don't want to give this second Aegis to Storm Spirit again. Well, actually, Storm didn't get it the first time, it was Razor. But this time I would expect it to go in Storm.
Yeah.
Does Razor have like Aghanims and...
We would have to wait for the Observer.
Okay.
So for new players, what does Aghanims do on Razor?
It makes it hit 2 targets.
That sounds pretty good.
His ultimate. Usually it hits 1 target. But then
And
with Aghanims,
buildings?
they'll hit 2 and buildings.
See,
which is the more important part, honestly.
Wow, thank you.
That's what we call a joke, Sumi.
Now it looks like
I don't even know how to engage with you right now.
So sorry, continue.
Fnatic have
So
good control of the
chaotic.
Roshan pit right now. They're just using Nature's Prophet to push the side lanes. And even though Elephant can use Relocate to try to deal with it, it's just too much pressure. All the maps like closing in on them and they just get picked off into Roshan.
So serious question, why, because Storm is supposed to be the best Aegis carrier in the entire game, right?
For reasons that Curtis mentioned, like if Razor is the building hitter, so especially if he has an ads, like you do want to get the
I
Aegis.
think at this point, he actually went for like pure right click. They just clicked on him. He has like AC Scotty, which is the exact same thing, right? Like you're still hitting buildings the same way. Maybe even better with Aegis and Eggs, because if you die, I think you lose your ultimate.
And I really like the Scotty pickup versus Io. It's really nice, and it gives Razor that extra durability that he's going to need. But this high ground looks really hard to reach, actually.
It does, and this is even with the Hoodwink. I call Hoodwink by another name, so I don't know what her real name is.
What is it?
It's Furry.
Oh, shout out to many of our viewers at home.
Like once she comes online, like I don't know how you're supposed to breach high ground normally.
So what makes pushing high ground just because of the ultimate, or?
They have like a lot of long range nukes, and your building damage
yeah.
isn't like you have to commit in if you want to hit buildings normally. Like it's very slow just hitting it from low ground. So they have to like blink in and storm jump sound or ravage in order to really breach high ground like this.
Just watching the way it's hard for Razor to walk up and hit the building, I do think the Aegis should have gone in turn. Because you do need him
Like
to
you just dive in and try to go
you
for
have
it.
to, because you can't just walk up.
So
But
did
they're
they
playing
put the
against.
Aegis on Razor so that he could frontline and just go up with his ulti and hit the building?
Yeah, so
But it's
basically
not
what
working out.
Aegis does, if you're hitting high ground with Aegis, it makes it so that they have to commit on you. Otherwise, you're going to lose the building, right? So you put pressure on them. But the thing is, if they commit on you and they only cut Aegis, you're still able to reset the fight. The thing is, I feel like Elephant, honestly, like that BKB from Gyro is very scared. Like you sort of want them to jump you in front of your tier 4s. And like hopefully you can relocate off. If you're just BKBing the moment Storm jumps, like you're just going to lose in 9 seconds when your BKB runs over however
And
long.
they just smoked, so they could be going for a sneaky play on the bottom lane, and they are. So this pressure by Nature's Prophet was actually really nice on those top racks, because it would have been too slow of a process if they were just defending this one lane.
Well, that's the target that you want right there. Okay, yeah, that is looking pretty much disaster style. That was a great turnaround, great call out there. Yeah.
Gyro just has no BKB for that play, and they just jumped him and the save, and there's like no hope in the team fight for Elephant.
GG.
Honestly,
GG already. All right, what are you gonna do? These new Nature's Prophet stuff, Sumi. You know, he's the rat. They're like New York City rats now. Those things are goddamn gigantic. How do you fight against that? You ever see that video where the rat takes the whole piece of pizza in New York City? That's Nature's Prophet now. It's terrifying.
I haven't, but yes, we've seen so much Nature's Prophet today that yes, I would agree that it's pretty much the him and his big trance are the equivalent of a big rat stealing a pizza in New York City.
Thank you.
100%
that was a
agree.
really concise analogy, Slacks. Thank
Finally.
you. I actually was very confused before that.
I'm confused now, because what do you mean a rat eating a pizza in New York City? I haven't seen this video. Is this?
Well, for our new viewers
Is this
that
a
have
known-
never seen a rat before.
Wait, before we get into that, sorry, we have the quad stream up, but we do need to pick one between C or D. My vote is personally for C.
I think we should watch Beast Coast for Secret, because Beast Coast won game 1, right? Is that
Beast Coast versus Secret.
It's Beast Coast and Secret.
That
did
does
Beast
so-
Coast win game 1?
They did?
Yes, they did.
Okay. I want to watch that.
What is
Wow.
Can we
What
watch
does
that,
stream
please?
see? I can't see.
What a rude man. She literally said, which one should we do? I would like to do this. And then you just immediately
really wanna
said,
see that one.
I want to see other one and
Well-
pointed.
She asked for our opinions.
What is stream?
That is true. I did ask.
Okay.
So what were
see?
you?
What is stream see?
He's like four times.
Vici IG.
IG and EG.
Wait, it's EG.
Wait, no, not
Vici.
EG.
Vici IG.
Vici and
SG Esports.
SG.
SG Esports.
That's right. I got eyes
And
like a
VG.
hawk.
Vote D with me?
Wait, did you
I-
really see that far?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Wait, okay, vote. C. All for C, raise your hand. All right, it's just
Oh,
me.
I see. See?
You just did that to make it 2-2.
No, I
we're-
didn't.
Well, guess what? We're in C.
Hell yeah.
We just overruled both of you. Now I feel really
I
bad.
see how it is.
That's host power.
I feel so bad.
Run with it. You own the panel.
I don't own the panel. We are all a team.
Can we veto if this one looks obvious after a few minutes?
All right, well, sell it to me. Why is it obvious? What
No,
do you got?
if it does, because
Oh,
it's looking pretty good.
I see.
I think they've got a lead and they've got a terrible lead.
That's another Monkey King. Looking like a lot of
All right,
monkeys. Now,
they're
Bat
better
Rider.
map control, they're better team fight,
Yeah.
and they're ahead
With a Terrorblade.
with the Terrorblade.
Scary.
So basically, you're both saying that the winner is obvious.
Well,
No,
I mean,
it's never obvious.
SG can win, like you always can in Dota, but it's low percent. Oh,
Oh,
push to easy?
there we go. Beautiful. Look
This is
at
how you
that.
come back. You just need to put the view on the cliff.
You've got to channel the spirit.
Do you feel like ever since Lotus Orb came out, Bat Rider is just kind of, you know,
Do you
having
remember the
some hard
patch like
times?
3 months ago where
No.
he's the most broken hero in the game?
I do, but he's different now.
He's still broken.
Okay.
He's not absurdly broken, but he's incredibly strong. I would still put him at A tier mid heroes right now.
Wow. I mean, the hero has intrinsically not changed that much, though. It's still exactly the same. It's just a
They
repositioning
changed
drag.
him a lot though. Like the thing about Bat Rider is he was so fundamentally broken when he was introduced to Dota that they nerfed different aspects of him. Like first was like the Firefly, it had 1800 night vision, and you build like Mask of Madness travels on him, so you could lasso so far away. And Lasso was broken, and then now for a bit it was the Shard plus Sticky plus any neutral item was broken. They keep having to find different things to nerf about him because his toolkit is inherently so strong.
Yeah. You see that so many times on any hero that can really reposition people easily. Like, it's so hard to balance for that kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
Tiny, my God, that hero is just, it seems like every patch he's just first pick crazy stuff all over again. So, yeah, and here we are at TI once again, my first pick, first ban, huh?
And I like that word that you used, repositioning, because you're never really out of a game if you have a hero that can reposition, right? And even a hero that a lot of people dislike having in their games, Pudge, can turn games around with a single hook into the base, right? Magnus, a skewer back, can change a game.
Windrunner
Tiny,
Shard.
A toss back, Windrunner Shard. While it's not the greatest tool,
It's awful. Continue, sorry.
it's nice. You know, it does add a difference to team fights. And Bat Rider being one of them. Another being Earth Spirit. His repositioning tool was so broken, they had to change it. They had to make his kick slower. They took away his Aghanim Scepter, which used to kick people back from a very long range away. They made it so you have to be melee to the hero, and it stopped being a lasso. Before, you used to just rush Aghanims on Earth Spirit, go in, buy Blink Dagger, go in, and then just stone somebody and kick them back from 500 or 600
Into your
range
fountain.
away. Now,
Literally
yeah.
into your fountain.
And now you can't really do that anymore.
Yeah.
But they do have to fix these heroes, and Darkseer even.
Yeah, the
Darkseer's been
vacuum.
nerfed
I
so
mean,
many times.
TI1, that's just repositioning. Well, coming from a filthy Earth Spirit spammer like you, I will take that at your word. Disgusting.
I would say Earth Spirit spammers are good people and intelligent people, unlike certain heroes that may or may not be present in the current meta. Tiny.
Very cool, very funny.
Very true. Would you rather play against Tiny or Earth Spirit?
Oh my
We
goodness!
have a guest coming onto the stage, another Dota celebrity, Tsunami.
chant Remnant you and boulder smash you out of here if you don't mind.
Please, you've kicked me away.
Kicking you away. I'm sorry. It's the way it goes sometimes.
Goodbye. It was fun. Slacks, don't bully anyone.
I'm not a bully.
See me, feel free to insult him.
Oh, I do that enough when we're not on TI stream.
That's bullying.
I got a vector target you. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you.
Bye,
All right,
Abby.
bye,
See you
Abby.
soon. Welcome, Tsunami.
It's been a while. What did I miss?
You missed.
In Dota 1,
Missed a
Windrunner
lot of
built
Dota.
Battlefield.
Would you shut up,
Well,
Allie?
because she wanted cleavage, right? That was
Oh,
the,
okay.
the strategy,
That
right?
was very fast.
Hey, Effie. My God.
Now, not why you build it on range, though?
Okay.
I know we give different attack animations for Tidehunter. That was supposed to be everyone built Battle Fury on Tide.
Okay, so this game,
Why?
they gave the LC
Left me out to
Aegis.
dry there.
Sorry. They did build on Battlefield for an attack animation.
Thank you.
It was an anchor
verify
smash
it was.
animation.
Yes,
Fun around.
that did happen. Anyway.
No, because I saw something. Like the Legion Commander, he picked up Aegis because he's the save versus lasso. And Terrorblade Aegis is sort of pathetic because you lose meta.
Ah.
So it's sort of a cool decision. Like, I think Aegis usage in general has gotten more thoughtable at least. Like even the last game we were watching, we were saying like people would always put on Storm, but there are niche cases where you want it on a hero that can break base or start the fight for you in a different way than Storm. And it's good to see people think about things more in Dota in general.
Yep, not a lot of that happening. People thinking about things in Dota.
All right, so one question I have for all three of you is that we've heard and seen a lot of VG gaming throughout the year, throughout the DPC. We haven't really seen too much of SG Esports. So what are your thoughts on the team? Do you think that they're a contender to make top 4? Or do you think that they'll maybe land in the lower 4 to maybe 9th?
The current highest placement for Brazil at TI is last place right now. It was Pain Gaming, that had Weehaw. South America has done well with Peru and Infamous doing top 8 at TI 9. And for SG, they didn't even do that great in either of their DPC seasons. It was really this qualifier that, to me, seemed unpredictable. Avo saw it coming, apparently. He saw the writing on the wall. Their DPC was underwhelming, and most of the favorites, the Brazilian favorite of No Ping, was eliminated super early on in the South American qualifier. And so, as far as I'm concerned, my benchmark for SG is not getting eliminated in groups. I think that would be a great look for them, and I think it's a possibility. Outside of that, I am going to consider them underdogs every single match of main event, I'm pretty sure.
The thing about SG that's weird is that they were actually really highly touted in the scrim scene. During, I think maybe the first DPC, but before that, like teams would say like, this team is literally better than Quincy, EG, and Undying in scrims. Like they were destroying people and they were on ping. And then they just, I don't know what happened, but they just ended up not showing results in DPC. I think I've heard some criticism for like they're not able to end games properly or something. And like when the pressure gets higher, maybe that comes into play more as teams like hang on a lot more in officials than in scrims. But I think their upward potential should actually be quite high. I mean, I have no idea. I haven't really seen them play much, and I don't get to watch their scrims. But there is something there.
Holy moly. Sorry, continue.
And part of what I think is there is these 5 players have been playing together for a while. It's not just
Right.
like so many of the Chinese teams were just like, okay, we need to make a DPC team real quick. These are the free agents available. These guys had been playing together on an older No Ping, and then No Ping canceled their Dota 2 squad because there was no international in 2019. And so they were like, we can't afford to keep a Dota 2 squad. So they kept playing together unsigned for a while as Team Brazil.
Did they used to have King
I don't have a question. Yawawiwa, look at these ravages in the Monkey King old.
These 5 players.
Okay.
Zang Pow.
King RD was on the other No Ping.
I see, okay.
All right, nerds, here's the deal about SG Esports. Here's the real deal. I got my theory here. Check this one out. Beast Coast, the best team in South America. Can anyone disagree? Not really.
No, not
Come on.
They didn't get first place in season 2.
Whatever.
Okay.
But Beast Coast, the best team in South America. Now, SG Esports has a very unique play style. Do you know what that play style is? The exact opposite of Beast Coast. These guys play and do everything that Beast Coast doesn't do because that is their biggest training in the region. Now, Beast Coast is doing well in the tournament, taking games off of Team Secret. Incredible stuff. I believe Beast Coast will create the meta past the group stage after they do extremely well. Everybody will be surprised by them except SG, who built their entire style around beating Beast Coast. All these other teams that are less familiar with Beast Coast's stolen meta, they don't know how to play it well. These guys know how to beat it best. They might make it out of groups.
They don't beat Beast Coast in the DPC, though. If this is an anti-Beast Coast stretch, shouldn't they be beating Beast Coast?
Don't you understand, though? Everyone else has studied how to beat Beast Coast, and they will beat them on a different way.
Oh, I see.
However, adopting their meta, leaving only SG alive. Monkey King.
That is a very bold claim.
Thank you.
That is a
Assuming-
very bold claim.
Even calling
I know
it
you were
claim
trying
is
to
kind
say-
of bold.
I'm trying to say something positive.
Tangents.
I like it though.
Thank you, Sue.
I appreciate it. I appreciate that you're uplifting all the teams.
I know Aoi is an advocate of the economy of speech in Dota. You know, you really need to keep your communication as efficient as possible, especially in game. And I feel like that was a lot of words.
That was a lot of
It
words.
was a lot of words.
But they were all very meaningful, so I appreciate that you said them. We are all better for it.
I genuinely dislike you. But can we continue?
Seriously, we're all friends here. I promise. It doesn't really sound like it, but
I don't
you
want
know,
anyone
when,
at home to get
when Flax fires AUI, I guess this
As the head of
animosity
the Western Cabal.
Western Bloc.
The Western
no
Bloc.
one understands these jokes. Stop. Anyway, okay, can we talk a little bit about Morph City here? Morphling. Oh, is that an E-Blade on Batrider? Or is that a thing?
I can start sharing some statistics with you.
is.
It's we're pretty deep into the group stage, so at this point it's still only day one, but since so much Dota is being played, I can give you some win rates and contention rates if you're interested.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay, so
Scanning.
which hero do you think so far, out of all the matches played so far, which hero is the most contested, most picked, most banned?
Monkey King.
Tiny.
There are 3 correct answers. You got the first 2. Slacks.
Io.
Oh,
Sorry.
please raise your hand in class, Curtis. Yes, all Monkey King, Io, and Tiny, 100% contest rate. They have either been picked or banned in every single game.
Wow.
Wait, has Monkey King been banned every game then? 'Cause I haven't seen him that much.
He's been showing up a few times. Let's see how many times he's been banned.
Every single game?
Every single
I'm
game.
not
He's very
surprised.
annoying in the
There's
draft.
27 game sample size so far. He has been banned 21 times out of 27
And
games.
picked 6 times.
Yeah, and so he's the most banned hero. The other ones have more picks.
That is what I expected. I did expect to see more
You
Monkey
put that in
King,
your
but it is
compendium?
because he's banned. Guess what? I forgot to fill out my compendium.
Uh-oh.
I went to sleep so early
Oh, no.
because I was very, very tired. I set an alarm to fill out my compendium, and then I woke up, looked at my phone, and turned it off and flipped over and went back to sleep.
That entire story has so many sad parts. I set an alarm to do my compendium, and I went to sleep at 8 p.m. My
I
God.
asked Purge like 5 million times, when is the deadline?
He won't help you. Purge is a sicko. He thinks that the points are finite, and he refuses to help give any out to
There's a
anyone else.
limited number of points being given out.
No, he helped me. He helped me know what time, and then I set an alarm, and then I just turned it off because I was really exhausted, and I wanted to be more rested for today.
Thanks,
Well,
Purge.
it worked.
And
Now
that's-
Your
the
compendium
Tidehunter
points.
has Aegis.
Huh?
The Tidehunter has Aegis now because they're too fat.
Oh,
They have too many
let's
items.
go.
Ooh, Tidehunter. I got a
He
number
has
for
triple
Tidehunter.
Ravage.
So Tidehunter's been picked 9 times. What do you think his win rate is?
57.
Okay, that's in the 50 range. Assuming what's your
70.
Can't do math.
70?
He's picked 9 times. That has to be 55. Let him. Okay. Sorry.
It's
One.
6.
1. Okay.
Price is Right.
Price is Right rules. Okay, I say.
right.
Assuming you were the closest. 9 picks, 77.7% win rate.
That is high.
That is
That is
extremely high.
That
Gracious
that
me.
doesn't even surprise me. It's Tidehunter.
Is there any way they can defend this? He got an Aegis Untied, he got double cheese, the fabled
They have triple Ravage too.
double Gouda right there.
And then you have the buildings just getting absolutely demolished.
And this is not a good team to deal with like mega creep situations. No gyro, no real. These are all really single target heroes. Jeez.
Just AoE plus the attack is pretty crazy.
Is she 25?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hey, can I ask you, Tsunami, or I don't really care who answers. What about Brewmaster? This hero used to be like this offlaner who was kind of this near semi-carry burst. He pretty much been relegated to purge machine, right? That's all he does. He ults and then he's like, no, right? Does he have another use, or what's up with this hero?
I think people just build him around the ultimate now. They go like Aghanim's Refresher.
Yeah.
And you just have 4 ultimates. It's not a bad hero. I think it got a decent amount of play, but the problem is its laning is pretty vulnerable. Like, the hero has like 2 base armor. I think like standard move speed, so you go against like some big Ravage or
Number 1, but Brewmaster split.
they just hit pandas.
Only 2 more to go. We can survive, guys.
And there's 4 pandas now, and you can go to any of them. To live. And then he'll just
trying to
split
kill him
again.
off, but the Invis Storm Panda's chilling. TB kills it. The Earth Panda, I think, got away. No? Oh, it's on the run.
Okay.
Oh, he's running.
The strength of Monkey King.
I don't know. I don't think this is
Is that
happening.
a Stormcraft?
Oh, there you go.
There's
The
another
multiple ults. The Void Panda, Sumi. Have you ever heard of the Void Panda?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Wait, what am I supposed? I'm sorry. What am I supposed to say to
Nothing,
that?
I'm
Like,
just
yes or
familiar.
no? I know that generally you don't answer questions yes or no on the panel, but
Yes, I've heard of
there
the
really
Void
wasn't
Panda.
a follow-up to that.
That's some intense lore right there. That's an intense Monkey King ult. Gracious. And
And more
is this just
building.
end of game? They didn't expel a single cheese, no Aegis. This is looking,
They used one ulti. They used one Tide ulti.
wow, scary.
One of
More to
3.
go.
Yeah, this one's donezo. All right. Beat you
Like,
gaming though.
Stream D.
Looking strong.
Can we watch Secret Beast Coast?
All right. Well, AUI knows how this game is going to go, so we're going to switch over to stream.
Oh my
D.
god.
Yeah, but
D,
that's
D,
Titanic,
D,
though.
D.
Oh my god. Owie. You ruined my viewing experience. Morphling made it out alive. Owie. This game. Okay, it's over. Go ahead.
I think
We are,
come back.
we are in the process of switching.
I see. Peachy Gaming victory. Well. Owie's correct again, and we got it at the perfect time. Beast Coast
Oh, they're
versus
up
Team
again.
Secret. Let's go.
You know, both Effie and AUI were right when they said that Peachy was going to win. But, you know, I just held on to the stream and made us watch it anyway.
You know, that's
Because
your job.
We have to give the
Really
other
slacks did it because he had the veto vote.
Owie, how many times do you speak without being spoken to?
Sorry.
Thank you. Please remember your place TI winner.
Why does he have this grasp over you? I don't
This
understand.
is a very scary person.
Okay, so where are we at here, smart people?
Well, Beast Coast took game 1, which a lot of people were like, yeah, Beast Coast. Avo was particularly happy about it. But this time it looks like we have a Medusa, and actually we have kind of a lot of. We have like pretty much an entire swap where we have like heroes that we didn't see in the last game at all. Actually, I think this is the first time in today that I've seen Sand King, Nyx, Shadow Shaman.
This is the first time that I've seen Gyro without Io.
Yeah.
I've always been seeing them be paired up. I don't know, how good is the hero by himself, Curtis? Is it like a TI2 situation where you just had to pick Io plus the Gyro, or?
Honestly, I don't think Gyro IO is that good right now because I don't know. There's something weird about it. Like there's something off about your team fight. Gyrocopter IO used to be really strong because IO would help Gyro farm really fast, and then Gyro would carry the team fights. But the builds people are going for, or maybe it's just like some power creep in Dota. Like I don't feel like Gyro does that in team fights anymore. So I actually prefer something like this where you have like a more standard save and some like stuns, which Gyro doesn't really have from like Nyx and Shadow Demon.
Because he's dealing damage. How though? Because I mean, like, sure, I get that Io helps Gyro farm faster, but how are the stuns helping Gyro in a way that Io wasn't?
I mean, you need people do stun to hit him in Dota. Like otherwise you get kited. I mean, it sounds stupid, but that's how it works. Like you need stun to right-click people.
You need a mouse to right-click people too. He's right. This guy's on this a lot. He's smart. So anyway.
Well, guess what, fam? We are still on Dota Survivor, and we are now welcoming up our next guest. Oh my gosh, what is happening here?
You have to mark your territory in the talent scene. And as you can tell, that was the old block. Now we're in with the new blocks.
You saw how scared Ali was.
Hello.
Like, now just imagine the power that this man wields.
And the best thing there is because of the camera angle, they probably saw none of the posturing we were doing.
They only, I think they saw your back, and that's
I mean,
it.
that is
a lot of gyrating.
That is peak me, that's for sure. I am better looking not at this part, so.
I thought you were gonna say you're better looking than Slacks.
No, I mean, that man is a hunk. Have you seen him?
Lost a lot of weight recently.
His 2021 journey is something to admire. He is a beautiful man. Sorry, what were you guys talking about Dota-wise?
We're talking about is Gyro capable by himself without IO? Because this is the first time I'm seeing Gyro by himself without the pairing. And well, right now he's looking damn good.
I mean, okay, have you actually answered the question before I repeat any points?
I think Gyro's better without IO right now.
Yeah.
With IO or without?
Without.
I would agree.
Okay.
Why is
Because
that?
so far today, we've seen these IO pairings where it's like they have to fully subscribe to stacking jungle, not letting it get invaded, still winning fights when you're basically playing as like pretty much 3.5, 4, because obviously your Gyro's off doing farming stuff, which is not map presence. And then you think about Gyro as a hero, he has so much damage in laning phase, but if he has an actual killing hero with him, he can just slay the lane, right? And if he has the stacks, he'll still farm them. The reason why you want the accelerant of IO is like the value of flak, right? Like you pump out the overcharges and boom, 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 kill everything, right? And constantly farming. Without the IO, you're probably not farming as quick, you don't have the regen, etc. But if you have killers and you're killing, that kind of mitigates the lack of like speed of farm, right? So I honestly, yeah, I think I prefer non-IO.
It's just like sort of what you said, but like IO, he helps you get your flags off faster, but he doesn't help them do more damage. Like you're still only hitting for 6 flak cannons, right?
Yeah.
So
The
it's useful
overcharge
because like
doesn't
you can
really
get them off really fast and hit like supports and burst people. But I don't know, it's just something about it feels off. Like I feel like IO, you want to use the magic damage, and honestly, this hero's picked so much, and he is strong in pubs, but I'm not personally like certain about like what he brings so much.
Do you think that he deserves the 100% pick ban rate right now so far in group stage?
He must have like slapped in scrims or something.
I guess, yeah. Well, I mean, IO on TI is always
he's been spammed in pubs a lot, but like it's not like he had some absurd win rate. Also, IO never has that high win rate in pubs, so I honestly just don't know.
Oh. Yeah,
the other thing that was interesting that was being pointed out by the obs, Storm took the shard from this second Roche. The Overload AoE?
I love
is that what it is?
That's the type of shard where you either see it do like nothing, or the moments where it actually pops off and you get the clicks in and it's like everyone's going brrr. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, it's a pretty...
What is the shard?
It applies overload to allies right click, right?
Yeah, three hits.
3 hits. And it's within a certain range, right? It's like...
An AoE
it's an AoE buff.
It's AoE around.
My brain was like, it's this big, but that doesn't mean anything on a panel.
Can you show it to the camera, please? It's around this big.
It's around
this
this
big right
big,
here.
guys.
That's the size of it.
Dota is a game of feel, and I won't lie, there are some times when people talk about spells or ranges and stuff, I'm like, yeah, it's about, you know, like this long, because like I'm using my monitor as like my reference point. I'm like, yeah, it's not this much on my monitor. Yeah, whatever, it's fine, moving on.
I'm actually surprised they didn't give it to Sand King. I think, I don't know if you bought it already, but that shard got basically a talent added to it. Like it used to just do the pulse for every 700 you move, but now it also increases epicenter by 20 damage. I think it's pretty good. The Storm one, like you get that if you feel like you're lacking a lot. Actually, it does make sense versus Medusa. Because if you feel like you're lacking damage, it is an extra like 600 damage or 700 damage that you can just all pump out when you're hitting Dusa.
Yeah, but who else is right-clicking besides Storm and Gyro? Is it purely just
like,
to buff the Gyro?
You'll always get some right-clicks off in fights, right?
As a Nyx assassin?
Yeah. I mean, if you need to get right-clicks off, like, I mean, Nyx gets a Vendetta hit off, right?
Yeah.
Like Sand King, when you bro strike in, you can attack someone to apply caustic. It's not like you have to constantly attack for it. You just need to get a bit off. And even if you only use
it gives the attack speed, right?
It gives Storm attack speed.
But it doesn't give everyone else attack speed?
No, just Storm.
And it's 3 for everyone?
If
Yes.
who
Everyone.
got buffed in the AoE, yeah.
Oh, the good swap before he burrowed. Oh, he's down this.
All fighting the Stone Gaze, but seem like Gyro cares at all. Man,
I actually like this matchup, like Gyro versus Medusa like this.
yeah, this is way better than I thought it would be.
What makes it a good matchup?
I think
can
you
go
farm
toe-for-toe,
faster than
right?
her, but
So as I said, you can just go toe for toe, right?
Yeah.
Think of the items he's buying. He's buying Ag, Titanic, Skadi. You know, if you lock into that duel with Medusa, as long as you don't get like Stone Gaze into like other damage, you're gonna always be able to fight into Mana Shield. You're not dying. You can like kind of have your pseudo Mana Shield with your Titanic, whilst Medusa doesn't have it. Like you're kind of equally beefy in the carry department if it's like that perfect 1v1.
I think you actually outskill Medusa. Like it's sort of weird. It depends a lot about what teammates you have, but generally I found that Gyrocopter forms just as fast or faster depending on the game. You have a bit more tempo because Medusa is just 285 MS, and eventually, like when you're 7 slotted versus 7 slotted, you have like a pretty good fighting chance for sure. It might not be like 100-0 for Gyro, but you can definitely beat her ultra late game.
How does Lifesteal work against Mana Shield? Does it?
Lifesteal in general, except for Feast, which just applies health, is based on how much damage you do after armor, after reductions.
Okay.
So you lifesteal a lot less versus Medusa. The thing about Gyrocopter is your Aghanims will randomly hit a creep and you'll lifesteal for like 1200 also Titanic.
So it kind of looks like they have a very firm grasp of the game. Is there a way for Secret to kind of like, is there a timing thing, or is there like a specific play they need to do?
So Secret have Venge Swap and double instant stun heroes in Shaker and Rasta. When you have that, you can basically always clutch out a game. But they do need to find the correct fight, and this looks like a really good fight for these
At the center. Shaman bought back, but I don't think he's gonna do anything anymore.
Yeah, and without Leshrac, like I think Dire side just lacks damage right now. They need to find a way for Leshrac to do damage in fights, so it's hard.
It's so refreshing when you see Sanking Epi feel like it's doing something. It's been so long where I watch a Sanking and I'm laughing at it comically at like 40 minutes like, what are you?
Part of it, I think, is the shard.
Yeah. And
Got that
does he have it?
Yeah. Now it actually kind of like feels like you have a way to like punish your
That's
enemy.
a good point. I don't know if he has it.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it is now my turn to be eliminated from Survivor Dota.
Brutal.
Yeah.
South American team is about to win.
That
I
is
think
true.
we need to bring someone who's capable of bringing the passion for that region.
Very true.
That is true.
Assuming you're great, but I think Avo might be suited better for this job.
For this game.
For this game.
Well, I'm clearly not wanted here by Tsunami, so
Please.
I'm a step out.
I just want one good gob before the game ends. He's making this way. He's getting makeup. T, what are you doing? What's your excuse?
My excuse is nothing. Soaking in the moment, you know, Beast Coast finally beating Secret. Okay, finally. I mean, it's the first time staying at TI.
It might be their first time beating Secret ever, actually.
I mean, Secret eliminated them at TI 9, right? So this is a little bit of revenge.
There's going to be a bad
It was Secret?
so it's going to be a minute.
Huh?
It was Secret that eliminated them?
Yeah.
Oh man, then this is definitely a revenge because it's basically the same squad. It's Secret with Matu instead of mid one, and then the exact same infamous squad on Beast Coast. Sorry, I got preemptively excited that Ava was going to be here.
Yeah, and then he just
And then
didn't come in, huh?
He just leaves,
dipped.
right?
What?
And they don't see anything, you know, they disappear. That's it.
Highly anticlimactic.
But it's like a cool idea in Dota, because I think traditionally Dusa has always been like the late game hero.
Yep.
But you get someone like Gyrocopter can sort of, as like you were mentioning, T, like you can match your beefiness in a lot of ways. And you just have this like one Nyx or Shao Demon that changes the matchup, and all of a sudden, like, I don't think Dusa carries this game.
But that's why I like the fact that like when I came on the panel, you're talking about how like does Gyro need the accelerant, and it's like it's refreshing. Like when something becomes good in Dota, everyone just assumes that's the way to play it, right? And like when you just kind of take a step back and relook at things, it's like, wait a second, it's cool playing it that way, but it's equally still good playing it, you know, without that. And obviously, I think Gyro is probably a different case. I think it's a bit more common, not seeing it with Aya and these like natural things. But
the thing is, I think IO, if you want to play IO, you should play high tempo.
Yes.
Like your gyrocopter needs to go 4-1-1, and you need to run at them. Like maybe find a way for IO to get a fast mech, and you just go. And I can still see that working, but how people have been playing gyrocopter, like they've been getting more stats because flat cannon and mana cost got nerfed. So like it's actually harder to take more in Q now. And then going for like these Aghanims, Daedalus, these types of builds, like IO does not help gyrocopter with that. Gyro is actually one of the carries that benefits the least from the attack speed of overcharge, because Aghanim is a set interval.
And is he going Rapier? Yeah, he is, right? Yeah.
He should go Rapier. They're all in.
It's gonna take a while for him to get there, though.
And with that said, like if Secret can turtle up to the Rapier, start any fight with the like 2 heroes that can instant stun or swap into instant stun, like you can sort of always win team fights if you clutch it up.
That's the saving grace, right? Like for Beast Coast, when they go high ground, they do have SD, Disrupt, but other than that, it's like reinitiation. You're not like saving your carry outside of like a Beaky being or disrupting. And I think Seeker, that's where they can play on that really well. Like you have the Shaker, you have the Shaman, even Venge Swap, you know? Like if he pokes up high ground and suddenly he's by a tier 4, like it doesn't matter if they have saves or anything. It's like taking a fight near the tier 4s will be devastating.
I mean, swap into Hex is a classic.
Yeah, exactly.
It's even easier when it's built into Rasta's skill set.
Yeah. The key thing there is when you, any of the swap or movement stuff, right? If you just cast Hex from a distance and you're not in range, it will just auto go off, just to clarify for the casual people.
Yeah, that vision.
I thought I'd, bring a bit of newbie stream back for about 3 seconds. Yeah.
Apparently the tooltips aren't going to be working, so someone needs to explain these things.
No. All right, so this is Gyrocopter.
This is Gyrocopter. Silver Edge was a thing at TI9, actually.
Pretty
Never
cool.
mind.
Beautiful.
Okay, now I can get excited.
And
I'm
now
sorry.
this is when Beast Coast throw.
And why would they be throwing? Because Avo, you have joined us now as the host. Your boys are doing it.
I know. I'm very. At least one of my voices are doing it, right? SG and Thunder didn't have the best performance.
Let's not get greedy. Okay?
Yeah.
You got 3 teams here, at least in the first place.
Actually, it was very interesting in the gyrocopter discussion you guys were talking about how the gyro IO. I wanted to ask you, do you think that we should see more diversity with IO partners in general?
Yeah, I think so. I think IO, like, if you want to pick IO, you should pick one of the lanes that IO dominates. Like, IO Gyro's an okay lane. It's very stable, and you'll generally win on net worth, but you won't kill your opponent much. Like, I think the IO Slarks, if it's a good Slark game, like things like this are really strong. Or pairing him in an offlane, some IO Legion, IO Slaughter, stuff like that. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, because obviously I don't get to play the scrims these guys do.
Yeah.
But it's just a general feeling I get.
Actually, it's kind of crazy, right? So like, you think about SG, they all played 1 series today, right? And they lose it. They lose 2-0. Compared to Group A, where for example Alliance, they're going to be playing in total 3 series today. They're already 0-4, right? So the difference between day 1 playing poorly and having a rough start is a 0-2 for one team and a 0-6 for another before you can properly sit down and recover. That is, I didn't really process that because like the groups move so fast, right? But it's the idea that SG, they got handled by Vici Gaming, right? So they're gonna think about that series and then all the other series that happen throughout the day, like what can we look for? And it's just the discrepancy, there's like 4 games difference between like just 2 teams playing like at the same level pretty much, just underwhelming for so far, right?
That was a luck element that was talking about as well. Right? I guess this also really affects the team's performance.
I guess seeding as well, like if you maybe check the seed and who plays more, I don't know, but like yeah, just the reflection of it.
I mean,
It's also just, the matchup you have. Like some teams just might match up better against other things, or not even the teams themselves, just strategies that, because you're going in a bit blind into TI, right?
Very
So
blind.
you're practicing strategy. It just happens to be good versus the team you're playing against, its play style. And something I actually had a question for you, Avo, is it feels like Secret, they've only lost in big tournaments to Curl teams or South Americans. Like in the Kiev Major 2016, I think they lost, was it SG back then?
It was SG back
Yeah,
then.
so they lost, like these are big losses, honestly.
Oh, wait, did Chris Luck XD? Chris Luck XD'd them!
Oh no.
But we don't have context. I didn't see what was happened before. Did Secret type anything?
I think it was just Secret getting 2-0 is probably XD worthy for
That,
them.
okay, this is really okay. So in the We Play Major, I know you guys remember that they won the first game, and then they wrote Ga, right?
Okay.
and then they lost everything else. we had a discussion in the team house, and it was decided, like, we had a whole conclusion. What was it, right? And the two factors that made it lose the Anime Major, Dota aside, was either Hector having a beard, which he still has now, and they're winning, or Daga. And they decided it was Daga.
Oh, okay.
So they said, we're never going to all chat again. So I don't know what Chris Luck was going through his mind right now, but that might be.
So it's the reverse question mark then? Because the question mark gave IG a power up.
Right, this is the
God gave
opposite.
Beast Coast a power down.
Yeah, they have to diversify. You know, they can't go for that. They have to go for
XD.
a casual XD. Okay,
Casual XD.
sure.
Cheeky little XD.
Sure. I mean, at least they did it at the end of a series, unlike other players who do it after game 1 against known players, and then they get, you know, reverse sweep handled. So I'm sure at least they've like improved the all chatting
It's
from
a
the
bit better.
region
It's
a
true.
little bit better, but
So
not
we-
optimal.
You know, this is the end of the series, but we have a lot of other series going on. So we're gonna go to stream B right now, where VP is gonna be playing against OG. Very exciting match.
Banger.
That is a
Both
good
of them are 4-0. Like this
Yes.
is a series that can easily be like, you secure yourself already like maybe first or second in the group, right? Because it's like right now I think it's VP, OG, and EG sitting up top on that sweet kind of 4-0 point. So yeah, really important series, even just on day 1 alone.
How have you been seeing VP? I mean, a lot of people had a bit of a question mark with VP, but they've seen so many strategies, actually done really well today. What's happening? Is this truly online?
Let's see what heroes they got right now. Is that bound? Yeah.
Which teams have they beaten that gave them the 4-0? Because I know they beat Undying.
They beat Undying and they beat Alliance. So technically they beaten more, maybe the question mark of the group.
4 teams.
The guys that could have done more, could have done less, you know. So
And then who have OG beaten?
OG has beaten Alliance and they've beaten Thunder Predator. So kind of the same vein, right? Like this is like the first test, you'd say.
I guess there's a lot of teams in Group A that you consider within that middle pack to lower middle pack.
Dude, that's why I can't wait until day 3 or day 4 of group stage, because everything is hinging on just like one game here and there to get you an upper bracket or in lower bracket, which is still best of ones in this TI format, or no? Do we have the TO1
The low bracket? I don't think so.
I think the first one.
That is like that is a staple of TI.
That's what I thought, yeah. So
The
that's
lower bracket.
I know you want to talk about the games. I want to see what you want.
Nah, VP just wiped them. This
Yeah,
is the
they
second
did.
time running.
They
Second
run
time
about-
I've seen running this Darkseer Bounty Hunter dual offlane.
With Dawnbreaker as well.
Yeah, and if you get kills like this, wait, what was their? Who's their carry? Is it Bounty carry or?
Dawn has an Echo
Dawnbreaker
Saber right
carry?
now.
No, it's a Dawn.
Oh, it's a Dawn
It's
carry.
Nightfall, yeah.
Okay, that's really
Oh,
cool.
that's fascinating.
Echo Radiant. Cool.
He does this to so many heroes.
Nightfall?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is actually the bread and butter VP. They would run some Mars safe lane with a Morphling mid. In this game, I would actually say the carry is Darkseer. Like they have a carry in the offlane, and they just want to play tempo off that. And one of the only heroes that allows you to play that style is actually Bounty Hunter, because you can snowball the gold difference so hard that it doesn't matter that you can't scale in the same way.
The reason why the Darkseer is carrying that perspective is just because like the morphling, right? Like you have this big agi enemy, and the Darkseer will have a decent lane with Bounty Hunter, and then in the game, you have enough like stuff that when you hit that good wall, that'll be like the real breaking point where if the game does get close, Darkseer kind of brings it back to your side. But the early fights, as you see here, it's like this is, I think, VP against these aggressive teams. I think Undying today showed like the NA aggression. Their drafts were very like just play it chill, take that one counter play where you got a Darkseer into a Sven stun into a Dorno, you wipe them, you'll control the rest of the game. And it looks, as we tuned in, VP is kind of emulating that again. It's like against another aggressive team to open up in Europe. You have the same heroes, you allow them to play their own game. You might die a couple of times. They died 3 times in this game, but you get that one big wipe or something, and it's hard to lose from that point. You're just so tanky and innately with your hero.
So it's clear, when you say the Darkseer is the carry, you mean Darkseer is the one that's going to lead them to the win condition percent.
It's like whenever you have a Darkseer or Beastmaster on your team, they're given carry priority. Like if this hero has a good game, he's gonna win every fight for your team. Like Ironshell just does too much damage in the early game. Like you can think of like the old MVP Phoenix. MVP, like they would run 5 melee heroes with Darkseer, and this is just a style that Darkseer lets you do.
You can say Spirit Breaker if you want. You can give that hero some TI life.
Spirit Breaker.
Currently uncontested right now, T. What's up with that?
Uncontested because the true potential is not unlocked, you know.
It's a main event kind of hero.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Are you sad that now that CL8 is not playing? We're not gonna see Spirit Breaker mid
I think
anymore?
it's best for PSG. I think they crammed that one into the meta so hard that that was actually the best thing about that tournament was everyone was like, wait a second, is Spirit Breaker mid a thing? It's like, no. Spirit Breaker core, like off lane or core is a thing, but like the mid isn't. But watching mid laners try and play it on Pro Tracker was incredible. But this game, what's so exciting is VP loves to try and emulate like the energy of OG in games with like the tipping and the voice lines, and against other teams, it's not so hot. But against this team, they've clearly had the discussion, boys, if we get a kill, if we're winning or wiping them, we're using our voice lines. Like they're using OG's voice lines, they're just spamming them as like all 5 players using 2, they're tipping, and it's like, if anyone dies, it's gonna be straight back at them. So I'd love to know, do these teams mute their enemy to like just...
Of course.
Do you know? Yeah.
But do you think they do? Do you think OG enters a game and goes, we'll use our voice lines and we'll mute our enemy, so we're voice lining into the abyss?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't think that they
You know that for a
thrive
fact.
on the enemy
No,
ones?
it's too annoying.
Is there any team that would choose not to mute their enemy that you know of?
I think OG might be maybe the only team, but then it'll also be a very...
I mean, I feel like Saksa mutes his opponent for sure.
True.
Like, it might be like Sumail probably mutes him too.
But like, there is psychoanalysis to have where if your enemy is voice lining you, you know they're confident. You kill them once and they stop. You know they're thinking about the game now, right? So you know you're breaking down their comfort, you know? So you can read between the lines of tipping.
That's like a lot to think about.
This is OG that we're talking about.
5 players don't have much to do, okay? You put your water... No, I'm joking, we have a lot to do. 5 players is a very key role, but I feel like everyone watching can happily experience, like, if you use your voice line, right, you know when you're winning, you're using, and you're losing, you're like, I probably should have
OG
myself
uses
better.
it anyways, though.
Yeah, that's true. They are currently getting a bit handled by VP. And this is like...
their lineup's just so cool, because if they have a good lane with Darkseer, which, as you guys said, like, it might be almost guaranteed with Darkseer Bounty Hunter, right? That's a hard lane to deal with. They have triple global presence with the Dawnbreaker and then the Relocate.
And the Storm.
And look at it. Nightfall, he's been godlike since like 12 minutes in this game or something, I think.
You can tell here, though.
It's Radiance.
You talking to me? You can tell that they don't have them muted, by the way. Owie, sorry.
Yeah?
Because Notel instantly responded with the line of stay positive because he knew he was getting attacked via the voice lines. So just to answer our previous bit,
Your
Notel
previous bit. You're the only person who's been going in a circle about this.
I just feel like we just need to
This communal discussion that we've been having.
I want to
Teacup
just
and
wrap
Teacup.
up this point, you know, it's like, I'm tired of it already, but now that I've concluded it, Notel doesn't have the enemy muted, we can continue with our lives, because VP is, you know, showing OG that they are a very strong team, and that this is the best environment for them to compete well at, because it's a online tournament at a hotel.
You got any more you want to add?
No.
Are you sure?
Do you have anything you want to add?
I hadn't for the past 7 minutes. Only thing I would add is it's the communication via BM is being replicated because GPK died back-to-back as Storm and got 4-man tipped back-to-back. And then now Sumail, as we may see at the end of this replay, kind of bumbles his way into a tree line thinking that he could finish off the Storm. And I don't know, I think he turned into Darkseer and then self-surged himself and surged himself into almost certain death. But I guess we won't see it. Take my word for it.
You have to think at this point, though, that because GPK does this a lot. I've never seen a player die on a Storm twice, like die back on Storm as often as he does.
I thought that he was going to tilt off the face of the earth.
But I think he can't be tiltable with these plays anymore. This happens to him so much. And I'm not saying this to flame him, I'm genuinely. Like a GPK Storm is always the 50-50.
I believe his competitive win rate on Storm Spirit is 35%.
Sorry,
and this is like a pretty big sample. It's like at least more than 30 games played.
And they've been playing this strat specifically. Actually, you were talking about this, that you saw this earlier, Ali, with the Bounty Hunter Darkseer, but it's almost the exact same draft. The only difference is that I think that Sven as carry last time, and Dawnbreaker as 5, obviously. What is the strength of the Storm in these kind of like run at you lineups?
I mean, I think it's the Storm. I think Storm is one of the best auto combos. You give him, he benefits from everything, right? Like attack speed, spell, mana regen, and HP regen because he goes in. And he also sets up, he's one of the best setups for auto. They actually killed Nightfall though, that's a huge kill. Big streak coming out. And I think, like Storm is basically global presence. And Darkseer, like, he ghost pushes lanes. Like, he doesn't show when he Ion Shells creeps and pushes them. So the amount of map control and pickoff you get with this specific set of heroes is really high. I am a bit worried, though, to be honest, that VP, they're running such a similar strat. Because what happened at Animajor was, like, I think Xiaowei did an interview, he was talking about how they know what VP's doing because they will literally do the exact same thing they did in scrims. So I'm hoping they have a bit more variety and strategy in this tournament because at Animajor they sort of fizzled out because everyone knew exactly what they were going to do.
Do you think the coach they have now, now probably most experienced player or the person on their team, can help them? I mean, because maybe these are things they haven't thought about as young players.
I'm not
they
sure.
have a coach now, at least.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what
They have bulked up.
I feel like their coach
that's what you said.
isn't a strategy coach. Like, I have nothing to base that off, but like, I mean, the only thing I can base it off is like talking to the VP players.
Yeah.
Like, they're very, very driven idea-wise. And generally what that means is like probably their coach is more like on the mental side.
Okay.
So I don't know whether that translates to him being able to get them to not have overconfidence in their strategy, because that's what happened at Animajor, right? Like, they're so confident in their strategies that they didn't care if anyone had seen them. When you get overconfident like that, you can sort of get exposed. So maybe, but it's hard for me to say.
I mean, and this happens well in the interviews. You actually, I think I've never seen a more confident team than VP doing interviews. It was incredible.
Yeah, some of their interviews were basically, we didn't really, like, we wanted to test ourselves, so we purposely did this one thing in our draft, or we purposely like removed this aspect of our gameplay, so that in the game it was harder for us. Like, they didn't really specify exactly what they were tweaking or like what they were really removing from themselves. Like, maybe they picked a worse hero. Maybe they, they played some Windrunner or something. But like, they actively in their post game said, yeah, we won 2-0. We were doing this specific kind of idea. We wanted to handicap ourselves. We wanted to test ourselves because like they already knew that they'd beaten like the teams that would be going to like maybe the major from Eastern Europe, and it's like they were playing against the teams that were like fighting for lower division. So even in their interviews, they had like a very professional approach to answering the question, but they're also like, we didn't, care, kind of, but then they also learned a lot from it, so I guess it's very helpful.
Do you remember the summit where VP, not this roster, but the same org, they got flamed for only playing the same heroes, so they decided to pick a different hero for every single game?
They had the sheet of paper, right? And they were like, Xing it off every time.
I agree, because variety is the spice of life. We like variety. That's why we like to change panelists as much as possible. And someone here is getting taken away.
But you don't know which, Avo.
Yeah, it's like,
you don't know
we don't know. We don't know.
You were 98% of the way there for the perfect segue. The most godlike segue possible.
Where will this wonderful analyst stop?
She's deciding. She's mulling it over.
Oh.
She's staring at me. My time is up, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure.
I was going to do the pivot and look. I'm like, oh,
I actually thought it was you, Teacup, as well.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Sorry.
I was like, see you, boys.
Missed opportunity.
Hey, Effie. Nice to have you on panel.
Hey.
Do you want to get caught up on what's happening?
Yes.
We've been discussing VP's overconfidence, so sometimes that leads them to reveal strats a bit too early and then do the same strat over and over again. And I was particularly concerned about this concept because they have already shown the strat once before, or a very similar idea with the Darkseer Bounty Hunter. Any thoughts on that?
Storm Isle.
And Storm Isle as well.
I've got to say that the couch is really warm, and that's nice. Thank you, Tsunami.
That's the thing I cared about the most. I appreciate that.
No, something I wanted to comment on before answering that was just Curtis hit the nail on the head when he was saying their coach is more of a life coach because he doesn't even play Dota.
He doesn't play Dota?
No, he's a professional basketball player.
Really? Okay.
So he, VP's coach.
What?
VP's coach.
Didn't he coach another Dota team before as well?
He was Coach Gambit.
I'm not sure about that.
It's Monaco Gambit.
Yeah, no, but he might have done the same thing for them.
But he doesn't even play Dota.
Right?
He's a professional basketball player, and he came in to teach them, I guess, discipline, structure, motivation.
That's super cool, actually.
That's crazy. And he still competes professionally in basketball as he coaches as well?
I don't know the details about him in specific. I just know what it is that he does. And I know that he talked to one of the lovely makeup ladies, and she asked, do you even play Dota? He said no.
Does he ever play Dota?
I'm going to tell the makeup
Are we on
ladies I
about
haven't played
bulk
Dota.
here?
It'll be really, really fun. It'll be a good bet. But honestly, that's super interesting because it shows how the Dota scene has progressed. Because I remember, do you guys remember LGDN?
Sorry, can I quick back point? Are we on about Bulk here? Because Bulk's the coach of VP, and he's been playing Dota from like 2013, coaching for like 5-6 years.
Maybe it's
he
their
means that he
secondary
doesn't.
coach?
playing.
Do they have another
The really
two
tall
coaches.
one.
Oh,
The
okay. so
really,
they have
really
two,
tall
okay.
one.
That's what I was worried. I thought we were talking about bulk.
No.
Yeah,
And I was
that
like,
is-
this,
that is
this,
a coach.
Okay,
It's
cool.
an
So
official
they have a
coach, right?
second guy that we. Okay, cool.
That's
nice.
the coach that they've been talking
Perfect.
about who's
Alright.
changed.
That's nice. So basically, they have two coaches.
The two coaches did.
I was worried that Bulk, this guy who's had like this illustrious like on and off Dota coaching career, was actually secretly playing ball on the side, and I was like, how's he
For
done
6 years as well. That's
I
a
was
really
like, how's
long
he
ball
done
career.
this? How's he like been dunking hoops whilst being not 6 foot because he's like kind of the same height as me? You know, I'm like 5'7". Anyway, 6 foot. But you get the point. I was confused here.
So you were jealous because you would want to be a basketball player, and now you feel like you could have done this the whole time.
I mean, if he was balancing both of those things, but anyway, there's a very tall guy in VP, and now I know who he is. Thank you,
That's him,
Effie. Yeah.
yes. So when we interviewed, I think it was DM at ESL One Fall, he said that the introduction of this coach in particular has changed them completely, and they've been waking up early in the morning and being given motivational speeches and just things, lifestyle changes that they hadn't considered before that have really impacted their gameplay positively. So it's really interesting to me that AUI was able to say, I think it's more of a
I was talking with the wrong coach though, so I was just wrong here.
I'm interested when you were saying that back in the day with LGD in here, starting to mention.
I mean, I don't know if it's the exact same thing, but when LGD went to China, they were asked if they want to bring in a coach, and they brought in someone who was like more of a mental friendly coach to them, and the org had like none of that. Like they were really mad they did that instead of bringing in a Dota coach. But I think as the scene has grown and progressed, like especially with OG's successful psychologists and maybe even like Papa Sarah, who's like less of a Dota person and more of a mental person at TI8.
That's
like
true.
we've started to value things that are valued in every other type of competition for a reason, you know? Like every sport, you have these people. Most other esports honestly adopted a bit faster than Dota because Dota's weird. So
We're elitist about our game.
It's the old guard, you know, like the guys who have played Dota for so long, and it's like they look at the game, it's like, hey, I've seen it happen before, like I know what Dota is, I know what Dota's becoming, like with patches, it's like, it's hard to then take that step back from like the experience and success and then tell them, no guys, you have to focus on the other part of your team, their entire kind of, everyone, like just the kind of the vibe you should have, right? And like harnessing the correct vibe in a team unlocks yourself. Like when you try and build a new roster, like you see superstar rosters made here and there, right? It doesn't mean anything if they just don't mesh together, right? If there's like so many egos or so many personalities, or like I can't talk to you honestly, right? If we're on the same team and you've done something annoying in a game or I've done something bad, but we can't talk about it, but we get angry about it and like we hold that, we're never improving it better, right? And that's where having that additional person to create those systems just unlocks everything in a team. And I think every team realistically should have that schedule so that you wake up, you have the same philosophies, and we practice at this time, we pub at that time, and we...
Oh, so you're a believer in schedules then?
Yeah, schedules are great, mate.
I want to talk about someone who does not believe in schedules. I know I've seen when you play Dota. do you think that's actually necessary? Do you actually believe in the idea of routine?
I think that my life is much simpler when there's routine in it, and
Okay.
I'm more productive. I unfortunately fall to the Dota player curse of sometimes playing 15 hours a day and then ruining my sleep schedule, and then the next day I play for even longer, and suddenly I'm awake at 5 p.m. and sleeping at 8 a.m. But we can talk about other
the sun's
things.
rising, you're like, oh no.
We can talk about other things. But I think, just to add on to what T was saying, creating the systems is very important, but also having someone who can change the way that you think about things essentially can be so beneficial to you. Because a lot of these younger players who go into competitive gaming and esports so early in their lives have put themselves in these high pressure situations where they just blame themselves and beat themselves up when they lose, and maybe it creates a bit of a toxic mentality that they have and an inability to deal with loss very well, right? So even something like EG bringing in Dr. K was incredibly high profile.
Exactly, Dr. K.
Again.
Do you want to say it again? We should all say it together, maybe. Dr. K.
Oh, I thought you were going to do a countdown.
No.
What
I was hoping we just... No, I was
Okay.
joking because Dr.
Okay.
K we have been shilling for him the whole day.
Avo.
We are huge fans.
We are huge Dr. K fans.
Dr. K. As you were saying.
This is a weird meme.
No.
It's a creation.
Jenkins has been speaking about how great Dr. K is.
Jenkins did it. Oh, okay.
Every time we say Dr. K, we get like 0.0000001% of Jenkins' share of his autograph. So.
Because he really does great things, I think, for people in esports, and it's incredible that we have him interested in Dota. But VP historically have had this issue, right, where they can stomp through a group stage or stomp through a bracket and then lose once and then completely.
You mean this issue?
This is kind of hype.
Stomping through a game, but then throwing team fights and losing it.
And then completely crumble, even if it's...
Ring, coach, can you talk to us during game? 6 people aren't allowed at TI.
Too soon.
But even if
Wait
it's,
still.
even if it's not at the point where it's unsalvageable, or they're not at a point where their strategy has fallen apart or been cracked, they crack mentally because they're just not used to recovering from a loss. And if that's something that they can work on with this new rigid discipline and structure in their routines and in their practice, they could become one of the scariest teams in this tournament by far, because that's always been their issue.
I really like what you just said there, because if you look at VP and how they're coming into majors before, these 5 players on the European ladder, like server, for ranked matchmaking, I think they were the best 5 players together. But they had to understand exactly what you're saying, that the skill set might not be exactly that. You need someone to come in and help you re-examine what you really need to improve on. And honestly, if you're just doing that on your own, it's really hard to isolate things in Dota because there's so much happening. And if you lose a pub, you're just, okay, that was my dumb teammate, go next. And you're not like focusing on improvement. If you have a third party come in who can help you focus and like adjust your mentality a bit, we might like start to see VP be a completely different team.
Would you like a random stat about Shadow Amulet buying on GPK?
Oh, please.
Okay, so he actually has a Dota buff public, unlike any other pro, which is also a very weird thing. He's rank 1 in Europe, and on this account, he's played maybe 3,200 games, 3,200. He has bought, or ended the game with Amulet, 320 times.
Wait, he's only played 3,200 games?
On this account, correct, and he's rank 1.
That's really low.
So
that's very low.
of the 3,200 games to be rank 1,
10% of his games.
10% have ended with an amulet in his inventory, of which he has a win rate of 39% with the amulet. So 60% of his games, i.e. losses, he's had an amulet.
So what does that tell you? That he's always trying to build Shadow Blade?
He won 120 games with the Shadow Amulet?
Yes, and he's lost...
That's actually very impressive.
So 180 games which he's lost, he's had an amulet, which we know what we mean, but like...
Wait, he has a 30-something% win